Li Lin found himself transported to the continent of Aloran, specifically to the bustling city of Piltover. Initially resigned to a life of mediocrity, his fortunes took a turn when he became a laborer for the Grellman family, only to discover that he possessed the extraordinary mechanic system that in this realm of magic, fraught with conflict and turmoil. Li Lin was not content with the modest inventions, such as bicycles, mechanical watches, and generators, that had already brought him fame and considerable wealth. Aware of the impending crises that threatened the land of Runeterra, he understood that he must take action. From the development of rudimentary exoskeleton power suits to the creation of fully automated armor reminiscent of Iron Man, from the mass production of steam-powered automatons to the formidable Battlefield and Sky Dominator Mechas capable of addressing global threats through his research into astral and rune magic, he even devised the kingdom mech god, a marvel that fused magic with technology, poised to dominate the world. Yet, despite wielding such immense power, Li Lin stood before numerous heroes at the summit convened to unite nations in the formation of a League of Legends, and declared, "My singular aspiration has always been one, the pursuit of world peace." Chapter 1. I am merely an ordinary mechanic. In the northern districts of Piltover, a throng of people surged towards the upper echelons of the city, the residents of noble families and the affluent. With less than a month remaining until Piltover's most significant annual event, the Day of Evolution, the streets were already adorned with vibrant decorations, bustling with excitement. According to tradition, most families allocate a portion of their time during these days to interview scholarly artisans possessing knowledge and skills within the city. Should a family's interest be piqued by an artisan's invention, the individual may secure sponsorship from that family, thereby liberating themselves from the shackles of poverty and ignobility and ascending to the zenith of life. In the waiting room of an opulent mansion located in the heart of the northern district, a youthful boy with an Ionian visage, appearing somewhat slender, surveyed his surroundings, alongside dozens of other artisans of varying ages who were equally astonished. The family conducting interviews today is the affluent and influential Hextech family of Piltover K, known as the Kiramans, whose matriarch, Mrs. Kiramman, is also a member of Piltover's esteemed council. The waiting room is expansive, capable of accommodating over 100 individuals. The bright, polished marble tiles, adorned with delicate and irregular ornate patterns, reflect the semblance of a person's figure. Long benches, crafted from rare wood imported from Freljord and exuding a faint aroma of timber, are positioned against the walls. The youth and the other artisans sit upright, awaiting the summons of the Kiramman craftsman. Presently, a middle-aged man, holding a black cane and dressed in a brown double-breasted coat with a tie, his hair slightly graying at the temples, emerged from the imposing ante doors not far from where they waited. He approached the benches and gently tapped the floor twice with his cane, capturing the attention of all present. "I am the steward of the Kiramman family, and I shall now impart some essential guidelines," he began slowly. "First and foremost, those whose names are called should enter through that door." The steward gestured towards the grand double doors he had just exited. Within the interview chamber, there are 5 skilled artisans from our esteemed Kiramman household. You need only to announce your name, present your invention, and provide a brief explanation of its functionality. The artisans will evaluate your creations. If you find the outcome of the evaluation to be disputable, I advise against confronting them. Upholding the traditions of the Kiramman family, they are both exceptional and impartial, and will not render unjust judgments. As his words faded, the steward scanned the faces of the gathered individuals. If anyone has questions, now is the time to voice them. Silence enveloped the room. After a moment, the steward nodded approvingly. "Excellent, then let us proceed." He retrieved a meticulously folded piece of paper from his coat pocket and gradually unfolded it, revealing the list of candidates for the interview. First name, Li Lin. That's me. Upon hearing his name, the youth of Ionian descent raised his hand and stood. An Ionian? The steward's expression bore a hint of surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. "Enter through that door, and I wish you the best of luck." "Thank you for your kind wishes." Li Lin offered a slight bow to the steward. He then approached the grand entrance, inhaling deeply to calm his slightly anxious demeanor, before gently pushing open one of the ancient wooden doors and stepping inside. Compared to the waiting room outside, This space designated for the interview is rather modest in size. The entire room presents a semicircular arrangement, with 4 men and 1 woman seated behind a long table positioned directly in front of the entrance. They are all clad in deep brown double-breasted coats, adorned with white linings. Among them, a pair of individuals, appearing to be in their 30s or 40s, exudes an air of elegance and opulence as they occupy the central seats. Flanking them are 2 elderly gentlemen, both of whom appear to be at least 60, their graying hair suggesting a wealth of wisdom. On the far edge sits a youthful man with slicked-back hair, his features still boyish, and a face that seems oddly familiar. Upon hearing the door creak, all 5 pairs of eyes turn towards Li Lin, causing him to feel a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. As he strides to the center of the room, before he can utter a word, the youth at the far end, wielding a gilded quill, inquires, "What is your name?" He lowers his gaze to jot something in his notebook and continues, "What work do you wish to present?" "I have named it the mechanical watch," Li Lin replies. "A watch?" The middle-aged man, sporting a scruffy beard, raises an eyebrow at the peculiar name, glancing at the woman beside him, then clears his throat to ask him, "What exactly is this watch you speak of? Is it akin to the pocket watch invented by Leviathan?" Li Lin nods and retrieves a somewhat worn circular object with 2 straps from his slightly tattered satchel. True to its name, a wristwatch is a timepiece designed to be worn upon the wrist. In contrast to the rather cumbersome pocket watch, the wristwatch is notably more compact and convenient to carry, as well as being more precise. Li Lin raised his left hand, fastening the strap of the watch around his wrist, only to swiftly remove it again, demonstrating its ease of use to the interviewer. 2 elderly gentlemen peered curiously at Li Lin's wrist, one of them adjusting his single-lens glasses, whispering to the other, "What do you think?" It's quite a fascinating invention. It appears to be more practical than a pocket watch. I find it to be a revolutionary improvement. How did I not conceive of such an idea?" Setting aside the matter of precision, the mere fact that such a large pocket watch can be condensed into this small piece signifies that this young man possesses remarkable potency. Although it is somewhat unattractive, if only it could be made more aesthetically pleasing. "What is your opinion, Mr. Kiramman?" Both elderly men turned their gazes towards the middle-aged man. Indeed, it could use refinement. Perhaps it could eventually replace the pocket watch among the nobility. The middle-aged man stroked his beard, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. "Madam, what do you think?" As he addressed the middle-aged woman in the center, the room fell into an immediate silence. Even the sound of breathing became distinctly audible. Li Lin felt a slight constriction in his throat. Even the most oblivious observer would recognize that the woman before him was none other than the head of the Kiramman family, who also held one of the highest positions of author. "Ity in Piltover. Your name is Li Lin, is it not?" Counselor Kiramman inquired, her hands clasped neatly on the table, her posture slightly leaning forward as she spoke. Under the unwavering gaze of her deep azure eyes, devoid of any discernible emotion, Li Lin felt an unprecedented weight of pressure upon him. "Indeed, it is quite impressive that you recognize me," Counselor Kiramman replied with a faint smile. "You hail from Ionia?" "Yes, my hometown is in the region of Piltover, specifically Presidian, where I arrived 4 years ago." As Li Lin uttered the name Presidian, he noticed a subtle shift in the expressions of the 4 men present. 4 years ago. Leaving that tumultuous land was indeed a prudent choice. Counselor Kiramman remarked softly, a hint of reflection in her voice. She then rose from her seat, and the 4 men promptly stood and stepped back a pace. With the crisp sound of her heels clicking against the marble floor, Counselor Kiramman approached Li Lin, taking a moment to examine the watch in his hand, scrutinizing it for an extended period. "In exquisite design indeed. I shall grant you permission to proceed to Jace and obtain a patent application contract. After all interviews have concluded, we shall discuss your remuneration and labor contract matters," the middle-aged woman instructed, gesturing toward the young man who had first posed a question, returning the pocket watch to Li Lin. "Jace?" Li Lin cast a brief, surprised glance at the young man he had previously found familiar, though he did not linger on him for too long. "Is there anything else?" Counselor Kiramman's face revealed a look of astonishment. After the long table, a middle-aged man among the legislators could no longer contain his curiosity and approached her side, scrutinizing the youthful Ionian lad. Li Lin acted swiftly, retrieving several design blueprints from his satchel and handing them to Counselor Gillimanen and her husband. They initially glanced over the documents, but soon donned expressions of grave seriousness. Bicycles, hand-cranked generators, electric lights, printing presses. As time ticked away, once they had thoroughly examined the blueprints, the Gillimanen couple looked at Lilin with astonishment, exclaiming in unison, "You designed all of these? What exactly do you do?" Lilin paused for a moment before responding slowly, "I am merely an ordinary mechanic." Chapter 2. The Mechanics Panel. "Mr. Lilin, would you prefer coffee or tea?" In the opulently decorated parlor of the Gillimanen residence, a maid was preparing tea for Lilin. "Tea, please." "Thank you. Oh, you are too kind. It is my duty." The maid placed a cup of fragrant tea before Lilin on the table. "Madam will soon come to see you after interviewing today's apprentices. If you require anything, please do not hesitate to call for me. I shall be just outside." With that, she bowed to Lilin and exited the parlor. Once alone, the tension that had gripped Lilin finally eased, and he murmured to himself, it truly is no easy task to arrive in another world." Lilin is a time traveler who recently found himself inhabiting the body of a boy from Ionia, sharing the same name, Previ. Usley worked as a handyman in a compass repair shop at the Dock of the Sun. Armed with the knowledge gleaned from various games, films, and novels, as well as the memories of his PR predecessor, he swiftly discerned the nature of the world he had entered, the rune lands of League of Legends. Having randomly landed in Piltover, the cultural epicenter of the Valoran continent renowned for its innovation and dubbed the City of Progress, Lilin was naturally disinclined to lead a life of drudgery as a mere laborer. In this city, vibrant with steampunk aesthetics and fantastical elements, with a trajectory of reality deviates significantly from historical norms, the path to greatness is not insurmountable for those who possess creativity and ambition. As the annual Evolution Day approached, Lilin, equipped with a modern mindset, quickly crystallized his aspirations to replicate the works of others. Initially, he envisioned himself as a literary scribe, transcribing the novels, comics, and scripts he had encountered into this new realm. This seemed the most straightforward route to fame, as the likelihood of facing copyright claims in another world appeared negligible. However, when an emotionless, mechanical prompt unexpectedly resonated in his mind, his intentions began to shift. Name: Lilin. Occupation: mechanic. Level: 1. Health: 465. Mana: 50/50. Combat power: 5. Skills acquired: basic manufacturing, data-driven thinking. Wealth: 0 blue essence, 0 orange essence. After awakening his hidden potential, Lilin was assigned the profession of mechanic by the system, which also thoughtfully bestowed upon him the skill of dataized thinking. This skill allows him to temporarily transform his surrounding world into a data-driven format, akin to that of a video game, by expending mana. For instance, when perusing a book, he need not read it word by word. Instead, a progress bar appears to display his comprehension. Once the progress bar is filled, he grasps the entirety of the book's contents effortlessly. Lilin's decision to join the Gillimanen family was rooted in this skill, as he had devised a design based on the extensive mechanical principles he learned in Piltover, combined with knowledge acquired during his academic years. However, based on his understanding of the background, the technology of hex crystals is monopolized by the Pharos family, to which C.A. Mill belongs, and is both costly and environmentally detrimental, not to mention unstable. Taking all these factors into account, he resolved to introduce the more economical and practical electricity into this world. This would not only enable him to swiftly carve out a niche for himself in this progressive city, but also align with the characteristics of his mechanic vocation. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lilin lifted the slightly cooled tea and took a sip while surveying the opulently adorned reception room. The most striking feature was a large family portrait hanging on the wall beside the staircase that led to the second floor. The portrait depicted the Gillimanen couple alongside a little girl holding a Mauser rifle. Caitlin Gillimanen, the heiress of the Gillimanen family, would ultimately become the chief of the Piltover Guard. Lilin's choice to align himself with the Gillimanen family was primarily motivated by her. As one of the champions in the game League of Legends, Caitlin can essentially be regarded as a protagonist of the region known as Piltover. During his gaze upon the family portrait, Li Lin's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a figure at the corner of the staircase on the second floor. When he shifted his focus, he was astonished to discover a young girl resembling the child in the family portrait, albeit considerably older. She possessed striking cerulean eyes, and her deep violet hair was tied into a short ponytail, cascading down the back of her head. Her attire consisted of a brown hunting outfit, and slung across her back was a Mauser rifle in the style of Bilgewater. How curious that I was just thinking of Caitlin, and here she appears. Upon recognizing the figure, Li Lin promptly set down his cup and stood up. May the gears turn smoothly, Miss Gilliman. May the gears turn smoothly, sir, Caitlin replied, offering a slight nod as she descended the stairs and paused beside Li Lin. Her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized the youth who was roughly her age. His clothing was rather rudimentary, crafted from the cheapest fabric available on the market, suggesting he was not a member of any prominent family. He appeared somewhat gaunt, bearing the semblance of malnourishment. This visage did not belong to either a Piltover or Zonite, yet he possessed a certain charm that hinted at a stern origin. With the day of evolution approaching, the household had been recruiting apprentices, and he likely came for an interview. However, interviews were typically conducted in the designated interview room. Being invited to the parlor with refreshments indicated that he must possess some exceptional talent. Had caught his mother's attention. Congratulations. My mother seldom holds someone in such high regard. The last one was Jace, whom you must have just met. Thank you. Li Lin scratched his head, momentarily perplexed by how Caitlin was aware of this information in her absence. However, recalling that Caitlin was a renowned detective from Piltover, he quickly felt at ease. Miss Kiramman, are you preparing to go hunting? Indeed. I take pleasure in tracking deer through the muddy forest or practicing my marksmanship with hares, Caitlin smiled. These are among the few recreational activities permitted by my mother. As soon as Caitlin finished speaking, a creaking sound emanated from the door leading to the corridor, which Li Lin had passed earlier, announcing the arrival of the Kiramman couple. Upon seeing her parents, a sweet smile immediately graced Caitlin's face. Mother, father, how did the interviews go today? Oh, the gears are turning aside from the first young man from Ionia. The inventions from the apprentices were utterly dismal, none passed muster. Caitlin's father, noticing Li Lin standing beside the sofa, instantly transformed his previously gloomy expression into one of joy. Ah, yes, this fine young man here. It seems you are already acquainted. His intellect rivals that of Jace. Is that so? Caitlin scrutinized Li Lin once more, her eyes sparkling with a peculiar light. This was the first time she had heard her father praise someone so highly. Even when Jace first visited their home, he had not received such accolades. Moreover, Jace is regarded as a prodigious inventor by numerous mentors at Piltover University, and his future accomplishments are undoubtedly promising. What remarkable creations could this Ionian youth have devised to earn such favor from his father, warranting a comparison to Jace? Caitlin, filled with curiosity, found herself intrigued by Li Lin. I understand, mother. Soon, only Li Lin and the Gilliranans were left in the parlor. Li Lin, may I address you as such? After all, we shall spend considerable time together, and I prefer to avoid overly formal titles. Within the confines of home, you may refer to me as Lady Karina and my husband as Mr. Elro. However, outside, you must address me as Counselor Gilliranan. Karina and Elro took their seats across from Li Lin. As you wish, Lady Karina, Li Lin replied respectfully. Please, make yourself comfortable. There is no need for excessive formality. Our household differs from the Medardas family, as we do not adhere to overly stringent family rules. Karina elegantly crossed her right leg over her left, her hands resting gently on her abdomen, reclining slightly against the back of the sofa. Once Li Lin had reseated himself, her expression turned earnest, though a subtle smile played at the corners of her lips as she began. I perceive that Mr. Li Lin is a wise individual, so let us dispense with unnecessary pleasantries and delve straight into the matter at hand. Chapter 3. Negotiation of Interest. We are genuinely intrigued by your design. However, you must be acutely aware of the potential ramifications of your invention. In other words, your design has the capacity to fundamentally disrupt the industrial framework upon which Piltover currently relies, specifically its dependency on hextech crystal energy. Karina harbored no doubts regarding the authenticity of these designs attributed to Li Lin. In fact, she was entirely unconcerned. Before her ascent to the role of a legislator, She was a distinguished craftsman within the realm of hextech, fully capable of discerning the veracity of Li Lin's uniquely conceptualized blueprints. Should these designs indeed be Li Lin's creation, the Grellman family would gain a prodigious inventor of a caliber comparable to that of Jace. Conversely, if these blueprints were surreptitiously appropriated from another lineage, Li Lin's subsequent inventions would inevitably betray him, at which point the enforcement agency of Piltover could be summoned to apprehend him. In such a scenario, the Grellman family would not only escape unscathed, but would also acquire a trove of technological blueprints poised to usher in a new era. The same holds true for Li Lin. The esteemed reputation of the Grellman family would not be tarnished by myopic considerations or the allure of immediate, trivial gains that would compel them to pilfer his intellectual property. Furthermore, even if Li Lin were to misjudge the Grellman family and his designs were to be seized, he possesses the mechanist system and is aware of the myriad advanced technologies yet to be discovered on Earth. Thus, procuring additional, more sophisticated inventions would pose no challenge. Both parties, each harboring their own intentions, continued their negotiations concerning these patents. We are willing to provide sponsorship, and all you need to do is to create these technological devices, refining them as much as possible in the future to ensure their effective application. There is no need for you to worry about anything else. Our family, the Kiramans, will not seize your patent rights. However, we do require our family name to be affixed alongside yours. Would that be acceptable to you? Li Lin nodded, understanding that Karina was merely inquiring symbolically. His consent was not of paramount importance. Certainly, it is not an issue. Excellent. Now, let us discuss the matters of patent profits and proportions. Please present your design drawings. Karina was well versed in such sponsorship agreements and approached this topic with ease. Let us begin with the first drawing. A bicycle. A rather peculiar name. Powered by pedaling to rotate gears and chains, the design is quite innovative. Karina paused, and Li Lin recognized that a turning point was imminent. She would now negotiate on behalf of the Kiramman family. However, you must acknowledge that Piltover already has the Hexcycle and the Hextech dual-wheeled vehicles. Compared to them, your bicycle does not present any significant advantages, and the young heirs of prominent families are unlikely to regard such a rudimentary invention with favor. You are mistaken. And gravely so, Mrs. Karina, Li Lin retorted defiantly. The brows of the Kiramman couple furrowed in unison. Firstly, although my bicycle may not match the speed and distance capabilities of the hexagonal ring bikes or dual-wheeled motor vehicles, it does not require hex technology crystals as a power source, and its structure is elegantly simple. Have you considered the cost implications? Karina and Elro appeared momentarily taken aback, their expressions betraying contemplation. Li Lin paused for a brief moment, a subtle smile gracing his lips, and added, "Whoever claimed that my bicycle was designed exclusively for the family? Such an invention, if not tailored for familial use, could." Wait. Elro suddenly grasped the idea, his eyes lighting up. You intend to introduce the bicycle to the general populace? Precisely. The very essence of my bicycle's design is to cater to the common people. It serves not only as a means of transportation in daily life, but also provides an opportunity for leisure rides, all while promoting physical fitness. Moreover, the bicycle is affordably priced. I believe we should adopt a low-end approach, setting a modest price that is accessible to ordinary citizens. I am convinced it will undoubtedly become a sought-after trend. Li Lin candidly articulated the advantages and sales strategy of the bicycle, leaving Karina at a loss on how to further exploit its value. I find this notion quite commendable, dear. Other families seldom consider the needs of ordinary citizens. If we approach this aspect, we could at least gain an upper hand over those scoundrels of the Antoine family. You fool. Why are you still speaking up for outsiders? Karina cast a sidelong glance at her husband, yet found the arguments he and Li Lin presented to be quite reasonable. Leaving her at a loss for rebuttal, a sense of discouragement washed over her, compelling her to concede. Very well, how much do you desire? To her surprise, Li Lin did not demand an exorbitant sum. He merely held up 3 fingers, stating, 30%. I require 30% of the sales profits, and that shall suffice. Piltover is an independent parliamentary city-state, albeit one that could easily be regarded as a small nation. As a crucial trade port connecting the eastern and western routes of the Rune lands, the goods produced in Piltover are destined not only for local consumption, but also for export across various regions of the world. This implies that the wealth generated solely from the invention of bicycles could allow Li Lin to indulge in a lifetime of luxury, potentially elevating him into the upper echelons of Piltover society and enabling him to establish a new lineage. Yet, he appears to have relinquished this readily attainable opportunity, a notion that puzzled Karina. Before she could inquire about his reasoning, Li Lin continued, "However, I have conditions." "Speak," Karina replied, sitting up straight. "First, I intend to pursue the invention of more creations in the future, regardless of how incomprehensible they may seem or how improbable their success might be. You must provide me with unconditional support." Goodness, how many cards do you have left to play? Karina thought, increasingly unable to fathom this enigmatic Ionian youth shrouded in mystery. A slight twitch at the corner of her mouth betrayed her effort to maintain composure. "Very well, I agree. But the paramount condition is that it must not infringe upon the interests of my family." "What else?" "Secondly, I am willing to share some of the core technologies behind my inventions, yet there are certain perilous technologies that must remain solely under my control. You must not compel me to relinquish them." Perilous technologies. Karina nearly lost her composure. Just how dangerous are the dangerous technologies you speak of? If they contravene the laws of Piltover, potentially jeopardizing the stability of the city and the well-being of its citizens, we shall be unable to safeguard ourselves. Karina's words were abruptly halted by a nudge from her husband. Although she did not finish her thought, Li Lin understood the implication. It was none other than the unseen puppet master of Piltover, the champion known as Echo. However, since the matter had escalated to this point, perhaps he had matured enough to no longer fear her. Li Lin offered himself a slight reassurance and explained, "Well, it is difficult to ascertain at this moment. But rest assured, there shall be no issues." "So, very well, I agree. Is there anything else?" "Lastly, I hope that my more intricate invention patents can constitute a larger share, such as those related to generators. Of course, for inventions with lesser technical content, I would be amenable to a smaller percentage. Anywhere from 10 to 30% is acceptable. What say you?" At this stage of the negotiation, Karina felt somewhat numb, uncertain whether Li Lin was merely being enigmatic or if he truly possessed genius. She silently regarded the confidence radiating from his eyes, devoid of any other emotion. "Very well, let us take a gamble. After all, there is little to lose." Karina sighed inwardly, conceding, "Very well, I agree. Subsequently, you may designate certain inventions, and I shall grant you 50% of the patent profits." "Then I thank you, Lady Karina," Li Lin responded, a radiant smile illuminating his face. In unison, he and the Kiramman couple rose. As their gazes, one deep brown and the other a striking blue, intertwined, they extended their hands and clasped them together. To a fruitful collaboration. Chapter 4. Hextech Crystals. After reaching an accord with Lady Karina, Li Lin took residence in the Kiramman household. It must be noted that the Kiramman family was indeed affluent. The room they provided for him comprised a parlor and a bedroom, complete with a private bathroom. Furthermore, Lady Karina had thoughtfully arranged for him a spacious workshop, replete with an array of mechanical apparatuses. His workshop was situated not far from Jace's, as Lady Karina intended for the two prodigies to foster a proximity conducive to the exchange of scientific ideas and the inception of superior inventions. Regrettably, Li Lin harbored little inclination to engage with Jace, for the technological pursuits he intended to explore diverged entirely from those of Piltover, let alone those of Jace. Moreover, Jace did not reside in the Kiramman home, and Li Lin typically preferred to work late into the night, resulting in their rare encounters. However, since settling in with the Kiramman family, for reasons unknown, Caitlin frequently sought him out. As the sun dipped below the horizon and night enveloped the world, the gentle moonlight draped the lengthy night in a silvery veil. As the day of evolution draws near, the streets of Piltover buzz with lively activity under the cloak of night. Knock, knock, knock. The door of Li Lin's workshop is gently tapped. Caitlin has arrived once more. With a sense of resignation, he temporarily sets aside his work, removes his Hextech headlamp, and calls out, "The door is unlocked. Come in." With a creaking sound, the door slowly opens. To Li Lin's surprise, it is not Caitlin who has come to visit him tonight. "Ah, good evening, Li Lin. I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour." A familiar youthful male voice reaches his ears. Li Lin turns in astonishment toward the entrance. Standing there is a tall, broad-shouldered young man, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle and wearing an expression of mild embarrassment. "Just call me Jace." Jace opens his mouth, his expression wavering, as if burdened by unspoken concerns. "I have a matter of utmost importance that I wish to discuss with you." "No, she must not know about this." Jace clenches his teeth. "I previously sought her counsel, but she forbade me from proceeding." Li Lin raises an eyebrow slightly. "If Lady Karina disapproves, I fear I may not be of much assistance." Jace shakes his head. I believe that since you have the capacity to design something as revolutionary as the generator, you must surely comprehend my predicament. Li Lin has indeed created the generator. Although Lady Karina insisted on confidentiality, waiting for the day of Evolution Conference to unveil it. Yet, Jace is aware that this matter is not particularly extraordinary. I cannot guarantee that, until I fully develop. I tend to be rather timid and cautious. I can no longer afford to be reckless. Li Lin restrained his desire to voice his thoughts and patiently inquired, "Pray tell, what is the matter at hand? You must assure me that this will remain confidential." He had a fair understanding of Jace's background, yet the scant official biography offered little insight. At this moment, he found himself perplexed by the enigma that Jace presented, as it seemed he was engaged in something clandestine, evading the scrutiny of the Grellman family. Noticing Jace's increasingly dejected expression, Li Lin finally sighed. "You must at least reveal the nature of the matter to me. I perceive this as a means to usher in a new era, albeit without much clarity at present." "Are you referring to Hextech crystals?" Li Lin quickly discerned Jace's implication. Jace's pupils slightly contracted. "How did you come to know that?" "Well, it is clearly outlined in your background," Li Lin responded with a smile. "Isn't it rather obvious? Piltover has little left aside from steam energy and Hextech crystal energy. Relying solely on steam as a power source is evidently antiquated. You mention this as a method to forge a new era, and yet it must remain unknown to your wife. The only alternative I can fathom is Hextech crystals. Of course, this is merely conjecture, but it seems I have hit the mark." Jace, realizing that his intentions had been unveiled, felt somewhat deflated. He casually selected a nearby chair, propped his face on his hands, and exhaled deeply. "I find it intriguing that you wish to explore Hextech crystals. Is this not a technology monopolized by the Pharaoh's family? Are you not afraid that the Grey Lady might pay you a visit for tea in the dead of night?" Li Lin silently added, "The Hextech crystal is rather unstable. I have been delving into its mysteries recently and believe I have stumbled upon a new, substance?" "Huh, a new substance? No, wait. You mean you were researching Hextech crystals?" Li Lin was taken aback by Jace's words, nearly leaping from his chair to push him out while exclaiming, "I'm sorry. We are not acquainted. I thought I had taken a considerable risk by presenting so many designs in pursuit of sponsorship, yet here you are, even bolder than I, delving into the realm of Hextech crystals. Since Lady Karina does not support you, from where did you procure the crystal? Is it not the case that the Freljord family prohibits the circulation of individual crystals in the market? There are many items forbidden from circulation, yet some still manage to acquire them," Jace retorted. "Have you ventured into the Zon black market?" Li Lin furrowed his brow tightly. "This is exceedingly dangerous. Do you realize that? For the sake of a brighter future, what is a little risk? Moreover, that is not the crux of the matter, all right?" Jace shot Li Lin an exasperated glance. "I sought numerous black market dealers in the Undercity who deal in stolen goods, but none possessed a complete crystal. I only found a shard the size of a fingernail in a grocery store tucked away in a dark alley. However, the proprietor informed me that his associates could procure a complete crystal, but we must wait until after Evolution Day, likely until March or April of next year at the latest. Cease, Jace, for outside lurks the shadow steel." Yet, upon a thorough analysis of the crystal's energy composition, I discovered that, from a purely scientific perspective, its principles cannot be entirely elucidated. Jace paused momentarily, his countenance growing grave. It was indeed a form of sorcery. Chapter 5. Unlocking the Blueprint. Hextech Energy Crystal. How do you ascertain that the substance within is magical? Li Lin felt a tinge of confusion. It was evident that Jace was unaware that the energy of the crystal was magical. Could it be that I had misremembered? In Li Lin's recollection, the first crystal Jace studied was not an artificial creation, but rather the primordial crystal of the Shellfolk, unearthed by the Kiramman family's expedition beneath the sands of Shurima. However, the reality was that Jace's initial research focused on a synthetic technological crystal, within which he discovered magical elements, diverging significantly from the narrative he had understood. It appeared that the backstory was merely a collection of words, failing to fully translate into the tangible world. Li Lin remained vigilant, silently reminding himself not to fall into the trap of blind confidence due to his knowledge of the backstory. This tale is lengthy, rooted in my childhood. Jace instinctively touched a bracelet on his wrist, embedded with a dim blue crystal. My mother and I once encountered a fierce snowstorm in a desolate area near the peak of the giants. Weakened, my mother collapsed into the snow. Just as despair enveloped me, a robed mage wielding a staff materialized before us. He wielded a wondrous magic, surrounding us with numerous arcane and enigmatic symbols. In an instant of blurred consciousness, my mother and I found ourselves transported to the shores of Kalamantha, situated at the northwest corner of Shurima, near the Conqueror's Sea. Jace fixed his gaze intently on the bracelet adorning his wrist, a look of nostalgia washing over his face. Later, I discovered accounts of those magical symbols within the tomes of the library. They are known as runes, a form of rune magic, also referred to as arcane magic. Unlike the commonly practiced elemental magic, arcane magic is exceedingly rare and pure, capable of unleashing immense energy in an instant, akin to the hextech crystals, within which I discerned similar runes. After listening to Jace's account, Li Lin's expression shifted through various emotions. When considering the terms runes and arcane magic, Li Lin could only associate them with the rune mage Rise and the being of arcane energy, Zerath. He understood that the hextech crystals, developed based on the primordial crystals of the Shell people, represented a fusion of magic and technology, yet he had not anticipated this to be a form of arcane magic. Li Lin remained silent for a considerable time. Thus, what is it that you wish for my assistance with? The more Jace spoke, the more excited he became. While Li Lin's concern deepened, my goodness, the conqueror of nature. Lysandra exclaimed her expertise. If the bear knew, he would likely transform into a tempest and rush to Piltover to unleash a devastating strike upon you. Young man, your thoughts are perilously dangerous. Li Lin discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. You wish for my help in your research? Indeed. Jace abruptly rose to his feet, startling Li Lin. If you could assist me, I am certain that we would achieve groundbreaking progress in no time. Let me think. Li Lin mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. As a mechanic backed by the support of the Kiramman family, he undoubtedly had access to ample resources. However, a mechanic's physique pales in comparison to that of a warrior, and he lacks the magical prowess of a mage. This disparity necessitated the acquisition of a suit of powered armor akin to Iron Man's for his self-defense. Since it was powered armor, it would require a formidable energy source to operate. Li Lin was uncertain whether he could eventually develop controllable nuclear fusion through the system, a feat that reality has yet to achieve. Moreover, merely obtaining controllable nuclear fusion would not suffice to reach the level of Iron Man's arc reactor. One would need to advance even further to cold fusion technology. Such aspirations were better left to dreams. Considering the current technological state of Piltover, it seemed a few centuries away from harnessing nuclear energy. However, utilizing hextech crystals as a power source presented a promising alternative. After considerable reflection, Li Lin turned to Jace and inquired, to what stage has your research on the crystals progressed? Due to the crystals being incomplete, my current progress is rather limited. Jace replied, hesitating for a moment. However, through extensive testing and analysis of the crystal's composition, I have managed to roughly reverse engineer its conceptual blueprint. And I have also recorded the fragmented runes inscribed within. You have documented the runes? Upon hearing this, Li Lin's eyes brightened, and a bold idea emerged in his mind. Perhaps his skill in data-driven thinking could enable him to comprehend arcane magic through runes. If he were to succeed, he would truly master the hextech crystal technology. Where are your research results? Lead me to them. If I have a clue, I might be able to assist you. Of course, no problem. Upon hearing Li Lin's willingness to help, Jace excitedly made his way to the door. Come, it's right in my workshop. A few minutes later, in the innermost room of Jace's workshop, Li Lin stared at the crystal fragments housed within the hextech resonator on the table, utterly at a loss for words. You place such a crucial item out in the open? You must have quite the nerve. Cough, cough. Aside from Lady Karina and Mr. Elro, no one else has the keys to my workshop, and besides, the lady and gentleman rarely visit here. So there's no need for concern. Never mind, let's not dwell on that. Show me your findings. Here, Jace first handed him a design blueprint. This is the crystal concept I drew based on this fragment. Jace's drawings differed significantly from the typical design blueprints Li Lin was familiar with. While structurally sound, many areas were merely annotated without detailed concepts or principles, failing to meet the standards set by Piltover for blueprint drafting. Should this design blueprint be presented to other craftsmen, the majority would likely find it incomprehensible. However, for Li Lin, such matters are trivial. He took the blueprint and feigned a meticulous examination, while in reality, he activated the data-driven thinking skill, revealing a progress bar before him. This skill consumes 1 point of mana per second, and after expending over 10 points, the progress bar finally reached 100. Error. Invalid blueprint. Your conceptual illustration is flawed, In truth, the technological contribution of this crystal far outweighs the magical aspects. Contrary to your assumption that it is predominantly magical. After all, Hextech crystals are manufactured by machines. Nevertheless, your ability to reverse engineer it to this extent is commendable. You can actually comprehend it? Jace expressed his surprise, accompanied by a sense of inexplicable satisfaction and admiration. At last, someone can directly interpret my blueprints. He gently turned the page, and the first thing that caught his eye was an exceptionally peculiar, yet remarkably familiar symbol. Isn't this the very symbol composed of icons from the runes page before entering the game? Precision, domination, sorcery, resolve, inspiration, these represent the fragmented combinations of 5 world runes, intricately pieced together to form various magical symbols. What is it? Have you discerned something? Jace noticed the change in Li Lin's expression and quickly inquired. No, not yet. Rune magic, originating from the world of runes, seems quite reasonable. Li Lin shook his head, momentarily casting aside the distractions in his mind and once again activating his data-driven thinking. As his mana rapidly dwindled, the progress bar advanced at an agonizingly slow pace. Seconds turned into minutes, and Li Lin paused his skills several times to allow for mana recovery, with Jace patiently waiting by his side. Just as he began to feel lightheaded, sensing that his mental strength was nearing exhaustion, the progress bar finally reached its conclusion. Runes, fragmented originating from the Shellkin's primordial crystal. Congratulations. You have grasped a portion of the mysteries of the Shellkin's crystal. Reward. Hextech Energy Crystal Blueprint, Advanced Edition. Hextech Energy Crystal, a stable core energy device, containing immense energy within its diminutive form. Attributes for machinery: 500 health. 500 energy, ability effects, passive energy core. When the energy crystal serves as a core energy supply device, it provides an additional 1000 energy boost to mechanical creations. Passive self-recharge. The energy crystal can absorb magical elements from the air for self-recharging, recovering 3 of its maximum energy per second. Active overload operation. By overloading the energy crystal, mechanical creations temporarily gain an additional 500 health and energy. With maximum energy recovery increased to 10 per second, after 3 uses, the energy crystal will become unusable. Li Lin? Chapter 6. Hextech Revolver. Jace. You truly are my lucky star. Li Lin's gaze burned intensely as he fixed it upon Jace, causing an involuntary shiver to run down Jace's spine. Maintaining his composure, Jace took a couple of steps back to create some distance. Do you have any insights from these fragmented runes? Of course. Li Lin began, but then reconsidered, realizing that he was not a mage. Such a statement would be somewhat unrealistic. He swiftly amended, it's not just that. Raising an eyebrow in confusion, Jace regarded Li Lin with bewilderment. In fact, your design has also helped me avoid some detours. By integrating these runes, I have formulated some ideas, though they require further validation. The method of crafting Hextech energy crystals is far from straightforward. It necessitates a continual infusion of magical energy into a flawless, natural crystal to inscribe the runes. However, with Li Lin's mere 50 points of mana, this was insufficient. Thus, a more scientific and ingenious approach was required. Utilizing Hextech crystals as raw materials. The plan involves first engraving all the necessary runes for the energy crystal onto a metal plate the size of a coin. Subsequently, employing a Hextech resonance device, the runes can be inscribed into the Hextech crystal through the resonance of energy, thereby upgrading it into an energy crystal. According to the attributes provided by the system, although the Hextech energy crystal, as the core of energy supply, may not rival the primal crystal, it is at least capable of addressing the immediate crisis. Jace had also mentioned that a certain vendor in the Zon black market could procure complete Hextech crystals. With that, the alternative materials for crafting the energy crystal would be secured. The next matter to contemplate would be the exoskeletal power armor. However, it is imperative to swiftly craft the energy crystal. Perhaps a journey to Zon is in order. Li Lin pondered. His gaze drifted toward the crystal shards within Jace's apparatus. By the way, Jace, in which specific area of Zon did you procure this shard? The Black Alley, if I recall correctly, is known as Benzo's general store? The labyrinthine structure of the Undercity makes it difficult for me to describe the exact location. Jace looked somewhat taken aback. Why do you inquire about that? Naturally, it pertains to our research. Li Lin seized the crystal shard, declaring, I shall borrow this for my investigation. But I possess only this one piece. What shall I research without it? Cannot we study it together? Oh, we are all family here. Why must we distinguish between yours and mine? Once we achieve results, I shall return to you a complete shard. Li Lin smiled at Jace, not daring to linger, and hastily departed. leaving Jace in a state of bewilderment, unable to react. Wait, you scoundrel, my crystal shard. Thus, he must rely on external tools. For instance, the Hextech revolver, Hextech blade, rocket belt, and ice gun, equipment that merges magic and technology, which have appeared in games. Due to the inherent instability of Hextech crystals, such devices have yet to be invented in this timeline. After careful consideration, Leland resolved to utilize the crystal shard as the core energy source to fabricate a relatively simple magical revolver. As a family rooted in the craftsmanship of Hextech, the Kiramman family is never short of blueprints, and naturally, firearms are abundant as well. In recent days, aside from fabricating designs he had brought with him, Leland devoted his spare time to acquiring extensive mechanical knowledge through data-driven thinking. Consequently, his basic manufacturing skill evolved into skilled manufacturing, increasing his mechanical production speed by approximately 50%. The principles behind the construction of a Hextech revolver are fundamentally straightforward. It merely requires transforming a conventional revolver to utilize crystals as a power source for firing energy bullets instead of kinetic ones. However, the challenge lies in the technical intricacies, how exactly to convert a kinetic weapon into an energy weapon. This issue cannot be resolved by merely substituting a rotating chamber. It necessitates comprehensive modifications. Considerations must be made regarding the revolver's energy tolerance, the stability of crystal fragments, and the overall safety of the final product, among other factors. Fortunately, with the synergy of skilled manufacturing and data-driven thinking, along with the system's guidance, these concerns were rendered manageable. Leland gathered all the necessary materials from the warehouse, and once everything was prepared, he commenced his work. During several hours of intermittent crafting, his magical energy gradually replenished, allowing him to continue his endeavors. Finally, as the clock struck 12 in the Piltover Zodiac Vault, a Hextech revolver, approximately the size of a thumb and gleaming in silver white, was successfully completed. Hextech revolver, inferior quality, a weapon that seamlessly blends technology and magic, powered by a Hextech crystal fragment as its energy core, capable of firing energy projectiles. Attributes: 5 combat power, ability effects, passive inferior core. The energy core can only provide 3 charges. Active energy projectile, after a brief charge of 1 second. It fires an energy projectile forward, inflicting damage on the target while generating a shockwave that impacts a 3-meter radius around the target, inducing a temporary stun effect. The fact that a single energy projectile can also create area control was truly beyond Leland's expectations. It is indeed a pity that a crystal fragment can only be utilized 3 times, yet that suffices for his purposes. He merely intended it for self-defense, not for the act of killing. Even in the event of a robbery, the revolver serves primarily as a deterrent, and he may not necessarily resort to firing it. Suppressing his fatigue, he tenderly caressed the revolver he had crafted with his own hands, akin to a father admiring his child. The system panel indicated that his combat power had risen to 10. He was no longer merely a weakling at 5. He unsteadily rose to his feet, lifted the cold black coffee that had been brewed the night before, and consumed it in one gulp. The bitter liquid filled his mouth, its sharpness jolting his senses and alleviating some of the weariness from a sleepless night and the excessive consumption of mana. How can this wretched brew be even more bitter than the coffee on earth? Leland secured a pistol within his waistband, then lowered the hem of his shirt to conceal it, scrutinizing his reflection in the mirror to ensure no irregularities were apparent. Indeed, this way, he could guarantee his safety while heading to Zon. He stroked his chin, pondering the remaining issue of finances. Yesterday, when Jace requested the crystal fragment, he mentioned that he had spent a hefty sum of 50 silver wheels to acquire it, which was worth half a golden sea. The cost of living in Piltover was steep. 1 golden sea could be exchanged for 100 silver wheels or 10,000 copper rings, sufficient for a typical working-class citizen to sustain themselves for nearly a month. Furthermore, the meager wages at the compass repair shop where Leland had previously worked, which included room and board, were even lower, offering only a few dozen copper rings per day, insufficient to afford even a sweet cake from the street vendors. He suspected that the proprietor of the general store had discerned Jace's naivete and had taken advantage of him, treating him like an easy mark. After all, Hextech cubic batteries, which also utilized crystal fragments for energy, were readily available on the market for merely 5 silver wheels. He then retrieved a pouch containing 50 silver wheels from the drawer beside his bed and placed it into his somewhat worn satchel. Given his current attire, no one would suspect that his satchel harbored such a substantial amount of silver wheels, since Jace had failed to procure an intact crystal. Leland held no great expectations and thus had not brought any golden sea with him. He merely intended to converse with the shopkeeper, possibly offering a deposit to see if he could secure the complete crystal in advance. Although Piltover and Zahn appeared tranquil at first glance, beneath the surface lay a myriad of troubles. Such matters can only be described as better hastened, lest unforeseen complications arise that would delay my progress in crafting the exoskeletal power armor. With that said, there should be no issues. The descent into the depths of the Zahn underbelly aboard the Hextech pressure transport will take approximately half an hour. As Li Lin meticulously devised a comprehensive plan in his mind, he opened the door to his room. However, a graceful silhouette obstructed his path. Li Lin, why are you dressed like this? Chapter 7. What are you afraid of? Goodness, Caitlin. I cannot let her know about my journey to Zahn. It would be disastrous if she reported to Madame Karina. Li Lin thought to himself, realizing the precarious situation he was in. Instinctively, he attempted to close the door, but Caitlin, sensing something amiss, wedged her foot against the doorframe. What are you doing? Why do you want to shut the door? She forcefully pushed her way into Li Lin's room, wrinkling her nose. Do you really wish to avoid seeing me? Then why shut the door? Caitlin interrupted him with a directness that left no room for evasion. You hesitated. You were lying. She then narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Li Lin's attire. Oh dear. One must be cautious with words, Caitlin. A sheen of cold sweat appeared on Li Lin's forehead. I merely thought that wearing the uniform of the Guilman family might attract too much attention, especially with the upcoming Evolution Day and the increase in thieves from Zahn. I fear becoming a target. Your gaze flickers, unwilling to meet mine. You are indeed lying. What reason would I have to deceive you? I stand to gain nothing from it, do I? Li Lin felt a twinge of guilt under Caitlin's scrutinizing gaze. It was simple. He feared her reporting to his mother. A slight smile appeared on Caitlin's delicate, youthful face as she recalled, this morning, before Jace left for the academy. He mentioned that you had taken his Hextech crystal fragment for research purposes. What on earth? Jace, you rascal, if you were worried about Lady Karina discovering the crystal's whereabouts, why would you dare inform Caitlin? Caitlin, noticing the fleeting shock in Li Lin's eyes, smiled even wider. You need not fear that I shall report you. I am not that sort of person. My lips are sealed. How can the affairs of a scientist be termed as theft? Li Lin's eyes widened, his face reddening. How could Jace tarnish someone's innocence like that? Caitlin chuckled softly, unable to contain her laughter. Enough of your banter. If I am not mistaken, you are preparing to venture into the Undercity, aren't you? She leaned against the doorframe, her tone returning to its usual steadiness, no longer as confrontational as before. Li Lin, having been thoroughly seen through by Caitlin, fell silent, evidently conceding to her assertion, with no desire to argue further, given that his intentions had already been unveiled. It would be pointless to maintain a stubborn facade. Risking his relationship with Caitlin would be an unwise endeavor. A moment of silence enveloped the air. Feeling somewhat awkward under the girl's curious gaze, Li Lin sought to redirect the conversation. Why have you come to see me so early today? Early? Goodness. It is nearly 1 o'clock, Caitlin retorted with a roll of her eyes. However, my time at home before the journey truly feels premature. Li Lin sighed. Indeed, the clock tower outside had just struck 12, and I had completely forgotten about it. You want a bicycle? Quite simple. I can craft one for you tonight. But I am presently preoccupied. In a rush to seek Hextech crystals in the Undercity black market, Caitlin gradually reined in her smile, her demeanor turning serene as she stood barely half a meter in front of Li Lin, tilting her head slightly to gaze into his eyes. I can sense your profound insecurity, she stated earnestly. Why do you think that? Li Lin forced a faint smile, jesting. I am exceedingly brave, you know. Caitlin disregarded Li Lin's defense and pressed on. What are you afraid of? Afraid? What is there to fear? Li Lin opened his mouth, yet the words remained unspoken. Outside, the Starforged Dragon King was on the verge of escape, and the celestial wrath was poised to devastate all, directing its ire towards this planet cherished by the colossal star spirit as a warning to other cosmic beasts about the consequences of provoking such wrath. Very well. Perhaps there is a modicum of fear. However, Caitlin seemed to misconstrue something. Is it the remnants of war? Yet, I sense it is not that. She blinked her beautiful eyes, leaning closer to Li Lin, whispering softly, You are studying Hextech crystals, hence you fear Lady Grey. The Hextech crystal technology has been monopolized by the Freljord family for nearly a century, while other families dare not even conduct research. Why? Because of the presence of the Steel Shadow, the so-called Lady Grey, Camille Freljord, of the aristocracy of Piltover. As Camille, the chief spy of the Phyros family, who underwent Hextech body enhancement surgery decades ago, and whose heart is fashioned from the original crystal, she navigates the fringes of legality, eliminating any threats to the interests of her family. However, in the current timeline, the head of the Phyros family remains her brother, Stephen. This implies that she is yet to wield the family's power and still obeys Stephen's commands. Stephen, who stands on the precipice of death, is a man consumed by jealousy, selfishness, and a hint of madness. Should this old man discover that Li Lin is researching the clandestine hextech crystals of the Phyros family, he would undoubtedly send Camille to pay him a visit. Li Lin has refrained from divulging his intentions regarding the crisis in Runeterra to Caitlin. After all, she is merely an ordinary person, and there is no necessity for her to be involved. Yet, Caitlin finds herself perplexed. If this is the case, why not abandon the research on the hextech crystals? The potential wealth from the bicycle patent alone could be immeasurable. The invention of a generator, which could propel the advancement of society, should suffice to bring you renown. Is that not enough? Every individual's dreams are distinct. Caitlin, Li Lin began to persuade her. I know you do not relish the idea of being a scientist, as you have other passions, and thus, you may not fully appreciate the sense of accomplishment that comes from being a mechanic, an inventor, and creating new technologies for the benefit of humanity. Caitlin remained silent, her lips pressed together in contemplation. She suddenly recalled the smile that often adorned her mother's face when she was a hextech artisan, long before becoming a counselor of Piltover, as she reveled in the joys of life. Yet now, her mother's expression was frequently marred by a flicker of discontent. Piltover, with its alluring charm, was a place where sweet-talking flattery could harden even the kindest of hearts. Caitlin thought once more of her mother's frequent warnings. In light of Li Lin's words, she began to grasp her mother's intentions. Indeed, Piltover was a city of progress. But a person who forsakes their dreams in pursuit of achievements may ultimately become lost in the decadent chaos of this gilded existence. Li Lin's aspiration was to benefit the populace through innovation, but what, she pondered, was her own dream? Caitlin lowered her gaze, her thoughts a tumultuous whirl. Even Li Lin was unaware that his offhand remarks could inspire such profound reflections within her. Must you truly go to the Undercity? Caitlin inquired softly, lifting her eyes to meet his. Li Lin nodded. Then in that case, I shall accompany you. Her tone left no room for dissent, leaving Li Lin momentarily taken aback. Chapter 8. Welcome to Zon. Zon is an expansive subterranean city nestled beneath the winding ravines and canyons surrounding Piltover. To reach Zon, one must board a hextech pressure transit device, commonly referred to as the Screeching Lift, from the upper city. The northern districts of Piltover are affluent areas, and for most, there is little reason to venture into Zon. Thus, the majority of hextech pressure transporters are constructed in the southern urban district. At the bridgehead of Piltover's Gorge, Li Lin retrieved 2 copper coins from his pocket and placed them in the hand of a statue depicting an official clad in a long robe. The mechanism whirred, and the coins vanished, serving as a toll for crossing the bridge. Subsequently, he and Caitlin navigated through the throngs of people across the bridge, twisting through more than a dozen turns in the streets of the southern district, ultimately arriving at a winding cobblestone path that meandered alongside the gorge. Due to the incessant rumbling of the public hextech pressure transporters at the end of the street, which often operated until midnight, this street has come to be known as Airdrop Street, from where most individuals would head towards Zon. The urban landscape of Zon can be broadly divided into 3 segments. The Dance Step Corridor and the Border Market represent the lower district of Piltover in parallel with the upper echelons of Zon. However, the architectural styles of the 2 city-states are markedly distinct, preventing any confusion. As for the lowest tier of Zon, it is commonly referred to as the sewers, a realm inhabited by the destitute, those driven by desperation, or scavengers. This area is perpetually shrouded from the sky, filled with a plethora of toxic and polluted alchemical facilities and numerous mining pits. Severe chemical contamination and suffocating smog envelop this region entirely, without respiratory filtration devices. Even those accustomed to Zon's murky air would find that foul atmosphere unbearable. The demand for elevators varies significantly among different social strata. The elevator cabins consist of multiple levels, with the primary support structure comprising 3 vertical rails that stand perpendicular to the ground, aligning with the surface's elevation. Generally speaking, workers commuting to and from their jobs typically spend merely a handful of copper coins or a fraction of a silver wheel to access the lower tier of the elevator, which is characterized by its squalid, chaotic, and exceedingly crowded cabin. In contrast, merchants bustling about for trade or those with a bit of disposable income occasionally traverse the Twin Cities, or individuals with family reimbursement for travel expenses might pay 3 to 5 silver wheels for a seat in the mid-tier cabin. Wealthy residents of Zon, who frequently indulge in shopping at the bustling promenade, dining, or exchanging goods and supplies in the underbelly of the city, often invest 6 to 9 silver wheels for the privilege of riding in the most pristine upper-tier cabin. However, there exists a faction of stowaways, unwilling to part with their coins, who frequently risk their lives by scaling the external tracks of the elevator to ascend to heights of several dozen meters, only to leap onto the top of the elevator to catch a free ride. Despite the annual fatalities resulting from such reckless endeavors, they remain undeterred. The family managing the lift shows little concern for these orphans from the gutters of Zon. After all, human life is deemed inexpensive, and hiring guards incurs additional costs. Li Lin exchanged 14 silver wheels at the ticket booth for 2 upper-tier cabin tickets, then accompanied Caitlin through the diamond-patterned iron gate into the iron-framed compartment of the howling machine, ascending the rusted, decaying metal staircase to the top tier. The black alley lies within Zon's mid-tier region, requiring at least half an hour of travel to reach. This should be your first time aboard the howling machine, correct? Li Lin glanced at the silent, fidgety Caitlin beside him. How do you feel? Caitlin furrowed her brow, remaining unresponsive. This is not due to Li Lin's shortcomings, but rather the elevator, an entirely enclosed environment, where various odors mingle, rendering the air stifling and unpleasant. Moreover, the myriad life experiences of the individuals from the lower strata have profoundly affected her. In her memory, Piltover was a well-ordered and resplendent city. Yet the reality before her now instills a subtle sense of doubt. Is this truly the Piltover I remember? Caitlin gazed through the glass at the bustling streets outside, biting her lip and clenching her fists. Have you heard the tale of the whistling machine? Li Lin, noticing her troubled demeanor, sought to divert her attention and inquired. Is it not merely about the sound? Caitlin replied, somewhat disheartened. I know, it is the cold wind whistling through the chasms beneath the city. No. There is indeed more to it. Li Lin's tone piqued Caitlin's curiosity. According to Zon's lore, the elevator is called the Whistling because atop it stands a statue of a howling lone wolf. He gestured upwards, but what I wish to convey is a different tale. Caitlin raised an eyebrow, her azure eyes fixed on the youth beside her, intrigued by these curious stories. Elevator, descend. With the administrator's loud call emanating from the bell-shaped swana in the corner, the rumbling steam began to operate, and the various mechanical parts and gears interlocked, producing a cacophony of metallic friction that grated on the ears. As the elevator gradually descended into the nearly lightless tunnel, Li Lin paused momentarily to reorganize the background story that was fading from his mind, leaving only a faint impression. He then inhaled deeply and, with an air of mystery, remarked, in fact, within this cabin resides a spectral servant from Zuin, shrouded in a black veil. Whenever he is distanced from his homeland and beloved, his poignant sorrow reverberates through the metallic core of the elevator. If you intend to frighten me, I regret to inform you that I have long outgrown the age of fearing ghost stories. Caitlin curled her lip, but her spirits visibly lifted. I'm not trying to scare you. Have you not heard the tale of Qianjue? I suspect that the soul of the servant within this cabin, much like Qianjue, serves the embodiment of great death, that entity known as the Mother of Masks, Li Lin replied with a smile. Compared to this anecdote, I find myself more inclined towards the version referred to by the denizens of the Undercity as the Lone Wolf's Howl. Caitlin turned her gaze back to Li Lin, a faint smile gracing her lips. Nevertheless, thank you. Your story has greatly improved my mood. For the next 20 minutes, the two engaged in lively banter, conversing about everything from home life to the exotic customs of distant lands, their enthusiasm growing with each exchange. Though Li Lin had never truly visited these places, he effortlessly recounted tales, drawing upon his knowledge from before his journey and the remnants of his original memories. We have arrived at our destination, the mid-level plaza, he announced. Hey, Li Lin, you haven't finished telling me the story of ancient fears. Caitlin complained, hurrying to keep pace with him. All right, we have arrived. Perhaps we shall continue this tale another time. His voice was somewhat hoarse as he waved his hand dismissively. Along the way, he could, cough, cough, cough. Just as Caitlin stepped out of the iron frame pod, her words abruptly ceased, followed by a fit of intense coughing. Li Lin gently patted her back to alleviate her discomfort, while he himself furrowed his brow, trying to slow his breathing in an effort to acclimate to the noxious air that made respiration a challenge. After a considerable time, Caitlin, whose complexion had grown slightly pallid, gradually calmed down, uttering a soft, thank you. You see, it's not that I don't want to speak, but it's simply unbearable. Li Lin touched his own sore throat, realizing that the environment of Zon was far worse than he had anticipated. Moreover, they had barely reached the mid-layer. Caitlin wiped away the tears that had streamed from her eyes due to the coughing and covered her mouth and nose with her hand. Once she felt somewhat better, she took in the scene before her, her expression morphing into one of astonishment. Is this what the Undercity looks like? Indeed. Li Lin turned to meet her gaze and suddenly recalled a particularly iconic line, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Welcome to Zon. Chapter 9. Warwick Vander. The architectural styles of Zon and Piltover are markedly distinct. The new constructions in the upper city harmoniously blend smooth marble, bronze grids, and glimmering glass. Even the adjacent old buildings are crafted from stone or timber. In contrast, the majority of the structures in the Undercity predominantly feature steel grids, presenting a somber palette of silvery, copper hues and a dark green tinged by the corrosive effects of alchemical processes. Amidst the thick, oppressive haze, the most striking sight is the vibrant yellow-green glow emanating from buildings of various shapes. These lights are fueled by alchemical chemical agents, and the streetlights lining the buildings and roads of Piltover often flicker in this very hue. Towering structures, layered and interwoven, pierce through the dense fog, reaching towards the heavens. Their summits nearly obscured from view. Coupled with the alchemical enhancements visible on the pedestrians, a distinctive cyberpunk aesthetic pervades the atmosphere, due to the stifling air that makes breathing a challenge. Li Lin and Caitlin exchanged few words as they briskly navigated through the myriad of dense and congested buildings and streets. Why is the lower city's layout so convoluted? Even I can't decipher it. Caitlin finally erupted in frustration. Li Lin shrugged in resignation. He had previously suggested asking someone for directions, but she was adamant that her keen hunter instincts would suffice. However, recognizing the girl's evident agitation, he wisely chose to refrain from further commentary. I've been anticipating your remark all along, Li Lin silently mused, turning his gaze towards a middle-aged man preparing to open the doors of a tavern named Fugan. The man sported a blend of gray and black slick-back hair, with well-groomed facial hair and sideburns, his attire remarkably clean and tidy, standing in stark contrast to the others in Zuin. He appears rather amiable. He shall do, Li Lin concluded, wishing that the haze would not intrude upon his establishment. He politely greeted the man. Pardon the intrusion. We are not here for drinks. Then what brings you here? The middle-aged man set down the box he was holding and turned around, resting one hand on a sign nearby, gazing curiously at the two individuals. If there is something to discuss, please speak quickly. Running a small business is no easy task, and I still have to prepare for opening. It is merely a question of direction. Li Lin extracted a silver coin from his pocket and extended it towards the middle-aged man. You two are not from the lower city, are you? After a brief exchange of glances, the man realized that displaying wealth in such a location was unwise, both for him and for the lovely lady beside him. The middle-aged man smiled slightly, extending his rough hand to accept the coin, which he tucked into his pocket. Now, where do you wish to go? I would personally advise against venturing to secluded areas. I simply wish to inquire if you know where Ben Su'a grocery is located. After a moment of contemplation, he chuckled. Of course, I know it. That old fellow buys a lot of junk that he can't even sell. His shop is on the verge of closing down. May I ask why you seek him? Li Lin noticed a hint of peculiarity in the man's demeanor and felt a discreet jab from Caitlin at his waist. He returned a smile, saying, It's just to ask if he has a particular item for sale, nothing of great significance. I see. The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment. The location of Ben Su'a's grocery is somewhat obscure. How about this? Let me make a few arrangements, and I can guide you there. Li Lin furrowed his brow in private contemplation, uncertain of the middle-aged man's intentions, questioning whether this was appropriate. Would it not delay your business? No. It is still afternoon. The guests will not arrive until evening. Just as Li Lin was about to decline, he caught a glimpse of two girls with distinct pink and blue hair within the tavern. Could it be Vi and Jinx from his childhood? What could possibly bring them here? In the universe he knew, Vi and Jinx were twin orphans who had never lived together. However, the obvious age difference between the two girls before him clashed with the memories he held. Li Lin stared in astonishment as a middle-aged man entered the tavern and began conversing with the two girls. Suddenly, a mechanical notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations! You have encountered 5 heroes, your level has increased by 2, and you have gained 2 skill points. Skill upgrade module unlocked. Name, Li Lin, level 3, health, 585, mana, 80. Skill points, 2. What is happening? The system's unexpected alert took Li Lin by surprise. but it was quickly followed by a surge of excitement and exhilaration. He mused that this troublesome system had not provided any quests, leaving him puzzled about how to level up, only to realize that he needed to encounter heroes. As this revelation dawned upon him, a new question arose. Besides Vi and Jinx, even including Jace and Caitlyn, had he truly only encountered 4 heroes? Who then? Was the 5th hero indicated by the system? Was it Big Head and Victor? They seemed to be at Piltover University, which he had no access to. The young yellow-haired child, the clockwork figure, and the songstress are all merely children, seldom stepping beyond their doorways, making it nearly impossible to encounter them. As for the heroes of Zuin, their presence is even less likely. Figures such as the robot, Zack, and the rat have yet to be born. While Mundo and Echo's whereabouts remain uncertain, Singed has just completed his alchemical bomb research for Noxus, and at this juncture, Urgit is still serving as an executioner under the command of Darkwill. Could it be the Wind Girl? Yet, was she not on the verge of fading due to her lack of faith? Or perhaps, after my arrival in this world? The creators have introduced new heroes unbeknownst to me. Li Lin ran his fingers through his hair, feeling uncertain. Are you truly prepared to let this fellow guide us? Just as he pondered, Caitlyn quietly spoke from behind him. Can't you see? This individual is undoubtedly concealing something from us. He must know Benzo, likely fearing we are here to cause trouble. Li Lin shook his head, reassuringly. We are not here to create a ruckus. I believe it will be fine. All right, but should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you best make haste to hide behind me. Hide behind you? Li Lin remarked in surprise, casting a glance at Caitlyn's petite figure, only to receive an annoyed glare in return. Do not underestimate me for my height or build. I have undergone professional combat training. If it comes to a fight, I could easily take down at least 10 of you. That may be true. As I lack any training, I certainly wouldn't stand a chance against you. Li Lin found himself momentarily speechless, redirecting his gaze to the bar. There, a middle-aged man summoned 2 boys, one stout and the other slender, from the back room and began assigning them tasks. However, since he is the guardian of Vi and Jinx, there should be no unexpected occurrences. Moreover, I possess a firearm. As the saying goes, a gun is swift beyond 7 paces and accurate within 7. While contemplating this, Li Lin instinctively touched the firm object protruding from his waist, feeling a sense of reassurance. After a minute, the middle-aged man finally emerged, an apologetic expression on his face. I apologize for keeping you waiting. With so many children at home, I often find myself entangled in various matters. This was understandable, as we were the ones who had sought his assistance, and it was only proper for him to ensure his own affairs were in order. Li Lin smiled and extended his right hand, introducing himself. I am Li Lin. May I have the honor of becoming your friend? The middle-aged man paused for a moment before reciprocating the handshake, muttering a name, Vander. After a brief pause, he added, Warwick Vander. Chapter 10, Changing Fate Warwick. Li Lin's pupils constricted slightly. He now comprehended the identity of the 5th hero. He had not anticipated that Warwick was indeed the guardian of Vi and Jinx. This raised questions about why he later became a werewolf under Singed transformation. Jinx appeared to be in good spirits at present, so why did she later descend into madness? A myriad of doubts flickered in Li Lin's mind, and he felt increasingly closer to the looming crisis. It seemed prudent to expedite the acquisition of the Hextech energy crystal and proceed with the development of the exoskeleton power armor. Meanwhile, Caitlyn, standing behind Li Lin, kept a firm grip on him, maintaining a considerable distance from the man ahead. This is to ensure that we have time to react should any unforeseen circumstances arise. I hail from Ionia and fled to Piltover 4 years ago due to the war. Ah, the war. I have heard that the Noxian invasion has reached a stalemate in recent years, thanks to a leader from Ionia? The blade dancer, Aurelia, of the Presidian. Li Lin uttered a name, recalling how she led the resistance to vanquish the enemies of Presidian during the Battle of Navali, initiating a counteroffensive. Caitlyn, beside him, arched an eyebrow, studying his profile with a sense of admiration. Such events have not graced the pages of Piltover's newspapers. It seems he remains quite invested in his homeland. Ah, yes, I remember now. Vander sighed, remarking on how fortunate one could be to escape at the onset of the war. Li Lin gently shook his head, his thoughts far removed from such matters. Unbeknownst to him, soon Vander would be dragged by Singed for human modification, transforming into a terrifying creature of Zon. In that future, the 2 he had cared for, Vi and Jinx, would inevitably part ways due to unforeseen circumstances, one becoming a madwoman of the Undercity, the other ascending to the Upper City as a law enforcer, destined to become Caitlyn's future partner. Are you all right? Caitlin inquired softly, noticing his unusual expression. I'm fine, just pondering a few things, Lin replied, gesturing for her not to worry. Whether it is Warwick or Jinx, neglecting them would only lead to trouble in the future. The current timeline is still in its infancy. There remains a chance to alter their fates. Resolute, Lin exhaled a deep sigh and began to contemplate his course of action. To be straightforward in his warnings would be akin to speaking to a fool. He could not simply approach Vander and declare, "You will eventually be transformed into a monster, and Jinx and Vi will become adversaries." Setting aside whether Vander would believe him, it was certain that the formidable fists of his opponent would soon find their mark upon his face. Moreover, change must occur gradually. He could only guide from the shadows. He was uncertain whether the world of Runeterra operated under the concept of fate. Should it possess a corrective mechanism, as many novels depict, that restores events to their predetermined course? The situation could become dire. However, given the existence of numerous parallel worlds in the main universe, such an occurrence seemed unlikely. Perhaps, have you heard of a man named Singed? He quietly inquired of the man leading the way ahead. Singed? Vander responded, his brow furrowing in confusion. I have no recollection of that name. Why do you ask about him? Oh, it's nothing significant. I merely heard he developed an extremely unstable alchemical bomb for Noxus, turning every place it touched into a forbidden zone of life, resulting in countless fatalities. Lin deliberately emphasized the gravity of his words. Used in warfare? Caitlin gasped, her expression a mixture of shock and dismay. These Noxians are truly insane. Not only do they incite chaos everywhere, but they also employ such inhumane chemical weapons. Vander remained silent for a considerable time before finally responding with some hesitation. If it pertains to the study of alchemical weaponry, I indeed know of an individual. However, for your safety, I shall refrain from divulging his identity. Why not? Shouldn't such a heinous individual, who has participated in warfare, be apprehended by the enforcers? Caitlin retorted, her eyes filled with indignation. Lin hastily interjected, Please, Caitlin, let's remain calm. I believe Vander's intentions are rooted in our well-being. The Undercity is not as straightforward as you might presume, my lady. Suddenly, Vander halted his steps and pointed towards a sign above them, which read Ben So's General Store. Why are you defending him? Caitlin demanded, her voice tinged with outrage. That individual has committed grievous acts. He deserves to face justice. Lin felt exasperated. He had merely intended to probe subtly, yet it inadvertently stirred Caitlin's sense of justice. It was indeed a challenging situation. Caitlin, this world is not merely black and white, but rather an intricate shade of gray. Often, we find ourselves compelled by circumstances beyond our control, unable to act as we might wish. He paused for a moment before continuing. As you can observe, although Piltover and Zaun are twin cities, Zaun has effectively distanced itself from Piltover's grasp. The escalating tensions between the two city-states are becoming increasingly pronounced. Given that Singed is an alchemical genius, he would undoubtedly be valued by many alchemical barons, who would not permit Piltover to meddle in their affairs. He emphasized the phrase alchemist baron with a heightened tone. The laws of Piltover do not bind Zaun. The tenuous order that persists is upheld by the loose alliances forged by the alchemist barons of each region, collectively maintaining the stability of Zaun. Although Caitlin is somewhat naive, she is not devoid of understanding. She has heard her parents discuss the influence of the alchemist barons in Zaun, and how some of these barons have connections with many prominent families in Piltover. The most conspicuous example is the Hextech crystal forging factory owned by the Felos family in the sewers of Zaun. When did the upper city and lower city morph into this state? Caitlin pursed her lips, subtly clenching her fists, and fell silent. Lin discerned her thoughts, sighed softly, and gently patted her shoulder. It is futile to dwell on such matters now. If one wishes to instigate change, it is far better to translate those thoughts into action. Just as he turned to take a couple of steps, Caitlin gently tugged at his clothing, calling out to him with a hint of melancholy in her voice. Lin. The myriad of complex emotions shimmered in Caitlin's sapphire-like eyes. If someone wished to alter the status quo of the twin cities, would you assist her? This person? Of course, Lin replied with a slight smile. This is also my aspiration. Chapter 11, More Money. 2 minutes ago, in Benzo's General Store, a middle-aged man, portly and adorned with a bushy beard, set down the hexagonal magnifying glass in his hand and called out towards the back room. Ike, has that customer repaired the pocket watch he sold us today? Ike, where has that little rascal run off to? The rotund man grumbled as he squeezed himself out from behind the counter, preparing to stride into the inner room. Just then, the doorbell chimed, and a familiar voice reached his ears. Vincent, it seems your temper has been on the rise lately. Vander? What brings you here again, you old codger? Vincent scratched his receding hairline and scoffed. Didn't I just settle last month's dues with you a few days ago? Are you back to peddle your junk again? Vander merely smirked at Benson's ungracious tone. You old turtle, I've come this time for your sake. For my sake? Do you know them? Vander pointed towards the young couple outside, deep in conversation. Vincent squinted through the window for a moment. I don't recognize them. Who are they? They're from the upper city, specifically seeking you, claiming they wish to purchase something from your shop. Vander pulled out a chair in front of the counter and settled down. Casually pouring himself a drink from the bottle on the table, have you stirred up any trouble with folks from the upper city lately? Why would you say that? You know me well enough. I hardly leave the shop. How could I possibly provoke anyone from the upper city? Vincent scratched his beard, chuckling softly. Perhaps the reputation of my wares has spread to the upper city. A heap of worthless titles? Vander lifted his cup, taking a sip, and surveyed the interior of the shop. I must say, how do you manage to sell so many worthless trinkets on a daily basis? He wiggled 5 fingers in front of Vander's face, continuing, that fellow even claimed that if I could find a complete piece, the price would be significantly higher. It should fetch several gold coins. I can't help but feel you've landed yourself in some trouble. Vander sighed, rubbing his forehead. Those fragments are likely not mere trifles. The 2 gentlemen from the upper city must have come here for that reason. You should speak with them. No sooner had Vander finished speaking than the bell above the door jingled once more, announcing the arrival of Lilin and Caitlin. Welcome. What can I assist you with today? Benzo's face lit up with a radiant smile. Our store offers a comprehensive selection of goods, including various hex deck items, all of superior quality. Crystal. Lilin interrupted the introduction with a single word. I'm searching for a luminous blue crystal, a complete one. A friend of mine visited here previously and purchased a fragment. Benzo rubbed his hands together, grinning slyly. It was apparent to any discerning individual what he intended to convey. That will cost extra. So, how much are you willing to pay? Lilin replied in a tone that suggested money was no object. After all, it wasn't his own money. The Kiramman family would reimburse him. He stole a glance at Caitlin, suddenly understanding why Jace had previously spent such a considerable sum on a fragment without haggling. As Ben pondered, stroking his chin, he hesitated for a moment before raising a finger. So, a piece of crystal for a gold coin? It's a deal, and if there are any fragments, please gather them as well. I will compensate you, provided you do not attempt to deceive me with inferior goods. Alas, the price was set too low. Seeing Lilin's swift agreement, Ben felt a pang in his heart, as if a substantial morsel he was about to savor had slipped away. He opened his mouth, contemplating renegotiation, yet the glance from Vander dissuaded him from pursuing this line of thought. It was prudent to exercise restraint with visitors from the upper city families. As a businessman, Ben understood this principle well. The transaction proceeded smoothly, yet this was not the outcome Lilin desired. I have heard from my friend that you can only acquire crystal after the day of evolution. Ben exchanged a hesitant glance with Vander and explained, during the evolution period, the enforcement in the city is stringent. Acquiring crystal is not impossible, but the risks are considerable. Are you planning to steal it? Caitlin inquired, astonished. She was well aware that certain items prohibited from circulation or stolen goods from the upper city families often found their way to the black market in Zuin. Otherwise, we cannot conjure one out of thin air, can we? Ben chuckled, finding the situation somewhat amusing. Could you expedite the process? I wish to receive the goods before the day of evolution. Lilin pressed again. Oh dear, you speak as if it is a trivial matter, Ben replied. Bensual let out a deliberate sigh. The streets and alleys of the upper town were teeming with law enforcers. I cannot risk imprisonment for my people. It seems that the funds remain insufficient. Lilin raised 2 fingers, abruptly interrupting Bensual, who was still lamenting, presenting 2 complete crystals of gold. 5 pieces. 2 pieces. Bensual clenched his teeth, for pieces was already a generous offer. 2 pieces. This insufferable brat, who had just flaunted wealth, now appeared so miserly. Bensual inwardly cursed, yet maintained a facade of forced smiles. 3 pieces then, it truly cannot go any lower. Both Vander and Caitlin could not help but cover their faces in disbelief. After a moment of contemplation, Lilin conceded, very well, 3 pieces it shall be. However, this price is prior to the day of evolution. Should you fail to procure it, the price will revert to 1 piece of gold after that date. Agreed. Bensual managed to utter a word. With less than half a month until the day of evolution, would it be acceptable for you to return in a week? Do not let me down. After concluding the negotiations, Lin nodded to Vander and then exited the shop alongside Caitlin. Well done, old chap. This deal has yielded quite a profit. Vander chuckled, patting the distressed Binsoal on the shoulder. Shouldn't next month's contribution be a bit more substantial? It's better than nothing. Just look at my tavern, where gold coins are a rare sight. Vander lifted his cup and downed its contents in one gulp, then rose and paused at the entrance. Ben noticed the sudden silence of the man and immediately suppressed his playful demeanor. What has happened? Although they were not approaching him, this was an alleyway. Vander's words trailed off. Yet, as a steadfast comrade forged through years of peril, Ben easily discerned the underlying meaning. He understood. Chapter 12. An ambush without honor. To his astonishment, you can indeed haggle. A playful smile danced upon Caitlin's exquisite visage. I thought you would be like Jess, fixed on a non-negotiable price regardless of the cost. What? Do you wish to linger here a while longer? Are you not satisfied with the haze you've inhaled? Caitlin playfully chided Lin with a glance. It's still early, and it's a rare opportunity for us to be here. Could you not allow me to explore the lower city a bit more? Though this was her unvoiced thought, Lin silently checked the time on his wristwatch. However, as he lifted his gaze, he noticed Caitlin had halted, frequently surveying their surroundings. If they were to wander, it should not be in this desolate alley. They might as well venture onto the street. It is too quiet. Caitlin suddenly uttered. What do you mean it's too quiet? There is no one here. Silence is to be expected. Shoo. Caitlin placed a finger over Lin's lips, signaling for silence. Then, with vigilant eyes, she scrutinized the environment while straining her ears to detect any dissonant sounds nearby. Lowering her voice, Caitlin remarked, We traversed this very alleyway upon our arrival. I recall distinctly that there should have been 2 sleeping homeless men there. What could this imply? Lin, perplexed, speculated that perhaps the individual had awakened and ventured elsewhere to scavenge. She shook her head and pointed to the relatively dry mat beside the trash bin against the wall, then glanced up at the tightly shut windows of the homes atop the high wall. Moreover, the alchemical lights in the surrounding houses had extinguished, whereas upon our arrival, voices had still resonated from within. Now they were eerily absent. Were it merely one household exhibiting such behavior, I might harbor no doubts. But the entire alley bore the same unsettling atmosphere. It was too peculiar. Lin furrowed her brow, her instincts sharpening. Did you imply that someone had orchestrated a plan to ambush us, meticulously preparing the scene in advance? Perhaps so. Caitlin would not instill fear without cause, and Lin placed great trust in her honed instincts from years of hunting. Since she had voiced her concerns, there must be substantial reasoning behind it. Furthermore, this was the territory of Zuin, where robberies occurred with alarming regularity. Although both she and Caitlin had deliberately disguised themselves as ordinary citizens, their demeanor was inherently exceptional, making them understandable targets for thugs and bandits. Caitlin urged Lin to press against the wall, stating, We are in the light while the enemy lurks in the shadows. Unaware if they possess firearms, damn. I should have brought my Mauser rifle. Firearms. You should have mentioned it earlier. I have one too. Lin retrieved the meticulously prepared Hextech revolver from her waist. However, upon further reflection, she presented it to Caitlin instead. Lin considered himself not one to seek bravado. He was acutely aware of his lack of training in firearms usage, and whether he could hit a target remained uncertain. Rather than keeping this gun for himself, it would be more prudent to entrust it to Caitlin, who dealt with firearms daily, thus allowing it to reach its fullest potential. Wait, you actually have a gun? Caitlin momentarily froze in surprise, but quickly regained her composure and reached out to take the somewhat peculiar revolver from him. It can fire magical bullets, creating a wave of impact, Lin quickly explained. But there are only 3 rounds, so use them sparingly. Oh, and there's a 1-second delay before firing. So keep that in mind. Magic? A firing delay? Are you jesting? Caitlin dismissed his words, recognizing that now was not the time to dwell on such matters. 3 rounds should suffice, she thought. The alleyways of Zon were predominantly narrow and labyrinthine. At present, they found themselves in the midst of one such alley, and reaching the bustling street would require at least 2 turns and a considerable distance to traverse. This predicament rendered their situation quite awkward, caught in a limbo with no clear way forward or backward, unless this group had a specific objective in mind. With that thought, Caitlin glanced at Lin beside her, a chill creeping into her heart. Could it be that they were targeting me? Even though Kiramman was a council member wielding power in Piltover, there remained numerous families opposed to the Kiramman clan. Although most were merely entangled in interests, they dared not speak freely in deference to Congressman Kiramman's reputation. However, these were merely the surface appearances. Which family possesses such audacity to even lay hands on the congressman's daughter? These individuals might not be mere robbers. Caitlin bit down on her already pallid lower lip. Lamenting, I apologize. Today I have implicated you. Li Lin felt utterly bewildered. How have you implicated? He had barely uttered a few words when a window above them was suddenly thrust open, and a dark, metallic long barrel protruded menacingly from within. Caitlin caught a fleeting glimpse and her breath hitched. Be careful. They have a gun. Yet, the reflexes of an ordinary person could not possibly match those of a firearm. Bang! In an instant, a chilling numbness coursed through Li Lin's shoulder, swiftly followed by an unbearable, searing pain that shot through his nerves to his brain. Simultaneously, the system's alert echoed frantically in the depths of his mind. Health, 322,585. Status, shot, blood loss. Effect, losing 20 health points per minute. I have been shot? Li Lin was still grappling with the shock. Quickly, hide behind the garbage bin, Caitlin exclaimed, her voice laced with urgency. Without hesitation, she tore a clean piece of cloth from her garment and swiftly wrapped it around his shoulder as a makeshift bandage. Li Lin gritted his teeth, stifling a cry. His body drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, after Caitlin's simple bandaging, the rate of life point loss on the system panel temporarily decreased from 20 points per minute to 12. However, prolonging this situation was not a viable solution. She still required timely medical attention. Miss Helaman, I advise you to cease your struggles. You cannot escape our grasp. A deep, gravelly male voice echoed from the direction where the gun had just been fired at Li Lin. As the voice resonated, several figures emerged from the opposite side of the alley. Perhaps aware that Caitlin wielded a weapon, they all took cover and refrained from revealing themselves. Calmness was essential. In moments like these, composure was imperative. This group possessed only a single firearm, granting me the upper hand. Caitlin took several deep breaths, forcing herself to quell her anxious heart, and coldly remarked, What merit do I possess that warrants such a large number of you to apprehend me? As she spoke, she concentrated once more, attempting to discern the location of her adversaries through sound. Yet, the man was evidently well prepared, providing her with no opportunity to do so, opting instead for silence. Miss Helaman, our mission is to bring you in alive, though the employer did not stipulate the necessity of your well-being. If you surrender your weapon and accompany us, you might spare yourself some physical torment, shouted a man from the opposite side of the alley. Damn it. This made it impossible to ascertain the position of the armed individuals. Just as Caitlin found herself at a loss, pale-faced Li Lin, enduring excruciating pain, stammered. Do you recall the general location of that person from earlier? She instinctively nodded, and I could only ascertain a general range. Can it be precise within 3 meters? It should suffice. Li Lin forced a smile, his lips curling slightly. Go ahead, aim for the range you've identified. Chapter 13. Codename C. Caitlin's eyes were laden with concern and anxiety. The bullet had struck his brain, so why had he become so foolish? Do not look at me with such eyes. Follow my instructions. Li Lin admonished her with an intense gaze, his tone resolute. This is my new invention. Trust me. Caitlin hesitated, biting her lip, before nodding firmly, hoping that this weapon possessed the miraculous qualities he claimed. She gripped the handle of the gun tightly, inhaling deeply as she endeavored to clear her mind, mentally sketching a rough diagram of the alleyway. The assailant was likely situated within a room about 20 paces away and approximately 4 meters off the ground. The other individual was several meters distant, capable of closing the gap in mere seconds at a normal pace. I was now on the same side as the assailant, and undoubtedly, their weapon was aimed in our direction. Though they claimed they would not kill me, one could never trust the words of an enemy. There was a significant chance that the moment I stepped out from cover, a bullet would pierce my body. What should I do? Caitlin's mind raced, rapidly contemplating every possible strategy. Suddenly, she noticed the metal walls of the buildings towering above the alley, and a viable idea began to form in her mind. Li Lin, what is the caliber of your revolver? She inquired softly. Well, it's modified from a standard revolver, so it should be around 10 millimeters. Li Lin noticed Caitlin's gaze lingering on the walls surrounding them and suddenly comprehended her intent, feeling a jolt of surprise. Hey, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. This handgun utilizes energy bullets, which are entirely different from kinetic ones. Are you truly considering ricocheting a bullet off the metal wall to hit that person? I'm uncertain if that would even work. How can we know unless we try? After all, we have no other options, do we? Caitlin replied with an unperturbed expression. She knelt on one knee, extending her arm and slightly squinting her left eye, aiming the pistol at the diagonal position above her. She inhaled, then held her breath, focusing intently. Subsequently, her slender, alabaster finger gently squeezed the trigger. At that moment, the Hextech revolver quivered subtly, and the position of the energy core flickered with a soft blue glow. After a brief delay, accompanied by a muted sound, a blue energy sphere was swiftly propelled from the muzzle. However, upon making contact with the metallic wall, the energy bullet erupted with a sizzling explosion, illuminating the dim alley with a flash of blue light. The shooter was startled by the sudden recoil and instinctively recoiled. "Damn it, what have you done?" Meanwhile, Caitlin furrowed her brow, realizing her idea was unfeasible. This incident had inadvertently alerted their adversaries. Yet it also provided her with a clearer understanding of the power wielded by the revolver in her grasp. Even she was astonished by the sheer force of her own actions. Her adversary must certainly feel the weight of caution after such a display. To extricate herself from the current predicament, she recognized the necessity of embracing certain risks. With her exceptional intellect, Caitlin swiftly devised a strategy. Moreover, she had discerned the approximate location of the gunman through his recent tirade. A shockwave from an energy projectile should suffice to neutralize him. Caitlin inhaled deeply, holding her breath as she prepared for action. Without hesitating for long, she rolled swiftly to the side of the trash bin. The gunman, concealed within the homes of innocence, was evidently unprepared for such audacity, and the previous shockwave had left him rattled. For a moment, he faltered, firing a shot that merely struck the ground beside Caitlin's foot. What an opportunity! Maintaining a kneeling position, Caitlin calculated her timing with precision, raising her hand to squint and aim, her finger having already gently grazed the trigger during her ascent. Another azure energy orb erupted from the barrel, hurtling towards the wide-eyed gunman. However, the rapid succession of her movements, executed within mere seconds, resulted in a hasty aim, causing the projectile to strike the wall beneath the window instead of the intended target. Yet, this was more than sufficient. An inexplicable, invisible shockwave suddenly surged from beneath the gunman's feet, violently propelling him upwards, crashing him against the ceiling before he fell heavily to the ground. The impact and the force of the shockwave left him dazed, his vision darkening as he succumbed to unconsciousness. On the other side of the alley, those hiding behind the wall witnessed Caitlin's gunfire and began to murmur amongst themselves, exclaiming, "Damn it, that wretched woman actually fired a gun." Do not fret, although it is said that Miss Gillimanen possesses remarkable marksmanship. Our leader is positioned at a considerable distance from her and is unlikely to be in harm's way. What in the world is that blinding light? Is she truly wielding a gun, or has the Gillimanen family developed a new weapon? I can't shake off this unsettling feeling. Just as the group was taken aback by the peculiar occurrences in the alley, a deep voice belonging to an unfamiliar middle-aged man suddenly resonated behind them. "I am not certain whether the Gillimanen family has invented a new weapon, but your ominous premonition, sir, is indeed accurate." Who? One of the individuals had only just turned around when a fist the size of a sandbag struck his face, rendering him unconscious before he could utter a word. The remaining three, witnessing their comrade's sudden assault, hastily armed themselves and distanced themselves from the middle-aged man. "Who are you?" demanded a man whose right arm had been replaced with a Hextech-enhanced prosthetic, his gaze cold and piercing as he regarded the stranger. "I advise you not to meddle in matters that do not concern you. Since you have ventured into this dark alley, how can you still be oblivious to my identity?" The middle-aged man flexed his fists and chuckled helplessly. "Have you not inquired beforehand whose territory this is? You are Vander." The man instinctively took 2 steps back. "We have no grievances with you. Why would you assault my people?" Vander erupted into laughter, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke of his life. "No grievances, you say? Ha ha ha." After a brief moment, he suppressed his laughter, adopting a somber expression as he sternly questioned, "Do you know why the Black Alley is the most orderly area in the entire city?" The three exchanged glances, grasping the implication of Vander's words. Following a succinct exchange of glances, they glared at him once more, a glint of malice flickering in their eyes. "Why waste so much breath on this old fool? There are 3 of us, and he stands alone. Moreover, this old man is unarmed, while we are equipped with weapons. You think numbers matter?" Vander shook his head, gesturing towards the three's rear. "What is going on?" The man at the forefront, adorned with a metallic skull mask, suddenly felt an inexplicable chill, as if countless malevolent eyes were fixated upon him. Just a few meters away, a dark, ominous crowd had encircled them without their notice. Each member was fully armed. Some wielded machetes, others sported sharp alchemical mechanical devices, and many bore alchemical augmentations. "It's over." At that moment, the masked man's mind was consumed by that singular thought. "May the haze never invade your home." Vander stepped forward, smiling as he patted the man's shoulder. The Black Alley extends its sincere greetings to you and your companions. In Benzo's general store, Caitlin wore an expression of deep concern, her eyes fixed on the two middle-aged men, one stout and the other robust, busily attending to the figure lying on the bed, who was none other than Li Lin, currently under the effects of anesthesia, drifting in a semi-conscious state. Vincent cast the towel in his hand into a basin already stained with crimson liquid, and called out to the outside, "Ike, bring in another basin of water." Understood. Shortly after, a small boy with white hair and dark skin entered, carrying a basin of clean water. Vander, using tweezers, extracted a shard of metal from his wound and discarded it into the basin, washing away the blood from his hands and wiping the fine sweat from his forehead with his arm. Caitlin, already restless, approached and inquired about Lin's condition. "Is he all right?" "That is good to hear." Caitlin breathed a sigh of relief, then added, "By the way, about the 5 individuals you captured." Vander gestured for her to follow him. The two exited Benson's grocery store, stepping into the narrow alley beside it. Vander lit a pipe with a match, leaning against the cool wall, releasing a few circular smoke rings into the air. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. "At present, my subordinates have not gleaned much from the interrogations, but I can ascertain that they are not denizens of the Undercity. The inhabitants of the Undercity lack the means to afford augmented bodies for the Upper City. I suspect they are agents sent by someone who harbors animosity towards our family." "Ah, the Kiramman family. I never expected you to be the daughter of an Upper City councilman, and I never imagined you to be the leader of the back alleys." Caitlin's gaze lingered on Vander for a brief moment. "You are quite different from the alchemical baron I had envisioned." "I am not an alchemical baron. I merely strive to make a living." Vander extinguished the pipe in his hand, unwilling to pursue the topic further. "If you were to discover the identities of these individuals, what would you do?" Caitlin's expression darkened. "I would personally ensure their incarceration, along with the forces backing them." "Indeed, that is a commendable approach, however. There are times when the law proves less effective than a decisive eradication of the root cause. I am not a murderer. Of course, this is merely a reflection based on personal experience, though I currently prefer to avoid trouble." Vander shrugged, falling silent. The air descended into a prolonged stillness, the passage of time palpable. Eventually, a hurried footfall echoed from the alleyway in front of the grocery store. A woman clad in a tattered brown leather coat, her skin somewhat sun-kissed, approached Vander. The heavy black eyeliner accentuated her fierce gaze. "Savika, what is the situation?" "They are mercenaries traversing between the Upper City and Bilgewater, hired by an individual to abduct this young lady." The woman cast a casual glance at Caitlin beside Vander, her raspy voice grating. "Yet none of them know the true identity of the employer. They only refer to him by his code name." See Chapter 14. The Wrath of the Grimain family. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the moon ascended into the night sky. It was now 11 o'clock, and the streets of Piltover remained bustling with activity. In the drawing room of the main residence, the glum Madame Karina was reprimanding a woman, who appeared to be in her 30s, with dark skin and short black hair that grazed her ears. "Sheriff Grayson, have you no news regarding my daughter?" "I sincerely apologize, Councilwoman Kiramman. We have deployed half of our personnel to search for Miss Caitlin. We are scouring every street and alley, as well as the outskirts and forests. We shall inform you immediately upon receiving any updates. Dispatch more officers. The Kiramman family has generously supported your precinct, has it not? Is it too much to ask for assistance in locating one individual?" Sheriff Grayson hung his head, his expression a portrait of despair. "You must understand. With the Evolution Day approaching, I must also assign enforcers to maintain order in the city. It is merely a trivial Evolution Day, is it not? Surely it pales in comparison to the well-being of my daughter." "Dear, please calm down," Elro soothed, gently patting Karina's back. "You know our daughter well. She is bound to be safe." Elro sighed, falling into a contemplative silence, his eyes betraying a deep-seated worry. Sheriff Grayson opened his mouth, intending to reconfirm Caitlin's current status and her recent whereabouts, when a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor. Before long, the door to the drawing room swung open, and a somewhat slight young enforcer rushed to Grayson's side, breathless and leaning on his knees. "Why the haste, Marcus?" Grayson gently patted his back to help him regain composure. "Have you uncovered any leads?" "What? Where is she?" The Gila man and couple was simultaneously startled, swiftly rushing to Marcus's side and shoving Grayson aside, each grasping one of his shoulders. Before long, Caitlin's voice echoed from the corridor. "Mom, Dad." "Oh my heavens, Kate." Karina's warm tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. She immediately abandoned Marcus and, alongside Elro, ran straight towards their daughter, who had been missing for over 5 hours, enveloping her in their embrace. In the room, Grayson exchanged a knowing glance with Marcus, and the two quietly slipped out through the side door, leaving the parlor. "You reckless girl, where on earth have you been? Do you have any idea how worried your father and I have been?" Although Karina's words bore a hint of reproach, the joy and excitement on her face were unmistakable. "What kind of clothing are you wearing, Kate? And it's so filthy." Elro, sensing something amiss, circled around Caitlin twice and asked with concern, "What happened? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine, Dad. It's just that Li-Lin." Caitlin pouted, purposely displaying a look of grievance. "Li-Lin? What happened to him?" Karina's gaze sharpened. Elro stroked his beard thoughtfully. I haven't seen him all afternoon. Did he take you out today? Where were you headed?" "I'm quite dissatisfied with you both," Caitlin exclaimed. "You should be grateful to him." Karina and Elro exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by her words. "When I was out with him today, we were attacked by a group of thugs. He saved me and took a bullet for me." Caitlin blinked, squeezing out 2 tears, her tone laden with grievance. "Without him, you would never see your daughter again." The Gillimans cherished Caitlin dearly, guarding her safety with unwavering vigilance. This time, she felt responsible for dragging Li-Lin into her troubles, and to shield him from her parents' wrath, Caitlin deliberately shifted the blame onto the assailants, attributing the credit to Li-Lin. This was a prearranged plan they had discussed earlier. As for the subsequent credit she bestowed upon him, including claims of him shielding her from bullets, that was entirely Caitlin's own initiative. "What? Someone actually attacked you?" Unsurprisingly, upon hearing that her daughter was under attack, Karina disregarded all else. It was not just her. Even the usually gentle Ilro's eyes blazed with intense fury. "Who was responsible for this? There are several families that oppose us. Could it be the Kuelds or the Joysons? I suspect that the Odalunks are more capable of such deeds." Upon hearing her husband's mention of these families, Karina suppressed all emotion. Yet, the slight quiver of her cheekbones revealed her struggle to contain her anger. "Is Li-Lin all right? What about the assailants?" Karina inquired, her voice low. "I have relayed the entire incident to Deputy Marcos of Sheriff Grayson S. office. He has dispatched officers to apprehend those scoundrels in the lower city." "Excellent." Karina spoke in a tranquil tone, casting a sidelong glance at her husband. "My dear, please have the servants send a message to the other 5 families in Heimerdinger, informing them of tomorrow's council meeting." After a brief moment of contemplation, she let out a cold snort. It had been years since she had reprimanded those rascals. They must not think themselves capable of withstanding the wrath of the Gildaman family. Indeed, most of them have likely forgotten the influence wielded by the Gildaman lineage. This opportunity presents itself as the perfect moment to demonstrate a lesson to the unruly. Time ticked away steadily. Before long, the hour hand on the clock pointed to the space between 2 and 3. Due to the system's quantification of life force, Li-Lin's recovery from his wounds was remarkably swift. In just a few hours, the stitches on his left shoulder had begun to scab over, provoking an unbearable itch. He lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep as his mind continually pondered the intricacies of exoskeletal-powered armor. Suddenly, a gentle knocking echoed from his door. At this late hour, who could it be? He bared his teeth in a yawn, threw on a coat, and made his way to the small living room. Opening the door, a waft of a sweet, feminine fragrance enveloped him, revealing a figure clad in deep purple pajamas. Who else could it be but Caitlin? "Caitlin, it's so late. Why haven't you gone to rest?" Li-Lin paused for a moment, then quickly stepped aside to invite her in. "Come in quickly. It's cold outside. I was caught up with work and only now found the time to come see you." Caitlin did not refuse. She lowered her face slightly and entered the room. "I'm fine." Li-Lin smiled and sat across from her on the sofa. "Wait a moment. I'll make you some tea." "Let me do it." Caitlin interjected, snatching the tea canister from his hands and shooting him a glare, then busied herself. "You're still the patient. How can I allow you to do such things? My wound has actually healed quite a bit." Li-Lin thought helplessly. The tea was quickly prepared. Caitlin placed 1 cup in front of Li-Lin, then lifted her own cup, blowing gently on the surface before taking a small sip. "Actually, I came to inform you in advance that tomorrow, we are to attend the council meeting." Li-Lin. Chapter 15. The 7-person council at the pinnacle of the northern district of Piltover stands an imposing architectural complex. It perfectly melds azure-polished granite, bronze grills, countless mechanical gears, and transparent flawless glass, presenting a unique style that is both elegant and majestic yet not devoid of solemnity. This is the epicenter of power in Piltover, where the 7-person council convenes, composed of representatives from 6 prominent families and Piltover University. As the morning sun casts its gentle rays upon the earth, The cool winter breeze sweeps away the remnants of night's haze from the upper city. At the circular table in the center of the Piltover Council Hall, 6 members who had arrived early were each engrossed in their respective matters. Your birthday gift, Counselor Sorrow. A tall, dark-skinned young woman, exuding elegance and beauty in every gesture, placed a cylindrical metallic box before a short, stout old man with a thick beard and a shiny bald head. "Oh, Mel, you are too kind," Sorrow exclaimed, his expression brightening as he gently grasped the small box from the table, scrutinizing it with care. Mel smiled warmly. "I have heard that this little gadget is specifically designed for sharp-minded individuals such as yourself." At that moment, a slender, blonde-haired young man, leaning against the table while nibbling on snacks, overheard their conversation and hesitated, gazing at the small cloth bag in his hand. Subsequently, the jovial blonde member hurried over to Sorrow's side, presenting the bag of treats. "Sorrow, I have brought you some roasted ginkgo nuts." "Ah, host Carl. Are you not aware that I am allergic to them?" Sorrow retorted, his face contorted in disdain as he pushed the blonde member's hand away. "What are you plotting? Do you wish to harm an old man? It is indeed a regrettable circumstance to miss out on such delightful fare." Detecting the sarcasm in his words, Sorrow's expression shifted. "Hey, you rascal. Do not be upset, Sorrow. I believe host Carl meant no ill intent." Mel gently placed his hands on Sorrow's shoulders, kneading them softly, extinguishing the flare of indignation that had momentarily risen within him. "Well, since you say so, Mel, I shall refrain from lowering myself to that fellow's level." Sorrow remained transfixed, fiddling with a small toy in his hands. "By the way, Mel, when did we last convene the council?" 5 days ago, Mel replied patiently. "We discussed the arrangements for Evolution Day. Thus, have we not thoroughly deliberated the matters concerning Evolution Day? Why does Counselor Kiramman require another meeting? I heard that her daughter was attacked by assailants yesterday. What? How dare anyone assault the counselor's family? Who is responsible? This is utterly lawless." Sorrow's tone suddenly grew fervent, capturing the attention of everyone present. Mel maintained his perpetually serene smile, which likely explained the reason for Counselor Kiramman's summons today. A yodeler, covered in yellow fuzz, with white whiskers framing his lips, spoke in a sharp voice. "I recall that Counselor Kiramman's daughter is named Caitlin, correct? She seems to have a rather good rapport with one of my students." "Indeed, I have heard that your student is recognized by the entire academy as the youngest prodigy. Though, of course, he pales in comparison to you, Counselor Hemmerthinger." "Oh ho ho, you flatter me excessively, Counselor Vostraton," Hemmerthinger replied, puffing out his whiskers with delight. The counselors exchanged compliments for a moment, until the grand doors of the assembly hall creaked open, drawing everyone's gaze to the entrance. There stood Karina, her expression grave, accompanied by a young man and woman. Among them was Caitlin, the daughter of Counselor Kiramman, well known to the assembly. However, their attention was drawn to another young man bearing the visage of Ionia. Who is he? Why has Counselor Kiramman brought an unrelated individual here? A wave of questions surged within the minds of several counselors. May the gears of fate turn favorably, Counselor Kiramman. Mel offered her a polite greeting with a smile. Karina nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then her gaze shifted, sweeping across the 6 seated individuals. "Surely, everyone has heard." Her tone was calm. "My daughter, Caitlin Kiramman, was assaulted yesterday by 5 armed assailants." "Armed individuals?" exclaimed Counselor Polbach, entirely encased in metal, resembling a robot. "Such items are regulated. Is Miss Kiramman unharmed? Were the assailants apprehended? This must have been a premeditated attack. Has the law enforcement determined who was responsible?" In an instant, apart from Mel and Heimerdinger, the remaining 3 counselors inquired with concern. "This is precisely the matter I convened the council to discuss today." Karina raised her voice to overshadow the others, plunging the entire chamber into silence once more. "Li Lin, our newly recruited genius craftsman." "A genius craftsman?" A flicker of contemplation crossed Mel's eyes. However, Karina evidently wished to avoid delving further into that topic and swiftly redirected the conversation. "He shielded my daughter from a bullet yesterday, saving her life. Truly a valiant gentleman." Mel praised with a smile. "He is a witness, aware of all that transpired." Karina beckoned to Li Lin, urging him to step into the center of the circular table. "Li Lin, please recount what you witnessed to everyone once more." "Certainly, Counselor Kiramman." Li Lin's gaze lingered briefly on Heimerdinger before he surveyed the room and took a deep breath. The situation unfolded as follows. He took several minutes to elaborate on the scene, embellishing it for effect. In a narrow, deserted alley, 5 assailants armed with Mauser rifles engaged in fierce combat with them. Fortunately, Li Lin had on his person an innovative weapon, which enabled them to avert disaster. This had been the agreed-upon narrative with Caitlin the previous night. Furthermore, this morning, Mrs. Karina had specifically instructed him to amplify the severity of the events in exchange for a greater profit share and a favor from the Kiramman family. Although Li Lin was reluctant to be a pawn in the familial power play, he recognized that it would not greatly affect him and could even earn him goodwill from the Kiramman clan, so he acquiesced. An innovative weapon? The gears on Borbok's metallic visage whirred, producing a resonant, metallic voice. I find myself intrigued by the weapon you mentioned, young man. Could you elaborate on its purpose? Why develop weapons? What we truly need is peace. Heimerdinger chimed in. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe our focus should not dwell on that, Mel interjected. Noticing Karina's increasingly somber expression, hastily seeking to extricate Li Lin from his predicament. Immediately, she shifted her gaze to Karina and softly inquired, Has Congressman Gillimanen investigated who sent those ruffians? Karina slowly uttered a name. The Oddlunk family orchestrated this assault. Upon hearing this, Sorrow vehemently denied them. No. That is simply impossible. My relationship with them is still, His words trailed off abruptly as Mel shot him a fierce glare, silencing him instantly. It was evident that the Gillimanen family intended to use this opportunity to strike against a rival clan. To interject at this juncture would be sheer folly. Realizing this, Sorrow refrained from further advocating for the Oddlunk family. I believe that since the Oddlunk family dared to lay hands on my daughter, they have shown utter disregard for our counsel. Karina scoffed. Thus, I propose we impose sanctions on the Oddlunk family. Let us vote. The 6 attending council members exchanged glances, engaging in a brief, silent consensus. Subsequently, one by one, they all slowly raised their hands. In a dark chamber of a lavish mansion in the northern district of Piltover, an elderly man with graying hair bellowed in fury. That little harlot went to the Undercity unarmed. This is a golden opportunity one cannot afford to squander. Do not blame your stupidity and incompetence on others. Unbeknownst to the mysterious figure, who let out a disdainful laugh, the conversation swiftly shifted. I have meticulously laid the groundwork for you, yet you have managed to ruin it. Though the Kiramman family may not be aware of your involvement, as their sworn adversary, you must comprehend the repercussions that await you. The mere thought of the multitude of law enforcement officers reported by his subordinates entering and exiting the Kiramman residence the previous night drained the color from the face of the head of the Otterink family. You must assist me. I cannot be imprisoned by the enforcers. Otherwise, our Otterink lineage will face obliteration. Of course, I shall aid you, the mysterious figure chuckled. After all, we are allies. Thank you ever so much. Otterink exhaled a sigh of relief. The law enforcement will likely seek me shortly. I wonder what your plan is. Before he could finish his sentence, the dimly lit chamber was momentarily illuminated by a fleeting glimmer. In that instant, the expression of horror on Otterink's face was juxtaposed with the visage of another, adorned with a patterned metal mask. As soft footsteps approached, the mysterious figure knelt beside the lifeless Otterink and gently placed a pistol into his hand. The head of the Otterink family, implicated in the abduction of the Kiramman senator's daughter, ultimately succumbed to guilt and took his own life. The corners of the masked figure's mouth curled into a subtle smile, a rather reasonable resolution. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 16. Exoskeletal Mechanical Power Arm. Several days have elapsed since the Piltovian Parliament imposed sanctions on the Otterink family. During this interval, the citizens have been engrossed not only in discussions on how to celebrate Evolution Day, but also in the sensational news published in the Piltovian Daily regarding the head of the Otterink family, who, in a fit of guilt over his failed kidnapping of the young lady from the Gilliman family, took his own life. In truth, even Karina herself had not anticipated such an outcome. Her initial intention was merely to find a pretext to suppress the audacious family, yet serendipitously, she managed to dismantle them entirely. Nevertheless, she welcomed this turn of events and even funded the newspaper to ensure extensive coverage, thereby maintaining the fervor and deterring others who might dare oppose the Gilliman family. In a bid to enhance his own abilities, he specifically requested Caitlin to provide him with comprehensive training. This encompassed various disciplines, the proper use of firearms, combat training, physical conditioning, and hunting techniques. Within a mere few days, aided by the mechanic panel, he successfully acquired new skills, firearm mastery and basic combat, which significantly elevated his combat effectiveness by 2 points. While this may seem modest, it afforded him a semblance of confidence when confronted with certain threats, allowing him to navigate precarious situations with greater poise. Moreover, aside from his daily training under Caitlin's vigilant supervision, Li Lin's mechanical research continued unabated. Following the conclusion of that fateful parliamentary session, Lady Karina sought him out specifically to inquire about the development of new weaponry. In order to secure the support of the Kiramman family, Li Lin deliberately entrusted Mrs. Karina with the design blueprints of the Hextech revolver. Fortunately, Mrs. Karina was not one to cling to the old ways and possessed a remarkable adaptability. Upon learning that this weapon required Hextech crystals as its functional core, she promptly provided Li Lin with a substantial sum of funds, urging him to refine the pistol's design as much as possible. Simultaneously, she began engaging with the Felos family, seeking a collaboration regarding the application of Hextech crystals, and negotiations were currently underway. In the northern district of Piltover, the clock atop the vault bank rang out for the third time. In the uppermost studio of the Kiramman family's side residence, Li Lin was engrossed in discussion with Jace. "Is this what you refer to as an exoskeletal mechanical arm?" Jace mused, stroking his smooth chin while scrutinizing the mechanical apparatus on the shelf that bore a striking resemblance to Hextech augmented prosthetics. This fully black mechanical arm, crafted from alloy and countless miniature gears, featured a sleek exterior and uncomplicated structure, with its retracted form comparable in size to a human arm. Furthermore, it was equipped with several gear grooves on the back of the hand, which were designed for the future attachment and detachment of specific tools. Jace could discern that if this mechanical arm were supplied with energy, it could potentially fit seamlessly onto a human limb. At first glance, this design concept appeared quite promising. Jace always felt that this object bore a striking resemblance to something in his mind. After much contemplation, he finally realized that this was none other than the Atlas Gauntlet invented by Corwin Levick. But how did it differ from the Atlas Gauntlet commonly used by miners? Jace reached out to touch the mechanical arm. The difference was indeed substantial. Lin swiftly swatted his hand away and retrieved a uniquely designed revolver from the drawer. Jace gasped, stepping back several paces. "Hey, calm down, I merely wish to touch it. Why resort to violence?" Lin cast a condescending glance at him, then nonchalantly extracted a fragment of blue hex crystal from the revolver's original cylinder position. "This is my crystal fragment? Why is it inside a revolver?" Jace was taken aback. "What? You didn't know?" Lin looked at him in astonishment, then realization dawned upon him. "Oh, it's understandable. Lady Karina forbids discussing this matter. What's the secrecy about? It's all so mysterious that even I am left in the dark?" Jace leaned in closer. "Is this your newly invented weapon?" "And it utilizes a hex crystal fragment as its core." He picked up the revolver, scrutinizing it carefully, and immediately grasped its principles, exclaiming in sheer astonishment. "Good heavens! You have actually designed an energy weapon. What's the fuss about? Even if I hadn't designed it now, others would eventually create it." Li Lin gently shook his head, dismissing Jace's presence, confident that the remaining energy would suffice. With that, he opened a small compartment at the wrist of his mechanical arm and placed the crystal fragment into the recess. Instantly, the entire mechanical arm illuminated, emitting a cacophony of metallic clicks and whirs as if it had come to life. The azure energy from the crystal fragment coursed through the energy conduits within the arm, propelling the mechanical gears into a swift and frenzied motion. Before long, the arm had expanded to more than double its original size. Li Lin inserted his right hand into the newly formed opening of the mechanical arm, clasping the tips of the 5 mechanical fingers with his own. Gradually, he closed his fist. As the gears whirred once more, the components of the luminescent mechanical arm reassembled seamlessly onto his right limb. To an uninitiated observer unfamiliar with Hextech, it would appear that he had replaced his arm with an enhanced prosthetic of Hextech design. At the moment Li Lin donned the mechanical arm, the interface in his mind displayed all the attributes of this equipment. Exoskeletal mechanical right arm. Inferior quality, a wearable mechanical device constructed from a steel framework, capable of harnessing energy to grant the user additional strength beyond physical limitations. Attributes, mechanical 350 health points. 3 combat power, ability effects, passive inferior core. The power core can only provide 2 minutes and 37 seconds of operational time. Passive reinforced alloy, crafted from high-quality alloys. It bestows an additional 150 health points. Active overload charge, consumes 1/3 of the current energy core in a single use to initiate a 3-second overload charge, enabling the next attack to inflict substantial damage on the target. Judging solely by the displayed attributes, it appears quite promising. Li Lin maneuvered the powered arm, delivering a few punches through the air. The energy from the crystal shards activated the gears, and the rapid consumption of blue energy produced white steam that surged through the gaps between the metal components, swiftly dissipating into the atmosphere. There was a noticeable sensation of constriction. The movement of the mechanical parts was somewhat sluggish, with a response lag of at least half a beat. It was no wonder the quality of the creation was subpar. However, achieving such results on the first attempt was commendable. With improvements and the integration of Helix energy crystals, the complete exoskeletal mechanical power armor could be realized. Li Lin swiftly analyzed in his mind, arriving at a conclusion that could be encapsulated in 4 words: a promising future. Meanwhile, Jace, who had stealthily positioned himself in the corner, interjected, "Whoa, take it easy." Thus, the distinction from the Atlas gauntlet lies in its closer fit along the muscle contours of the arm, occupying less space and offering greater convenience in use. Yet, I sense little difference overall. It is merely a difference in appearance. Jace rubbed his face, his thick eyebrows slightly raised, and continued, "However, the Atlas gauntlet, when worn for an extended period, can inflict damage upon the user's skeletal structure. Furthermore, it operates on hex-deck batteries, which results in limited battery life and insufficient power. If your arm can address these issues, it would indeed be an exceptional invention." Li Lin did not directly counter Jace's perspective, but instead smiled and posed a question. "What if I were to say that this powered arm is merely a component?" "A component?" Jace was taken aback, but then his eyes sparkled with realization, as if he had guessed something. "Are you implying that?" Chapter 17. Back to the Dark Alley. I intend to construct an entire exoskeletal power armor system. This arm is just one part. Upon hearing Li Lin's declaration, Jace pondered for quite some time. An entire set of powered armor would not be feasible if it relied solely on hex-deck batteries for energy. The costs alone present a significant challenge, not to mention the inherent instability of hex-deck crystals. What applications do you envision for it? He objectively evaluated Li Lin's thoughts. Its primary function would be to protect the wearer and enhance physical capabilities, which could indeed be applied in numerous fields, such as dock workers at the Sun's Gate or miners in the pits, individuals engaged in arduous labor. Li Lin paused briefly before continuing. "However, I personally lean towards its application in the military domain. You have experienced warfare, so I can comprehend the rationale behind your viewpoint." Jay shook his head, dissenting with the viewpoint presented. "Yet, as a scientist, should we not strive to usher in an era of benevolent progress and peace? Why then must we develop armaments?" Jace's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions as he opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately, all that emerged was a heavy sigh. He was but a young adult at that time, and he would never forget the harrowing scenes he witnessed. Blood-stained smoke shrouded the sky, and the entirety of the Piltover Canal was nearly engulfed in crimson, with countless lifeless bodies floating upon the water's surface, carried downstream into the sea of watchers, destined to become sustenance for the creatures of the abyss. That day was known to the denizens of the 2 city-states as the Day of Ashes, marking the ruthless slaughter of the rebels from the Undercity by the enforcers of the Upper City. Although relations between the Upper City and the Undercity had seemingly softened in recent years, Jace understood deep within that this was merely a facade of peace. The accumulated tensions between the 2 city-states would inevitably erupt once more. It was merely a matter of time. And this time, the consequences would be far more severe. Crisis? Perhaps. Perhaps Li Lin was indeed correct. Jace inhaled deeply, slightly shifting his heavy mood. "Well then, let us set aside that discussion for now and address the pressing issue at hand. How do you intend to resolve the energy dilemma?" Li Lin retrieved a shard of hex crystal from his mechanical arm, waving it before Jace. "In fact, I have already made some progress. If I were to obtain a complete crystal, I believe I could. Well, I have a 90% certainty of stabilizing it." He refrained from stating it too definitively to avoid the possibility of future embarrassment. After all, it is only natural that unforeseen circumstances could lead to the failure in the creation of the hex-deck energy crystal for the first time. "Huh." Jace exhibited an expression of incredulity. "Are you certain you are not jesting? I toiled for half a month and made scarcely any progress. You, on the other hand, claim to have a 90% certainty of achieving a stable and complete crystal after merely a few days of studying the fragments? I am beginning to suspect you are deceiving me." Jace furrowed his brow, casting a dubious glance at Li Lin. Li Lin patted his shoulder and replied with a smile. "What purpose would it serve for me to deceive you? It offers me no benefit. Oh, by the way, it just occurred to me that the hex-deck crystal I ordered should have arrived. Would you care to accompany me to Zaun?" "Jace?" Approximately an hour passed. The haze produced by industrial fumes and alchemical toxins continued to envelop the district, corroding the lives of every denizen of the Undercity. Just as Jace disembarked from the screeching machine, he promptly donned the hex-deck respiratory filter and inquired of Li Lin in a muffled tone. "Who did you enlist to assist you in procuring the crystal?" "Your old acquaintance," Li Lin replied, also putting on his respiratory filter. The place where you purchased the crystal fragments. Are you referring to Bensoir? Jace pondered for a moment, a look of realization dawning upon him. Did that fellow not say he would not be able to procure the crystal until next year? That was due to the insufficiency of the funds you provided. TSK. He is quite the unscrupulous merchant. Jesse smacked his lips. Last time, he sold me a shard of crystal for 50 silver rounds. To procure an entire crystal in advance, it would likely cost a considerable sum of gold Cs, wouldn't it? 3 gold Cs for a complete crystal, and if not acquired before the day of evolution, it would be reduced to merely 1 gold C. Li Lin cast a bewildered glance at Jesse. Are you aware that he is a shrewd merchant? Then why didn't you negotiate last time? It was unnecessary. This amount is trivial for the Kiramman family. Your words are rather audacious. One might think you are spending your own money, Li Lin silently scoffed within. Where are we headed? ISNT the Bensoir general store in the opposite direction? Jesse suddenly realized that Li Lin was walking the wrong way and questioned him with curiosity. First, we shall go to the Fugan Tavern. I have a favor to repay. Regarding the incident when you and Caitlin were attacked, Jesse recalled that he had also been assisting in the search for Caitlin a few days prior. And combined with Li Lin's earlier remarks, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. I heard you managed to escape on your own. How did you end up entangled with the people from the Undercity? Jesse, a native of Piltover, had been indoctrinated with the fundamental principles of the City of Progress since childhood, invention, discovery, and to steer clear of Zon as much as possible. Thus, upon hearing Li Lin mention repaying a favor to the denizens of the Undercity, his immediate reaction was one of concern. Li Lin noticed the expression on Jesse's face. From your tone, it seems you harbor quite a strong prejudice against Zon. I wouldn't call it prejudice. It's simply that not just me, but the vast majority of Upper City dwellers regard Zon as a nuisance. Jace discreetly surveyed his surroundings, ensuring that the nearest denizen of the Undercity could not overhear their conversation, before lowering his voice to inquire, have you ever understood that Piltover was once a part of Zon? How can that be possible? Piltover has been established for 216 years as of this year. But what existed before the founding of Piltover? Did this place simply not exist? Li Lin chuckled softly, denying Jace the opportunity to respond, and immediately continued. Ashravazwan was once a northern trade post of the Shurima Empire. A failed canal excavation resulted in seawater inundation, causing part of the city to sink beneath the earth, while another part stood precariously atop a cliff. Wealthy and influential families migrated to the more stable Upper City, leveraging geographical and environmental advantages to construct the present-day Sun Gatesy Lock, and named this resurgent city Piltover. The so-called Upper and Lower Cities were originally intertwined sisters, and the fates of their inhabitants are similarly entwined. Everyone is acutely aware of this, yet no one is willing to openly acknowledge it. Li Lin's words rendered Jace speechless, leaving him uncertain of how to counter such assertions. After a prolonged silence, he feebly remarked, but the history books in the Piltover library do not record any of this. I trust that with your intellect, you can discern that what I have stated is indeed the truth. Jace fell silent once more. His mother recounted numerous bedtime stories to him during his childhood, one of which was the legendary tale of the wind goddess, Janna, who manifested over 2 centuries ago to rescue the people from a devastating flood. She saved the inhabitants of Zon. At that time, Piltover did not exist. As I mentioned earlier, Jace, your perspective is too confined to a singular locale. Li Lin's tone was profound, yet devoid of sarcasm. We are all but frogs at the bottom of a well. However, whether we choose to remain in the well gazing up at the minuscule expanse above or leap out to embrace the vastness of the world beyond is ultimately our own decision. Since you have opted to embrace risks in the pursuit of a new era, it is evident that you are not a person who clings to the status quo. You should recognize the profound biases that could influence your thoughts. Li Lin's words trailed off, allowing Jace some time for introspection. And he was confident that Jace would grasp the underlying significance of his message. The journey continued in silence. After more than 10 minutes, the two of them finally arrived before the entrance of a bar on the outskirts of a dark alley. The name Fugan Tavern was etched prominently on the sign above the door. The establishment was already open for business, with a few patrons scattered about, indulging in drinks or entertainment. Li Lin glanced up momentarily before shifting his gaze back to the still doubtful Jace, smiling as he inquired, "Shall we enter? Or would you prefer to wait here?" Jace hesitated briefly, meeting his gaze, and replied, "I will go in with you." Chapter 18. A Big Score. As the melodious chime of the wind bells at the entrance echoed, Li Lin and Jess gracefully stepped into the Fugan Tavern. This establishment, a serene bar, appeared somewhat out of place amidst the bustling atmosphere of Zwan. Here, there was no heavy metal rock music, nor a dance floor for revelry. The entertainment area merely housed a few antiquated gaming machines and a couple of billiard tables. Upon noticing the stark contrast in attire between Li Lin and Jess and the locals, the patrons momentarily ceased their activities, their gazes, imbued with a myriad of emotions, fixated upon them. Confronted by these occasionally malevolent stares, Jess felt a shiver run down his spine, uncertain whether his decision had been wise or misguided. The fleeting silence lingered for less than 2 seconds, until a familiar, mature voice broke through. "May the haze never reach your home. Welcome to Fugen Tavern. What may I serve you, gentlemen?" Li Lin and Jess proceeded directly to the counter at the far end of the room, removing their respiratory filtration devices. "May the haze never reach your home. 2 beers, please." He placed 10 copper coins on the counter, sliding them towards the man who was attentively polishing a glass. None other than Vander. "Ah, it's you." Vander retrieved 2 wooden beer mugs from the drawer and filled them to the brim from a large round barrel behind him, setting one before each of them. "I see your injury has nearly healed. You seem to be in fine form, young man." "Thanks to you." Vander cast a knowing glance at Li Lin's left shoulder, then turned to the quietly contemplative Jess, who was sipping his drink with a somewhat melancholic expression. "And who might this be? Your friend?" "Indeed, he is currently, well, experiencing some personal emotional dilemmas, which we need not concern ourselves with." "Oh, I see. That is understandable." Vander seemed to have misunderstood something, gently nodding his head. Subsequently, Li Lin retrieved a standard-sized purse from his satchel and pushed it towards Vander. He cast a puzzled glance at the purse, then raised his eyebrows in confusion, inquiring, "What is this?" "Thanks to your assistance last time. This is merely a small token of my appreciation," Li Lin explained. Vander accepted the purse and opened it, revealing it to be filled with numerous circular coins, each devoid of any perforations. Beneath the dim, alchemical glow of the bar's lighting, these coins gleamed with a resplendent golden hue, approximately 20 in total. "This is far too valuable. I cannot accept it," Vander replied, his expression shifting slightly as he discreetly retied the purse and returned it to Li Lin, his voice low and grave. "Moreover, we are in the Black Alley. I cannot permit outsiders to create disturbances here. What I did was merely a trifling favor. You should understand that this sum means little to the Kiramman family." Li Lin shook his head, recalling Jace's earlier words. "Please accept it as a gift among friends. If only all my acquaintances were as generous as you," he jested lightly. After a brief pause, Vander glanced around before lowering his voice. "You must be here in the Undercity for the crystal, correct?" "Indeed, have you any news?" Li Lin nodded affirmatively. Upon overhearing their conversation, Jess, who had initially been somewhat disinterested, straightened up and attentively leaned in to listen. "Benson has already procured it. You can inquire with him for the details." "Ah, right." Vander suddenly seemed to recollect something, bowing his head as he rummaged through a drawer for a significant while, eventually extracting a small notebook and a pen. He hastily tore off a sheet of paper, scribbled some notes upon it, and affixed his signature at the bottom before neatly folding it and handing it to Li Lin. A flicker of confusion crossed Li Lin's mind. "What is this?" "Later, take this note to Benson's general store. He will know what to do." A few moments earlier, in the basement room of the Fugen Tavern, a slender boy reclined languidly on a worn-out, rigid sofa, intermittently tossing a bouncy ball against the metallic wall. Beside him sat a plump boy adorned with wind-resistant goggles atop his forehead, accompanied by 2 girls with hair dyed pink and blue, respectively. The trio sat cross-legged on the floor, engrossed in a unique card game indigenous to Zuin. Amidst the thudding noises resonating within the room, the blue-haired girl clenched her teeth. Ultimately unable to endure any longer, she sprang up from the floor, exclaiming, "Could you refrain from throwing your bouncy ball, Moreau? I can hardly concentrate." "Huh? My bouncing ball affects you?" Moreau glanced at the girl, whose expression had contorted into a frown, and he persisted in tossing the ball. "Are you sure it's not your poor card skills, Bubbles?" "You." Bao Bao looked at the pink-haired girl beside him with a sense of grievance. "Wei, look at him." "All right, Bao Bao, let us ignore him." Wei walked helplessly to Bao Bao's side, seizing the bouncing ball still suspended in the air. She then shot a fierce glare at Moreau, who lounged on the sofa. "And you, Moreau, stop incessantly criticizing Bao Bao. But that has nothing to do with me." Moreau straightened up, eager to rebut. "You have to say something for me, Craig." He turned to the chubby boy still seated on the floor. Yet the latter merely shrugged in silence. Before long, Bao Bao had exhausted all her cards. "Ugh, I lost again." "It's all right, Bao Bao. You played quite well this time. You'll surely win next time." Wei comforted her with a gentle expression. I fear that next time, you might forget and play recklessly again. Wei, in a fit of anger, kicked the sofa where Moreau lay. You better shut up, Moreau. Balbao set down her cards, feeling somewhat downcast. Wei, tell me, why has Vander forbidden us from going out recently? It seems we haven't done anything wrong. Well, Wei scratched her disheveled hair, her tone uncertain. It appears that someone caused a ruckus in the back alley, which alerted the enforcers. She had heard this from Little Yak, as Vander typically refrained from divulging street matters to them. I heard it was people from the upper city families who were attacked by outsiders in the back alley. Recently, the place has been swarming with enforcers searching for those individuals, Craig added. These upper city dwellers are quite a nuisance. Why must they frequent the black alleys? Their presence has rendered it impossible for us to venture out, Moreau lamented. Vander preferred to avoid trouble. Craig remarked to Moreau that perhaps in a few days, the situation would improve. Wait a moment, Craig, what did you just say? A sudden thought flashed through Wei's mind as she listened to their conversation. Vander wishes to avoid trouble? No, prior to that, there are law enforcers everywhere in the black alleys. Indeed, Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Do you wish to undertake a significant venture? Moreau instantly perked up. Significant? Craig scratched his head in confusion, unable to fathom why Wei would suddenly propose such an idea. What do you mean? A puzzled expression spread across Bao Bao's small face. Consider this. The upper city is currently preparing for Evolution Day, and the law enforcers must maintain order in the city. Given the recent incidents in the black alleys, they will need to allocate additional forces to the lower city. Wei paused for a moment, allowing the three of them a moment to ponder, and if that is the case, the security forces in the upper city would undoubtedly be stretched thin, presenting us with an opportunity. You want to go to the upper city? Craig's expression showed slight astonishment. Are you out of your mind? Vander will have us executed if he finds out. Only if we fail, Wei replied nonchalantly. Besides, we needn't let him know, right? Do you have a specific target in mind? Moreau rubbed his palms together, brimming with eagerness. For the time being, not yet, but we can make preparations in advance. Wei casually took a satchel from the nearby cabinet and gestured for everyone to follow her outside. The four of them stealthily ascended the wooden staircase to the first floor, hiding in the dimly lit corner by the wall as they watched the bar's front desk. Vander was attending to two impeccably stylish and undeniably handsome gentlemen, clearly not from the lower city. Hey, guys, I believe I've spotted our target, she announced. Chapter 19. I see your extraordinary talent and remarkable bone structure. It is astonishing how many patrolling enforcers there are in the lower city, rivaling those in the northern district. Jess remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. So far, they had encountered over 20 enforcers. What kind of commotion did you cause with Caitlin last time? Was it really as sensational as the newspapers claimed? The newspapers exaggerated. That was Lady Karina's intention, to suppress other families, Li Lin replied with a shrug. It's mainly because Caitlin has a unique status. If an ordinary family member were attacked, there would be no need for such an uproar. True, Jess said, suddenly recalling that he had seen Caitlin all morning, which was unusual since she typically did not venture out so early for hunting. By the way, do you know where Caitlin went today? I haven't seen her at all. She probably went for a ride on her bicycle early this morning. Li Lin answered casually. A bicycle? You've actually built one? Surprised? It's not difficult if you have the hands for it. As both are brilliant inventors and familiar with each other's temperaments, their conversation flows with a certain casualness. When Jess was taken aback by Li Lin's comment, his face flushed with indignation, yet he refused to concede defeat. Your bicycle lacks any technical sophistication. Why should I be astonished? He retorted. I believe Mrs. Karina is not planning to unveil this invention until the Evolution Gala, is she? Caitlin desires it, and surely I cannot decline her request. Li Lin cast a sidelong glance at Jess and jested. What is this? Do you wish for one as well? Shall I craft one for you too? Jess was about to decline when Li Lin swiftly changed his tone. You've seen the blueprints. If you wish to undertake the construction yourself, you certainly have the means. Jess's expression darkened. Why do I feel an urge to strike you? For the remainder of their time together, the two engaged in a light-hearted exchange. Upon arriving at Benso's grocery store, they peered through the window into the interior. The shop remained desolate, devoid of any customers. As they entered, Benso, engrossed in tinkering with a mechanical device at the counter, barely acknowledged them, greeting them with a somewhat dismissive, welcome. We have everything here. Just let me know what you fancy, and I shall quote you a price. Li Lin couldn't help but express his exasperation. It's not that your business is lacking, but with such a service attitude, who would choose to shop here? He cleared his throat slightly. Ahem. Benso, what of the crystals I ordered? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Benso's expression slightly changed as he immediately rose, placing aside what he had been holding, and donned a beaming smile. Ah, Mr. Li Lin. What a pleasure to welcome you. The crystals you requested have been meticulously prepared and are well preserved. He then directed his gaze towards the inner room. Yak, quickly bring out the boxes from my room. Understood, came the youthful voice of a boy from within. Following this, Benso awkwardly squeezed his corpulent frame out from behind the counter, rubbing his palms together as he chuckled to Li Lin. You know, Mr. Li Lin. Acquiring these crystals was quite the endeavor. My subordinates had to venture into the city and nearly got caught by the enforcers. Li Lin, indifferent to Benso's tales of crystal procurement, suspecting them to be mere exaggerations, interrupted with a wave of his hand. How many did you manage to acquire? Benso's face stiffened momentarily, and he sheepishly held up 2 fingers. 2, just 2? Is that all? Li Lin inquired, surprised. Considering the recent circumstances, that's already quite commendable. Benso hastily added. However, my subordinates also gathered several fragments. Piecing them together should yield about 3 more. The residual energy in those fragments is minimal, if not entirely absent, and they hold little value for me. Li Lin's brows furrowed slightly before relaxing again. Well, if it's just 2, then so be it. I shall compensate you for the fragments as well, but first, I must assess their quality. As he spoke, Li Lin recalled Vander's instructions and retrieved the note he had written from his pocket, handing it to Benzo. I visited the Fugan Tavern before coming here. This is from Vander for you. Vander? Benzo inquired, perplexed, as he accepted the note and slowly began to unfold it to read its contents. At that moment, a small boy with dark skin and white hair, slender in build, emerged from the back room, dragging a large wooden box before them. Li Lin's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he scrutinized the diminutive figure. Although he had heard the name Ek previously, he had been under the influence of anesthetics and in a semi-conscious state at the time. This marked his first genuine encounter with Ek, the prodigy of Zahn's future, who could devise the Z-type drive mechanism and wield the bizarre ability to manipulate time, all from a fragment of primordial crystal. Ek felt somewhat uneasy under Li Lin's gaze and, with a hint of nervousness, stammered, this is it. Yet, before Li Lin could crouch down to open the box, the previously silent Jace impatiently shoved him aside, exclaiming, Let me see. You're in such a hurry. Li Lin retorted, exasperated as he stepped back, thinking that the crystal would sprout wings and fly away. However, Jace paid him no mind. He hastily removed the breathing filter from his face and eagerly lifted the lid of the wooden box. Inside, 2 flawless deep blue hex crystals lay nestled upon a thick layer of soft cotton. As the radiant azure light swiftly illuminated the air, Jace's gaze ignited with fervor. He picked up a piece of crystal, caressing its somewhat uneven surface with great affection, while murmuring incessantly, Is this the Hextech crystal? Truly a masterpiece. Beside them, Bensuoth, having perused the contents of the letter, could not help but gape in astonishment at Jace's demeanor, exclaiming, So you are indeed friends? Li Lin smiled and retorted, What else could it be? I had thought you belonged to rival families competing against one another. Bensuoth, feeling a bit awkward, scratched his bald head and fell silent. Li Lin casually picked up another crystal, and as he did, information about it floated through his mind. Hextech crystal, common, a mass-produced, unstable miniature energy core developed through runic alchemy and chemical engineering, possessing low energy supply efficiency and prone to explosion upon impact. Attributes for machinery 200 energy. Ability effects. Passive unstable substance. Generates a powerful explosion upon severe impact. Passive energy core. When the crystal serves as a core energy supply device, it provides an additional 250 energy boost to mechanical creations. In comparison to my advanced Hextech energy crystal, the properties of this ordinary crystal are indeed lacking by more than just a slight margin. As Li Lin pondered, Jace rummaged through the bottom of the box, unearthing crystal fragments of various sizes and dull hues. Li Lin cast a casual glance, shaking his head in disapproval. Indeed, there are 1 or 2 fragments of superior quality compared to what Jace purchased last time, yet the majority of the pieces have entirely lost their energy, rendering them mere refuse. Li Lin extracted a pouch of coins from his satchel and tossed it to Bensuoth, containing 10 golden Cs. From now on, whenever you come across crystals, set them aside for me. I shall find time to examine them. To Li Lin's surprise, Bensuoth returned the pouch to him. No. You are a friend of Vander. I cannot accept this money. Is it written in Vander's letter? Li Lin chuckled helplessly. Take it. Even brothers settle accounts clearly. and I am not in need of this trivial sum. He forcibly pressed the pouch into Binsua's hands, his gaze shifting to Yak. However, sensing Li Lin's intense stare, Yak involuntarily shivered, instinctively attempting to retreat into the inner room, only to be intercepted by the swifter Li Lin. You are Yak, correct? Do not be afraid. I am not a villain. Yak dared not meet Li Lin's eyes, his expression betraying a hint of terror as he glanced up and saw. Mr. Li Lin, Yak is merely assisting me with menial tasks. He even helped treat your wounds last time. I believe he has not offended you in any way. Binsua found himself in a quandary, perplexed by Li Lin's intentions. Li Lin waved his hand dismissively, stating, I merely observe that this young lad possesses extraordinary talent and remarkable bones. He is a rare genius. I wish to inquire if he would consider becoming my apprentice. Upon hearing this, Jace, Yak, and Binsua were left bewildered, gazing at Li Lin in confusion. Huh? What did you just say? Ike gently prodded his ears, convinced he must have misheard. Li Lin chuckled and reiterated, I am a mechanic. Well, a craftsman. Would you care to become my apprentice? Li Lin, how did you discern that this lad possesses talent? Jace inquired, stroking his smooth chin, scrutinizing the diminutive figure before him, an undernourished child scarcely reaching half his height. With such a frail physique, lacking even sufficient strength, one might question his ability to wield tools like wrenches or hammers. How could he possibly aspire to be an apprentice? Even for a mere errand boy, one could find a multitude in the southern district of the city. Why seek out a child from the underbelly who has yet to grasp even the fundamentals of mechanical theory? Jace pondered, perplexed. Li Lin waved off his concerns and continued speaking to Ike. Of course, remuneration is not an issue. I can offer you a starting wage of 10 silver rounds per day, far exceeding the market rate. Even the wage earners in the upper city rarely earn such a salary. If your parents consent, the Kiramman family can provide room and board. And you will have complete freedom. Ike lowered his gaze, his hands anxiously entwined, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. But I only know how to fix a few trinkets. I'm not skilled in anything else. To be honest, upon hearing Li Lin's offer, Ike felt a flicker of desire. However, despite his youth, he was not naive. His parents had instilled in him a saying, opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. Li Lin's intentions were undoubtedly purposeful. Yet the specifics of those intentions eluded Ike, leaving him unable to fathom what the future held. It matters not, as it has been said, I am an apprentice. I can impart to you the principles of mechanics. The Kiramman family is indeed a lineage of hextech artisans, renowned craftsmen abound within their ranks, who often guide budding apprentices. Hey, Li Lin, are you not being a tad impulsive? Jess's words were abruptly interrupted once more by Li Lin. Do not speak. I have my own plans. In truth, Li Lin's desire to take Ek as his apprentice was not a fleeting whim, but a notion that had been percolating within him for some time. A youth who could teach himself, even developing a device to manipulate time using merely a shard of primordial crystal. If one were to draw comparisons, Li Lin believed Ek's aptitude in the realm of science surpassed that of Jess and Victor. Given a more conducive environment and education, he might well have invented the Z-type drive much earlier. At that juncture, alongside the system panel, he would possess another invaluable asset to address future crises. What are your thoughts? Ek hesitated for quite a while, unable to reach a decision, and could only cast a pleading glance at Binsua, who had just recovered from his shock. You little rascal, what are you staring at me for? Binsua grumbled as he approached Ek and playfully tapped his head. Shouldn't you hurry and agree? Huh. Ek winced, covering his head, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Is that really possible? Binsua, exasperated, gave him another light tap. That is the Kiramman family we are speaking of. How many have clamored to gain entry and yet failed? You hesitate, dear boy? You truly are quite the blockhead. Why not promptly address your master? Master. Master. Ike instinctively called out to Li Lin. Simply refer to me as Li Lin, or Brother Li Lin, or even just Big Brother. Any of those will suffice. Li Lin's expression betrayed a hint of embarrassment. I shall call you Brother Li Lin then. Had he really become an apprentice in such a prestigious family in the upper city? Ike scratched his head in confusion, feeling as though everything before him was nothing more than a surreal dream. Haraha, your parents would be immensely proud of you, Ike. Binsu appeared even more exhilarated than Ike himself. Initially, he had allowed the young lad to assist in his shop out of respect for Ike's parents. But as time passed, the childless Binsu had genuinely come to regard Ike as his own son. With his figurative son achieving great success, the proud father naturally rejoiced. Oh, are we departing so soon? What about my mother and father? A sudden wave of inexplicable sadness washed over Ike. Binsu promptly pushed him towards Li Lin, assuring him, I will speak with your parents on your behalf. As for Wei, Bao, Craig, and Moreau, I shall have Vander inform them. Ben Su shot Ike an impatient glare, his tone growing increasingly exasperated. Li Lin chuckled softly, retrieving 10 silver coins from his satchel and handing them to Ike. Indeed, I am aware that you often clandestinely visit Piltover, scaling the towering heights of the whirling machine, a perilous endeavor indeed. Henceforth, I shall reimburse you for your fares on that contraption. Beside him, Benso wore a broad smile, tightly grasping Li Lin's hand and shaking it fervently. Thank you, Mr. Li Lin. We shall not impose any further. After ensuring that Jace secured the hex crystals and shards, the two departed from the general store. In the narrow alleyway before Benso's shop, for figures of varying heights and builds concealed themselves in the shadows. Having stealthily emerged from the Fugan Tavern, Wei was accompanied by Bao Bao, Craig, and Marrow, trailing behind Li Lin and Jace. To their surprise, they had arrived at Benso's store. Marrow scoffed. They must be quite pleased after having fleeced those upper city dwellers. All right, everyone, they're about to exit. Be cautious not to be detected. Wei cautioned as he observed Li Lin and Jace leaving the shop. Understood. Let us proceed with caution. Wei turned to his younger sister. Bao Bao, make sure to be swift in your ascent. We may not have much time. If we miss their ride on the whirling machine, we will lose track of them. I'll do my best. Bao Bao replied, blinking her azure eyes and taking a deep breath. You can do it. I have faith in you, Wei encouraged. Patting her shoulder with a smile before beckoning Craig and Marrow to follow, leading the way ahead. Should we succeed, Vander would undoubtedly regard us with newfound respect, permitting us to venture forth on our own. Chapter 21, Run. In the upper passenger cabin of the Hextech pressure transport, Jace, who had remained silent throughout the journey, could no longer contain his curiosity. Are you truly considering hiring that child as an apprentice? Li Lin met his gaze, arching an eyebrow. Do I appear to be jesting? But why? You will understand in due time. For now, explaining it to you would be futile. What a joke. Is there truly anything I do not comprehend? Jace exclaimed, his eyes widening. I've noticed that you have a penchant for leaving your statements half-finished. Rather than fixating on that, you would be better off conserving your energy for tonight's research on the Hextech crystal. Li Lin deftly shifted the topic. Ah, fine. Speaking of which, this afternoon you mentioned that you could stabilize the Hextech crystal. What is the underlying principle? Of course, it pertains to the system panel's principles. Li Lin replied, turning his face away. Drawing upon the knowledge within his mind, he pondered for a moment before providing a rough explanation. The Hextech crystal is highly unstable. Initially, I considered employing a resonance device to dampen its oscillations, but I discovered that approach ineffective. Then, a thought struck me. Since reducing the resonance frequency was unfeasible, why not amplify the energy? A sudden spark ignited in Jace's eyes. You mean to stabilize the crystal in a high-frequency environment? Well done. It seems you've learned to answer swiftly, Li Lin remarked. Li Lin nodded in affirmation of his statement, having tested it with crystal shards to great success. Damn. How could I have overlooked this? Finally realizing where he had gone awry, Jess clenched his right fist and struck his left palm. Truly, you are a genius, Li Lin. Even with a golden finger, one cannot become a genius. What hope does this traveler have? Li Lin chuckled helplessly and shifted his gaze to the window. The elevator typically lingered in larger areas for about 10 minutes, while it only paused for 2 or 3 minutes in smaller ones. The time was nearly upon him, and he could hear the sound of the iron door closing on the lowest level. Not long after, the coarse, raspy voice of the administrator echoed through the loudspeaker. The elevator is ascending. Next stop, Border Market, Arcane Arts Academy, Plant Cultivation Center. With a piercing shriek, the elevator emitted a deafening roar as 3 stout vertical rails supported its bulky frame, gradually lifting it. The exhaust vent at the top released billows of steam. After approximately 20 minutes, the shriek emerged from the dim tunnel, slowing to a halt at Piltover's airdrop street. Li Lin and Jess followed the few other passengers out of the cabin, traversing the winding cobblestone path. However, all they could see was a throng of clamorous citizens. What is happening? Jess noticed Li Lin's unusual demeanor and turned to follow his gaze. Everything appeared normal. Meanwhile, behind a wall at the street corner, a voice whispered, "See? I told you not to bring the explosives. We almost got caught." The slender Moreau complained to Wei. I was clearly so far from him. And I was hiding in the crowd. What makes you think he almost discovered me? Bobo retorted defiantly. It's because of your conspicuous blue hair. Even in a crowd, you'd be easily spotted. Moreau countered, but he doesn't know me. Even if he sees me, what difference does it make? The argument between Bobo and Miro grew increasingly heated. All right, enough of this. Both of you say less. And Miro, this is indeed not Bobo's fault, Wei interjected, pointing towards two figures that were nearly disappearing into the throng in the distance. We still have a mission at hand. We can't afford to lose them. Fine. The task is more important. I shan't dwell on this, Miro conceded with a huff, turning away from Bobo and ignoring him. After resolving the minor friction between his teammates, Wei led the trio to evade the enforcers, stealthily trailing behind Li Lin and Jess. Eventually, they arrived at the precipice of the Piltover Gorge. From this vantage point, the city appeared to have been cleaved asunder, with a chasm obscured by a haze, dividing it into southern and northern halves. The four swiftly approached the edge of the bridge, peering down in astonishment at a scene utterly unseen in Zuin. As the enforcers on the bridge became aware of their presence, they dared not linger, hastening to the northern side. In a narrow alleyway, almost devoid of foot traffic, Wei, Bobo, and Miro quickly ascended to the rooftops via drainage pipes and metal frameworks, while Craig remained below, serving as their lookout and guiding them from the ground. Wei crouched at the edge of the eaves, gazing down at the bustling street below. Milo, have you spotted Craig? Let me take a look. There. Bao Bao's excited shout drew their attention to the end of the street. Well done, Bao Bao. Let's hurry over, Wei replied, and before her words had fully escaped her lips, she leapt gracefully toward the opposite rooftop. Bao Bao and Milo swiftly followed in her wake, three slender figures weaving through the golden rays of the setting sun. Before long, they reunited with Craig, who had just scaled the roof from the other side. How did you get up here? Where are the others? Milo asked anxiously. We haven't lost them, have we? Craig cast a resigned glance at him. How could we possibly lose them? They've already reached home. With that, he gestured toward an opulently adorned mansion at the end of the road. They went inside that house, just as I suspected. Anyone who can reside in such a dwelling must be incredibly wealthy, Wei remarked, a hint of sarcasm lacing her tone. She pointed to the topmost floor of the mansion. We can enter through the balcony. Wei, are you certain you want to do this? There are numerous enforcers outside this family's residence. Craig's hesitation was evident. Having come this far, are you really going to back out now? Wei shot him an exasperated look. I'm going regardless. Will you accompany me or not? Craig and Milo exchanged glances. Noticing Milo raise an eyebrow in indifference, Craig sighed deeply. All right, fine, but we must act swiftly. The four individuals exerted considerable effort as they climbed along the ledge of the opulent mansion, ultimately leaping onto the balcony of the top floor. The interior remained shrouded in darkness, devoid of any occupants. Wei attempted to twist the handle of the balcony door. The entrance, composed of bronze grills and glass, was not locked, allowing it to be opened with ease. What initially captured their attention within the room was a shelf displaying a metallic arm, entirely crafted from intricate mechanical components. Wow, I recognize this, Biao exclaimed, dashing towards the metallic appendage and gently caressing its surface, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. It's akin to the augmentations installed in those individuals from the Undercity, yes. It's called an enhanced prosthetic. Indeed, this is exceptionally valuable. I believe we should reconsider. Such a hefty object is clearly not something we can carry away, Mero remarked, scratching his head. He then casually opened the nearest drawer, only to be taken aback. Hey, guys, take a look at this. A handgun. Wei and Craig's expressions shifted dramatically, while Biao appeared utterly thrilled. Let me see that. This is the real deal. Not a toy for children like you. Mero raised the handgun triumphantly above his head, unwilling to share his prize with Biao. Hey, I've grown up. Besides, I just want to take a look. Why are you being so stingy? Shoo, don't make noise in here. Wei shot them a glare. Forget about the handgun. Let's quickly search for something of value. The owner of this place could return at any moment. Before her words could fully resonate, the sound of mechanical gears rotating and colliding echoed from the entrance. Though the sound was faint, it resonated in their ears like a tumultuous wave crashing upon the shore. The four individuals instantly ceased their actions, their gazes converging upon the source of the sound. It was the unmistakable noise of a key turning in a lock. For a fleeting moment, Wei's mind went blank. Then, a flicker of terror passed through her eyes. Run. Chapter 22. An unexpected encounter in truth, even without Wei's urgent warning. Craig and Milo had already abandoned their tasks, rushing towards the balcony. Close behind them were Wei and Bao Bao, who was entirely consumed by panic. After only a few steps, her small foot accidentally collided with the table leg, and she cried out in pain, tumbling forward and crashing to the ground. Bao Bao. Hearing the commotion behind her, Wei, who had nearly reached the balcony and was about to climb onto the roof, glanced back and was immediately alarmed. Bao Bao was in distress, one hand pressed against her ankle, tears shimmering in her swollen eyes. Wei, my foot. It sprained. At that moment, the door to the room was fully thrust open, revealing a younger man among the two pursuers who had been following them. I knew it. I felt as though someone was watching us the entire way. Turns out it was Yulat. Li Lin, with his left hand gripping his right elbow, rested his right index finger on his chin, his tone tinged with surprise. Ah, are you all gathered here to play mahjong? However, Wei could not possibly abandon her sister. You all go ahead. Don't worry about us. Wei swiftly rushed to Bao Bao's side, enveloping her in a protective embrace while casting a steely glare at the owner of the room before her. How is it that you have come to my studio to pilfer, and do you suppose that your numbers will allow you to assault me? Upon encountering the three individuals who cast their predatory gazes upon him, Li Lin could not help but chuckle softly. We merely entered to take a look. We did not take anything. Wei defended himself, albeit with a lack of conviction. You climbed to the top floor and entered through the balcony, did you not? Li Lin shook his head with a light chuckle. By the way, I recall the law impeaching stating something akin to attempted theft. Am I correct? If apprehended, you would likely face a minimum of 2 years in prison, especially since you attempted to steal from the German family. I suspect the enforcers would not be lenient with you. We shouldn't waste our breath on him. Let us incapacitate him. No one will be the wiser, my Luo declared, feigning ferocity as he cracked his knuckles while glaring at Li Lin. Ah, but should you proceed in that manner, an additional charge of assault would be added to your crimes. Not to mention I am a craftsman of the German family. Can you fathom the length of your sentencing? Li Lin said with a smile, though his intention was merely to intimidate these misguided youths. After all, he had developed a rapport with Vander, and these 4 children were under his guardianship. Sometimes, acquiring one more ally is far more advantageous than cultivating an enemy. Vander, as the leader of the Zon Alleys, could only serve to benefit him, particularly since he was familiar with these sisters and held a degree of sentiment for them. Regardless, he would never genuinely send them to prison. However, his words were taken to heart by the 4 children. Wei gently patted the shoulders of Bao Bao twice, then, with a blank expression, stood up and met Li Lin's gaze with eyes seemingly devoid of any emotion. This is solely my decision. If you release them, I will accompany you to the police station to face legal consequences. Bao Bao. Bao Bao stared in shock at her sister's slender silhouette, her mouth agape. What? Milo, in a state of panic, grasped her shoulder. Why would you do this? It's not solely your fault. We share the responsibility. You shouldn't bear this alone. Craig chimed in agreement. Meanwhile, Bao Bao, who was still seated on the ground, was already in tears, unable to suppress her sobs. You all. Wei's eyes glistened with unshed tears. No, Vander still needs you. If anyone bears the burden, it should be me alone. She shook off Milo's hand and strode towards Li Lin, stopping about a meter in front of him. Let them go. Just take me. A chuckle escaped Li Lin as he observed the earnest and solemn expressions of the children. Wei furrowed her brows. What are you laughing at? I remembered something amusing. Li Lin cleared his throat, waved his hand, and turned to close the door, locking it behind him. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of Wei, Craig, and Milo, he walked straight to the chair at his workstation and sat down. What does this mean? Wei's frown deepened. Would Vander feel gratified if he knew how responsible you are? Li Lin teased, looking at the pink-haired girl before him. Milo, astonished, interjected, You know Vander. Of course, why else would I be at the Fugen Tavern? Did you not also accompany me from the tavern to this place? The crowd exchanged glances, collectively exhaling in relief. Mero wiped the cold sweat from his brow, expressing his frustration. Why didn't you say so earlier? You've put us through unnecessary anxiety. The act of stealing from me seems rather trivial compared to the apprehension we faced. After being chastened by Li Lin, Mero felt somewhat embarrassed and refrained from speaking further. I truly apologize. We were unaware that you were a friend of Vander. Wei awkwardly ruffled her disheveled hair, feeling both puzzled and indignant. How could Vander have friends in the upper city when he harbors such disdain for the denizens of the pits? Nonetheless, in order to protect herself and her companions, she chose not to reveal her emotions. Even if that were not the case, you should not be pilfering in the upper city. Fortunately, it was I who found you today. Had it been someone else, the consequences would have been dire. Indeed, you are correct, came the response. I now believe you are a friend of Vander. Your verbose manner of speaking mirrors his precisely. Wei thought to herself. Well then, we shall not trouble you further. We will take our leave. Ouch. Balbo gazed at her sister with tear-filled eyes, her pitiful appearance evoking sympathy. Wei crouched down, gently rolling up her left pant leg, and carefully removed her shoe and sock, revealing a delicate, pale foot to the air. The The swelling is quite severe. It seems she has sprained it badly. Wei bit her lip, staring at Bao Bao's red and swollen left ankle, momentarily at a loss. To leave this place, they would need to scale the exterior of the building. Bao Bao now finds it difficult even to walk. How could she possibly bounce around at such a height? If you trust my words, you might consider allowing her to stay here for the time being. Wei turned her gaze towards Li Lin, her eyes reflecting a sense of inquiry. You can wait outside for a while. Once the meal is finished, I will escort her out through the back door. Li Lin quickly clarified. Rest assured, I hold a certain standing in the Kiramman household, and even if I am discovered, there will be no repercussions. This. Wei hesitated slightly. Bao Bao wiped the tears from her face, reassuringly stating, It's all right, sister. I can take care of myself. Wei's expression was complex, still torn in her decision. To be honest, allowing Bao Bao to remain here was the only viable option. To her surprise, Craig seemed to share this sentiment. After deep contemplation, she exhaled heavily, her expression serious as she addressed Li Lin. Then I shall trouble you with this. Chapter 23. My name is not Jinx, but Bao Bao. After Wei had reiterated her concerns to Li Lin and reminded Bao Bao of several important precautions, she, along with Craig and Milo, scaled the wall and departed from the balcony. Now, within the room, only a slightly relieved Li Lin remained along with Bao Bao, who had been seated on a chair by Wei, her emotions somewhat tense as they exchanged wide-eyed glances. The atmosphere was thick with silence, to alleviate the somewhat oppressive ambience. Li Lin broke the stillness first. Your name is Jinx, isn't it? Jinx? Bao Bao's eyes sparkled with confusion as she replied, I am not Jinx. My name is Bao Bao. As Li Lin momentarily faltered in her speech, she recalled that the chubby boy had also addressed her in such a manner. It dawned on her that before Jinx had succumbed to madness, she was affectionately referred to as Bao Bao. I apologize. I must have confused you with a little girl from my memories, Li Lin offered, hastily diverting the conversation. She glanced at her watch. It was 6:30, and dinner at the Kiramman family was scheduled for 7 o'clock sharp. She estimated they would have to wait several more minutes, as it was prudent to dine together. I'm perfectly fine, Bao Bao stated, curling up in her chair, her tone slightly strained. Li Lin noticed her swollen ankle and sighed softly. Your foot seems to be quite injured, though it should be free of fractures. Allow me to fetch a bottle of medicinal alcohol and some ice from the servants. Is there anything else you require? Bao Bao shook her small head. No, nothing at all. This marked her first encounter alone with unfamiliar adults away from Wei, and it was only natural for her to feel a tinge of anxiety. However, before she could finish her sentence, a disconcerting gurgle emanated from her stomach. Bao Bao's face flushed crimson as she bashfully buried her little visage in her arms. With a smile gracing her features, Li Lin inquired, Is there anything you would like to eat? No, really, it's not necessary. Bao Bao replied, her voice hesitant. Tonight's dinner was expected to feature a bacon and egg sandwich crafted from Shirima sunbread, accompanied by a spiny grilled fish flavored with bilgewater spices and a sweet cake for dessert. The Kiramman family is extravagantly wealthy, even employing the most exceptional local chefs to ensure the perfect embodiment of each region's unique culinary characteristics. Upon hearing Li Lin's description, Bobo's throat instinctively twitched, and she swallowed hard. Ah, and the rest the specially fermented yak milk transported from Freljord. Would you care to sample it? Absolutely. As she watched the youthful and somewhat dashing young men exit the room, Bobo felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. Is this what it means to live the life of the affluent? Her eyes glazed over slightly as she murmured to herself. However, this state of contemplation did not linger for long, as a new thought quickly took root. One day, I shall also become wealthy, allowing Wei, Vander, along with Craig and Marrow, to join me in living such a life. What kind of life? A sudden voice startled Bobo from her reverie. She hurriedly turned towards the balcony from whence the sound emanated, and to her delight, a familiar face appeared once more. Wei, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Aren't you leaving? I sent Craig and Marrow ahead. They will wait for us nearby. Wei approached Bobo and affectionately tousled her hair, saying, Silly girl. How could I possibly leave you with a stranger? Bobo detected the underlying distrust in her sister's words regarding Li Lin and could not help but inquire. But didn't this big brother claim to be a friend of Vander? You truly believe everything he says, don't you? Wei bent down, rubbing her hands on Bao Bao's face a few times, recalling Vander's incessant admonitions about the folly of trusting others too readily. Had she so easily forgotten? One must always remain vigilant. Stop rubbing my face. Bao Bao mumbled incoherently, yet she added that he promised to bring her food, leading her to believe he might not be a bad person after all. Upon hearing her sister utter such words, Wei couldn't help but sigh. Goodness, Bao Bao. Have you truly been swayed by a mere meal? And no, that's not it. Bao Bao's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Oh well, he does seem rather sincere for now. Wei straightened herself, declaring, I'll be outside. If anything happens, remember to shout, and I will come in immediately to assist you. All right, I understand. Bao Bao thought to herself that this older brother was surely not a villain, at least not as wicked as her sister presumed. A few minutes later, the door to the room clicked softly as Li Lin entered, carrying a tray. On the tray lay 2 metallic cups, one of which was at least the size of a palm, emanating steam from a golden loaf of bread, accompanied by bacon and fried eggs. A beautifully roasted fish glistening with oil, and 2 slices of cream cake adorned with a cherry. In an instant, the rich aroma of the bread and roasted fish enveloped the entire room. It smells so good. Bao Bao's blue eyes widened in delight, her appetite ignited, nearly causing drool to spill from the corners of her mouth. She had never encountered such an exquisite scent before. Li Lin placed a plate upon the countertop and, with a delicate fruit knife, sliced the soft, fragrant sun bread into 2 halves. He then layered 1 half with crispy bacon, a fried egg, and boneless grilled fish, covering it with the other half to create a quintessential Piltover sandwich. It would have been even more delightful with a crisp lettuce leaf and a dash of ketchup. As he pondered this, Li Lin handed the sandwich to Bao Bao. In her excitement, she forgot to utter a word of thanks and eagerly opened her small mouth to take a bite. The aromatic fusion of sun bread, bacon, fried egg, and grilled fish exploded on her taste buds, flooding her mouth with an exquisite fragrance. Tears of joy welled up in Bao Bao's eyes. She had never tasted anything so delicious before. Eat slowly, don't choke. No one is competing with you, and there's cake and milk too. Noticing that Bao Bao was utterly absorbed in her meal, Li Lin smiled helplessly and retrieved a small bottle from his pocket. This contained the finest remedy for bruises and injuries in Piltover, highly effective, yet rather costly, unaffordable for most. He uncapped the bottle and poured a small amount of the liquid onto his left hand, then knelt before Bao Bao. I'm going to apply the medicine now. If it hurts, please let me know. Upon receiving a nod from her, he gently held her arch with his right hand while his left pressed softly against her swollen ankle. Bao Bao emitted a muffled sound, ambiguous yet expressive. Li Lin eased his grip, hesitating to proceed further, and gazed into the eyes of the little girl before him. Does it hurt? With her cheeks stuffed full and her mouth bulging, Bao Bao shook her head, yet her eyes were filled entirely with Li Lin's reflection. Then I shall continue. Li Lin evenly applied the potion from the palm of his hand, then gently began to massage it in. After completing all the steps as described on the bottle's label, he wrapped the ice cubes from a cup on the tray in a towel and placed them on her injury. After a little over 10 minutes, the ice had nearly melted. Noticing that the redness and swelling on Bao Bao's foot had diminished somewhat, he felt a slight sense of relief. Is it feeling any better? He inquired. Yes, it feels much improved. Thank you, Bao Bao replied softly, pursing her lips in gratitude. That's good to hear. Li Lin dried the moisture from her foot with the towel, then helped her into her shoes and socks, glancing at the time. It's about time. Let me escort you out. He draped his left arm over Bao Bao's shoulder and, with his right hand cradling her leg, lifted her in a princess carry. Oh, by the way, Bao Bao suddenly blinked, as if recalling something important. I don't know your name yet. Oh, really? Li Lin paused for a moment. Under Bao Bao's expectant gaze, he slowly revealed, My name is Li Lin. Li Lin. Bao Bao pondered for a moment before breaking into a radiant smile. If you ever visit the Fugan Tavern again, be sure to come find me. Chapter 24. We have created a new era. Li Lin and Bao Bao exited through the side door of the Kiramman estate, enjoying a peaceful journey without incident. Aware that this group of children typically smuggled themselves back to Zuin by leaping onto the top of the Shrieker, and considering Bao Bao's sprained foot, they proceeded cautiously. He had arranged with Jace to study the Hextech crystals together after dinner, and the time was drawing near. Where have you been? I almost thought you were going to stand me up. Upon seeing Li Lin, Jace's face immediately brightened with excitement as he swiftly moved behind him, urging him towards the door. Hurry, open the door. Li Lin, slightly exasperated, replied, Why are you more anxious than I am? Of course, any scientist would be eager in such a situation, wouldn't they? Once inside, Jace locked the door behind them and walked directly to the workbench. Wait, is that a remedy for injuries? Are you hurt? Oh no, I forgot to tidy up. Li Lin's breath hitched as he rushed forward to clear the clutter from the table, explaining, I've been training with Caitlin frequently lately, so it's only natural for someone with my slender build. Indeed, as a craftsman, Possessing a robust physique is quite advantageous. Jace chuckled, not lingering on that topic for long. He gently placed a small box on the table and opened the lid. A brilliant azure light burst forth, as if it had been pent up within the confines of the box for an eternity, instantly illuminating the entire room. Jace picked up a hextech crystal and placed it into the central groove of the hextech resonance device on another workbench. Several arcs of blue static crackled in response to the metal, and soon after, the resonance device, powered by the energy, radiated the same captivating blue light outward from the groove where the crystal resided. Jace turned to Li Lin, asking, "Are you ready?" "Certainly." Li Lin nodded. Retrieving more than a dozen meticulously crafted metal discs, inscribed with runic symbols, from the drawer, he carefully placed them into the designated slots of the resonance device. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely pressed the activation button and turned the power dial to its maximum setting. The mechanical gears of the resonance device engaged, emitting a slightly jarring metallic grinding sound. The towering circular support structure surrounding the base began to rotate slowly under the influence of the crystal energy, its speed gradually increasing. Meanwhile, the crystal, radiating an even more blinding light, vibrated violently in resonance, unleashing a torrent of irregular blue arcs, resembling fingers, that reacted fiercely with the support structure. Within just 2 or 3 seconds, the rotation speed of the support structure became nearly impossible to perceive with the naked eye, and the entire resonance device, along with the hex crystal, trembled violently, as if on the brink of disintegration. Simultaneously, the hex crystal emitted a powerful thrust, propelling both of them outward. In an instant, the room descended into chaos. A flicker of panic crossed Jace's face. "Look at the support structure. I fear it cannot withstand this." "Do not panic. Everything is under control," Li Lin replied calmly. Fixating on the highly unstable hex crystal, his concentration focused on the progress bar in his mind's eye. Hex energy crystal in production. Current progress, 17. As the progress approached 30, the crystal began to levitate in midair, radiating arcs of electricity that nearly filled the entire area within the support structure. Moreover, countless densely packed azure specks emerged from the crystal in a spherical formation, swiftly converging to ultimately manifest a halo of floating runic inscriptions. The moment had arrived. Li Lin seized the opportunity, rapidly rotating the dial that controlled the metallic disc engraved with runes. With his seemingly unskilled yet remarkably meticulous maneuvering, the runes on the metallic disc were sequentially inscribed into the hex crystal through a process of energy resonance. With each turn, the progress bar displayed in his mind surged forward significantly. 49, 63, 81. Current progress, 100. At last, when the progress bar reached its zenith, the hex crystal emitted a brilliant beam of energy, nearly propelling both individuals away. Simultaneously, a colossal, rune-engraved circular magic array materialized on the ceiling. Time appeared to freeze for a fleeting second. "Congratulations. You have successfully crafted a hex energy crystal. Reward, first creation level up by 2 skill points. 3. You have ascended to level 5. Unlocking the mechanic skill panel. Name, Li Lin, level 5, health points, 765 mana points, 113, combat power, 8, skill points, 7. A series of notifications resonated within Li Lin's mind. However, his attention was entirely captivated elsewhere. He fixated on the small stone that hovered in midair, now devoid of the brilliant azure luster that the hex crystal was originally known for. Hex energy crystal, common as stable core energy device. This diminutive crystal harbors formidable energy within. Attributes for machinery: 500 health points, 500 energy. Ability effects: passive, energy core. When the energy crystal serves as a core energy supply device, it bestows an additional 1000 energy boost for machinery. Passive, recharging. The energy crystal can absorb magical elements from the air for self-recharging, recovering 3 of its maximum energy per second. Active, overload operation. By overloading the energy crystal, machinery temporarily gains an additional 500 health points and energy, recovering 10 of its maximum energy per second. After 3 uses, it will become inoperative. Jace cast a wary glance at the crystal, suspended motionlessly in the center of the resonance device. "Have we succeeded?" he inquired uncertainly to Li Lin. The new hex crystal before him differed slightly from his expectations. Aside from becoming somewhat rounded and completely losing its luster, it appeared devoid of any other changes, seeming rather ordinary. Were it not for its levitation, Jace might have assumed their perilous experiment had ended in failure. Of course, do you doubt my work? Li Lin forcibly contained his excitement, grasping the crystal in his palm. The crystal had stabilized entirely. Even if dropped from this height, it would no longer explode. No, please don't. Even if it is stable, it's best not to attempt that. Jace, fearing he might lose the crystal during his demonstration, quickly interjected. After a brief pause, he, who had been intently observing the crystal in Li Lin's hand without diverting his gaze, let out a deep sigh of relief. I never imagined we would truly succeed. I can already envision your name etched in the annals of Piltovian history. Li Lin, the pioneer of the future, an inventor renowned throughout the ages. Not only ushered in an era of electricity, but also initiated a groundbreaking epoch where technology harnesses magic. Jace was so exhilarated that he nearly danced with joy. It is our achievement, Jace. This is not solely my triumph. Li Lin smiled gently, his deep brown eyes glimmering with an unusual brilliance. Together, we have opened a new chapter in history. Chapter 25. Experiment. Energy crystal and powered arm opened the door, quickly. A voice boomed from outside. What is happening in there? Li Lin and Jace had not yet reveled in their joy for long when the door to the workshop was knocked upon vigorously. It was the voice of Caitlin's father. Mr. Errol. Li Lin opened the door, with Jace following closely behind. Standing outside, alongside Mr. Errol, were Lady Karina, Caitlin, the butler, and several servants. Upon seeing the two of them, Lady Karina frowned, her tone quite stern as she exclaimed, Li Lin, Jace, what on earth are you two up to? Everyone in the house has heard the commotion. It was merely a small experiment, my lady. Jace beamed with a radiant smile, however. I believe it would be best if Li Lin explained the specifics to you. Lady Karina's scrutinizing gaze fixed upon Li Lin. Ahem. I believe we have developed a groundbreaking technology that could herald an entirely new era. Caitlin blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion, inquiring, a new era? Haven't you invented the generator? Li Lin chuckled and shook his head. No, the generator merely alters the current reliance on steam and hextech crystals as power sources. Our recent experimental results have the potential to elevate Piltover to a new echelon, ushering in an age where technology governs magic. Magic? The air fell silent for a few seconds. You mean, technology can govern magic? Ilro's eyes widened in disbelief. He was not alone. Caitlin, along with the butler and servants behind them, wore expressions of sheer astonishment. In contrast, Lady Karina appeared remarkably composed. Have you succeeded? Indeed, Li Lin replied, extending his right hand. In the palm rested a dull hextech crystal, seemingly devoid of energy. Yet, none present dared to question its significance. Both Li Lin and Jace were esteemed artisans recognized by Karina Guilman, known for their earnest and meticulous approach to science. They had no reason to deceive. You have been secretly researching hextech crystals. Although a hint of anger laced Karina's tone, Li Lin detected no trace of rage on her visage. Moreover, her tacit approval of crystal research was implicit. She simply had not articulated it. Otherwise, she would not have permitted Li Lin to continue his studies on the hextech revolver last time. Li Lin disregarded Lady Karina's inquiries, extending his right hand before her. I have named it the Hex Energy Crystal, crafted from the raw materials of hextech crystals. In essence, it is an advanced version of the hex crystal. Compared to ordinary hex crystals, the energy crystal is not only more stable, preventing detonation from violent impacts, but it also provides several times more energy than its conventional counterpart. Karina took the energy crystal and examined it closely. Finding nothing particularly remarkable, she returned it to Li Lin. How could this possibly be? Elroy still felt that such technology was utterly unrealistic, as the essence of magic lies in innate talent and ability inherent to every mage. Before Elroy could finish his sentence, Lady Karina interjected, forcefully interrupting him, and continued to address Li Lin. Without evidence, Li Lin, as a craftsman, you should be aware of this. She was acutely aware that the hex crystal technology was monopolized by the Falaros family, with a certain gray lady lurking as a threat. Although outwardly, no family dared to encroach upon the interests of the Falaros family, in reality, each family secretly yearned for a share of the pie. If Li Lin's purported theory of technology controlling magic were to hold true, then the Kiramman family would undoubtedly emerge as the second most powerful family in Piltover, following the Middard family. As for the Grey Lady, her pursuit was the stability of Piltover and Zon, with her primary concern being the cunning patriarch of the Falaros family, Stephen. As long as this technological theory is promptly disclosed, that old serpent will refrain from sending the Grey Lady to target the Kiramman family. Lady Karina's expression remained inscrutable, her blue eyes glinting with an unusual light. "Please, follow me." Li Lin invited her into his studio. "You may leave us now," Karina instructed, dismissing the butler and servants as she entered the cluttered room alongside Caitlin and Elro. "Good heavens, it looks as if it has been ransacked," Caitlin exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. "Strangely enough, you are indeed correct. I recently encountered a thief," Li Lin replied internally. He approached a shelf in the corner of the room and introduced, "This is a component of the mechanical power hand I have invented over the past few days, which requires hex crystal as its energy source." Mr. Elro interjected grumpily, "You sly fellow, have you been secretly researching hex crystals all along?" "Darling, do not interrupt Li Lin. Let him finish," his own wife chimed in. With that, Elro shook his head, having little else to say. Li Lin opened the cover for the energy core of the power arm and inserted the energy crystal into the slot. As delicate blue arcs of electricity flickered, the power arm emitted a plume of white steam, and countless mechanical gears swiftly meshed and expanded. Li Lin aligned his right arm with the power arm, gently placing it into the unfolding mechanical components. As his 5 fingers softly formed a fist, the gaps in the power arm's components released another burst of white steam, rapidly coalescing and adhering to his arm. Meanwhile, the information attributes presented by the system panel in Li Lin's mind had undergone significant changes since the last update. Exoskeletal mechanical power right arm. Superior, a wearable mechanical device constructed from a steel framework, capable of exerting additional strength beyond human limits through the utilization of energy. Attributes: mechanical 1000 health points, 500 energy. 8 combat power. Ability effects: passive reinforced alloy. Crafted from high-quality alloy, it provides an additional 150 health points. Passive energy crystal core. Utilizing energy crystals as its core, it offers an additional 1000 energy. Passive recharging. The energy core absorbs magical elements from the air for self-recharging, restoring 3 of maximum energy per second. Active overload charge consumes 15 of the current energy core's capacity for a 3-second overload charge, enabling the next attack to inflict lethal damage on the target, while also creating a shockwave in a fan-shaped area extending 2 meters behind the target. Active overdrive operation. The energy core operates in an overloaded state, temporarily granting the current mechanical construct an additional 500 health points and energy, while increasing the maximum energy restoration rate to 10 per second after 3 uses. The energy crystal will be rendered inoperative. After reviewing the system's prompts, Li Lin nearly gasped in astonishment. With the addition of the Hark's energy crystal, the power arm not only ascended 2 quality levels, but also experienced a remarkable enhancement in its various attributes. In total, the combination of the energy crystal and the power arm provided an impressive 1150 health points and 1500 energy. Furthermore, the overload charging skill of the power arm has become reminiscent of the E skill of Vayne within the game, allowing for a single punch to strike an enemy while simultaneously inflicting damage to those positioned behind them. Li Lin momentarily paused in astonishment, then turned to Madame Karina. "This is not an ideal place for a demonstration. Might we relocate? Let us proceed to the underground safety explosion-proof chamber." Nearly every Hextech engineer family is equipped with such a room for experimenting with hazardous materials, and the Kiramman family is no exception. A few minutes later, Li Lin, Jace, Caitlin, and the Kiramman couple arrived in a vast subterranean space. At Madame Karina's gesture, Mr. Elro pressed a button on the wall, not far from Li Lin. A hatch in the ground slowly slid open, revealing a colossal granite block measuring at least 3 meters in height and width, which began to rise gradually. "Is this suitable?" Madame Karina inquired. "It is sufficient," Li Lin replied, nodding as he approached the granite stone. He raised his right arm, enveloped by the power arm, and assumed a stance, activating the overload charging state. Instantly, countless mechanical components swiftly reconfigured, and the entirety of his arm was engulfed in a dazzling blue light, releasing a copious amount of steam. 3 seconds elapsed in the blink of an eye. Once the power arm was fully charged, Li Lin's gaze sharpened, and he abruptly thrust his fist forward. Bang! The moment the metallic fist made contact with the granite, a piercing cacophony erupted, and a transparent shockwave radiated across the surface of the massive stone, propelling backward through it. A web-like pattern of cracks emerged from the point of impact where Li Lin's fist met the granite, swiftly extending outward in all directions. In merely 2 or 3 seconds, the granite shattered into countless fragments, resembling delicate glass, scattering across the ground. Jess, Caitlin, and the Kiramans were utterly astonished. Chapter 26. Mechanic's exclusive skill after a considerable moment. Those present finally regained their composure. Incredible. Truly remarkable. Is this the power of magic? Jess exclaimed, captivated by the scene before him. Caitlin, equally amazed, could hardly contain her awe, murmuring, "How impressive. This power surpasses that of the Atlas gauntlets used by miners by several degrees." Elrose slightly restrained his expression and turned to his wife. Karina subtly nodded, her gaze fixed intently on the power arm on Lynn's arm. "What field do you intend to apply your power arm to?" she inquired, seemingly indifferent to the Hextech energy crystals, focusing instead on Lynn's relatively unrelated invention. To be precise, it comprises an entire exoskeletal power apparatus. Lynn elaborated slowly, recounting his previous discussions with Jess. In theory, it not only protects the wearer but also enhances their strength while remaining sufficiently lightweight and agile. It is suitable for dockworkers, miners, and even for certain hazardous diving operations. He paused for a moment before shifting the conversation. "However, I am more inclined to apply it within the military sector." "Military? That is not a domain our Kiramman family is involved in." Elro, much like the previously mentioned Jace, was not particularly in favor of Lynn's perspective. However, before Lynn could elaborate, Lady Karina, with a calm demeanor, interjected on his behalf, stating, "Having broad connections in other fields is indeed advantageous for our family. Yet, dear Wasleton, the Bolbach and Kueld families, they would hardly agree to share their fortunes with us." Karina's gaze remained fixed on Lynn, exuding confidence as she concluded, "Well, let us leave it at that for today." She then turned her attention to Jace, asserting, "Your inventions are quite remarkable. In a few days, during the Evolution Day conference, I will need both you and Lynn to present on stage." "Present?" Lynn's expression was one of astonishment. Although he had anticipated being thrust into the limelight by the Kiramman family, allowing other families to recognize him as a young yet prodigious inventor, he had not expected it to occur in such a manner. "This is our tradition," Elro elucidated with a smile. "Each year, significant inventions are summarized during Evolution Day, and the most outstanding scientists are invited to deliver speeches. Oh, and one more thing," Lady Karina added. "On Evolution Day, I will introduce you to the other families. There will be a banquet in the evening, so do remember to prepare in advance." As midnight approached, Lynn finally concluded a day filled with tension and activity. Lady Karina had taken possession of the Hex energy crystal he had crafted, stating it would serve as a sample for presentation at the Evolution Day conference. Fortunately, there remains a solitary Hex crystal. Otherwise, the progress of his exoskeletal power armor would be further delayed. Although Jace had initially pledged to conduct his own research on the crystal, he reluctantly acquiesced under the persuasive tactics of Li Lin. Thankfully, Caitlin volunteered to oversee all related matters and, disregarding Li Lin's objections, insisted that he rise early the next day to attend her lessons. Alas, Caitlin truly has no consideration for my recent late-night studies. She expects me to wake up early. Li Lin muttered in exasperation, feeling increasingly restless as if he were on the verge of collapse from his sleepless nights. Upon reflection, he deemed this notion rather implausible. After all, prior to his transmigration, he had endured countless sleepless nights without consequence. Perhaps something significant is approaching. I must swiftly prepare myself. Li Lin turned over in bed, casting aside all distractions, and immersed his thoughts in the system residing within his mind. I vividly recall that after completing the energy crystal system today, a flurry of messages flooded in. He casually glanced at his comprehensive panel. Name, Li Lin. Occupation, mechanic. Level, 5. Health points, 765. Mana points, 113. Combat power, 8. Skill points, 7. Wealth, 0 blue essence, 0 orange essence. Mastered skills, proficient manufacturing, data-driven thinking, firearm mastery, basic combat. Additional function, skill panel, insufficient level, function not unlocked. Li Lin suddenly noticed an additional functional module on the panel that had not been there before. It appears to have been unlocked after reaching level 5. When I previously unlocked the skill upgrade module, I could only enhance the skills I had already mastered. At that time, I could only upgrade proficient manufacturing and data-driven thinking, so I did not pay much attention. Now, with the unlocking of the skill panel, it seems my skill points will finally be put to good use. Li Lin pondered, and with a flicker of thought, he opened the skill panel. The skill panel was remarkably simple, and upon a quick glance, he was struck by an illusion of playing DNF. As it stands, the skills available for him to learn were rather limited, with a significant portion being blueprints he found quite familiar. For instance, the Hextech Demon Blade, Hextech Gunblade, Hextech Prototype Belt 01, and Hextech GLP 800 are among the equipment that have appeared in the game. With his current reservoir of knowledge, he could easily design these schematics-based skills, rendering the allocation of skill points upon them a sheer waste. Soon, Li Lin's gaze fixed upon 3 skill icons within a specialized skill category. Specialized skill, Passive Novice Mechanic. The speed of learning mechanical knowledge is enhanced by 50, with a 1 chance of acquiring rare schematics or skills. Skill Prerequisite, Mechanic Profession. Level 5. For each level gained, the speed of learning mechanical knowledge increases by 10, and the probability of acquiring rare schematics or skills rises by 1. Passive Mechanical Affinity. Enhances affinity for mechanical creations, increasing manufacturing speed by 25. Skill Prerequisite, Novice Mechanic, Level 5. For each level gained, affinity for mechanical creations increases, boosting manufacturing speed by 5. Active Neural Network Connection. Mastery of the technology that links machinery with the human nervous system, enabling the control of mechanical bodies through the brain. Skills Prerequisites, none. Skill Level Cap, Level 1. Active Skill, Mechanical Improvement. Consumes mana and mechanical materials to enhance and upgrade mechanical devices. 70 probability for upgrading from inferior to fine quality. 35 probability for upgrading from fine to rare quality. And 1 probability for upgrading from rare to artifact quality. Prerequisite, Introduction to Mechanics. Each level increase in this skill raises the probability of inferior to fine quality upgrades by 3 and fine to rare quality upgrades by 2. These are 2 active skills and 2 passive skills that can be learned with skill points once he reaches level 5. The first 2 passive skills seem to provide buffs to the mechanic profession, while the third skill, Neural Network Connection, reflects the current technological advancements of the 2 city-states. Whether through hextech or alchemical enhancements, augmented bodies necessitate the integration of machinery into flesh or the complete replacement of flesh with mechanical devices. To ensure that augmented bodies surpass their organic counterparts, the connection of machinery to the nervous system is indispensable. As for the final skill, Mechanical Improvement, it serves to elevate the quality of equipment, heavily reliant on chance. Nevertheless, being a specialized skill of the mechanic, it is likely to serve as a prerequisite for certain abilities in the future. Consequently, Li Lin invested 4 skill points to elevate all 4 skills to level 1, while he decided to reserve the remaining skill points for future use. Chapter 27. The Waltz with Caitlin. Early the next morning, Li Lin, still ensnared in the remnants of his dreams, was abruptly awakened by a series of urgent knocks at the door. He groggily arose from his bed, donning his coat, and with bleary eyes opened the door to find Caitlin standing outside. Upon seeing the sleep-dazed Li Lin, she playfully chided, "Did we not agree that today we would attend etiquette class? Why are you only just getting up?" It's only just past 7, he replied, slightly bewildered. "Enough dawdling. Hurry and freshen up, change your clothes. I shall be waiting for you in my room." With that, Caitlin left him in a state of confusion and turned away. He stood there for a moment, then sighed, "Alas, it is barely 7 o'clock. I have never risen this early since starting university." Yet, Caitlin was always decisive and did not tolerate delays. It would be best for him to act swiftly. Li Lin quickly took a shower and changed into a fresh set of clothes. Subsequently, he made his way to the 2nd floor of the Kiramman estate and knocked on Caitlin's door. "It's unlocked. Come in," she called. Li Lin turned the handle and pushed open the door, immediately enveloped by a delicate and sweet fragrance of violets. Caitlin's room was spacious and bright, yet its decor was remarkably simple. A polished marble floor, nearly reflective, was adorned with a pale yellow patterned carpet. A large bed, draped with teal curtains, was positioned centrally against the wall opposite the door. On either side of the room, small tables held vases containing the violets she had lovingly nurtured. The brilliant morning sun streamed through the sliding glass doors leading to the balcony, dispelling the chill and darkness that lingered from the night. The elegant white marble ceiling adorned with delicate golden edges, paired with the soft, warm green walls, collectively evokes a sense of simplicity and warmth. This marks the first occasion that Li Lin has ventured into Caitlin's private chamber. At this moment, Caitlin is seated on the balcony, leisurely sipping her coffee, relishing the unique tranquility of the morning. "What are you standing there for? Come in," she beckons. Li Lin steps into the room, carefully closing the door behind him, and joins Caitlin on the balcony, taking a seat beside her. Today, she is dressed casually, donning a white lace blouse paired with a chestnut-hued knee-length skirt. Her long, slender legs, devoid of any excess, are elegantly crossed, with her petite feet clad in white lace-trimmed socks, resting in brown leather loafers. You must not have had the chance to eat breakfast yet. I had someone prepare it for you. Caitlin gestures towards a plate on the glass round table, which holds a bacon and egg sandwich alongside a steaming cup of milk. Thank you. Li Lin replies graciously, feeling quite hungry himself. He promptly takes the plate, using the knife and fork to cut into the food and savor it. Moments later, he finishes his breakfast swiftly and embarks on the day's first lesson, an introduction to the Pertworth family. The Pertworth lineage is extensive, encompassing numerous families. Yet most are not essential for you to know. You need only remember a few key ones. Caitlin extends her slender finger, reminiscent of green onions, and notes. When we attended the council, you encountered 5 prominent families: the Midalda family, the Salo family, the Hoskarl family, the Polbach family, and the Vostraton family. Among them, the Myrdal family stands as the most ancient lineage of the Pertworth legacy, tracing its roots back to the very inception of the city. The head of this illustrious family, Jockey Myrdal, wields immense power, manipulating the opening and closing of the Gate of the Sun through the piston patent inherited from his father, amassing wealth rivaling that of entire nations. The young woman you observed seated prominently at the center, with her dark complexion, is named Mel. She has been cast out by the Myrdal family and is not recognized by them. Yet, despite her exile, she has ascended to become one of the council members of the Pertworth Seven, illustrating the profound influence of the Myrdal family. Caitlin paused momentarily before continuing. The bald, stout man and the somewhat effeminate, blonde-haired council member you encountered during the meeting hail from the Sorrow and Hosker families, respectively. These 2 families are embroiled in various disputes, leading to a contentious and adversarial relationship. The individual who has been entirely mechanized represents the Polborg family, while the middle-aged woman with a bald head, sporting a hex deck amplification device around her neck, serves as the representative for the Voslatin family. Both families predominantly operate within the military sector, with the salaries and equipment of the city's law enforcement largely sponsored by their resources. As she spoke, Caitlin gently sipped her coffee. The Phyros family. You should be well acquainted with them, so I shall refrain from elaborating. Next, allow me to introduce you to several affluent families, albeit lacking significant political influence, such as the Kueld and Amara families. For over an hour, Caitlin continued to enlighten Li Lin about more than a dozen prominent families, detailing their essential information and key members. The coffee brewed in rounds, and just as Li Lin began to feel overwhelmed, Caitlin finally paused her incessant chatter, reminiscent of a monk reciting scriptures. So, how are you faring? Have you managed to retain all this information? With a head that felt heavier than usual, Li Lin instinctively nodded. More to come, he thought, feeling quite exhausted. I've never had to endure such a relentless pace in high school, studying for 3 to 4 consecutive hours. Can't we take a break? He weakly inquired. Now, it's time for relaxation, Caitlin playfully winked at him. Can you dance? Li Lin shook his head in confusion. Do I really need to learn how to dance? You are the star of the Evolution Gala, and with your charming looks, many young ladies from other families will surely approach you for a dance. If you cannot perform a waltz, the embarrassment will not solely fall upon you. The reputation of the Gillinan family will also be at stake. Caitlin's lips, tinted a delicate pink, curled into a subtle smile as she extended her soft, fair hand to grasp Li Lin's arm, leading him into the house. She swiftly introduced Li Lin to the essential considerations of the waltz, offering succinct guidance on the male partner's movements. Let us begin with a trial, should any issues arise. I shall assist you in rectifying them. Caitlin slightly lifted her eyelids, her sapphire blue eyes, akin to precious gems, fluttering as they met Li Lin's bright gaze. Li Lin stood erect, one hand positioned behind him while the other grasped Caitlin's delicate hand, maintaining a polite smile throughout. Under Li Lin's lead, Caitlin swayed and turned with grace, her movements radiating elegance and beauty. Their proximity fluctuated, ebbing and flowing, in the rhythm of their breaths. She could distinctly sense an inexplicable maturity emanating from the relatively youthful Li Lin. He regaled her with various whimsical tales steeped in regional lore, bizarre legends, his haggling escapades with the shopkeeper, and the formidable magical weapon he wielded during their encounters with danger. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Caitlin felt her heart begin to race, a subtle warmth spreading across her finely crafted features. Unbeknownst to her, her steps grew somewhat erratic. Suddenly, she realized her foot had inadvertently stepped on something, and her face flushed with embarrassment. I apologize, it's my fault. I may be a bit fatigued, she hastily excused, averting her gaze from Li Lin's eyes, hastily fabricating a reason to halt their progression. Perhaps, we should conclude for today. Chapter 28, Day of Evolution since the last etiquette course. Caitlin seemed to be deliberately avoiding Li Lin, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Li Lin, perceptive as ever, quickly noticed this change. As time passed, he transformed the final Hextech crystal he acquired from Bensona into a Hex energy crystal. In terms of exoskeletal power armor, his research progressed rapidly. Aided by the enhanced affinity for machinery granted by the mechanical affinity skill, the overall prototype was already completed. Moreover, he heeded Lady Karina's advice and further extended the hand-crank generator, creating generators powered by fire, solar energy, hydropower, and wind energy. As for the use of oil and natural gas, Li Lin had yet to hear of any oil fields or gas reserves in the continent of Valoran. Even if they existed, given the current state of Runeterra, only Piltover and Zon place significant emphasis on technology. Aside from Hextech and alchemical advancements, the basic technological level of these two city-states was still in the steam age, with oil and gas yet to be utilized. Other regions were even less advanced. Furthermore, Runeterra is not solely composed of material. Magic plays a crucial role, and it remains uncertain whether geological shifts have occurred. The existence of oil and natural gas as energy sources in this world is still a matter of speculation. Thus, Li Lin did not devote much thought to this aspect. Time flew by, and before long, the day of evolution had arrived. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the dawn broke gently. Li Lin rose early from his bed, took a refreshing shower, and donned a fine suit tailored specifically for him by Madame Karina. The ensemble featured a rich chestnut lining paired with fitted trousers, complemented by a double-breasted white jacket adorned with golden trim. The tailcoat, embellished with the emblem of the Kiramman family on its shoulders, was matched with knee-length black leather boots. The hues of chestnut and white were the signature colors of the Kiramman lineage. One must admit, however, that the aesthetic preferences of Lady Piltover had a certain eccentricity. After perfecting his appearance, Li Lin proceeded to the kitchen for a light breakfast, then arrived at the main residence's parlor at the appointed time. A group of servants was busily assisting Mr. and Mrs. Kiramman, as well as Caitlin, in adjusting their attire. "Good morning, Madame Karina, Mr. Elro." Li Lin greeted the Kiramman couple first. Then, his gaze shifted to Caitlin, and his eyes sparkled with delight. Today, Caitlin wore an off-the-shoulder, waist-cinching knee-length dress in predominant chestnut tones, which beautifully accentuated her slender waist and S-shaped athletic curves. Her petite feet were adorned in chestnut gray open-toe heels, with well-manicured plump toes nestled closely together, occasionally wiggling as if they were exquisite jade. "Good morning, Caitlin," Li Lin exclaimed eagerly. "Good morning." Caitlin's gaze flickered in the mirror, revealing a hint of shyness. What could be the matter? She had been acting this way for days now, and he was certain he had not offended her in any way. Li Lin felt perplexed. He must find an opportunity to clarify things with her. "Well then, are we all prepared, Caitlin?" Madame Karina turned her gaze towards Caitlin. "I am ready, mother." "Well, since you are prepared, let us depart. Today, the Academy requires Jace's assistance, so we need not wait for him." With everything in order, the quartet boarded a luxurious carriage under the guidance of a servant. The Kiramman sat on one side, while Lin and Caitlin occupied the opposite side. Throughout the journey, however, Caitlin's gaze remained fixed outside the carriage, never once meeting Lin's eyes. Fortunately, Karina and Elro engaged in lively conversation, preventing the atmosphere within the carriage from becoming excessively dreary. Their destination was a temporary exhibition set up in the unknowable square of the Northern District, belonging to the Kiramman family, showcasing their newly invented tents. Just past 7 o'clock. The radiant sun had completely dispelled the darkness. As the Kiramans and Caitlin alighted from the carriage, they were immediately surrounded by over a dozen well-dressed individuals. Some donned the attire of other families, while others were Yordles and Vastaya who had ventured to Piltover for trade in years gone by. "Happy Evolution Day, Counselor Kiramman." They greeted Karina, Elro, and Caitlin. When they noticed a youthful figure with an eastern visage descending from the carriage, all eyes turned towards him. What could this young man, who shared a carriage with the Kiramman family, possibly be? Karina observed their curious glances, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Upon entering the tent, Karina gestured with her hand, and the cacophony of the crowd fell into an immediate silence. "Happy Evolution Day. I am honored to have you all at the Hextech exhibition hosted by the Kiramman family. As you all know, Piltover stands as the cultural epicenter of Valoran, a harmonious amalgamation of art, craftsmanship, trade, and innovation, thriving as the most prosperous city-state in the world. Our position at the forefront of this era is a testament to our relentless pursuit of knowledge, our yearning for wealth and dreams, and our unwavering spirit of innovation. Karina paused for a moment, casting a glance at Li Lin, beckoning him to her side. Instantly, all eyes converged upon Li Lin. A myriad of emotions reflecting in their gazes: curiosity, skepticism, scrutiny. Complex expressions swept over him. Karina maintained her smile, nodding in satisfaction at the audience's reaction. Wow. Did I hear that correctly? A groundbreaking invention? What has he created? A brand new era. Could it be akin to the hex crystals developed by the Phyros family a century ago? The gears are turning. It seems Piltover is on the brink of transformation. The crowd erupted in astonishment. No one dared to question the authenticity of an invention capable of heralding a new epoch. For the Kiramman family had no need to fabricate such claims. At the forefront, a Vastayan resembling a monkey could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Honorable Kiramman Counselor, could you perhaps disclose the nature of this invention?" Karina shook her head with a smile, stating, "It is not merely an invention. I can only reveal so much. The rest will be disclosed this afternoon at the Piltover University Auditorium during the Evolution Day conference." With that, Karina waved to her husband, Caitlin, and Li Lin. Not just one invention. Chapter 29. Heimerdinger, you are truly a genius. The group had just arrived by carriage at Piltover University, close to Star Street. After leaving the unknown square, upon reaching the entrance, they spotted Jace welcoming a multitude of visitors to the institution. Caitlin waved to him. "Jace, happy Evolution Day. Senator Kiramman, Mr. Elro, Li Lin, and Caitlin, Professor Heimerdinger is awaiting you in his office." With a gentlemanly gesture, Jace beckoned to the Kiramman couple and then led the way. As with other parts of the city, the campus of Piltover University was adorned in festive decorations to celebrate Evolution Day. Students, merchants, laborers from the southern districts, artisans from Clockwork Street, and even affluent individuals from Zon all chose to visit the most prestigious academy in Piltover. However, as a mechanic, Li Lin could easily discern that the majority of the hex-tech-enhanced prosthetics adorning the visitors were mere facades. They sought to flaunt their status and societal rank before ordinary citizens and the denizens of the Undercity, unaware that such displays appeared utterly foolish to those well-versed in hex-tech. Jace led the four through the labyrinthine halls of Piltover Academy, traversing its winding pathways several times. Eventually, they boarded an elevator that ascended to the highest level of the institution. Gently, Jace rapped upon a pair of elegantly crafted double doors. "Professor Heimerdinger, Counselor Kiramman has arrived." The door was not locked. "Please, come in," came a slightly high-pitched voice from within. Jace slowly pushed open the door, and the others followed him into the room. Heimerdinger's office embodied the quintessential image of Yordles that Li Lin had envisioned. A diminutive table stood less than half a meter high, accompanied by many chairs measuring merely 20 to 30 centimeters, alongside various scaled-down mechanical devices suitable for Yordles. The spacious room, dominated by rows of bookshelves reaching nearly to the ceiling, was otherwise filled with miniature furnishings, resembling a scene from Gulliver's Travels into Lilliput, exuding a unique charm. Seated at the central desk, Heimerdinger was engrossed in examining some materials. Beneath his chair, a fluffy Poro, sporting a monocle, lay contentedly on the ground, tongue lolling out as it snored blissfully. Upon hearing the sound of the door, Heimerdinger looked up with a smile. "Happy Evolution Day, Counselor Kiramman." Jace fetched a few chairs from another room, ensuring his companions were seated comfortably. He then retrieved a bottle of champagne and 4 elegant metallic goblets, filling them to the brim. "I received your message via the speaking tube a few days ago, where you mentioned recommending a young man to speak this year." Karina gestured with her glass, beckoning Li Lin to stand beside her. "It is indeed Professor Heimerdinger, a figure you should be familiar with." Heimerdinger squinted as he scrutinized Li Lin, then stroked his thick white beard, exclaiming, "Ah, you are that young man who provided testimony at the council meeting the other day." "Li Lin, if I recall correctly?" "Indeed, Professor Heimerdinger," Li Lin replied, casting a swift glance at him, maintaining a demeanor of respectful confidence. Engaging with Yordles in a game evokes one's sentiment, yet encountering them in reality elicits an entirely different experience. Heimerdinger's eyes brimmed with curiosity as he turned to Karina, puzzled as to why Counselor Kiramman had recommended Li Lin to take the stage. "I previously mentioned to you that the Kiramman family is artisans who have developed inventions capable of ushering in a new era, dear," Karina indicated to her husband, Elroy, seated beside her. Elroy, understanding her cue, retrieved a palm-sized device composed of wheels, magnets, bearings, and copper wire, along with a small light bulb from the satchel he always carried, presenting them to Li Lin. A spark of curiosity flickered in Heimerdinger's eyes. "Professor Heimerdinger, allow me to demonstrate," Li Lin stated, setting down his wine glass. He inserted the bulb into the designated socket on the base and grasped the handle of the wheel, gently turning it. As he did, the small bulb emitted an unstable glow. Heimerdinger's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this a generator? Precisely. A hand-cranked generator that requires neither hex-deck batteries nor hex crystals as a power source, Li Lin replied, handing the hand-cranked generator to the excitable Heimerdinger, who was brimming with enthusiasm. The magnetic field generated by magnets induces electromotive force as the coil rotates within it. Heimerdinger's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ah, what a magnificent invention! This is known as the principle of electromagnetic induction, Li Lin interjected. Indeed, what a splendid concept of electromagnetic induction! Heimerdinger exclaimed, wide-eyed. With some modifications, this generator could entirely replace the current devices that rely on hex crystals for energy on a large scale. Madame Karina smiled gently. Precisely. This generator has the potential to transform our dependence on hex crystals, and its production cost is significantly lower. However, modifications are unnecessary. Heimerdinger raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Why? I have already developed its advanced version, utilizing solar energy, wind energy, water energy, and thermal energy, Li Lin stated, piecing together these previously non-existent technical terms from Piltover's lexicon. Nevertheless, Heimerdinger immediately grasped his meaning. The conversion of solar radiation, kinetic energy from wind and water, and thermal energy from combustion into electrical energy through mechanical devices. Heimerdinger leaped from his chair, accidentally nudging it against the slumbering Paro, awakening it as well. He approached Li Lin with quick, eager steps, gazing up at the young giant. Child, your invention shall be inscribed in the annals of Piltover's history. Heimerdinger stroked his beard, his voice trembling with excitement. Not only that, but they will also erect a statue in your honor. You shall be forever remembered as the pioneer of a new era. To put it simply, you truly are a remarkable genius. Li Lin awkwardly scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the praise. Professor Heimerdinger, your enthusiasm seems a bit premature. Mrs. Karina's words carried a hint of teasing. What do you mean by that? Heimerdinger gasped. Could there be an invention more significant than the generator? Indeed, Karina replied, instructing Elro to retrieve a delicate metallic box from her satchel. She swiftly opened the box and produced a non-luminescent blue crystal. This a hex crystal devoid of energy? It merely appears slightly different, Heimerdinger remarked, perplexed by Karina's intention. This is called a hex energy crystal. A new invention by Li Lin and Jace, Karina continued, her smile unwavering. It is an improved version of the hex crystal, utilizing technology to control magic, exhibiting remarkable stability and an exponential increase in energy efficiency, making it applicable to nearly any device. Hold on. Before Karina could finish, Heimerdinger's expression changed dramatically. His voice filled with astonishment as he inquired, are you suggesting controlling magic? Chapter 30. Undercurrents at the boundary of the mid-levels of Zon. Within the underground facilities of an alchemical workshop, a towering man, at least 2 meters tall, with a bald head and adorned with tattoos reminiscent of the Baroque people's style from the Bilgewater Serpent Islands, was mercilessly pummeling a yellow-haired youth with a middle part, who lay curled on the ground, shielding his head with his hands. Stop, please. He gasped, blood spilling from his mouth as he pleaded towards the shadows nearby, where a slender middle-aged man sat in a chair, toying with a metallic injection device. At the man's signal, the assailants forced the boy into a chair, pressing the iron rod used to beat him against his throat. Decker, I told you to merely observe them. The middle-aged man spoke, his voice resonating with a mature, magnetic allure. But you and your foolish companions chose to escalate the situation. He loaded a syringe with a purple liquid and aimed it at his left eye. Pressing the button, you've brought me trouble. Their associate is now inquiring about you, and I have no intention of taking such risks. I'm sorry. I truly had no idea they were so formidable. Decker stammered. Besides, they intruded upon my territory. They provoked me first. You are merely making excuses for your incompetence, the middle-aged man scoffed, a hint of anger lacing his tone. Given the circumstances, I see no reason to keep you alive. As his words fell, the bald man increased the pressure of the iron rod against Decker's throat, rendering him breathless and his face flushed from the lack of air. Feeling the inexorable passage of his life, he summoned every ounce of his strength to utter a fragmented plea. Please, grant me an opportunity. I shall not disappoint. The middle-aged man gestured dismissively, prompting the bald man to ease his grip. A series of violent coughs erupted from Dakar, as if a weight had been lifted, and he inhaled greedily, savoring the air. As gentle footsteps approached, the middle-aged man emerged from the shadows, clad in a crimson shirt and a black waistcoat. He sported a meticulously styled slick-back hairstyle. His complexion was deathly pale, and the left side of his face was nearly disfigured, etched with grotesque scars. Most striking was his distinctly abnormal left eye, whose sclera had been entirely consumed by an inky blackness, while a dim, golden-red hue flickered within, reminiscent of a demon's gaze. His name was Silco. "I can indeed offer you an opportunity," Silco declared, advancing toward Dakar and gently placing a hand upon his shoulder. A smile devoid of warmth gracing his lips. "It merely depends on your willingness." Upon hearing Silco's willingness to grant him a chance, hope surged within Dakar, who fervently nodded. His voice hoarse as he exclaimed, "I am willing. Of course I am. Whatever it takes." "Excellent," Silco replied, signaling his subordinates to release Dakar. He grasped Dakar's arm, assisting him to rise and tidying his attire with a smile. Subsequently, his gaze shifted toward a corner of the room cluttered with bottles and jars containing a violet liquid. There stood another middle-aged man, slightly balding, with prominent cheekbones, deeply sunken cheeks, and a similarly slender physique. He held a test tube filled with the purple liquid, using a dropper to extract a small amount from a conical flask, which he then let fall into the test tube. Instantly, countless bubbles erupted from within the vial. Silco approached the busy man from behind, inquiring, "Singed, how is the experiment progressing? Please demonstrate." Obedient to Silco's command, Singed moved to a large cultivation chamber on the other side of the room, lifting a SBHYNX cat that was perched outside the glass, eyeing its prey within with keen interest. "Come now, time for your meal," he said, placing the cat inside the chamber and securely locking the metal latch above. Inside the chamber, a small white mouse lay sleeping on the floor. The SBHYNX cat's eyes narrowed, its body lowering as it stealthily approached its quarry. Silco beckoned Dakar to join him as they approached the cultivation chamber. "Are there any side effects?" he asked. "Not sufficiently stable," Singed replied, tapping the glass to rouse the slumbering mouse. Awakening to the imminent threat, the trained mouse instinctively darted backward, directing its mouth toward the opening of the tube filled with purple liquid, and began to gulp it down voraciously. After consuming a significant portion of the liquid, the mouse convulsed violently and fell to the ground, emitting a harrowing scream. Simultaneously, its pupils dilated, and its veins bulged grotesquely against its skin, mirroring the color of the liquid in the vial. As the purple vascular pattern spread across the mouse's body, its bones and muscles began to grotesquely swell and distort. In a mere 2 or 3 seconds, the mouse had transformed into a creature larger than its formidable adversary before it. The cat's back arched high in fear, instinctively retreating a few steps. Silco and Dakar stared wide-eyed, fixated on the cultivation chamber. Suddenly, the white mouse let out a savage roar and, in the blink of an eye, lunged towards the cat, crashing it against the glass of the chamber. A spray of blood splattered across the spiderweb-like fractured surface, as the mouse effortlessly pierced the cat's throat with its sharp teeth. After a chilling scream, the chamber was left with the gruesome sounds of flesh and bones being gnawed. Witnessing this horrific scene, Dakar's face turned pale, exclaiming, "What in the world is that? Weren't you just volunteering moments ago?" Silco cast a sidelong glance at Dakar. "What? No. It's impossible. I would die if I consumed that." Dakar stumbled back several paces until he collided with the table, halting his retreat. Silco, far from being angry, spoke in a calm tone. "Allow me to impart a crucial secret rule, one I grasped when I was your age." As the man approached step by step, Dakar leaned back as much as he could, his eyes filled with profound dread. "Power," Silco uttered, retrieving a vial of purple liquid from the table. "True power never belongs to those who are naturally stronger, more agile, or more intelligent. It only belongs to those who are willing to do whatever it takes to achieve their goals." Silco extended the potion towards the young boy. Dakar, panting heavily, hesitated as he glanced at Singed, who still stood before the cultivation chamber. "You will be fine, my child." "Damn it. How could this possibly end well?" Deka roared within his mind, yet his trembling hand instinctively reached for the vial in Silco's grasp. Every individual harbors a monster within, and now it was time for that monster to emerge. Silco's methodical persuasion shattered the final defenses of Deka's heart. Damn it. He recklessly seized the potion and downed it in one swift motion. Under the potion's influence, Deka collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat in agony, his form undergoing a rapid and grotesque transformation, much like the lab rats he had previously observed. Ugh. Silco looked down upon the wailing Deka, his expression devoid of any sympathy. That man had promised to wreak havoc in the upper city, and our task now is to deal with Vander. He slightly raised his gaze to the ceiling, a contemplative look crossing his face. Chapter 31. The Threat in the Shadows as Dusk Approached. The entire Piltover was bathed in the warm glow of the orange sunset. In the grand hall of Piltover University, guests from various esteemed families, affluent merchants, faculty members, students, and the upper echelons of the city's society gathered in unison. Clusters of 3 or 4 conversed, occasionally wandering through the hall to expand their social circles or engage in pleasantries. Lin, Caitlin, and Jace, as the youthful representatives of the Gilderman family, found themselves weary after fending off wave after wave of sycophants. The Evolution Day ceremony was about to commence, and soon. Both Lin and Jace would be required to deliver speeches. Following that, there would be a banquet and a ball, which promised to be even more exhausting. Under the auspices of Lady Karina, they retreated to the lounge backstage to rest. Jess, holding a stemmed glass filled with a low-alcohol white wine, gently clinked his glass with those of Lin and Caitlin. "Cheers," he exclaimed joyfully, downing the contents in one gulp. Observing this, Caitlin quickly interjected, "Jess, that is not how one drinks wine." I know, it's all about etiquette," Jess replied, wiping his mouth, though his actions were in stark contrast to his words. He set down his glass and carelessly plopped himself onto the soft sofa in the lounge, draping his arms over the backrest. Caitlin sighed in resignation, choosing not to comment further, and took a seat beside him. However, her posture remained poised and dignified, a stark departure from her usual casual demeanor at home. After a long day, even with her robust fitness from daily exercise, she felt the weight of fatigue and yearned to let herself relax, yet the upbringing rooted in etiquette, especially in public spaces, even in the absence of others, prevented her from letting go of her decorum. In the lull, Jess began to discuss the events from earlier in Professor Heimerdinger's office. "I never anticipated that Professor Heimerdinger would actually agree to our development of the hex energy crystals. I recall he had always opposed hextech crystals in the past. Well, what other choice did he have? We not only have the theory, but also tangible results to present. He couldn't possibly object without reason. Lady Karina would certainly not squander such a splendid opportunity to enhance the strength of the Kiramman family." Upon the mention of this matter, Lin's heart blossomed with joy. Recalling the scene earlier that morning when Madame Karina had rendered Heimerdinger speechless. Truly, as a politician, it was child's play for her to deal with a Yurtle whose thoughts were pure and whose focus lay solely on the realm of technology. Moreover, despite Heimerdinger's insistence on eschewing the study of magic, he ultimately found himself delving into hextech, even venturing into military applications, cannons, missiles, and grenades aplenty. In the Summoner's Rift, Lin, who favored the top lane, had certainly suffered his fair share of vexation from the top lane Heimerdinger. Just as the trio was engaged in discussion, a gentle knock echoed at the door of the lounge. Who could it be? We have already retreated to the lounge, yet someone dares to disturb us. Closest to the door, Jace furrowed his brow in discontent and rose to open it. "I sincerely hope I haven't intruded upon you," he heard a voice say. Standing outside was a young, strikingly beautiful woman with dark skin, exuding an air of regal elegance. Behind her trailed a companion of similar age. Jace recognized her instantly. She was Mel, hailing from the Medarda family and now serving alongside Madame Karina as a member of the Council of Seven. "Counselor Medarda? What brings you here?" Jace momentarily paused, quickly masking his earlier displeasure. "Of course, you haven't disturbed us at all. Please, do come in." He slightly turned aside, gesturing for her to enter. "Thank you," Mel replied with a smile and a nod to Jace, signaling for her companion to remain by the door as she stepped into the room. "Happy Evolution Day, Counselor Medarda." Lin and Caitlin promptly rose and greeted Mel. Mel's gaze flitted quickly between the two, lingering momentarily on Lin. "Happy Evolution Day. You may call me Mel," she said with a subtle smile. Caitlin noticed a peculiar glint in Mel's eyes directed at Lin, prompting her to furrow her brows slightly and draw a couple of steps closer to him. It was rather unusual for a politician to abandon her colleagues for no apparent reason, indicating that this woman from the Medarda family harbored ulterior motives. This was one of the primary reasons Caitlin held a disdain for politicians. She swiftly analyzed the situation and, maintaining her politeness, inquired, "May I ask what brings you to us, Mel?" Mel appeared oblivious to Caitlin's slight movements and the underlying tension in her tone, continuing unabashedly. "Representative Kiramman boasted to us that she had discovered a craftsman whose intellect rivals that of Mr. Tolly's. She even showcased several of his inventions to us. I have always been intrigued by novel ideas and enjoy making new acquaintances. Thus, I seized this opportunity to meet this young genius." As she spoke, Mel's focus sharpened on Lin. With a smile, she extended her hand towards him. "I am Mel Medarda, May I have the pleasure of your acquaintance? Li Lin, he replied coolly, gently shaking her hand. Sensing Mel's intentions were not entirely sincere, he preferred to limit their interaction. Moreover, Caitlin, standing behind Li Lin, unexpectedly took the initiative to nudge him discreetly in the ribs, while Mel was momentarily distracted. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Mel, Li Lin excused himself under the pretext of needing to use the restroom, leaving the mess for Caitlin and Jess to handle. He made his way alone to the side entrance of the auditorium, where he relished the cool evening breeze along the cobblestone path nestled among the trees. In contrast to the cacophony indoors, the dimly lit pathway, illuminated by the yellow-green glow of the alchemical streetlights, appeared especially serene. Interacting with the upper echelons of society is truly exhausting. Li Lin settled onto a public bench by the path, crossing his legs and humming a tune, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. Yet, this peace did not last long, as he soon heard a faint rustling from the nearby grass. Li Lin raised an eyebrow, turning towards the sound, initially suspecting the presence of another person. Perhaps it was merely the wind. Before he could fully pivot, he observed the grass and the shadows ahead swaying as though stirred by an unseen force. What could be happening? Is there an animal lurking there? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. With individuals of high status gathered in this vicinity, numerous law enforcers were patrolling the area, maintaining a vigilant watch. Furthermore, based on his knowledge, no significant events were scheduled for Evolution Day. Li Lin chose not to dwell on it. Yet, out of caution, he decided against lingering any longer. However, just as he stood up, an inexplicable fragrance wafted through the air, brushing against his face and entering his being with each breath he took. For reasons unknown, Li Lin suddenly felt his legs weaken, causing him to stagger momentarily, and an overwhelming sense of lethargy enveloped him. A notification from the system in his mind made his expression change drastically. Health, 733 765, personal status, poisoned, drowsy, asleep, not started, effects, 1. Losing 32 health points per second for 3 seconds, 2. Entering a state of drowsiness for 30 seconds, followed by a deep sleep. Chapter 32, Oriana Livik poisoned, drowsy, asleep, coupled with the inexplicable fragrance he had just encountered. Could it be that Lilia has come to Piltover? Li Lin's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that someone would dare to launch an attack, even during the Evolution Day conference. He was acutely aware that he was not the target. For apart from Heimerdinger, who knew of his invention of the Hextech energy crystal, other families were only aware of his generator. Furthermore, he had yet to deliver his speech. To the majority, he remained an obscure figure. Since he was not the target, Li Lin leaned against a nearby tree, forcing himself to endure the encroaching fatigue as he gazed towards the bustling grand hall. Caitlin, Jace, and the Kiramans were all present within. Suddenly, Li Lin's eyes widened, a description of Caitlin flashing through his mind. Yet the mastermind behind all this had only been identified by the initial C. Years passed since the incident, and it was not until Caitlin, now a detective, aided the Piltover Guard in solving numerous significant cases that she was nominated as the sheriff of Piltover. Yet, she remained oblivious to the true identity of this so-called C. After the recent kidnapping and the Kiramman family's subsequent resolution of a rival familial conflict, Li Lin had presumed this matter would simply fade away. Damn, could it be that the butterfly effect from my time travel has altered the timeline? For quite some time, I have been engrossed in the study of hex crystals and power armor, neglecting these affairs entirely. Li Lin clenched his teeth and struck a nearby tree with his fist. However, this notion was swiftly cast aside. Now was not the time for lamentation. There were far more pressing matters at hand. Li Lin concentrated fully on the system prompt in his mind. The panel indicated that he had mere seconds before succumbing to slumber. He needed to devise a method to rouse himself before he drifted off. Hastily, Li Lin examined the entries for the drowsiness and sleep debuffs. Drowsiness, engulfed in a state of extreme fatigue, cognitive reaction speed diminished by 70. Physical response speed reduced by 50. Sleep, complete loss of consciousness, descending into profound slumber, can be awakened by external forces. Upon reading that he could be awakened by external forces, a glimmer of hope surged within him. Although there were no others around, he conceived a plan to throw stones. Just then, the panel's status bar displayed a countdown, detailing the transition from drowsiness to sleep down to the very second. If one were to hurl a stone into the sky at the very last moment, just as they succumbed to slumber upon the ground, the stone could descend upon them, rousing them from their dreams. The outcome might merely entail a trickle of blood and some minor injuries. Yet, in the face of a system that quantifies vitality, Even gunshot wounds can heal at an astonishing pace, rendering a blow from a stone almost inconsequential. With time slipping away, and only a few seconds left before the onset of unconsciousness, Li Lin hastily picked up a stone the size of his palm from the roadside, ensuring it would inflict sufficient pain upon impact. Subsequently, he activated the data-driven thinking skill, meticulously calculating the necessary force, as well as the stone's trajectory and timing of descent. However, while such aspirations seemed promising, reality often intervenes with unforeseen complications. As merely 3 seconds remained, Li Lin prepared to release the stone from his grasp when a peculiar fragrance wafted through the air once more. Alas, before he could react, his consciousness began to blur, and his feeble hand could no longer maintain its grip on the stone. In an instant, darkness enveloped him, and his body succumbed to a sudden weakness, collapsing to the ground. It is unclear how long he remained in slumber, but amidst the haze, Li Lin perceived what seemed to be someone nudging his body. Sir, please awaken." The voice sounded like that of a young girl. Yet it was unfamiliar to him. What has happened to me? Li Lin felt as if his head were cleaved by a knife, throbbing with intense pain, while his body lay limp, devoid of strength. "Please awaken, sir. You cannot sleep here." He slowly opened his heavy eyelids, and in the dim surroundings, the blurred world before him gradually returned to clarity. Li Lin gazed vacantly towards the source of the sound. Before him stood a girl who appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years of age. She wore light makeup and was adorned in an exquisite white evening gown. Her chestnut hair elegantly pinned up at the back of her head with a decorative hairpin. Her sapphire blue eyes were filled with concern, reminiscent of a fairy emerging from a dreamscape. The girl knelt beside Li Lin, her cool, delicate hand gently patting his face. Upon seeing that he had finally opened his eyes, she let out a sigh of relief, as if the gears of fate had begun to turn. "You have finally awoken." "Sir." Li Lin's mind was still somewhat muddled. "You are?" "I am Oriana Livik. I stumbled upon you lying along a path in the woods while I was wandering the campus." "Oriana Livik?" Li Lin stared at the girl's azure eyes, taken aback for a moment. In the current timeline, had Oriana not yet been transformed into a mechanical body due to illness? Feeling somewhat bashful under Li Lin's direct gaze, Oriana's cheeks flushed slightly. She averted her eyes, pouting her rose-pink lips in mild dissatisfaction. "Sir, if you have had too much to drink, you ought not to wander outside. Sleeping here in the depths of winter not only worries your loved ones and friends, but it could also make you ill." After a brief pause, she continued, "I assume you, too, are here for the Evolution Day conference? Perhaps I could escort you to find your family or friends." Li Lin had indeed consumed quite a bit of alcohol earlier during the social gathering. Although the alcohol content was not particularly high, a faint scent of alcohol lingered about him. Thus, Oriana deduced that he must have been inebriated, seeking fresh air only to inadvertently succumb to slumber outdoors. "I am not here because of intoxication." With Oriana's assistance, Li Lin struggled to sit up, his hands pressing against his throbbing temples. "How did I lose consciousness?" A sudden alarm surged within him as he grasped Oriana's shoulder. "How long have I been unconscious?" Startled by Li Lin's abrupt movement, Oriana stammered, I just arrived. At least, since I saw you, it should have been about 5 minutes." 5 minutes. Li Lin's pupils constricted slightly as he hastily rose to his feet. However, remnants of toxins still lingered within his system, preventing a full recovery. He had barely taken a step when his legs buckled, nearly causing him to tumble once more. Fortunately, Oriana was quick to lend her support. "Sir, are you all right?" "No." Li Lin waved a hand dismissively, glancing at his personal status bar. Personal status, paralyzed, effect, temporarily lost some sensory and motor functions, lasting 10 minutes. "Damn it." Li Lin cursed inwardly, then turned his gaze towards Oriana, urgently inquiring, "Did you come from the auditorium? Has anything happened inside?" "Eh?" Oriana was momentarily taken aback by the question, then shook her head. "No, I find it too stuffy inside. I've been wandering around the campus for over half an hour." Noticing Li Lin's grave expression, she felt a surge of anxiety, wondering if something had transpired. "I am not yet aware." Li Lin exhaled heavily. "However, Miss Wei Ku, I urgently require your assistance. Whatever it is you need, I shall help." Oriana replied with a nod. "There is a security room at the entrance of the academy. Please procure 2 breathing filtration devices from there." Given that the haze from Zuin often drifts into the upper city through the canyon at night, nearly every law enforcement officer or security personnel in Piltover is equipped with Hextech breathing filtration devices. Breathing filtration devices? A flicker of confusion crossed Oriana's eyes. Yet she refrained from voicing her doubts. Are you certain you can manage this? Of course. I merely feel a bit numb, Li Lin replied gently, smiling at her. Hurry along. If they refuse to lend you the devices, simply mention that the Kiramman family sent you. If possible, request their assistance. Kiramman? Oriana pondered for a moment, then acquiesced. All right, I shall be back shortly. As she departed, Li Lin turned his gaze towards the rustling grass where he had sensed movement before losing consciousness. His brow furrowed in deep contemplation, under the premise of embracing a data-driven mindset. The information regarding the patch of grass was vividly displayed upon the system panel. Purple hypnotic flower deactivated a magical bloom hailing from Ionia. Its pollen, if inhaled, can instantaneously incapacitate an adult. Depending on the quantity of pollen, effects may include poisoning, drowsiness, lethargy, paralysis, or even death. The reason Li Lin refrained from allowing Oriana to escort him directly into the hall was twofold. Firstly, he was still affected by a paralyzing debuff. Secondly, he had identified the hypnotic flower as the source of his previous incapacitation. Since he had already fallen victim to the assailant's hypnotic bloom, it was plausible that the interior of the hall was similarly saturated with its pollen. Caution was paramount. Here, let me. She exhaled softly. I did not encounter any security personnel. If not, then so be it. Li Lin swiftly donned his respiratory filtration device, and with Oriana's assistance, they entered through the side door of the hall. Oriana struggled slightly, yet she persevered through her discomfort. Upon entering, illuminated by the dim, amber glow of alchemical technology, Li Lin discerned a faint lavender haze permeating the air, reminiscent of a delicate fog. The pollen of the hypnotic flower. He immediately recognized what it was, indeed. Wearing the respiratory filter in advance proved to be a prudent decision. Li Lin's expression darkened as he gestured for Oriana to tread lightly, urging her to be cautious and minimize noise. Oriana, now more anxious, leaned in closer and whispered in his ear, "What on earth has transpired? What is this purple powdery substance wafting through the air?" "It is the pollen of the hypnotic flower. And someone has introduced this peculiar substance into the central hextech power ventilation system." Li Lin glanced up at the vent in the ceiling, from which the purple powder was being disseminated. The hypnotic flower? Oriana was evidently familiar with this plant, but isn't it typically employed as a remedy for insomnia? Due to its toxicity, it has been classified as a controlled substance. It is clear that someone has set their sights on this Evolution Day conference, Li Lin remarked solemnly. Fortunate that you were not in the auditorium earlier. Otherwise, you too would have been among those rendered unconscious. What? Oriana's face suddenly drained of color. And what about my father? Her voice trembled with a hint of tears. Hush, don't be alarmed. Your father should be safe for the time being. The individual in peril is likely one I know, Li Lin mentally added. Soon, they arrived at a fork in the path, and Li Lin directed Oriana towards a route leading in the opposite direction. This way, we shall first retrieve some items. It led towards the backstage area, which also granted access to the storage room for the exhibits. His invention, the Hextech revolver, along with the first Hex energy crystal confiscated by Lady Karina, was temporarily stored there. Before long, they reached a more spacious corridor, culminating in a pair of exquisite, grand metallic double doors. A few law enforcement officers, clad in their official garb, lay sprawled on the ground in disarray, tasked with guarding the warehouse. Oriana gasped softly, covering her mouth. They, Li Lin, utilizing his data-driven thinking, glanced around nonchalantly. Fear not, they have merely succumbed to slumber. As he spoke, he began to search the bodies of the enforcers, who were just regaining their faculties. Ultimately, he procured a set of keys from a rather corpulent enforcer. He tried each key in turn and soon unlocked the grand door. Awaken them while I retrieve something, Li Lin instructed Oriana, who was assessing the condition of the enforcers nearby. All right. For a versatile mechanic, a mere combination lock posed no challenge. Indeed, it was a trivial matter solely for him. Li Lin located a screwdriver on another shelf and, with the assistance of his data-driven thinking, deftly pried open the lockbox. Nestled in one corner lay a Hextech revolver and another smaller metallic box. He pried open the box as well and filled the energy chamber of the revolver with the energy crystal contained within. Hextech revolver, superior, a weapon that melds technology with magical elements, powered by Hex energy crystals, capable of firing energy projectiles. Attributes for mechanics: 500 health, 500 energy, 12 combat power. Ability effects: passive energy crystal core. Utilizing the energy crystal as a core, it provides an additional 1000 energy, significantly enhancing the power of energy projectiles. Passive recharge. The energy core can absorb magical elements from the air for self-recharging, restoring 3 of maximum energy per second. Active Energy Orb. After a charging period of 0 to 3 seconds, a powerful energy orb is launched forward, inflicting devastating damage upon its target while generating a shockwave that severely impacts an area of 3 to 8 meters around the target, inducing a prolonged state of dizziness. The longer the charge time, the greater the destructive capability, with each energy orb consuming 3 to 10 of total energy. Upon equipping the Hextech Energy Crystal, the attributes of the Hextech Revolver underwent significant alterations. The most apparent change is that the energy orb can be fired without charging, or charged to its maximum for 3 seconds, resulting in greatly enhanced damage and area of effect. Li Lin nodded in satisfaction, swiftly grasping the revolver and racing outside. Outside the warehouse, Oriana had already roused several enforcers, assisting them in donning their portable respiratory filters. Unlike Li Lin, they had remained immersed in the pollen of the hypnotic flower, suffering a deeper degree of intoxication. At this moment, they appeared dazed, their consciousness not yet fully awakened. Forget about them, Li Lin urged, grasping Oriana's arm with a resolute gaze. We must reach the control room and ensure the air here is replaced. Chapter 34. The Crimson Banquet, sir. Are we truly ignoring them? On their way to the control room, they encountered numerous individuals who had succumbed to the poison, lying unconscious on the ground. Compassionate Oriana could hardly bear to see them in such a state, softly inquiring into Li Lin's back as she hesitated. In truth, she had contemplated helping the first person they encountered along the way. However, it seemed that Li Lin discerned her thoughts and did not grant her the opportunity to ponder. Concern for her father lingered in her mind, preventing her from acting otherwise. Li Lin was acutely aware that the innocent and kind-hearted Oriana, in her earnest desire to aid the denizens of Zon affected by a gas leak, had even relinquished her own breathing filter to a child. This act ultimately led to her suffering a severe lung infection, propelling her towards the path of replacing her original organs with artificial machinery, gradually transforming her into a clockwork spirit. Yet, having encountered her prior to this, Li Lin was determined to prevent her from repeating such folly and allowing history to repeat itself. Setting aside the matter of the breathing apparatus, even if we were to rescue everyone we encountered along the way, could we truly save them all? Li Lin gazed at the pensive Oriana, patiently elucidating, rather than this. We would be better off heading directly to the control room to activate the ventilators, thereby purifying the air in this vicinity. In doing so, we could save everyone. Oriana nodded with a troubled expression, murmuring, all right, very well. After a brief moment, the two hastened through the backstage of the auditorium, navigating their way until they finally reached the outer corridor on the opposite side. Shoo, wait a moment, there are people ahead, Li Lin whispered, pulling Oriana behind the wall at the corridor's corner. He lowered his voice, then cautiously peered around, glancing towards the hallway leading to the control room. There stood 2 men. One wielded a Mauser rifle, while the other balanced a blood-stained metal rod upon his shoulder. They sported distinctive hairstyles, and beneath their slightly dirty, worn-out coats, a dull silver metallic sheen reflected, resembling a disjointed armor, evoking the appearance of petty thugs. Moreover, along their necks and chins, there were metallic canister devices, bubbling with a liquid that emitted a yellow-green glow. This was a common embedded alchemical technology enhancement from Zon, utilized for filtering toxic gases. It was evident that these 2 individuals hailed from Zon, and they were certainly not ordinary street ruffians, as those fellows could never afford such advanced alchemical enhancements. Why would individuals from Zon be attacking? Li Lin mused to himself. No, that's not right, they must have been hired. Could it be C? Oriana, unfamiliar with such a predicament, appeared somewhat flustered. What should we do now? Don't panic. Let me think. Li Lin gestured for Oriana to remain calm, then continued to peer into the corridor for further details. They had only left 2 people outside to guard, and the number of individuals in the monitoring room was unknown. Although my gun could eliminate those 2 without charging, there were still 2 unconscious staff members at their feet as Li Lin was analyzing strategies. He suddenly noticed a pool of red liquid where the staff members lay, and his brow furrowed with concern. He quickly activated data-driven thinking, and the information of the 2 staff members appeared on the system panel. Personal status: deceased. Li Lin's expression instantly turned cold. Oriana, sensing his demeanor, anxiously inquired, what's wrong? They had killed the staff member. Shocked, Oriana hastily covered her mouth to stifle any sound. Li Lin felt a heavy weight in his heart. Although he was acutely aware that in this perilous world, death was a commonplace occurrence, this was the first time he had witnessed the lifeless body of an innocent person slain before his eyes. Gripping the gun's handle tightly, he thought to himself, with this, I have nothing left to hold back. His skill in firearm mastery had only provided him with a rudimentary grasp of gun usage. His accuracy had not improved significantly. However, with the current Hextech revolver, precision was not a concern. Taking a deep breath, Li Lin observed the two Zonites, whose vigilance was rather lacking. As their gazes shifted away, he swiftly darted from behind the wall, raising his weapon to pull the trigger twice. Without the benefit of charging, two energy projectiles surged toward the unsuspecting Zonites. And by the time they realized what was happening, it was too late. One projectile struck the unfortunate man wielding a metal rod, creating a gaping wound the size of a fist in his chest. The other projectile ricocheted against the wall. Before the armed man could utter a curse, the energy projectile erupted, unleashing two visibly distinct pale blue shockwaves that enveloped him, instantly penetrating his body. The man was violently propelled against the wall, his internal organs torn asunder by the force of the impact. He coughed up a copious amount of blood, collapsing to the ground, unconscious and barely clinging to life. "You stay here. I will call for you when it is safe," Li Lin instructed, casting a glance at Oriana. "Please, be careful." Amidst the commotion outside, the door to the control room swung open, revealing three thuggish individuals, each equipped with alchemical technology enhancement devices, emerging from within. Upon witnessing the chaos outside, the trio paused momentarily, only to soon notice a young man at the far corner of the corridor, clad in a breathing apparatus and wielding a handgun. Without granting them a chance to react, Li Lin swiftly squeezed the trigger, unleashing three uncharged energy projectiles in rapid succession. Bang! 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 Ah! The deafening explosions and anguished cries echoed as the three were similarly thrust backward by the shockwave. One was sent careening back into the control room while the other two crashed against the walls, blood splattering in their wake. "Congratulations! You have slain 5 alchemical technology-enhanced mercenaries, leveling up by 1 level and gaining 1 skill point. Current level, 6, remaining skill points. 4, mercenaries, indeed." Li Lin paid no heed to the system's notification, his focus unwavering as he kept a vigilant watch on the open door of the control room, wary of any remaining threats lurking within. He treaded lightly, aiming his weapon steadily towards the interior as he approached cautiously. After several tense seconds, he stepped over the fallen bodies, pressing his back against the wall beside the doorway. Peering into the room, on the surface, all appeared calm. Subsequently, he executed a swift roll to the other side of the door, resuming his observation of the interior. Within his line of sight, he discerned no presence of others. Yet, unease lingered within Li Lin. He feared that someone might be lurking in the shadows, poised to launch a surprise attack. Thus, he discharged 2 shots towards the floor of the room. The resultant shockwave elicited only the clattering of metal and various debris, devoid of any human screams. Immediately thereafter, he crouched and swiftly entered the room, utilizing a nearby overturned table as cover while he scanned the surroundings with his firearm. Upon confirming that no threats remained, he called out to Oriana at the door, urging her to enter, assuring her that all was safe within. The young girl hurriedly sprinted inside, her complexion remarkably pale, resembling one on the verge of retching. Clearly, it was her first encounter with the scene of blood and corpses strewn about. "Are you all right?" Li Lin inquired. Oriana merely pursed her lips and shook her head, signaling that she was fine. With a resigned sigh, Li Lin secured the door, locking it firmly before taking a seat at the control panel. He located several rows of buttons that governed the central hex-powered ventilators. Without hesitation, he switched all the ventilators to exhaust mode. As the faint pollen within the room was gradually drawn into the overhead vents, the contaminated air began to circulate, promising to dissipate shortly. In due time, those freed from the toxic pollen would gradually awaken. Li Lin's gaze shifted towards Oriana, who stood aside, still ensnared in the shadow of the gruesome sight she had just witnessed, as he contemplated the next course of action. Having accomplished the first essential task, the next step was to locate Caitlin Jace and the Kiramman couple, and assist Oriana in finding her father. Chapter 35. The vanished Kiramman couple. The control room was not far from the Grand Hall. After resolving the issue of the hypnotic pollen, Li Lin and Oriana made their way directly to the crowded hall. Their journey was uneventful. They encountered no other mercenaries. As they exited through a side door leading to the backstage, Oriana immediately spotted her father among the sprawled figures on the floor. "Father." With a sense of urgency yet cautiousness, she carefully navigated through the crowd, heading towards a nearby edge. There lay a middle-aged man with long brown hair, wearing glasses and dressed in a blue and white waistcoat paired with a tailcoat, his visage radiating a gentle demeanor and an air of nobility. Colin Levick, a renowned Hextech prosthetic artisan from Piltover, was capable of crafting exquisite prosthetics with intricate brass components, often surpassing the original flesh in quality. However, when most people mentioned the Levick surname, they primarily thought of Corwin Levick, the famed inventor from Piltover University. While both hailed from the Levick family, Colin had long distanced himself from the lineage, establishing his own path after marrying a commoner. Tears glistened in Oriana's reddened eyes as she pleaded, "Father, please wake up." She gently nudged her father and softly patted his cheek, following the method she had employed previously. However, after slumbering for such an extended period in a space filled with pollen, the toxins could not be eradicated swiftly. Colin opened his eyes, which bore a striking resemblance to Oriana's yet appeared more profound, revealing a sense of confusion and lifelessness. How could this happen? Oriana, nearly on the verge of tears, hastily removed her own breathing filter and placed it over her father's face. Lin did not intervene, as the pollen in the air had been largely extracted by the ventilator. If this act could provide even a modicum of comfort to her emotions, it would indeed be quite beneficial. With his magical energy dipping below half, Lin activated dataized thinking to quickly scan Colin's status window before deactivating the skill. Personal status: mild poisoning, drowsiness, paralysis, effects, 1. Losing 6 health points per minute, lasting for 8 minutes and 29 seconds, non-lethal, minimum at 187 health points. 2. In a state of extreme fatigue, cognitive reaction speed reduced by 90, physical reaction speed reduced by 85. 3. Temporarily lost the vast majority of sensory perception and motor function, lasting for 23 minutes. The negative states caused by poisoning vary according to individual physical constitution. In the case of Colin, who was in his middle age and had not particularly focused on strengthening his physique, his body's immunity was evidently not robust. Even though the panel indicated he was only mildly poisoned, the impact and duration of the various negative states he experienced were considerably exacerbated. Do not worry. Your father has merely inhaled too much pollen. A brief rest of half an hour should suffice, Lin gently reassured, lightly patting Oriana's shoulder. After all, she was still a young girl, and it was only natural for her to feel somewhat helpless in such circumstances. Is that truly so? She sniffled, her delicate, fairy-like face brimming with tears, evoking a sense of compassion. Indeed, Lin replied, opening his arms, "You see, I am perfectly fine." Oriana lowered her gaze, biting her pale lip, her troubled eyes once again drifting to her father. "Sir, may I kindly request your assistance?" Lin readily agreed, saying, "Of course. Whatever I can do, just ask." "Thank you." Oriana's expression brightened as her eyes flicked toward the chair against the wall. "I merely wish for my father to be more comfortable." Understanding her intent, Lin helped to move Colin aside, arranging the chairs so he could lie down. "I have a few matters to attend to. Please excuse me for a moment," Lin informed Oriana. Upon seeing her nod, he began to scan the hall for familiar faces. He soon spotted the conspicuous figures of Black Mortimer, Caitlin, and Jace not far from him. He hurriedly made his way to the other side of the hall. "Caitlin, Jace," employing a method reminiscent of his hometown. Lin pressed his thumbs firmly into the philtrum of both Caitlin and Jace, eliciting a strong response. One after the other, they awakened. Due to their relatively good physical condition, they did not remain in a dazed state for as long as Colin. With Lin's assistance, Caitlin and Jace, bearing expressions of discomfort, gradually sat up, pressing their hands against their foreheads. "My head hurts so much." Jace's voice was somewhat hoarse. Beside him, Caitlin, her mind slowly clearing, noticed Lin supporting her and couldn't help but furrow her brow. "Lin, are you feeling better? What happened to me?" Caitlin felt as if her head had been stirred with a stick, experiencing excruciating pain. "You have been poisoned." "Poisoned?" Caitlin's gaze lifted slightly, and her gradually normalizing vision reflected the disheveled crowd sprawled on the ground. What on earth happened? She widened her eyes, unable to suppress her astonishment. Hearing Caitlin's shocked tone, Jace, regaining his composure, also glanced around, his expression shifting as he struggled to process the situation. "What has happened to us?" "We were attacked." Lin removed his breathing filter and exhaled heavily. They infused the Hextech ventilation system with hypnotic flowers, allowing the pollen to permeate the entire auditorium and incapacitating us. "What?" Jason hailed sharply, astonished that someone would dare to launch such an audacious attack during the Evolution Day assembly attended by prominent families. Did they not fear retribution? In contrast to Jace's reaction, Caitlin appeared remarkably composed. "Their actions must have a purpose," she stated solemnly. "By the way, Caitlin, have you heard of the codename C?" Taking the opportunity, Lin inquired. "C? Where did you hear that name?" Caitlin bit her lip. Did Vander tell you? Vander? What does this have to do with him? After their encounter with the assailants, Lin had spent most of his time in Ben's grocery store in a drugged stupor. Vander's subordinates had interrogated the kidnappers and revealed this name to Caitlin. But she had not related to Lin and had nearly forgotten it herself. It's not related to Vander. It was extracted from the captors. This C is the mastermind behind the plan to kidnap me. Isn't the mastermind behind your kidnapping the head of the Otterink family? Jace scratched his head, not quite grasping what they were discussing, while Lin and Caitlin ignored him. So it really is C. This complicates matters. Lin's expression was quite intricate. You should have informed me of this earlier. I wasn't thinking clearly at the time. Caitlin's face turned pale. Do you suspect that C is also behind this attack? It's not a suspicion, it's a certainty. Lin affirmed with a nod. The Kiramman family has been targeted. Your parents are the primary objective. The reason they kidnapped you last time was to leverage your parents. Caitlin's lips parted slightly, her eyes flashing with terror. Unable to utter a single word. What kind of lunatic would dare to provoke a family that ranks among the top in Piltover's council? As Lin's voice gradually faded, he rose once more, casting his gaze around the auditorium. At this moment, numerous individuals were stirring from their stupor, and the atmosphere within the space began to grow increasingly chaotic. Fortunately, as of now, no one had managed to overcome the paralyzing effects to stand upright, allowing for a relatively unobstructed view of the hall. However, despite Lin's repeated scans, he could find no trace of the Kiramman couple. Even after locating the other 5 council members, excluding Heimerdinger. Caitlin, do you recall where your parents were before you lost consciousness? Caitlin hesitated, pointing in the direction of Professor Heimerdinger. Yet, beside the yellow-haired, white-bearded Yordle, there was only a frail, almost sickly young man with a cane. The Kiramman couple was nowhere to be found. A heavy sense of despair washed over Lin. They had indeed been taken away. Chapter 36. I shall pilot the power armor into battle. Mom, Dad. Caitlin murmured, lost in thought. Jay slammed his fist against the floor in frustration. I cannot fathom why these miscreants chose to abduct only Lady Karina and Mr. Elro. Lin remained silent, shaking his head. His understanding of Caitlin's nemesis, C, was limited to the official narrative. Even after Caitlin ascended to the role of Sheriff of Piltover, the true identity of C had never been revealed. A bold hypothesis took shape in Lin's mind. It was entirely possible that C was someone close to Caitlin. After all, the most perilous places often lie within the most secure confines, and one tends to overlook the greatest threats lurking nearby. However, contemplating these matters extensively proves fruitless at this juncture. A few legislators congregated, retreating to the backstage lounge under the protection of the tardy Sheriff Grayson and numerous law enforcement officers. Lin, Caitlin, and Jace exchanged pleasantries with the officers and followed them inside, eager to ascertain how they might assist. Those wretched denizens of the Undercity. They dare to assault even the Evolution Day Assembly, who grants them such audacity. We have neglected the Undercity for far too long. It seems they have forgotten who the true masters of the 2 city-states are. Counselor Vosleton adjusted the damaged Hextech augmentation around his neck, his eyes flickering with suppressed fury. Indeed, they have the audacity to lay hands on us, even on legislators. What is it that they would not dare to do? Counselor Hoskarl, with his golden locks, echoed the outrage, asserting that we ought to take a stand against Zahn, for the honor of Piltover and the dignity of our council. Oh, everyone, calm yourselves. I believe violence is not the solution, and such an approach is unwise. Heimerdinger attempted to dissuade the assembly, yet his sharp, diminutive voice was drowned out by the collective ire. Meanwhile, Mel, who had remained silent, harbored a peculiar glint in her eyes. Upon noticing Lin, Caitlin, and Jace nearby, but not the Gilmoran couple, her brow arched slightly. Miss Gilmoran, where are your parents? At this moment, the focus of the gathering shifted from devising retribution against the Undercity to Caitlin. As a being of mechanical ascension, his body had long been replaced with mechanical components. The hypnotic pollen had little effect on him. Instead, he feigned incapacitation amidst the crowd out of fear of being perceived as excessively unique and consequently targeted. It was during this time that he noticed someone being dragged away, though he was uncertain of the identity of the individual at that moment. Now, clarity dawned upon him. The Kiramman couple had been conversing with me regarding matters of the academy when I lapsed into unconsciousness. Upon awakening, they had vanished without a trace, added Heimerdinger. The Kiramman couple has been abducted. The mechanical voice of Borbach resonated, rough and deep. What? Salo and Hoskarl exclaimed simultaneously, their expressions grim. Vostraton furrowed his brow, pausing his tasks. This resembles a premeditated kidnapping, much like the previous incident. It appears that the Otterink family is not the mastermind behind this. Or perhaps they have accomplices in the Undercity, Mel calmly assessed. Where is Grayson? Urgently summon her to dispatch enforcers to locate Counselor Kiramman. Salo shouted towards the outside. I have already enlisted Sheriff Grayson as assistance. Caitlin interjected, restraining Salo's boisterousness, her eyes cast downwards as she sighed. Mel approached Caitlin, gently placing a hand upon her shoulder, offering solace in a soft tone. Rest assured, your parents will be unharmed. Thank you. Caitlin raised her gaze to meet Mel's. Do not worry, Miss Kiramman. We will find your parents at all costs, Vostratan assured from the side. Indeed. Caitlin emitted a soft sound of affirmation, nodding her head. Li Lin and Jess quickly followed suit. I have little faith in the efficiency of these enforcers, Caitlin stated bluntly. I will seek out the clues myself to find my parents. This is perilous, Caitlin. If this matter truly involves the alchemical barons of the Undercity, are you prepared to confront them? Jess implored earnestly. Jess, I understand that you are concerned for my safety, but I must do this, Caitlin replied. Her voice tinged with suppressed emotion, though she concealed it well, unwilling to reveal her vulnerable side. Jess glanced at Li Lin with a complex expression, silently urging him to persuade Caitlin. After a moment of contemplation, Li Lin spoke. I comprehend your feelings, Caitlin. Do not try to dissuade me. I have made my decision, Caitlin asserted, quickening her pace. Even if I am alone, I will not abandon any lead or hope in my search for them. Li Lin grasped her wrist, forcefully halting her steps. No, you misunderstand me. Caitlin's eyes were slightly swollen, and the effort to suppress her sorrow and worry tugged at his heart. I will assist you, Caitlin, but we must be adequately prepared. Li Lin, you too. Jess exclaimed incredulously. Li Lin placed his hands on Caitlin's shoulders, locking his gaze onto her tear-brimmed azure eyes. The quest to locate Lady Karina and Mr. Elro would undoubtedly be fraught with danger, for the puppeteer behind this had employed mercenaries from Zon, equipped not only with alchemical enhancements, but also firearms. Moreover, the shadowy figure who dared to capture a councilman undoubtedly possesses a contingency plan to counter law enforcement. We must not foolishly leap into a trap. Caitlin, having sniffled slightly, regained her composure after hearing Li Lin's words. What do you propose we do? This is a tool I have been researching recently, intended for miners. But it lacks an energy core, which was also the reason I hesitated to give you the Hextech crystal, Li Lin explained. Suddenly, Jace's brows furrowed. As he grasped Li Lin's implication, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Could it be that you intend to? Li Lin retrieved the energy crystal from the energy chamber of the Hextech revolver strapped to his belt and tossed it to him. This should suffice. Will you lend a hand? This. Faced with the hopeful gazes of Li Lin and Caitlin, Jace hesitated. Although he had frequently accompanied his parents to the workshop as a child, cultivating a robust physique, he was entirely unversed in combat. Well, if you... Before Li Lin could complete his thought, Jace interjected, I will assist. Thank you. Jace, Caitlin said, covering her mouth, nearly brought to tears. It is my obligation. Jace replied, turning his gaze back to Li Lin. And what of you? It appears you do not intend to utilize that weapon. It is time to put my exoskeleton power armor to the test. Chapter 37. The Strength of the Undercity half an hour prior. In the brightly lit Fugan Tavern of the Zon back alleys, Wei and Bao Bao lounged at the edge of the bar, idly toying with their glasses brimming with juice. Vander, when can we go out? Vander, wiping his hands with the towel draped over his shoulder, responded with a hint of exasperation. Oh, why are you always thinking about going out? Staying at home is truly dull. Bao Bao pouted in dissatisfaction. You can ask Wei. Hearing her sister mention her, Wei turned to glance at her, only to find her gaze entangled with Vander's. She opened her mouth but dared not speak, covering the bruises on her face. Feeling guilty as she turned away again. I recall it was the day before yesterday, right? What were you doing in the Dakar district? Did you get into a fight with those thugs? At the mere mention of Dakar, Wei's anger flared up. We were merely passing through. Passing through? You can just pass through without clashing with those ruffians? Vander, while polishing a glass, retorted unkindly, moreover, Dakar's territory is right on the edge of the dark alley. There's nothing there. Why would you go there? Vander's words diminished Wei's confidence significantly. It was him who sent someone to provoke us. I've told you repeatedly not to provoke that punk. As long as you remain in the dark alley, they won't dare to touch you. Why won't you listen? Right. When you were young, you also endured provocations, didn't you? Wei shot back defiantly. You. Vander, momentarily at a loss for words, replied, it's not the same. He sighed, memories of events from years past involuntarily surfacing in his mind. A sky filled with crimson smoke, rivers of blood, severed limbs, and the familiar faces collapsing before the barrel of a gun, lifelessly falling at his feet. Vander shook his head, attempting to cast aside these haunting images that he could never forget. You are still young. You cannot comprehend. Indeed, I did not understand. Wei's tone grew increasingly agitated. In my heart, Vander should not be a submissive coward. Infuriated by her self-deprecating remarks, Vander slammed his hand on the table. Enough. The raucous tavern fell silent, all eyes drawn to this unfolding scene. After a brief moment, patrons resumed their activities, indifferent to the private matters of the leader. It is late. You should retire for the night, Vander declared, snatching the cups from before them, his expression dark as he turned to continue his work. Wei, sulking, huffed in annoyance and strode toward the staircase leading down to the bar. Bobo, at a loss, glanced at the fuming Vander and then at her silently departing sister. She could not fathom why they had quarreled over such a trivial matter. Just then, the wind chimes at the entrance of the Fugen Tavern chimed softly. May the haze not enter your home. Welcome to the Fugen Tavern. How may I assist you? Vander's words abruptly ceased as he turned around. There stood a figure he recognized all too well, someone he had not seen in years. Silco. Vander's expression shifted dramatically. Bobo. Quickly find your sister and do not come out. However, enough with the idle chatter, hurry along. Vander's demeanor startled the petite girl, with a hint of grievance. She cast a glance at the newly arrived guest before scampering down the staircase. All eyes in the tavern were fixated on the gaunt man with a demonically terrifying gaze. Accompanied by his entourage, a few inebriated patrons even brandished their concealed sharp instruments. With an impassive expression, Silco sauntered to the bar, casually selecting a swivel chair to occupy. He leaned his arms on the table, interlacing his fingers beneath his chin. What is this? Not welcoming an old friend? Vander clenched his jaw, each word erupting from his mouth with deliberation. Get your entourage out of my tavern, or else. Silco interrupted, disregarding Vander's warning entirely, his tone laced with mockery. It seems your temper has softened considerably over the years, brother. If it were in the past, you would have already donned those iron gauntlets to send me flying. He cast a glance at the metallic fists hanging above the bar. Consider yourself fortunate, if you compel me to put them on again. It may not end well for you. Vander slammed his fist onto the table, while the other patrons glared menacingly at Silco and his subordinates, nearly all drawing an array of weapons. Their subordinates stood in a tense standoff, yet none dared to make the first move, regardless of who strikes first. This confrontation will inevitably escalate into a bloody armed conflict. The leader has yet to speak, and none of his subordinates are willing to shoulder such a heavy burden. Ha! Silco scoffed with a shake of his head. The transformation you've undergone is quite remarkable. Have the upper city denizens tamed this black hunting dog of yours? What I become is of no concern to you, Silco. As Vander's patience approached its breaking point, Silco decided to abandon his circumspect approach, stating, in truth, I have come to you today regarding a matter of utmost importance. Get lost, take your people and your mess with you. Vander had already removed the iron gauntlets from the shelf, his expression icy. I will not remind you a third time. A flicker of disappointment crossed Silco's eyes. I had intended for us to have a proper discussion. Alas, you have squandered your opportunity. Vander was not inclined to engage in further dialogue. He swiftly donned the metallic gauntlets and aimed a punch at Silco's face. Simultaneously, the patrons of the tavern, witnessing their leader's aggression, erupted into various cries and surged towards Silco and his subordinates. Silco effortlessly dodged the punch, exhibiting no signs of fear. Oh, why bother? Roar. At that moment, accompanied by a sound that bore no resemblance to a human voice, the door of the Fugen Tavern was violently shattered by a colossal figure, its skin marred with bulging veins through which purple liquid coursed. Vander's subordinates were taken aback by the sudden noise. However, before they could react, the monstrous creature, towering over 2 meters, charged through the crowd with an almost imperceptible speed. Within a mere 5 seconds, all of Vander's more than 20 subordinates in the Fugen Tavern were laid low by this beast. Blood stained the tavern floor, and chaos ensued. Vander's men were strewn about, all rendered unconscious. The least injured among them bore at least a dozen fractures, while those in critical condition were barely clinging to life, their breaths shallow and infrequent. Even immediate medical assistance would not prolong their existence for much longer. No. Vander's eyes widened with shock and sorrow. You wretched fiend, what have you done? As he gazed upon the devastation before him, a fierce rage ignited within him, and he summoned all his strength to throw a powerful punch directly at Silco's temple. Yet, In the next moment, his metal-clad fist was effortlessly seized by the purple creature. It should be said, he had just been 5 meters away. Vander's pupils constricted. This was impossible. There is nothing impossible, Vander, Silco coldly replied. As his words faded, he gestured to the beast. With a furious roar, the creature struck Vander squarely in the face. He fell back, unable to utter a sound, and instantly lost consciousness. Silco looked down at the unconscious Vander, a fleeting complexity crossing his gaze. This is power, the power of my brother, the people of the Undercity. Chapter 38. I can help. She hurried over to Wei, her expression tense. Wei, what happened? In a flurry of anxiety, upon hearing her sister's call, Wei endeavored to suppress her temper. Responding in a gentle tone, Vander, he. Wei furrowed her brow, crossed her arms, and turned her face away. Do not mention him to me right now. Bao, with an urgency in her small finger pointing towards the door, insisted, I am speaking of serious matters. What has transpired? Speak slowly. Craig stepped forward to inquire of Bao. Just now, several customers entered the store, and upon seeing the leader among them, Vander's expression changed completely. I have never witnessed such a look on his face. Wei scoffed dismissively, TCH, I thought it was something significant. With the way he is acting now, he would react like that upon seeing anyone. Before she could finish her words, a thunderous crash echoed from upstairs, as if something wooden had been shattered. Following that, a cacophony of piercing screams and the clattering of furniture and various objects filled their ears. It seemed there was a disturbance above. Craig listened intently to the commotion. Milo scratched his head, his face equally filled with perplexity. But surely, a disturbance could not produce such a loud uproar, could it? Could it be the individuals Bao mentioned earlier? We should go check. If there is indeed trouble, we must assist. Bao, pouting with dissatisfaction, raised the canister adorned with animal designs. Why not? My thunderstrike is quite formidable. Nearby, Craig interjected. Wei. It appears that there is no longer any commotion outside. So soon? While raised an eyebrow, dismissing the presence of Bao who had followed closely behind. As soon as the door swung open, a pungent scent of rust and blood pervaded the air, invading their nostrils. Growing up in Zuin, where brawls and injuries were a daily occurrence, Wall recognized this as the unmistakable odor of blood. A chill ran down her spine, and a foreboding sense of dread washed over her. Shh, keep your voices down, she instructed the 3 behind her with a gesture for silence, then crouched low, treading lightly down the staircase toward the first floor. Upon peering out, she was met with a horrific sight. Blood was splattered everywhere, and bodies lay unconscious. A scene of utter chaos. Wall's pupils constricted slightly as she instantly recognized the fallen as Vander's subordinates. Words failed her in the shock of the moment. The commotion had lasted barely seconds, and the wounds on these individuals were clearly inflicted by violent means. What manner of beast could incapacitate over 20 seasoned fighters? Armed and battle-hardened, in mere moments? Her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a figure, entirely shrouded in purple, dragging a person whose fate was uncertain out of the Fugan Tavern. It was Vander. Wall murmured, her heart sinking as she recognized the individual being dragged along. Tears welled up in her eyes as she clenched her fists, ready to charge at the creature in a futile attempt to fight back. Vander. Why are you stopping me, Craig? Wild's tears streamed down her cheeks, overwhelmed by the realization that Vander had been captured. Stay calm. That thing took down more than 20 people in seconds. Even Vander couldn't overpower it. What difference does it make if you charge in? It's a death wish. Craig's mood was equally heavy, yet he appeared far more composed. What? Both Bao and my Luo exclaimed in unison, weighed down by Craig's words. Wei sank helplessly to the ground, cradling her forehead and choking back sobs. I must rescue Vander. Vander is also our father. Craig glanced at my Luo and gently patted Wei's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. It is our duty to save Vander. However, we cannot accomplish this alone. My Luo's expression darkened. We must unite our forces. Indeed, we can reach out to Benso. Saivika is not here tonight. We can summon her and her subordinates as well. Craig proposed. Let it be so. With that, the group swiftly divided their tasks. My Luo, being slender and agile, would trail the group that had abducted Vander to ascertain their destination. Craig would head to Benso's grocery store to enlist his help, while Wei would seek out Saivika. Meanwhile, Bao, who wore a sorrowful expression, said nothing and quietly approached her designated table, packing several of her homemade explosive devices into a satchel. My Luo exited first to ensure he could track the abductor's trail, while Wei and Craig readied their weapons, which consisted only of a baseball bat, a self-made flare, and a couple of screwdrivers. Just as they prepared to leave, Wei noticed Bao Bao was already set, fixating her gaze intently upon her. Wei's earlier resolve faltered. This time, you must not follow Bao Bao. Why not? Bao Bao furrowed her brow, clearly perplexed. It is perilously dangerous. Bao Bao sniffled, gazing earnestly into Wei's eyes, declaring, I am not afraid. This time is different. A family should be together, as you have said. I believe I ought to remember what I have uttered. I yearn to fight. I can be of assistance. You are not ready yet. With time being of the essence and not to be squandered, Wei shot her a stern look, her tone tinged with impatience. At her sister's rebuke, tears instantly welled up in Bao Bao's sapphire blue eyes. Observing her sister's aggrieved expression, Wei let out a long sigh and gently caressed her cheek. You are all I have left. I cannot afford to lose you, Bao Bao. As she spoke, Wei retrieved a flare from her bag and handed it to Bao Bao. Take this. If danger approaches, run. Wherever you are, light it, and I will find you, I promise. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind Wei, vanishing from Bao Bao's sight. An overwhelming wave of suppressed grievance surged within her. She could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes, which streamed down her cheeks, pooling at her chin before dripping onto the floor. Why? I could be of help. Bao Bao curled up on the ground, burying her face in her legs, her eyes brimming with tears. I can help. I know I can. I won't mess things up again. Even if it means running errands, seeking Bin Suwa, or finding Sawaika, why? As she wept, suddenly, a figure emerged in her mind. Choking sobs and tears were swiftly supplanted by excitement and joy. Yes, indeed. Li Lin, he is a friend of Vander. He will surely assist Vander. Chapter 39. I implore you, save Vander. Meanwhile, in Piltover, under the brilliant detective logic of Caitlin, all clues pointed to one place, Zon. The three did not dare to linger for long. They hurriedly found an enforcer to notify Sheriff Grayson, then set off at once towards Airdrop Street, descending to the mid-level of Zon aboard a shrieking machine. Along the way, Li Lin's exoskeletal power armor became the focal point of everyone's attention, even requiring double the fare for the elevator ride. Fortunately, many enforcers recognized Caitlin, the heiress of the Gyroman family, which spared them from being detained for questioning. Li Lin's invention, this exoskeletal power armor, primarily adorned in black, stood approximately 2 meters tall, closely fitting the human form, presenting a streamlined silhouette reminiscent of muscular lines, embodying both practicality and elegance. The Hextech energy crystal, serving as the armor's core power source, was nestled within the chest's central position, shielded by layers of reinforced metal armor, rendering the concealed power core imperceptible. While it was not particularly fragile, for the sake of prudence, Li Lin refrained from exhibiting it like Iron Man, choosing instead to keep it discreet. His armor's performance paled in comparison to the Mark combat armor. He was no fool, and there was no reason to expose a clearly vulnerable core to others. Exoskeleton power armor, rare mechanical apparatus constructed from a steel framework, designed to be worn and capable of exerting extraordinary strength beyond the limits of human capability. Attributes: mechanical 15,000 health points, 500 energy, 35 combat power. Ability effects: passive, fully automated. The power armor is entirely energy-driven, requiring no effort from the wearer. Once the energy is depleted, the armor becomes immobile, consuming 50 energy per second. Passive mechanical enhancement. The materials of the power armor have undergone improvements, bestowing additional attributes to all skills, excluding the energy crystal core, and elevating the mechanical device's rank. Passive alloy armor, crafted from upgraded high-quality alloys. It grants an additional 500 health points. Passive energy crystal core. Utilizing an energy crystal as its core, it provides an extra 1000 energy. Passive premium conduit. Enhanced materials increase energy adaptability, offering an additional 500 energy. Passive recharging. The energy core can absorb magical elements from the air for self-recharging, restoring 5 of maximum energy per second. Active adaptive defense. Activate the energy core for a brief 1-second recharge, consuming 10 of maximum energy to gain an adaptive shield equivalent to 20 of maximum health, lasting for 10 seconds. Cooldown time, 1 minute. Active skill, overload charging. This ability consumes 15 of the current energy core's power to initiate a 3-second overload charging. Upon completion, the armor receives a 10-second enhancement in speed, and the subsequent attack can inflict devastating damage on the target while generating an energy shockwave in a fan-shaped area extending 5 meters behind the target. Active skill, overload operation. The energy core enters an overdrive state, temporarily granting the mechanical construct an additional 30 in both health and energy. The maximum energy recovery per second is elevated to 15, alongside an extra movement speed boost, lasting for 8 seconds. After 3 uses, the energy crystal will be rendered useless. This exoskeletal power armor provides a substantial 16,500 health points and 2,000 energy points. Furthermore, under the enhancement of Li Lin's mechanical improvement skill, the originally exquisite grade armor has been elevated to a rare grade, significantly augmenting its attributes and abilities. However, despite its numerous advantages, it is not without its shortcomings. The most troubling aspect for him is the absence of a system-assisted device in this armor. All observations must be made with the naked eye through the helmet, severely limiting his field of vision. Additionally, its movements are somewhat sluggish. Unless the overload charging skill is activated, it generally cannot keep pace with a nimble and agile individual. Moreover, as a safeguard for Li Lin's own security, it currently lacks a weapon system, forcing him to charge at enemies and strike with his fist like a brute. Fortunately, it possesses a resilient exterior and substantial vitality, boasting 16,500 health points, along with a formidable blood shield of 300 that lasts for 10 seconds. Generated at a rate of 1 per minute, provided there is no assistance from the wind goddess Janna. As the shrieking machinery descended, it wasn't long before the trio arrived at the mid-level of Zaun. Caitlin and Jace donned their breathing filtration devices, one wielding a firearm while the other brandished a hammer. Accompanied by a hulking mechanical companion, regardless of who they were, anyone who caught sight of them would instinctively steer clear. Jace, feeling uncomfortable under the peculiar gazes of those around them, partially obscured his face with the hammer and inquired of Caitlin, "Where shall we venture next? Perhaps we should seek Vander's assistance." Through the powered armor, Li Lin's mechanical voice resonated. "I share a certain camaraderie with him." Caitlin cast a glance at the massive figure beside her, bemused by the notion of having established a rapport after merely one encounter. "To be precise, we have met twice," Li Lin replied, having yet to mention their previous meeting in the alley with Vander. "During my last visit, I owed him a favor, and now we consider ourselves friends." "I believe that is a splendid idea, Caitlin," Jace remarked after a moment of contemplation, adding, "Given that Vander is the leader of the alley, he may possess valuable insights." Caitlin nodded slightly in agreement. "All right, that sounds like a reasonable plan." The trio then made their way toward the Fugen Tavern. However, after only a few minutes of walking, they noticed a number of armed individuals with fierce expressions emerging from various alleys, converging towards the Fugen Tavern. A gang conflict, perhaps? Caitlin pondered for a moment, urging, "We must catch up." Before she could finish her sentence, Li Lin, encased in his power armor, caught sight of a blue-haired girl who had inadvertently collided with someone, moving against the current of the crowd. "Is that you, Bao Bao?" Caitlin tilted her head, looking at Li Lin, who had lifted his helmet. "What did you say?" Seemingly hearing her name called, Bao Bao turned towards the source of the voice, initially drawn to the most conspicuous mechanical armor. As her gaze ascended, and she finally recognized the familiar face, tears began to cascade uncontrollably down her cheeks. Bao Bao quickly rose to her feet, using her grimy little hands to wipe away the tears, and then hurriedly approached the trio. With her head tilted back, she clenched her tiny fists, gazing up at Li Lin with a mix of distress and vulnerability, choking back her sobs as she implored, "Please, you must save Vander." Chapter 40. Tumultuous alley little girl, please don't be anxious. Would you like to tell us what has happened? Caitlin knelt on one knee, cradling her weapon in her arms, placing one hand gently on Bao Bao's shoulder while the other tenderly brushed away the tears from her eyes. Striving to speak in a soothing tone, with tearful eyes, Bao Bao blinked lightly. Under Caitlin's concern, the grievances and sorrow that had been simmering within her erupted, and she began to weep uncontrollably. Van derivative. Sob. The memory of the scene she had just witnessed upon exiting the Fugen Tavern flooded her mind, the ground stained with crimson liquid, the acrid scent of blood permeating the air, and the anguished groans of the severely injured. Bao Bao's complexion gradually turned pale, her lips, devoid of color, trembled slightly as fear enveloped her, rendering her unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. Caitlin, perceiving her emotional turmoil, gently wrapped her arms around her shoulders, drawing her into an embrace while softly patting her back in consolation. "Do not be afraid, you are safe now." It was evident that Caitlin possessed a certain skill in comforting children. In a short while, Bao Bao's sobs diminished, and she regained a semblance of calm. Though she occasionally sniffled, Li Lin endeavored to lower his posture as much as possible, asking, "Bao Bao, Could you tell us what exactly transpired? Tonight, a group of people came looking for Vander, and a conflict ensued. They injured everyone in the tavern, and they took Vander away. Bao Bao's voice caught in her throat, pausing momentarily before continuing. Wei and Craig went to seek help from Sivika and Ben, while Myluo followed those who abducted Van Derivative. Wasn't Vander the leader of the alley? How could he be captured in his own territory? Regrettably, Bao Bao, who had not witnessed the battle firsthand, could only recount a vague outline of events. Moreover, upon her emergence, she was thoroughly startled by the scene within the tavern, her entire body still trembling, haunted by the lingering fear. We must pay a visit to the Fugan Tavern. Li Lin's mood was rather somber. He suspected that Vander had likely been captured from this very moment, subsequently transformed into a werewolf by Singed over the following years. Vander currently remained the adoptive father of Wei and Bao Bao, and he could not stand idly by while such a situation unfolded. Jess was reluctant to squander time on strangers, yet what about Caitlin's parents? I too believe we should commence our investigation from the moment Vander was taken. Caitlin concurred with Li Lin's perspective. Recently, an attack had occurred at the Evolution Day conference in Upper City, resulting in the abduction of my parents. While chaos erupted in the dark alleys of Lower City, I suspect that those who captured Vander might possess clues regarding my parents, perhaps even being the puppeteers behind it all. While the notion of puppeteers may be an exaggeration, they were undoubtedly manipulated by that individual known only as C. Li Lin silently added in his thoughts. Jess, with a resigned shrug, replied, "Well then, very well. I shall follow your lead." Li Lin re-engaged his armor, sealing the visor, and stood up. Bao Bao, let us proceed to the Fugan Tavern. Moments later, the group waded through the throngs of people, arriving at the Fugan Tavern. The establishment had already been commandeered by gang members, with approximately a dozen burly men bustling about, tending to the injured patrons still clinging to life. However, due to various factors such as inadequate medical equipment, poor sanitary conditions, a scarcity of skilled healers, and delays in rescue efforts, due to their fully armed appearance, more than 30 individuals inside and outside the Fugan Tavern halted their tasks, seizing their weapons and watching them with keen vigilance. The majority of their gazes fixated on Li Lin, clad in powered armor, paying little heed to Caitlin and Jace, who wielded guns and hammers respectively. Jace planted his hammer on the ground, somewhat resigned, remarking that they were not there for a drink. He turned to notice a bald, burly man with a thick brown beard, frowning intensely and scrutinizing them with evident displeasure. "I don't care whether you came for a drink or not. Just get out of here, you city dwellers," the bald man said curtly. At that moment, Bobo squeezed out from behind Caitlin and ran up to the bald man, declaring, "They are here to help. You are Vander's little daughter?" The bald man recognized Bobo and gestured to his comrades to resume their work. He then sighed and crouched down to meet Bobo's gaze, his tone considerably softened. "How did you end up with these city folk?" "I came to ask for their help." Bobo bit her lip. "And they are friends of Vander." "Friends? Humph. Since when did Vander have friends from the city?" The bald man shot a piercing glance at Li Lin, Caitlin, and Jace, then turned his eyes back to Bobo. "You aren't being deceived by these folks, are you?" Provoked repeatedly by the bald man, Jace's temper flared. "Hey you," he exclaimed. "Calm down, Jace. We are not here to pick a fight," Caitlin interjected, raising her hand to stop Jace from confronting the man. "We do indeed have a connection with Vander, and you may verify this with Binser or Sevika." She met the bald man's fierce gaze with unwavering composure. "We initially intended to seek Vander's assistance, but upon encountering the explosion, we learned of his predicament and came to offer help. However, it seems you harbor doubts about our intentions. If that is the case, we shall take our leave and will not trouble you further." With that, Caitlin turned on her heel and walked away without hesitation. Li Lin discerned her strategy immediately and discreetly nudged Jace, following closely behind her. This tactic resembled a bargaining method commonly employed in his homeland, a subtle yet strategic maneuver. Merchants, fully aware of the customer's negotiating ploy, would generally acquiesce as long as the demands were reasonable. This approach proved equally effective in this foreign realm. With Vander's situation precarious and Li Lin's imposing powered armor promising a significant visual impact, their assistance could undoubtedly facilitate the rescue operation. The bald man was not a fool. He understood this dynamic. Before they had taken more than a few steps, the bald man called out to them, "Wait." Caitlin's lips curled into a slight smirk before she composed her expression and turned back. "Is there something else, sir?" The bald man pondered for a moment before inquiring of Bao Bao before him. "Are you certain they are trustworthy?" "Absolutely. Brotherly Lin has aided me before and even provided us with several dozen silver wheels. Bao Bao nodded emphatically several times. When did this occur? On the other side, Caitlin and Jace exchanged surprised glances, yet no one voiced their inquiries, for now was not the time for such discussions. Very well. The burly man gritted his teeth, rising to his feet and approaching the three of them, bowing his head slightly in a gesture of sincere supplication. I apologize for my previous demeanor. After all, the situation in the back alleys is chaotic, and our leader, Vander, has been captured by hostile forces. The circumstances are dire, and I hope for your understanding. He paused, his tone becoming even more respectful. If it is not too much to ask, could you assist us in rescuing Vander? Chapter 41. The Glimmer of Hope. Happy New Year's Eve. At the dock on the edge of the back alleys, amidst the old canning factory, not far from the forging furnace, a roaring apparatus incessantly filled small glass vials with a luminescent purple liquid, which was then carefully packed into wooden crates by several individuals. As Silco passed by, he casually took a vial from a crate and beckoned to his subordinates, who were dragging Vander, to follow him up to the iron bridge on the second floor. Though Vander had regained consciousness from his stupor, he still felt somewhat dazed from the severe blow he had received to his left eye from the monster. Do you know what this is? Silco waved the purple potion before Vander's only open eye, proclaiming its power. He slowly uttered a word. The strength of the people of the Undercity. With it, we shall possess the ability to contend with those from the Upper City. Is that all? A mere bottle of alchemical elixir? Vander's tone was frail. I have named it Glimmer. Even the faintest glimmer of light can serve as our hope for survival. Furthermore, you have already witnessed its might. Silco ordered his subordinates to leave Vander at his side, then rested his hands on the armrest, gazing down at those industriously crafting the glimmer machines below. Vander spat a mouthful of blood and scoffed. Even if you nurture a horde of monsters, you cannot triumph over Piltover. It was true years ago, and it remains so now. I need not engage in battle. I simply need to instill fear in them. Silco replied with an indifferent expression, casting a glance at Dakar, who was on the second floor, expelling purple blood, alongside his bald, tattooed subordinate who mocked him. You will bring death to many. For what? Just for a facade? Vander questioned. What I seek is respect. Silco's voice grew firm. I seek opportunities, everything the Upper City refuses to grant us. You once earned my respect, as well as that of the entire Black Alley. Yet, you remain unsatisfied, Vander countered, struggling against the dizziness clouding his mind. At this, Silco's anger flared, and he pointed accusingly at the collapsed Vander. We once shared a common vision, Vander. We both dreamed of freedom. This is not merely for the sake of the underbelly. It is a call for unity among the entire populace of the lower city. He slowly crouched down, growing increasingly fervent in his speech. Why are we, by nature, deemed inferior to those from the upper city, subjected to their exploitation? Why must the refuse of the upper city be relegated to our domain? Why are the industrial facilities that generate haze and toxic gases established in our midst, poisoning and eroding our people? A myriad of complex emotions flickered across Silco's face. Have you forgotten the ideals we once vowed would elevate Zon? Everything for Zon. But is this truly the correct path? After so many lives have perished without making a dent in the upper city's indifference, he remained engulfed in confusion. I once placed my unwavering trust in you. A hint of anguish shone in Silco's gaze. And what of you? You have betrayed me. In the toxic waters of Zon, polluted by alchemical waste, a burly man gripped the neck of a smaller man, submerging him beneath the surface. Had it not been for the smaller man grasping the dagger from the burly man's belt in a desperate final act and inflicting a deep wound upon him, at this moment, Silco would not exist. He gasped, then sighed deeply. No, I see that you still do not understand. He pointed to his blood-red left eye. Can you fathom that sensation? Can you envision your body tainted by filthy water, with even your nerves eroded by the venomous currents of the river? I have grown to loathe the actions you have taken against me. Yet as time passes, this animosity has begun to wane, and I have come to grasp a profound truth. To conquer a formidable foe, there exists but one path: to disregard all else and embody the very essence of their fear. Silco hesitated for a moment, gritting his teeth as he continued. I have indeed harbored hatred for you, yet I have always held you in high regard, until you chose to conspire with the people of Piltover, becoming their lapdog. Utterly oblivious to the suffering we once endured. Nevertheless, you possess it now. Silco raised the shimmering light in his hand, his expression gradually returning to calm. At last, we can realize the dreams we once shared, brother. He emphasized brother with a weighty tone. You simply do not comprehend. Hextech is beyond our capacity to contend with. Vander clung to a thread of hope, striving to awaken his brother's conscience. Those who once stood against the upper city alongside us, as they fell one by one before you, mercilessly slaughtered by the enforcers. Did you feel not a sliver of remorse? Do you not regret leading them to revolt, causing their needless demise? For the sake of resistance, for our future, such sacrifices are inevitable. Vander. Silco scoffed, rising to his feet and beckoning to one of his subordinates at the edge of the iron bridge. The subordinate slowly pushed open a heavy iron door. In the room stood a chair, affixed with metal handcuffs and leg irons, positioned prominently at the center. Silco, you may do as you please with me, yet I implore you to spare the alley. This pitiful plea incited Silco's fury. Would you rather perish for your ideals than fight for them? I am no longer the person I once was. Vander chuckled softly, his words dripping with bitterness and resignation. Then allow me to awaken your true nature. Silco averted his gaze, nodding to the tattooed henchman who had approached them. The burly tattooed man seized Vander's arm, dragging him into a nearby room, where he secured his limbs in iron shackles attached to a chair. Shall we administer the light to him now? The henchman inquired, rising after binding Vander. Before Silco could respond, a thunderous crash echoed from the factory's entrance, followed by a barrage of gunfire and a cacophony of screams. What was happening? His brow furrowed, a sinister premonition brewing in his chest. Moments later, a bloodied henchman, one arm severed and his torso soaked in crimson, staggered before Silco, breathless and weak. There's a mechanical monster, and it stormed in with Vander's men. Chapter 42. The alchemical technological transmutant what? A mechanical monster. Silco nearly lost his composure, convinced he must have misheard. No, indeed. A colossal mechanical monstrosity towering at least 2 meters looms before us, its steel armor impervious to our feeble weaponry. The expression of my subordinate, his arms severed and bloodied, is pallid. He appears on the brink of collapse, teetering as if he might fall at any moment. Drink this, I urge. Swiftly uncorking a vial of elixir and offering it to him. It may save your life. He hesitates, clearly aware of the side effects of the potion. Yet, faced with the specter of death, who would concern themselves with such trivialities? Trembling, he extends his hand to accept the potion, inhales deeply, and tilts his head back, consuming the entire contents of the violet liquid. Almost instantaneously, a cacophony of cracking bones and the squelching of flesh fills the air as the wound on his right arm mends at an alarming rate. Muscles surging and mutating with vigor, purple veins pulsating beneath his skin. Ugh! He cries out in agony, collapsing to the ground. Expelling several mouthfuls of blood now tinged a dreadful violet, his screams echoing in pain. Before long, the transformative effects of the elixir take hold, remaking him entirely. His form nearly transcending human limitations. The glimmer potion cannot regenerate severed limbs. I muse, stroking my chin as I observe the second transformed subordinate before me. How do you feel? He rises, his newfound stature exceeding even that of the 2-meter-tall tattooed giant, his fists emanating a dark violet glow. The sound of his fingers cracking like brittle bones sends a shiver down my spine. I feel power. Indeed, strength. A subtle, almost imperceptible smile graced the corners of Silco's mouth. Now, let us address the mechanical monstrosities you have mentioned. At the entrance of the old canning factory, Li Lin clad in powered armor, Caitlin wielding a Mauser rifle, and Jace, who transformed his hammer into an energy cannon, charged ahead. Behind them, Vander's subordinates, having witnessed the trio's prowess in battle, chose to discreetly follow in their wake, scavenging for any opportunities. Among the throng were Vi, Jinx, Echo, and Mel, closely monitored by the members of the Benso faction, ensuring they did not stray or succumb to the temptation of recklessly throwing themselves into danger. Jace, to your left. Caitlin called out, unhesitatingly taking aim and firing, her shot striking a thug in the thigh, incapacitating him instantly. Understood. In response, Jace adjusted the direction of his energy cannon, pulling the trigger twice. The mechanical apparatus drew energy from the crystalline source, unleashing 2 blue-white energy spheres from its apex. The crackling electricity did not target the individuals directly. Instead, it collided with the ground or walls, generating shockwaves that rendered those nearby momentarily dazed. Both Jace and Caitlin, along with Li Lin, were resolute in their decision to avoid taking lives unless absolutely necessary. Although vanquishing these minions would yield a modest experience boost for Li Lin, his upbringing under the Red Banner and his principled education instilled a deep-seated aversion to killing. He perceived these individuals merely as adversaries rather than enemies, devoid of any personal animosity. The area was cleared. After Caitlin dispatched the last standing thug with a single shot, they successfully shattered the fragile defense of the 40 to 50 individuals surrounding them. Subsequently, leading the charge was Li Lin, clad in powered armor. As they swiftly advanced into the depths of the factory, what in the world is this monstrosity? We can't even breach its armor. Can this truly be called combat? It's nothing short of one-sided oppression and slaughter. Quickly go fetch the boss. What the hell, Silco? Our lives are at stake. It's better to flee with me. No, please don't kill me. I surrender. While firearms and cold weapons are manageable, some of Silco's subordinates are equipped with alchemical enhancement devices, granting them at least a semblance of combat readiness. However, confronted with Li Lin's impervious exoskeleton-powered armor, Silco's men exhibit no desire to fight. Coupled with Jace's seemingly inexhaustible energy source, firing high-powered energy blasts one after another, they are utterly overwhelmed. This demoralized gang either lies defeated on the ground, moaning in agony, flees in terror upon sighting Li Lin and his companions, or simply drops their weapons and raises their hands in surrender. Before long, Li Lin and his entourage reached the central part of the factory, where the remaining 20 loyal subordinates of Silco had congregated. Silco, you treacherous bastard, release Vander at once. Upon spotting Silco standing on the armored bridge of the second floor, Bonsoir could no longer contain his fury, brandishing a long knife as he forced his way through the crowd, pointing it at him while unleashing a torrent of invective. Silco cast a frigid glance at Benzo, his attention wholly elsewhere, disregarding him entirely. He scrutinized the power armor at the forefront of the crowd, his intact right pupil narrowing slightly as he murmured. Such machinery did not exist just a few years ago. Li Lin maneuvered the power armor towards the iron bridge below. The heavy machinery collided with the ground, producing a dull thud that resonated through the oppressive atmosphere of the factory. He halted when he was 6 or 7 meters away from Silco. Hextech, citizens of the upper city, why do you meddle in our matters of the undercity? Silco's voice was as frigid as ice. This is our affair. His tone lacked warmth, carrying a hint of command. After all, Li Lin was unfamiliar with Silco, while Silco was an adversary of Vander. An enemy of a friend remains an enemy. Thus, Li Lin saw no need for pleasantries with Silco. How audacious, Silco scoffed, yet his face bore no trace of mirth. Do you believe that by encasing yourself in this iron contraption, I am powerless against you? Li Lin surveyed the remaining 20 or so thugs on the second floor with a bemused expression, unable to suppress a laugh. Do you truly think your motley crew can thwart me? Shall we put it to the test? Silco's expression remained impassive as he casually snapped his fingers. What trickery is this? Could it be a bomb? Li Lin fixated on the audacious Silco, a sense of caution rising within him. Shortly after, a guttural roar, sounding distinctly inhuman, echoed from the dark recesses of the factory. Beware. This creature is under the control of that individual. It was this very beast that abducted Vander. Upon hearing the terrifying roar, Wei promptly cautioned the crowd behind him. A creature, indeed. Li Lin's gaze darted around him, urging, you all step back a bit. Allow me more space to engage in battle. The crowd complied without objection, retreating to the far end of the wall corner from which they had arrived. Meanwhile, Caitlin and Jace positioned themselves at the forefront, poised to provide Li Lin with remote fire support at a moment's notice. Not much time had elapsed when, suddenly, from the corner of his eye, Li Lin caught a fleeting glimpse of a purple light shimmering several meters away, barely perceptible to the naked eye. A chill ran down his spine, prompting him to activate data-driven thinking. Yet, in the very next moment, a massive, indistinct purple figure surged from the blind spot of Li Lin's vision, launching an attack at a speed that left an ordinary person utterly unresponsive, hurtling directly toward the exoskeletal armor. With a resounding metallic screech and a tremendous jolt, the system interface simultaneously relayed an alarming message. You have been attacked by an alchemical technology-enhanced human, early experimental subject. Minus 883 health points to exoskeletal power armor. Chapter 43, Master AI, Stop Scraping. What is this ghastly thing? A mere scratch on my armor has cost me over 800 health points. If that had landed on me, I would have been finished. Inside the power armor, beads of cold sweat began to form on Li Lin's forehead. Meanwhile, upon realizing that his full-force strike merely sparked a few embers yet inflicted no damage upon the powered armor, the cyborg promptly leaped back, increasing the distance between himself and Li Lin, his gaze now tinged with caution. Seizing the moment afforded by the lull in assault, Li Lin, aided by data-driven thinking, had the cyborg's information vividly materialize in his mind. Ability effects. Passive, frenzy. The luminescent serum affects the nervous and muscular systems, temporarily granting the cyborg extraordinary strength and agility, while significantly diminishing pain perception and rationality, lasting for 15 minutes. Passive, meat shield. The luminescent serum alters muscle density, providing the cyborg with an additional 50 health and reducing physical damage taken by 75. Passive, rapid healing. The luminescent serum accelerates cellular metabolism, allowing the cyborg to recover 25 of lost health per second and 15 of maximum health every second. Passive, addict. The luminescent serum has addictive properties, creating both physiological and psychological dependencies in the cyborg. Cessation of its consumption will result in severe withdrawal symptoms. Luminescent serum. The mention of this term caused Li Lin to furrow his brow. Yet another invention of Singh's. Evidently, he was working for Silco. Judging from the panel, the alchemical technology cyborgs belonged entirely to the realm of numerical monstrosities, capable of overwhelming even the strongest adults with ease. The mere presence of a meat shield skill grants the cyborg a staggering 75% reduction in physical damage. The rapid healing ability allows for the restoration of both lost health and maximum vitality. Coupled with the strength and agility provided by the Berserk skill, it is a formidable combination of resilience and offense. Were it not for Li Lin's donning of powered armor, the group assembled here might well have been no match for the disarmed cyborg before them. What manner of creature is this? Has Silco been researching such monstrosities in recent years? Damn it, many of our comrades in the tavern have likely fallen victim to this beast. With Janna above, can we truly contend against such an entity? Meanwhile, the distant crowd wore expressions of dread, whispering amongst themselves. Caitlin and Jace shared equally grim visages, fixated on this abhorrent creation that so brazenly defied the tenets of humanity. Its speed was so extraordinary that even Caitlin, capable of striking a rabbit's eye from 300 paces with an unscoped Mauser, could not assure herself of hitting this creature. Thus, they had no choice but to place their hopes of vanquishing it entirely upon Li Lin, silently offering their prayers for his success. The violet potion emitted a faint glow, reminiscent of the later encounter with Mundo. Li Lin found it difficult not to associate this violet concoction with the future descent into madness of the Zonite lunatic, who would be confined to an asylum and subjected to torment. However, the harsh reality before him afforded little time for contemplation. With an otherworldly roar, the one-armed cyborg, after a brief assessment, unleashed a primal scream that was utterly inhuman. Immediately, the cyborg retracted its right leg and propelled itself off the ground, its muscles, interlaced with violet veins, subtly tensed before erupting into action, akin to a locomotive advancing at full speed, racing towards Li Lin with breathtaking swiftness. In mere seconds, a flurry of orange-yellow sparks erupted as the cyborg unleashed a barrage of assaults upon the powered armor. You have endured an attack from the alchemical technology cyborg. Exoskeleton power armor minus 43 health points. You have endured an attack from the alchemical technology cyborg. Exoskeleton power armor minus 51 health points. -34. -29. -47. As a series of notifications echoed within his mind, Li Lin nearly burst into laughter. Master AI, are we merely engaging in a form of acupressure here? It seems the previous damage exceeding 800 points was perhaps a result of accumulated energy. Or maybe it fortuitously struck a particularly vulnerable spot on the powered armor. After all, this exoskeleton power armor is merely a prototype, not yet fully refined. That it operates at all is already commendable. Contemplating this, Li Lin gradually stifled his amusement and assumed a more serious demeanor. Should this creature strike a weak point again, it could dismantle my armor entirely, and that would be disastrous. Li Lin activated a button on the arm of the armor, overloading the energy core, initiate. In an instant, as the mechanical apparatus siphoned energy, the core erupted with an overwhelming force, enveloping the entire powered mech in a brilliant azure glow. A fleeting 3 seconds elapsed, and with the interlocking and twisting of mechanical components, the entire power armor generated an abundance of heat due to energy consumption, which, upon contact with the cool air, transformed into a billowing white steam. Although the cyborg's rationality significantly diminished after consuming the luminescent potion, it did not signify a complete loss of cognitive ability. Sensing the anomaly of the situation and driven by primal fear, the cyborg abruptly pushed off the ground to retreat, seeking to escape the range of the power armor's assault. However, with the additional speed boost from the overload charging, Li Lin's power armor matched the cyborg's velocity effortlessly. "Where do you think you're going?" Li Lin scoffed, as his mechanical right arm sliced through the air, swiftly seizing the cyborg's neck before he could create distance, lifting him into the air. With a roar of pain, the flushed cyborg bared his teeth at Li Lin, his eyes, veined with purple capillaries, radiating fury and hatred. Despite his remaining arm and legs suspended in midair, he continued to strike the power armor with relentless fists and kicks, undeterred by the impending specter of death. "That will suffice." Noticing the cyborg's unwavering assault, Li Lin's patience began to wane. He grasped the cyborg and slammed him heavily to the ground, while his left hand relentlessly rained blows upon the cyborg's face. After a barrage of punches, the cyborg's visage swelled grotesquely, rendering his features nearly unrecognizable. Fortunately, Li Lin refrained from exerting his full strength. Otherwise, mere 2 or 3 strikes would have reduced the cyborg's head to a pulp. After rendering the cyborg unconscious, Li Lin tightened his grip around its neck, lifting it into the air before forcefully hurling it towards the iron bridge where Silco stood. "Damn it!" Silco cursed under his breath as he swiftly rolled to the side, narrowly evading the massive figure hurtling towards him. The enormous body of the cyborg slid out from the dented section of the iron bridge, crashing heavily to the ground. Its upper half, exposed and slightly heaving, bursting through its shirt, a pool of purple blood spilling around it. Li Lin gradually returned to an upright position after the throw, his gaze settling on Silco, who was rising unsteadily while clutching the metal railing, visibly shaken. "Now, can we have a proper conversation?" Chapter 44. You should be well aware of the consequences of kidnapping a senator. What do you wish to discuss? Silco endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, though his eyes frequently flickered towards the nearby stash of microlight potions on the first floor. One of his subordinates had lost an arm, and his frail state rendered a decline in combat effectiveness quite expected. If Deka or others had joined the fray, the situation would likely have been different. This thought briefly crossed Silco's mind before he quickly dismissed it. Given the evident superiority of his adversary's combat capabilities and the lack of additional microlight potions at his disposal, it would be prudent to temporarily yield. The shipment below was undoubtedly lost, but he could always produce another batch once the situation stabilized. As long as he retained the knowledge to create microlight potions, he would have the opportunity to rise again. It would merely squander the present opportunity amidst the chaos of the upper city. Silco is not a man lacking in patience, otherwise only one of them would have survived after the Day of Ashes. "Silco, you wretched bastard." It was Benzo who first squeezed out the truth. "Where is Vander? If he is missing limbs, I shall dismember you piece by piece." One cannot help but ponder, is this truly the nature of those from Zon? Li Lin, encased in his powered armor, nearly laughed aloud. Silco, having stepped aside on the second floor, revealed a fleeting flash of anger on his face, which he quickly masked. "You worry too much, Benzo. Vander is not lacking in any regard, and do clean up your language." "Bah, you ungrateful wretch. You are not worthy of my civility." Benzo spat. "Enough of your prattle. I shall ascertain Vander's well-being myself." "You." Silco inhaled deeply, clenching his fists, suppressing the impulse to teach Benzo a lesson. The burly tattooed man entered the room, unbinding Vander, and hoisted him onto his shoulder. He, along with others, followed Silco downstairs, confronting Vander's subordinates on the other side. Vander. In the crowd, upon seeing Vander slung over the shoulder of the tattooed giant, Wei, Bao, Craig, and Milo exclaimed in unison. Had it not been for Benzo's apprehension that Silco might abduct these 4 children, they would have already rushed to Silco's side. Though it is evident that Silco harbored no such thoughts. The 4 children approached with reddened eyes, swiftly surrounding Vander. Vander opened his murky right eye, a flicker of surprise gracing his features. "Wei, Bao, Craig, Milo. The old bastard, why is it that your eyes only seek your child? I have arrived as well." Benzo, relieved to see Vander unharmed, couldn't help but chuckle and scold lightly. "Indeed, there's you, my old friend." A hint of a smile appeared on Vander's face as he trembled and stood upright with the support of Benzo and the 4 children. Upon beholding the immense iron armor before him, astonishment washed over his countenance. "Miss Gillimanen, sir." Vander nodded to Caitlin and Jace, his gaze lingering the longest on the powered armor, then shifted to the figure nearby. "Could it be Li Lin?" Li Lin looked somewhat surprised. "You recognized me?" Vander, pallid and weary, cast a glance at the rifle in Caitlin's hand and the gleaming energy cannon held by Jace. "Just a wild guess. Yet, I can discern that you all are heavily armed for a purpose in the Undercity." Before Li Lin or Caitlin could respond, he continued. I will find someone to assist you, but first, I must address this mess before me. Vander's gaze shifted to Silco, who had remained silent on the other side, locking eyes with his indifferent gaze, devoid of any discernible emotion. Silco, Vander murmured, his voice a blend of various emotions, ultimately culminating in a sigh. What? At that moment, Benzo's eyes widened in outrage. You old bastard, do you know? That scoundrel killed over a dozen of our brothers. Vander pressed down on Benzo's hand that clutched the long knife, speaking in a low voice. If we continue this conflict, it won't merely be a matter of a few lives lost. However, Vander remained lucid, refusing to let anger dictate his actions. The shimmer potion lay not far away. If Silco sought mutual destruction, he could easily seize a few vials when they shattered the containers. Even if Li Lin possessed powered armor and could ultimately defeat them, the speed of the transformed individuals would enable him to take down several more before meeting his end. Yet, Vander's reluctance to confront Silco stemmed from a deeper personal remorse rooted in past events. You have just witnessed the terror of these monsters. We cannot gamble with the lives of our brothers. Vander lowered his voice, whispering into Benzo's ear. He gestured toward the nearby alchemical device filled with purple liquid, alongside the stacked boxes of shimmer potions. Moreover, with the young lady from the Kiramman family present, it would not be long before the enforcers arrived. Engaging in a conflict with Silco now would only provide the upper city dwellers with ammunition to imprison them. Damn it all, Benzo cursed quietly, casting an angry glare at Silco. For now, I will spare you, you scoundrel. He took a deep breath, supporting Vander as he turned around and waved to the others behind him, signaling, let us depart. Are you not coming with us? Vander inquired, his expression somewhat hesitant, unsure of how Silco had offended the Kiramman family. No, we have matters to discuss with Silco, Li Lin explained. All right, if you finish your business, do come find me at the Fugan Tavern. Make sure you do. Bao Bao interjected, waving his hand. Of course, Li Lin replied, watching as the group turned the corner and vanished from sight. Then he turned back to Silco. What do you want? Silco's demeanor remained cold, his voice equally so. You were behind the chaos in the upper city, weren't you? Caitlin asked, her expression serious, interjecting before Li Lin could speak. Silco exchanged glances with the burly, tattooed man beside him, then replied with a sardonic smile. Young lady, one must speak with evidence. This is slander. The turmoil in the upper city just occurred. And you wish to seize control of the undercity amidst the chaos, Caitlin remarked, her brow furrowing slightly as she scoffed. Stop feigning ignorance. How fortuitous, young lady. We have never even set foot in the upper city. Who could have predicted such an upheaval? Silco spread his hands, feigning innocence. When everything unfolds with such uncanny timing, it is no longer mere coincidence, but a premeditated affair. Seeing that Silco had no intention of admitting to anything, Caitlin decided to play her trump card. A veiled threat. Regardless of your involvement in the upper city's affairs, I believe you are well aware of the consequences of abducting a council member. After all the clues left by the kidnapping of the counselors point to the undercity weight. Before Caitlin could finish her sentence, Silco's expression changed dramatically, and he immediately interrupted her. Did you just say counselors were kidnapped? Chapter 45. The true mastermind. It seems you are beginning to grasp the gravity of the situation. Judging by your expression, you are likely not the mastermind behind it all. If you cooperate, I may be able to help you clear your name, Caitlin remarked with a slight scoff. Li Lin felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated her to make such a guarantee. Given her aversion to deceit, this promise was likely sincere. Meanwhile, Jace remained silent, his eyes wide, completely at a loss regarding such negotiations, and thus refrained from complicating matters for Caitlin. Silco quickly composed himself, taking a deep breath before fixing his gaze on Caitlin's azure eyes. What gives you the right to make such a promise? Simply because my surname is Kiramman. Silco's breath hitched. So, the kidnapped counselor is a Kiramman? Your mother? Caitlin's expression dimmed slightly. Yes, and my father as well. As the ruler of a certain region of Zon, he was undoubtedly familiar with the names of several prominent families in the upper city. The Kiramman family, being one of the well-known families of Piltover, may not have been financially dominant, yet they compensated with political influence. In terms of overall strength, the Kiramman family ranked within the top 5 among Piltover's elite families. Silco cast a sidelong glance at Li Lin's powered armor. No, I am not yet prepared. Now is not the time to sever ties with the upper city. What a despicable scoundrel. How could I have believed your deceitful words? You audaciously dared to kidnap a legislator, which is entirely contrary to what we had initially discussed. I must devise a plan, contemplate my next steps. The eyes of more than 20 individuals followed Silco's figure as it moved. Shortly thereafter, he paused, having mentally composed his forthcoming remarks. Miss Kiramman, I assure you, what transpired in the upper city bears no relation to us. Silco clasped his hands before his chest, yet the furrow in his brow betrayed his troubled state of mind. Since you show no mercy, do not be surprised if I take ruthless action. A glint of malice flickered in his gaze, however, not long ago. A mysterious individual from the upper city approached me with a piece of information. This individual claimed that on the day of the evolution, chaos would erupt in the upper city, rendering the enforcers incapable of managing the undercity. We could seize this opportunity to take control of the back alleys. In the realm of gang conflicts, I certainly cannot let this chance slip away. Caitlin fixed a cold stare upon Silco, utterly disbelieving his evidently flawed explanation. Yet, she was not preoccupied with these trivial lies. Her primary concern remained the search for her parents. Was that individual male or female? What was their appearance? What was their physique like? What did they say at that time? What clothing were they wearing when they approached you? If possible, please provide me with a comprehensive answer to the question I just posed, so that I may piece together the clues to discern this individual's intentions and locate my parents. Caitlin spoke rapidly, leaving both Li Lin and Jess momentarily speechless, while even Silco appeared somewhat bewildered. Why? Caitlin furrowed her brow. Because at that moment, I did not catch a glimpse of that person's appearance, nor could I discern whether their voice was masculine or feminine. Silco ran his hand across his chin, and as he recalled the events that transpired, his heart began to race. It was nighttime. I was lying in bed when I suddenly caught a whiff of an oddly fragrant aroma that starkly contrasted with the smog of the undercity. Shortly thereafter, my door was pushed open, and from the lightness of the intruder's footsteps, I could tell it was certainly not one of my subordinates. Just as I attempted to rise and retrieve my pistol from the drawer, I found my body utterly limp, devoid of strength. I collapsed onto the bed, remaining there until the intruder stood before me. Only a small fraction of these words reflected the actual events. At this juncture, both Li Lin and Caitlin had largely deduced the identity of the person in question. So, the puppet master is indeed C. It seems that, like the Otterelk family, Silco has also been manipulated by C to serve as a scapegoat. Caitlin pondered silently, her mind racing to analyze the information that could be distilled from the current intelligence. C's use of the pollen from the hypnotic flower this time appears to serve a different purpose. This individual may be capable of concocting the pollen to elicit varied effects. Her footsteps were relatively light, leading to a preliminary conclusion that C was a female. Caitlin cast a glance at the subordinates surrounding Silco. Aside from a few robust individuals, most appeared diminutive and frail, reminiscent of malnutrition. However, it was not exclusively a female. Men could also fit this description. After a moment's contemplation, she signaled Silco to continue. I initially thought it was an assassin sent by a rival, but to my surprise, the individual moved a chair and sat beside my bed, in my blind spot. This person identified themselves as Can provided me with information regarding an impending riot in the upper city, urging me to prepare accordingly. Silco's words were abruptly cut off as the sound of chaos erupted from outside the factory. Much like a scene from a film, the enforcers always arrived at the last moment to restore order. Silco, we must leave, the burly tattooed man beside him cautioned. Wait. Caitlin sensed that Silco had not finished speaking and attempted to halt him. Yet, time was of the essence. Silco would not gamble his safety on a mere girl, particularly in the face of numerous enforcers and with so many shimmer potions present. I understand you have many questions, but regrettably, my knowledge of the situation is limited. Surrounded by his followers, Silco dashed towards the factory's side entrance. Wells Distillery. Caitlin silently noted the name, then turned to face Li Lin and Jace. Let's exit through the side door and head to the location Silco mentioned. Is it just the three of us? Jace asked, momentarily taken aback. What else could it be? Were we not the trio that nearly resolved everything just moments ago? Caitlin shot him an exasperated glance. But the enforcers have arrived. Shouldn't we inform them? Do you truly believe Grayson would allow me to continue my investigation upon seeing me? Jace raked his fingers through his hair. Well, that's also true. Fine. The three of us should manage just fine. My power armor and the energy from Jace's hammer will suffice. As he spoke, Lin turned slightly, lowering his gaze to Caitlin. How many rounds do you have left? Caitlin rummaged through her satchel. I brought quite a few this time. I currently have 34 rounds remaining. That should be sufficient. Provided nothing unexpected arises, C is unlikely to make an appearance in this incident, so there is not much to worry about. Of course, having learned from past lessons, he won't be recklessly overconfident just because he understands the background. Complete preparedness is paramount. Lost in thought, Lin noticed the erratic beams of Hextech flashlights approaching from the corridor at the entrance and quickly urged, "The enforcers are coming. We must leave at once." Chapter 46. Do you truly think you can escape? The night had deepened, and the densely packed structures of bronze and steel, resplendent in hues of yellow and green, completely obscured the silvery moonlight from the outside world. Within this city, shrouded in thick gray haze, the dim glow of alchemical street lamps barely penetrated the darkness, with most illumination emanating from the narrow alleys, shops, and residences nearby. The further one ventures from the central square, the more the neglected streets descend into disrepair, becoming overrun with weeds, strewn with rubble and debris. Ultimately, even the flickering flames of the alchemical street lamps cease to reach into the distance, leaving the boundaries of the Midland completely engulfed in darkness, where one can scarcely see a hand in front of their face. Amidst the remnants of an abandoned factory, corroded and rusted steel and bronze grates lie haphazardly piled together. The exterior walls, constructed from inexpensive stone blocks, have mostly collapsed, and any facilities that might have held value have long been stripped bare, leaving behind nothing but an empty metal shell. Occasionally, the evening breeze howls through the canyon, whistling through the gaps in the metal, causing the dilapidated structures to creak ominously, echoing the sorrowful cries of a grieving woman or an anguished infant, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a horror film. This is the Wells Distillery. Once beleaguered by the oppressive grasp of Piltover, the distillery's fortunes dwindled, and years ago, its owner, Wells, heeded the call during a protest, choosing to stand in solidarity with the denizens of the Undercity against the Upper City. Yet, he was a man of misfortune. In the heat of conflict, Wells met his demise at the hands of a law enforcer, his life extinguished in an instant, leaving him to wander the realm of the departed. Consequently, the Wells Distillery fell into a swifter decline following his death, ultimately abandoned and transformed into a haven for scavengers and the homeless. However, on this night, the distillery appears particularly silent. In a corner of the distillery, a slender figure melds with the shadows, a faint green glow dispelling the darkness, revealing a fragment of the figure's form. The enigmatic figure donned a metal respirator intricately etched with floral patterns, enveloping his entire head. He was clad in a dark green metallic ensemble, consisting of a fitted top and trousers, several slender tubes, pulsating with a verdant alchemical solution, connected to small vials at his waist, winding around to link with a metallic collar at his neck and a conduit at his left shoulder. This attire resembled armor typically worn by enforcers equipped with alchemical enhancements for protection, rather than conventional clothing. Furthermore, the left arm was encased in a silvery augmentation device, featuring 5 razor-sharp claws that appeared capable of effortlessly penetrating the skull of an adult. In stark contrast to the Undercity, this augmentation seemed more reminiscent of Hextech than alchemical technology, embodying a fusion of the upper and lower cities. The mysterious figure lingered silently in a blind corner, where the outside world was easily visible, yet the interior remained concealed from prying eyes. His metallic claw grasped a vividly hued purple hypnotic blossom, while his other hand retrieved a pocket watch from within his garments. Leaning closer to the glowing green tubes, he checked the time, 10:23. It was nearly time to retreat. Swiftly securing the pocket watch, he tucked it away and crushed the purple flower in his grip, carelessly discarding the remnants onto the ground. The pollen can still allow the Gillimanen couple to enjoy a few hours of slumber. Given the intelligence of their little girl, it won't be long before she finds. Just as the mysterious figure pondered this, a discordant sound faintly echoed from the depths of the distillery, fleeting yet unmistakable. However, such a sound could not evade the keen auditory perception honed through rigorous training. What was that noise? The mysterious figure's alertness surged, prompting them to conceal their form entirely behind a nearby wall, cautiously peeking out, half of their head exposed to observe the source of the sound. Simultaneously, they strained their ears to discern any potential disturbances that might arise. Ding! Another faint sound emerged, reminiscent of a sharp metal scraping against stone. A familiar sound. The mysterious figure's thoughts quickened, and in the depths of their consciousness, they discerned the identity of its source, an overwhelming terror coursing through their entire being. How could she be here? The mysterious figure cursed inwardly, panic setting in. Soon after, the same sound echoed again. The noise of a Hextech grappling hook being released, The mysterious figure gently pressed their right hand against their chest, over their heart, exhaling a heavy breath. It was futile to remain hidden behind the cover any longer, for encountering her, whether concealed or attempting to flee, would be in vain. I truly do not wish to see her, the mysterious figure murmured to themselves. As the final echo of the grappling hook faded, a sharp metallic scraping against the floor approached, drawing nearer. The interior was illuminated by a cerulean glow. Shortly thereafter, a voice with a mechanical quality, that of a mature woman, reached the ears of the mysterious figure, Kalyana Varese. Kalyana lifted her face and pressed a button on her chin. A mechanical device emitted a puff of white steam, and countless interlocking gears whirred into motion. After a few seconds, the mask slowly opened, revealing a youthful visage with brown skin, a metallic amplification device embedded in her left jaw, and long hair cascading down rapidly. She was a young Shuriman woman. Kalyana gazed at the tall figure before her, a woman whose legs, sharp as blades, radiated a blue luminescence, completely transformed by Hextech technology. Her throat quivered slightly. Not daring to look too long at the expressionless woman, she quickly lowered her head, her voice trembling as she spoke. Mistress Gray, Camille Pharaohs. The chief spy of the Pharaohs family, was often referred to by some as a humanoid machine, the Steel Shadow, or a monster. However, her most renowned title was Mistress Gray. This was not only due to her overall appearance, which bore a striking resemblance to a silvery hue akin to gray, but also because of her habitual traversing through the haze. The sound of metal scraping against the ground signified that Mistress Gray had come to seek you. Do not attempt to flee, for should you do so, you may at least have time to savor a cup of tea before your demise. Tea brewed by Mistress Gray herself. Camille stood before Kalyana, her left hand resting on her hip, the right arm gracefully lowered. Her weight shifted elegantly onto her right leg, embodying the poise of nobility. You are an astute individual, and I believe you comprehend my purpose in seeking you. Her voice was remarkably indifferent. Karina discerned that Camille was not in the best of spirits, as the pupils in her pale face narrowed slightly. I have done as you requested. Did you truly follow my instructions? Camille interrupted her, then let out a cold laugh. Do you think that after living all these years, my mind has dulled and I have become forgetful? I would not dare. At that time, she was still a minor, accompanying her merchant parents as they departed from the port of Bilgewater in Shurima, bound for Piltover on a trading vessel. However, to her dismay, war erupted unexpectedly. A band of ruthless Noxian soldiers commandeered her parents' ship, mercilessly slaughtering them when they attempted to resist. Utilizing her petite stature to her advantage, Karina concealed herself in the cargo hold and miraculously escaped the massacre. Subsequently, the Noxian soldiers filled the ship with looted goods, intending to transport everything through the Piltover Canal to the front lines of Ionia. As the vessel docked at the Sun's Gate for a brief respite, Karina seized the opportunity of the night and the Noxian guard's slumber to flee the ship. One fateful night, while she was starving and wandering the streets, she witnessed the Grey Lady pursuing several individuals. From that moment on, Piltover's streets lost a wandering child. Karina pressed her lips together, slightly gathering her thoughts. As a meticulously trained spy of the Pharaohs family, her current mission was personally assigned by Camille. In recent years, the Kiramman family has flourished, experiencing an unprecedented surge in prominence. The head of the family, Karina, is particularly ambitious, often attempting to overstep boundaries and encroach upon domains that should remain untouched. Both Stephen, the head of the Pharaohs family, and Camille are in agreement, believing that the Kiramman family must be cautioned to recognize who the true rulers of Piltover are. However, given that the Kiramman family is one of the foremost political families in Piltover, confronting them directly would not be prudent, despite their lesser foundation compared to the Pharaohs clan. Thus, this matter cannot be personally handled by Lady Grey. Unbeknownst to many, Karina Varese, referred to by some simply as C, has been put forth by the Pharaohs family. To accomplish Camille's mission, Karina meticulously prepared for 2 years. In pursuit of this goal, she even gained admission to the Piltover Enforcers Academy, further immersing herself in the studies of investigation and counter-investigation to obscure her true identity. Moreover, she delved deeply into a magical flower originating from Ionia, known as the Hypnosis Blossom, mastering the precise dosages of pollen suitable for a variety of scenarios. Concurrently, she covertly established contact with the Audelrink family, whose strength, though slightly inferior to that of the Gyramines, aspired to supplant them, forming an alliance. Originally, Karina envisioned that the Autorank family would simply need to storm the Kiramman estate at the conclusion of this year's Evolution Gala and abduct the Kiramman couple. However, contrary to her expectations, the foolish head of the Autorank family prematurely initiated actions, aiming to kidnap the Kiramman heiress first. In the end, not only did they fail, but they also completely disrupted all her plans, leaving her with no choice but to seek new allies. However, deterred by the obliteration of the Odalunk family by the Kiramman clan, other families harboring animosity towards them reigned in their ambitions and all rejected her. Karina was acutely aware that the Phyros family would never permit a failure to survive. In desperation, a bold scheme began to form in her mind. Since no one from the upper city was willing to assist, the Zonites, who opposed the Piltovers, would undoubtedly not forego this splendid opportunity to strike against the upper city. After some investigation, Karina swiftly identified the most suitable candidate, one of the leaders who had survived the Day of Ashes incident years prior, Silco. They soon reached an agreement. Karina would offer Silco the chance to unify the underbelly, while Silco would finance the creation of chaos in the upper city and provide a refuge afterward. However, Karina did not disclose her true intentions to Silco, who was also aware of this. Yet, he had not anticipated that her true target was none other than the Kiramman senator. "I am deeply disappointed in you, Karina," Camille remarked, lifting her chin slightly. Her crystalline blue hextech eyes devoid of any emotion. "I merely instructed you to target the Kiramman family, yet you have managed to offend all families, including other senators. Moreover, my brother was present at the time, ensnared by your poisonous allure." Her voice grew increasingly frigid, and he knew it was your doing. Upon hearing this, Karina was immediately engulfed in a chill, her nerves fraying to the point of weakness. "So, you have come to eliminate me. Yet, I remain unwaveringly loyal to the Felrose family. I would never betray their trust." Karina lifted her gaze, eager to argue further. But her words felt feeble and insipid. After a brief pause, she hastily added, "I can depart from Piltover at once. You may send me wherever you please. As for the puppet master, that Silco would be quite suitable." Haha. Camille seemed to find amusement in her words, chuckling softly. Then, she shifted her tone. "Only the dead can keep secrets. Have I not imparted this wisdom to you?" Karina's complexion grew even paler. "Alas, the conditions here do not permit us to brew tea. Otherwise, before Miss Kiramman arrives, we could have savored a cup together." Listening to Camille's calm and self-assured demeanor, Karina lowered her helpless face, her last flicker of hope extinguished. "Death. I am to be slain. After narrowly escaping the clutches of Noxus and enduring years of hardship, what has it all been for? Survival. For the sake of survival, she would go to any lengths." Karina clenched her jaw, a glint of fierce determination flashing in her eyes. Though she could not defeat Camille, she would not resign herself to fate without a struggle. Sensing a shift in Karina's aura, Camille narrowed her eyes, no longer inclined to engage in further dialogue. However, just as Camille prepared to elevate her leg and deliver a sweeping strike to sever Karina's head, she observed her adversary act with swiftness. Extracting a makeshift electromagnetic pulse bomb and a smoke grenade from her waist pouch and casting them at her feet before abruptly diving backwards. A chill ran through Camille as the energy from her hex core surged forth, erecting a 360-degree adaptive shield around her. With a resounding explosion, the hex crystal fragments within the electromagnetic bomb shattered, unleashing a powerful electromagnetic pulse in all directions. Simultaneously, the smoke grenade released a cloud of white mist that enveloped the space, obscuring the figures of both women. Though Camille was pushed back a few steps by the electromagnetic shockwave, her adaptive shield absorbed all the energy waves, leaving her unscathed. As she swiftly regained her composure and returned to her previous position, Karina had vanished without a trace. Camille's expression darkened instantly, and her eyes, shimmering with a blue luminescence, locked onto a specific direction. "Karina, do you truly believe you can escape?" Chapter 47, The Hex Ultimatum. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Karina panted as she navigated through the intricately structured corridors, twisting and turning. Initially, she had intended to leverage her familiarity with the distillery's layout to evade Camille or reach the room of the Kiramans, aiming to threaten their lives in exchange for her freedom. The whir of grappling hooks launching and piercing stone and metal, coupled with the rasp of sharp blades scraping against the ground as her pursuer relentlessly advanced, made it clear that her time for deliberation was dwindling rapidly. Karina couldn't ascertain how much of Camille's original flesh remained. She only knew that her vaunted skill, The soporific pollen of the hypnotic bloom was utterly ineffective against Camille. Therefore, she was left with but a single recourse. Attentively heeding the frequency of Camille's grappling hook deployment and footsteps, Kiramman estimated the timing. Subsequently, she retrieved 2 electromagnetic pulse grenades from her pouch, discarding them a few meters behind her. In a fleeting 2 or 3 seconds, the grenades detonated in a burst of azure light. A deafening roar accompanied the energy pulse emanating from the shattered hextech crystal fragments, rapidly expanding outward in a hemispherical electromagnetic corona centered on the detonation. Camille, in pursuit, fixed a frigid gaze upon Kiramman, calmly activating her hextech core to erect another wall of light before her. "Only cowards flee, Kiramman," she stated with detached resolve, her voice carrying to the woman ahead. As she spoke, she launched another EMP grenade. 50 meters remained, while the maximum effective range of her energy shield was approximately 20 meters in radius. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Kiramman would be neutralized in a mere 4 or 5 seconds. The distinction between triumph and failure lies in the adaptability quotient. Camille effortlessly deflected a concussive grenade, her voice imbued with an icy indifference. "Your abilities are insufficient. Hence, you have failed. It is as simple as that. Damn you, scoundrel. Go to hell." Kiramman spat, her frustration boiling over as Camille remained impervious to her taunts. In a fit of rage, Kiramman hurled her last 2 electromagnetic grenades. She had never anticipated that Camille would come for her that night, and she was woefully unprepared. Had it not been for her habitual carry of weapons, she might have lost her head to those razor-sharp leg blades from the outset. "You refuse my toast and will face the consequences. I see you have run out of grenades," Camille taunted as she traversed the crystalline blue energy veil, propelling herself forward with the momentum from her grappling hook, diving from a height towards Kiramman's position. As she approached the calculated distance, the hextech core embedded in her chest erupted with brilliance. Blue energy arcs crackling across her mechanical form and swiftly radiating outward. In less than a second, Kiramman, who was preparing to turn a corner, was startled, forcing herself to slide and roll several times before halting her advance. Before her stood a translucent blue energy wall, blocking her path. Moreover, in several directions, including the air above, this pale blue barrier enveloped the area, effectively sealing it off like a suffocating cage. "This is the hextech ultimatum." A wisp of hair was scattered in all directions by the fierce wind generated as Camille passed by Kiramman, a remnant of the locks recently severed at the roots. Barely escaping the clutches of death, and still trembling with trepidation, Kiramman hastily drew a large-caliber revolver from her waist, aiming it at Camille before unleashing a barrage of bullets. Regrettably, even the modified explosive rounds, powered by hextech crystal fragments, failed to leave a mark on her, let alone the inconsequential kinetic pistol. Camille did not even bother to activate her adaptive shield, allowing the bullets to strike her, sparking against her form and producing a series of metallic clangs. Yet, she remained utterly unaffected. Gritting her teeth, Kiramman discarded the revolver and grasped the alchemical vial affixed to her left shoulder, twisting it to inject the entirety of its contents into her system. These alchemical concoctions were designed to stimulate her nerves, enhancing her reaction speed while dulling her pain perception. However, the side effects were considerable, inflicting severe damage upon her body. This was an inherent flaw in contemporary alchemical technology, an unavoidable reality. After all, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Striving for affordability and practicality while also ensuring safety and stability was an unattainable ideal in the realm of alchemy. Hiss! Kiramman inhaled sharply, feeling the alchemical agent coursing through her veins, searing her blood vessels and nerves. Yet, if survival was at stake, what were mere side effects in comparison? Subsequently, she drew a folding high-frequency vibrating knife from her pouch. Upon pressing the activation button, the blade began to vibrate intensely and emanate high temperatures. Fueled by the energy from the hextech crystal core, Kiramman's metallic claws unfurled, while her right hand firmly gripped the knife's hilt, adopting a stance poised for both offense and defense. Following closely behind, she steeled herself and strode purposefully towards Camille, exclaiming, "Go to hell. Your futile efforts are disappointing." A flicker of an ambiguous emotion, perhaps mockery, glimmered in Camille's eyes. How tragic. The corners of her mouth curled into a cold smile. And without the slightest hint of fear, she advanced 2 steps and raised one leg to gather strength. A blue luminescence surged forth from the spiral-shaped grooves of the storage hooks on the outer thigh, as a substantial amount of hextech crystal energy coalesced around her legs. As Kalyana closed in on a safe distance, Camille's gaze sharpened, and she abruptly brought her leg down, slicing through the air with precision. The Hextech crystal energy clung to her blade-like leg, and with a sweeping motion of her tactical maneuver, a torrent of energy erupted from the tip of her blade in a fan-shaped arc, extending 3 to 4 meters ahead. Taken aback, Kalyana hastily leaped backward, narrowly escaping the reach of Camille's sweep. Undeterred by the miss, Camille leaped forward with remarkable speed, her right leg blades soaring overhead, and then, utilizing the momentum of her kick, executed a backflip. As the handle of her blade met the ground with a resonant thud, Kalyana, wide-eyed and incredulous, pressed her hand against her gushing throat, gasping in vain. She attempted to utter something, yet the severed carotid artery and trachea rendered her words unintelligible, producing only a series of muffled sounds. The air fell silent for 2 to 3 seconds. Then, the light faded from Kalyana's eyes. With a thud, she knelt, before collapsing heavily to the ground, utterly devoid of life. Camille, with one hand on her waist, stepped forward to stand before the lifeless body of Kyrina, deftly avoiding a pool of blood on the ground, and gazed down upon her from a position of superiority. Her eyes, shimmering with a blue glow, remained tranquil, concealing the tumultuous thoughts swirling within her mind. Before long, she heard the rapid approach of footsteps echoing from within the distillery. Camille realized that Miss Kiramman had arrived, intent on rescuing her parents. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly retracted her gaze and aimed a grappling hook at the ceiling. In an instant, Camille retracted the hook and propelled herself into the air, concealing her form in a shadowed corner where even her azure luminescence could not penetrate. Her mission was accomplished. As for the remaining matters, she would leave them to the enforcers. Chapter 48. Detective Caitlin on the periphery of the distillery, 3 figures, a large one, a medium one, and a small one, utilized the lighting apparatus mounted on Li Lin's powered armor to navigate swiftly through the pitch-black interior of the distillery, where visibility was nearly non-existent. Due to the conspicuous nature of Li Lin's armor and the considerable noise it generated, coupled with their uncertainty regarding the conditions inside the distillery, Caitlin had initially intended for Li Lin to remain outside as a lookout while she and Jace infiltrated the premises to gather intelligence. However, to their astonishment, before they could even cross the factory's threshold, a deafening explosion resonated from within, hinting at a fierce battle underway. The trio exchanged glances for a brief moment, quickly regaining their composure and hurrying towards the source of the commotion. Li Lin, Jace, move quickly. The sequence of intermittent explosions from shock grenades echoed once more, before the atmosphere fell into an unsettling stillness. Realizing that the battle had likely come to an end, Caitlin felt a surge of anxiety and hastily urged Lin and Jace, who had fallen behind her. You should slow down, Kate, Lin replied, a hint of helplessness in his voice. It's quite dangerous for you to rush ahead like that. Indeed, there are evidently forces at play here that we are unaware of. We must exercise caution and refrain from being so ostentatious, Jace added, panting slightly as he advised her. I am well aware of this principle, but my parents. Caitlin trailed off mid-sentence, her thoughts abruptly interrupted as she slowed her pace to match that of Lin and Jace. Lin, momentarily taken aback by her sudden shift in demeanor, hesitated before asking, what is going on? A flicker of doubt crossed Caitlin's eyes. I believe I have discerned who was engaged in the recent conflict. Really? Jace inquired, intrigued. The chaos stirred by sea has unsettled the stability of the upper city, prompting the Grey Lady to intervene. She quickly deduced, considering the commotion from the battle, it's highly probable that C has already fallen to the Grey Lady. The Grey Lady. Jace glanced at the hammer in his grasp, then shifted his gaze to Lin's powered armor, swallowing hard. If the Grey Lady was indeed one of the combatants, does that not imply that we are in grave peril? Why are you suddenly apprehensive when you showed no fear during our studies of the hex crystals? Lin found humor in the situation. What are you afraid of? If the Grey Lady were to come after anyone, it should be me. After all, I am the inventor of the hex energy crystals. To hell with you. You previously acknowledged my contributions to your insights, yet now you wish to claim the credit for yourself. With this diversion from Li Lin, Jess felt a notable reduction in his anxiety and retorted with a playful rebuke. What are you sensing? I feel nothing at all, despite being exceptionally gifted in research. Jess appeared somewhat oblivious in other areas, as if all his potential had been concentrated solely on science, completely misunderstanding Caitlin's implications. Caitlin, exasperated, cast him an incredulous glance before shifting her attention to the imposing figure beside her. And you, Li Lin? Li Lin raised an eyebrow. Well, if I must articulate, I detect a metallic, rancid flavor in my mouth. As we approached this direction, a sudden, intense metallic tang enveloped my palate. Initially, I dismissed it, attributing it to my own condition. However, upon passing this junction, the taste abruptly diminished, which struck me as peculiar, prompting me to halt you both. At this point, Caitlin ceased speaking, confident that Li Lin and Jess grasped the essence of her sentiment. Now that you mention it, I too have experienced a similar sensation, Jess remarked, gripping the hammer's handle and planting the tool firmly on the ground, his expression contemplative. Yet the quandary lies in the fact that I frequently encountered a vague metallic taste in my mouth before as well, albeit not as intense as now. What then is the explanation for this? Just now, I used my hammer, and after arriving in the city tonight, I stood beside Li Lin. Oh, by the way, I experienced a similar sensation while studying the Hextech crystals. At this point, Jace's eyes sparkled with realization. Could it be that the Hextech crystals induce such phenomena? Even Li Lin, who was familiar with the official lore, found himself somewhat perplexed. However, he believed that the culprit causing the metallic, acrid taste in his mouth was unlikely to be the Hextech crystals. At least, that was the conclusion he had drawn from the current circumstances. Caitlin spoke in a low tone. Though I have never seen the true form of the Grey Lady, I have heard that her entire being has undergone augmentation through Hextech technology, even her heart replaced with a Hextech core. If a regular Hextech crystal could provoke such a condition, it would be reasonable to assume that the more potent Hextech crystal embedded in the Grey Lady's chest would exacerbate the situation. After a brief exchange, the three of them changed direction and continued deeper into the distillery. Before long, illuminated by the lights on Li Lin's powered armor, they quickly discovered a woman lying in a pool of blood, seemingly lifeless at first glance. Caitlin's expression shifted slightly as she hurried over, kneeling down to turn the woman over, immediately noticing her wide, unblinking eyes and the gaping wound on her neck, where the blood had ceased to flow. A Shurima individual lay before her, a fatal wound etched into the smoothness of her neck, indicative of a deadly strike. The incision was remarkably clean, suggesting the killer possessed a deft hand. Subsequently, Caitlin gestured for Li Lin to draw nearer, utilizing the light to meticulously scrutinize the lifeless form. She first reached out to touch the woman's skin, which still bore a residual warmth, a testament that her demise had not occurred long ago. Next, she examined the amplification device, a fusion of Hextech and alchemical technology, and took note of the green specks in the woman's dulled gaze. It was evident that she was not merely a denizen of the Undercity, as her body exhibited both Hextech and alchemical enhancements. The green flecks in her eyes mirrored the hue of the liquid within the alchemical conduits, affirming that she had utilized alchemical potions for augmentation prior to her death. There also lay a high-frequency vibrating knife, an invention of the ingenious craftsman, Zavi. Moreover, it was highly probable that this individual was affiliated with the abduction of her parents, who were likely concealed somewhere within this distillery. Caitlin bit her lip thoughtfully, then rose to her feet, mentally exchanging roles with the assailant, and began to inspect the remnants of the surrounding conflict, lost in contemplation, before the Grey Lady's arrival. She would surely have taken refuge in a concealed location with a vantage point over the distillery. Upon encountering the Grey Lady, fleeing would undoubtedly be his first instinct. The Grey Lady sought stability, and with C's intellect, he might well consider leveraging her as a means to coerce the Grey Lady into compliance. Since she fled in this direction, and the traces on the ground do not lead to an exit, it implies that my parents are still alive, likely just over there. Caitlin's meticulous analysis left Li Lin and Jess momentarily stunned. Then, narrowing her eyes, she glanced toward one side of the corridor and strode purposefully in that direction, momentarily abandoning the corpse, prioritizing the search for her parents. What are you waiting for? Come on, let us start searching from this side. Chapter 49, The Guest in the Shadows leading the way. Caitlin, along with Li Lin and Jess, scoured the desolate, abandoned distillery for over half an hour. At last, in what appeared to be a large room serving as a worker's dormitory, they discovered the Helamans bound to a chair in the corner, their faces lowered, ensnared in unconsciousness. Caitlin's eyes instantly welled with tears as she rushed forward to assess their condition. They still breathe. They are alive. Overwhelmed with joy, she exclaimed, "Mom, Dad, this is wonderful." Quickly, she retrieved a folding dagger from her waist pouch, a tool she carried during her wilderness hunts, and deftly cut the ropes binding them. Li Lin approached, crouching down to support the Helamans, while simultaneously activating data analysis to examine their physical state. Name, Karina Helaman. Condition: mild poisoning, unconscious. Effects: 1. Losing 3 health points per minute, lasting for 4 hours and 24 minutes, non-lethal, minimum health will drop to 227. Name: Kiramman, personal condition, mild poisoning. Deep slumber. Effects: 1. Loss of 1 health point per minute, lasting for 3 hours and 19 minutes, non-lethal, minimum health reduced to 259. 2. Complete loss of consciousness. Entering a deep sleep for 5 hours and 35 minutes, unable to be awakened by external forces. Their condition was not overly dire, akin to those poisoned in the Grand Hall of Piltover. However, a distinguishing factor was that their state of unconsciousness could not be disrupted by external stimuli. Perhaps the quantity of the hypnotic flower pollen administered by C differed. Lin mused, recognizing that Caitlin lacked a system panel and the skill of data-driven thinking, rendering her unaware of her parents' current state. After numerous attempts to rouse them and gentle taps upon their faces yielded no response. She grew anxious. Why can't I awaken them? It must be due to the different poison used by C. There is no need for concern. Lady Karina and Mr. Elro will surely be fine. Lin considered patting Caitlin's shoulder to offer comfort, but the constraints of his powered armor rendered this impractical. So he refrained. As a prominent political and business family in Piltover, the Kiramman family was equipped with state-of-the-art medical facilities and professional healthcare personnel, rivaling even the largest hospital within the city. Jace promptly interjected, urging, Lin is correct, Caitlin. It is best that we leave the subsequent matters to the law enforcement officers. Caitlin, wiping away the traces of tears from her face, nodded with a voice tinged with emotion. Some of the officers should already be dealing with the batch of alchemical potions from Silco. Let us first check in on someone to inform Sheriff Grayson that we are safe, and we shall leave the rest to her. As time passed, over 3 hours later, the home of the Kiramman family was bustling with visitors. Upon learning of the rescue of the Kiramman couple, several members of parliament, including Heimerdinger, gathered at their residence. They convened in the drawing room of the main house, where the butler and servants busily attended to their needs. Meanwhile, Sheriff Grayson and her deputy, Marcus, stood in a corner of the hall, feeling somewhat abashed after receiving a reprimand from the parliamentarians. Nearly 2/3 of the Piltover enforcement officers had been dispatched, only to have Miss Kiramman and her 2 artisans locate the Kiramman couple first. It was utterly humiliating that a cohort of freshly graduated officers, trained to combat crime and safeguard citizens, had their investigative prowess overshadowed by a mere noblewoman of a single family. This revelation struck a heavy blow to the pride of all the law enforcement officers in Piltover, leaving them in a state of deep embarrassment. With the officers proving ineffectual in locating the Kiramman couple, Sheriff Grayson was left to redeem herself in other respects. The law enforcers seized all of Silco's finished and unfinished shimmer products and apprehended some of the subordinates who had been injured by Lee Sin, Caitlin, and Jace, but failed to escape. Among them was Karina Weyres, a Shuriman who had narrowly escaped from a Noxian raid on her family's merchant ship 4 years prior, finding refuge in Piltover. Over the years, Karina wandered the streets, taking on odd jobs, and she soon fell in love with the young, charming, and amiable owner of a clock shop where she worked the longest. However, during a subsequent raid by the law enforcers, the owner was arrested for secretly selling hextech devices developed by the German family and was subsequently imprisoned. Unable to endure the torment from other inmates and the abysmal conditions of the prison, he took his own life. Upon learning of this tragic news, Karina harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the Kiramman family. The law enforcers corroborated the existence of a prisoner who had committed suicide with the prison warden, and they also visited the clock shop in the Southern District, interviewing those who still remembered the incident, thereby temporarily unveiling Karina's identity. This was merely a brief summary to provide the counselors with an explanation. Meanwhile, certain alchemical barons in the Undercity have been trafficking weapons acquired through various means from the Upper City, encroaching upon the interests of the Borbach and Vosleden families. At the behest and insinuation of 2 legislators, the law enforcement officials are poised to impose stringent measures against the denizens of Zuen, even casting the blame for this predicament upon these oblivious individuals. For the time being, this significant case remains unresolved. In the reception hall, the legislators engaged in animated discussions about the events of the night that left them feeling unsettled, exchanging concerned inquiries with one another. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation gradually gravitated towards the power armor developed by Lin and Jace's transformable hammer. Although, apart from Heimerdinger, the remaining legislators harbored ulterior motives. They maintained a facade of harmony, particularly in light of the occurrences that transpired that evening. Meanwhile, the medical examination results for the Gillamainen couple were swiftly revealed. As the sole daughter of legislator Gillamainen, Caitlin bore the responsibility of hosting the visiting legislators to their home. Lilin, however, harbored concerns that these legislators might exploit their visit to the Gillamainens as a pretext to inquire about his splendid display of power armor that evening. Congratulations! You have encountered 10 heroes, leveled up by 2 tiers, and earned 2 skill points. The room contained the presence of others. At this moment, a somewhat familiar voice, tinged with curiosity, slowly resonated. The genius craftsman of the Gillamainen family, Lilin, I finally have the opportunity to meet you. Chapter 50. Relax, my child. There is always time for a cup of tea. In the corner of the room, the sofa glimmered with a combination of blue lights, reminiscent of a small lamp powered by Hextech batteries, sparkling brilliantly. The sound, a chill coursed through Lilin's heart. He hurriedly reached for the switch of the chandelier beside him, and the dim yellow alchemical light illuminated the entire figure of the uninvited guest. It was a familiar silhouette, Camille Ferros, the azure steel shadow. Lilin found himself momentarily dazed. Grey Lady. At that moment, Camille was holding a kettle of freshly boiled water, pouring it into a small teapot filled with tea leaves. Under the glow of the light, she slowly raised her exquisitely porcelain-like face and cast a glance at Lilin with her azure eyes. I was just about to brew some tea. The quality of the Gillamainen family's tea leaves is rather good, she said, a subtle smile gracing her lips, exuding an air of calm composure. Beads of dense sweat formed on Lilin's forehead and back. He feigned tranquility, his hand brushing against the doorknob behind him. If the situation turned unfavorable, he could swiftly unlock the door and escape to the workshop in the side building. The weight and size of the power armor were somewhat cumbersome, making it unsuitable for storage in the rooftop studio. Thus, Lilin had previously requested an independent workshop from Madame Karina, where he could study the power mecha and usually store it. As for the Hex energy crystal, he carried it with him, placing it in the safe at night. However, at this moment, Lilin regretted his earlier decision. He should not have parked the power armor so far from himself. The comfort of his daily life had lulled him into a false sense of security. The Gillamainen residence was absolutely safe. Yet the reality was that the previous intrusion by Wei and the others into his room to steal was enough evidence that the security here indeed required significant enhancement. Due to his familiarity with Weeha and Bao Bao, he had not deeply considered the safety concerns at that moment. Furthermore, Lilin believed that his research on Hextech crystals was conducted in secrecy and had not been publicly disclosed. He assumed that the Phelan family would remain oblivious, and thus sent Camille to eliminate him. However, he overlooked the fact that Camille was responsible for the death that occurred tonight, and she likely had seen his power armor, which evidently utilized Hextech crystals as its energy core, along with Jace's hammer. In other words, it would have been peculiar if she had not sought him out. What a blunder! Lilin inwardly cursed his own foolishness while feigning nonchalance, inquiring, "May I ask what business you have with this insignificant person?" Camille wore a subtle smile, urging him to relax. "Take it easy, dear." She gracefully poured tea from the teapot into 2 exquisite ceramic cups on the table. As a wisp of steam wafted into the air, a delicate aroma of tea quickly pervaded the room. Before delving into serious matters, there is always time for a cup of tea. Camille elegantly lifted her cup, taking a sip, and gestured for Lilin to join her. Lilin felt a lump in his throat, beads of cold sweat trickling down from his temples and pooling at his chin. Since his arrival in this realm nearly a month ago, he had never encountered a situation that left him so caught off guard and helpless. Especially after having invented the power armor, setting aside Tony Stark's later nano armor. Even the earlier portable power armor he had crafted should have spared him from feeling so powerless in the face of Camille. The progress of my personal growth has indeed been somewhat sluggish. Lilin silently resolved to focus on inventing new items moving forward in order to swiftly elevate his level. Under Camille's scrutinizing gaze, Lilin swallowed hard and steeled himself to sit on the sofa opposite her. A wise choice. Camille offered a subtle smile and pushed a second porcelain cup filled with tea towards Lilin. "Please, have a cup of tea. I believe my tea brewing skills are quite commendable." Lilin, feeling somewhat apprehensive, lifted the cup, gently blowing away the steam before slowly taking a sip. No matter how skilled Camille was at brewing tea, he felt as if his life hung by a thread, rendering him unable to savor any flavor. "Might I inquire why you summoned me this evening?" Lilin set down the cup, tentatively asking once more. Camille lowered her gaze to her teacup. "I wish to know, was that power armor your invention?" "Indeed, it was this." Lilin contemplated his chances of escaping from her clutches, nodding as he replied. It is indeed my creation. I originally intended to use it for. Ah. Li Lin found himself at a loss for words, deciding to remain silent and respond only to Camille's inquiries. Was this cowardice? No, it was strategic prudence. Observing his compliance, Camille felt that she had spared herself some effort. What is its power source? Well, Li Lin hesitated for 2 seconds. If I am not mistaken, it should be a Hextech crystal. Camille finished her tea and refilled her cup from the teapot. However, ordinary Hextech crystals lack such stability. Otherwise, the child from the Talus family would have long since put his hammer to practical use. She cast a glance at the restless Li Lin, whose face betrayed no emotion. You have been researching Hextech crystals for quite some time, and the energy core of this power armor is indeed your research achievement, is it not? Li Lin's pupils contracted slightly, and he instinctively inhaled sharply, as if to say, You mean to imply that I am aware of this, correct? Camille set down her porcelain cup, leaning back against the sofa, her metallic hands, resembling a pair of brown gloves, crossed elegantly over her abdomen. The blade of her right leg rested delicately upon her left, exemplifying the poised posture of high society nobility. You must understand one thing, child. This is Piltover. And the Freljord family are the true rulers of this city. Those council members are merely puppets we have set in motion. Her tone was calm and unhurried, as if nothing could agitate her. In Piltover, no secret can escape the keen eyes and ears of the Freljord family. In other words, within this city, I am virtually omniscient. Li Lin remained silent, yet his mind was a tumult of confusion. Merely recounting the background story is misleading. Camille is far more formidable than he had anticipated. At this juncture, since she is already aware of everything, feigning ignorance or confusion would be futile. It would be better to confess directly. Perhaps it would even endear him to Camille. Li Lin took a deep breath and slowly began to speak. Indeed, I have enhanced the Hextech crystal, transforming it into a more stable and energy-efficient version, which I have named the Hex Energy Crystal. Camille raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise crossing her face. Oh, is that the crystal you have in your pocket? Her gaze shifted toward the pocket containing the energy crystal, and she added, My Hex core resonates with Hex crystals, and the one in your pocket evokes a unique sensation. Meeting Camille's gaze, Li Lin nodded stiffly, retrieving a delicate metallic box from his pocket. Upon opening it, a smooth, unassuming blue orb lay quietly within. Indeed, it has stabilized completely, and it stores significantly more energy than a typical Hex crystal. Camille picked up the crystal and scrutinized it for a long moment. It seems there is more to it, isn't there? My Hex core detects the flow of energy particles. It appears capable of self-recharging. How intriguing. The corners of her lips curled upward, impressed by the accomplishments of a mere 16-year-old in the realm of science. Would you be interested in joining the Phyros family? That. Li Lin's expression showed some hesitation. I was merely jesting, Camille replied with a soft chuckle. I can see that you may have some feelings for Miss Caitlin from the Kiramman family, so I shall not pressure you to join us. Li Lin smiled faintly, refraining from rebuttal. During Camille's discourse, he seemed to catch a fleeting glimpse of melancholy in her azure eyes. Was it merely an illusion? He had no time to ponder, as Camille's tone shifted abruptly. However, you cannot independently produce this crystal. We must forge a partnership. Li Lin exclaimed in astonishment. Do you think I would kill you and usurp the technology for crystal production? Camille chuckled lightly. Li Lin instinctively nodded. The Felros family had ascended to the pinnacle of power and wealth. Presently, apart from the Middard family's riches, no other family in Piltover posed a threat to them. Camille poured herself another cup of tea, now slightly cooled, and drank it in one swift motion. The individuals I have eliminated include those who jeopardized the stability of both cities, as well as spies who attempted to steal scientific knowledge and achievements from the Felros family. The Hex Energy Crystal was conceived by you, along with a novel generator. I have no motive to extinguish the life of a genius capable of ushering in a new era, one that could elevate Piltover to unprecedented heights. Camille's words allowed Li Lin to relax completely. Your wisdom is commendable, madam. For your sake, the Kiramman family is entitled to collaborate with us in the production of this new type of Hex crystal, akin to the Middard family. However, we require 90% of the profits. She extended a finger, stating that your profit-sharing arrangement mirrors that of the Middard family. In this regard, we shall remain impartial. You may converse with Congresswoman Kiramman once she awakens. A mere 10% profit sharing. If Lady Karina were to learn of your offer, she might very well awaken from her slumber to vociferously denounce the Phyros family for their avarice in a secluded locale. Noticing the conflicted expression on Li Lin's face, Camille smiled and said, If you find this troublesome, I can personally approach Congresswoman Helaman for a discussion. No, 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 that would not be necessary. Li Lin hastily declined, shaking his head. A further step on the path of evolution. Camille elegantly rose and walked slowly to the window of the small reception room. She then opened the window, raising a slender leg to rest upon the windowsill, with the grooves on either side of her hip glimmering with blue light, ready for action. Chapter 51. I Want It All. After bidding farewell to Steel Shadow, Li Lin felt an overwhelming sense of having survived a calamity. He sat blankly on the sofa for a full 10 minutes before gradually regaining his composure. It was truly astonishing that Camille had let me off the hook. With a deep sigh, Li Lin leaned back against the soft sofa, easing the tension that had stiffened his body from sitting so rigidly just moments before. Given that she has permitted me to continue my research on hextech crystals, I now face little threat in Piltover and Zon, allowing me to pursue technology without trepidation. Next, I must refine my exoskeleton power armor further and develop a selection of weaponry to be integrated into it. I can draw inspiration from the electric oscillations of the Hammer of Mercury, Victor's Death Ray, and the robotic electrostatic fields. A blend of these elements should suffice. As for the issue of insufficient energy core functionality, I can simply add several energy crystals and create an independent power supply for the weapon systems. Alternatively, I might consider transforming the power armor into a morphing form, akin to the Hammer of Mercury, capable of engaging in both melee and ranged combat. Li Lin gently stroked his chin, a glimmer of inspiration flashing in his eyes. However, he soon fell back into contemplation. This approach might render the power armor cumbersome, hampering mobility. It could prove advantageous in a defensive scenario against those lumbering behemoths, but against agile opponents or mages with superior reach. My close quarters presence would likely be rendered ineffective by my sluggish movement. After careful consideration, Li Lin decided to temporarily abandon this notion. For the time being, his primary research focus remains on minimizing burdens. In the context of individual combat armor, the emphasis should indeed be on agility, akin to the cybernetic enhancements seen in the Sourceplan universe, where machines and humanity seamlessly merge. However, these actions bear a striking resemblance to Victor's modifications of flesh in the main universe. A notion that Li Lin finds rather unappealing when it comes to replacing his own corporeal form with machinery. If the Sourceplan series were to be transformed into combat armor, it would be quite remarkable if an ordinary individual could don it and gain combat prowess equivalent to hundreds or even thousands. After all, aside from the advanced tech stack, the majority of this world remains at a medieval level. Should it be possible to incorporate the anti-magic stone materials from Demacia into the armor, wreaking havoc among armies in the era of cold weapons would pose no challenge. The issue, however, lies in the fact that Li Lin has yet to develop the auxiliary chip, necessitating his reliance on his own eyesight to observe external conditions while wearing the powered armor. Furthermore, the armor lacks essential devices such as radar and detectors, let alone the holographic projection assist panels and intelligent AI systems that could further enhance combat capabilities. These elements are indispensable and vital components for the future development of individual combat armor and large mechs. The road ahead remains long. With a sigh, Li Lin rose from the sofa, stretching lazily. The cold sweat that Camille had startled him into was now nearly dried, leaving his clothes clinging uncomfortably to his skin. Coupled with the chilly breeze seeping through the window, he shivered slightly, feeling a touch of coldness. After closing the window and tidying up the tea set, Li Lin proceeded to the bathroom to prepare hot water. Indulging in a soothing hot bath, he wrapped himself in a towel and lay down on his spacious 2-meter-wide bed. Snuggling under the covers, ready to enjoy a well-deserved rest after a day of physical and mental exhaustion. Just then, a gentle knock echoed at his door. Li Lin, with a sense of resignation, climbed out of bed once more, retrieved the towel he had carelessly tossed onto the chair, wrapped it around himself, and made his way to the parlor to open the door. Indeed, standing at the door was Caitlin. She wore a breezy purple nightgown, a garment she often donned, her damp purple locks cascading loosely over her shoulders. The hem of the ruffled skirt, adorned with white floral patterns, grazed her knees, while her perfectly sculpted legs, exuding strength, were taut, delicate, petite feet nestled in a pair of fluffy cotton slippers. As soon as she laid eyes on Li Lin, Caitlin was about to utter something, but her azure gaze instinctively swept over him, causing her cheeks to flush slightly as she quickly averted her eyes. "Oh, why aren't you dressed?" she chided. "Isn't there a bath towel? Why aren't you wearing anything?" Li Lin shrugged. "I was just about to sleep when you knocked on the door. I had to hurry to let you in, and getting dressed would have wasted precious time." Caitlin shot him a playful glare. TSK, you and your banter. Yet, beneath her feigned annoyance, she felt a flicker of happiness. It was the truth, after all. Li Lin, oblivious to Caitlin's thoughts, noticed the weariness etched on her face. After a long day, being the daughter of the Kiramman family, she was undoubtedly more exhausted than he was. Not only had she been occupied with social engagements from dawn until dusk on Evolution Day, but the evening had also brought its own unexpected twists. Have those politicians left? Li Lin inquired, stepping aside to allow her into the room before shutting the door. Don't even get me started aside from Professor Heimerdinger. The other 5 weren't genuinely here to inquire about my parents. Caitlin nodded, plopping down onto the sofa with a look of utter exasperation. Can you guess what they were subtly inquiring about tonight? Without a moment's hesitation, Li Lin blurted out, my power armor and Jace's hammer, perhaps? It seems you were quite aware, Caitlin sighed. They asked a few questions about my parents, but then they persistently probed into your relationship with Jace. It appears I indeed possess a certain foresight, Li Lin chuckled lightly. However, while some are at ease, others are troubled. As the kettle whistled, Li Lin poured a cup of hot tea for Caitlin. She took the cup, blew gently on its surface, and remarked, I've shielded you from quite a bit of trouble. You ought to express your gratitude. Don't forget, you were avoiding me for several days prior, ignoring my presence. Li Lin retorted, glancing at her downcast face as she sipped her tea. I was quite upset. Perhaps we should consider it a wash. At this, Caitlin burned her lip on the hot liquid, letting out a soft yelp. She quickly set the cup down on the table, rubbed her rosy lips, her cheeks visibly flushed. Why are you so petty? She exclaimed, though her conviction was lacking. That was a special circumstance. It cannot be weighed like that. Li Lin raised an eyebrow. Rising to sit beside her, the combination of his weight and the sofa's cushioning causing Caitlin to bounce slightly away from him. Oh, she gasped softly once more. She turned her shy little face away and hurriedly shifted to the side, her delicate features resembling a perfectly ripe red apple. At that moment, Caitlin suddenly realized that Li Lin was a spirited young man. Moreover, it was the dead of night, and they were alone together in a room. However, before her imagination could delve into inappropriate thoughts, Li Lin's somewhat somber voice reached her ears. Could you tell me what the special reason is? Caitlin bit her lip and lowered her gaze, her eyes, filled with a complex mix of emotions, unable to meet his. Clearing his throat, Li Lin awkwardly scratched his head. Sensing the atmosphere in the room had taken a turn for the worse, and realizing he might have overstepped. How would you like me to thank you? He paused slightly before adding, what about a mechanical watch? I could craft one just for you. As the young lady of the Girahim family, Caitlin certainly did not lack for necklaces or gemstones. In fact, she had previously expressed clear disdain for such adornments, as wearing them signified yet another round of social engagements. Li Lin understood that Caitlin had an affinity for novel mechanical trinkets, and since mechanical watches had yet to be produced, none were available in the market. If he were to create one for her with his own hands, it might bring her joy. Additionally, Caitlin had a penchant for firearms and hunting. However, her Bilgewater Mauser rifle, though foldable and portable, could only fire a single round at a time, proving to be rather inconvenient in emergencies. Li Lin conceived an idea to craft an energy rifle for her, akin to the futuristic weaponry wielded by the iron-blooded sniper in the Skin universe or the Future Warrior. Upon this thought, he added, or perhaps I shall present you with an energy rifle powered by energy crystals. Surely, I have never deceived you, have I? Very well. A faint smile graced her lips. Since you have said as much, I desire it all. Chapter 52. The convening of the council. Once more it seemed that the emotional distance of the past few days had accumulated within their hearts. After reconciling, Caitlin engaged in an animated conversation with Li Lin that lasted until the early hours, completely opening the floodgates of dialogue. By the time Li Lin climbed into bed, the clock had already passed 3 in the morning. In a hazy state, he lost track of time, only to be abruptly awakened by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he gradually recognized that the room was still shrouded in dimness. The sky outside was just beginning to lighten, with the morning sun yet to rise. What hour could it possibly be? Sleepy Li Lin nearly succumbed to slumber once more, but the relentless, raucous knocking from outside the bedroom proved intolerable. What on earth? The veins on Li Lin's forehead throbbed as he rose with annoyance, hastily donning a garment before making his way to the parlor to open the door. In the corridor stood the butler of the Kiramman family. My apologies, Mr. Li Lin, the butler said, placing his right hand on his chest and bowing politely. Madame Kiramman has sent me to remind you to prepare promptly. A council meeting is to be convened today. A council meeting? Is the lady awake? How is she and Mr. Elro? Li Lin was well aware of the physical condition of the Kiramman couple after a few hours of sleep. There were generally no significant issues. However, appearances must be maintained in front of others, as it was merely a matter of formality. Upholding good etiquette is never a negative endeavor. The lady and gentleman have recovered remarkably well. Upon regaining consciousness and understanding their situation, their first action was to request that I send a message via the sound tube to the other parliamentary families and Mr. Tallis, and then to inform you and Miss Caitlin this morning. I understand. Thank you. Li Lin nodded at the butler. After he acknowledged the butler with a bow and turned to leave, Li Lin closed the door behind him and patted his face to awaken himself. Another parliamentary meeting was about to commence. How tiresome. While he may complain, the necessary tasks must not be delayed. Li Lin quickly took a cold shower, donned the formal attire of the Kiramman family, and briskly exited, making his way to the dining room adjacent to the kitchen on the first floor. Inside, the Kiramman couple and Caitlin were already dining. Li Lin, over here. Caitlin, seated at the table enjoying her sandwich, smiled and waved him over, gesturing for him to take the empty seat beside her. Lady Karina shot her a disapproving glance. Caitlin chuckled awkwardly, silencing herself to continue eating her food. Yet, her gaze frequently darted towards the young man at the entrance, silently urging him to join her. Good morning, Lady Karina, Mr. Elro. Yet Li Lin had managed to grasp her temperament. She was one who never allowed her emotions to spill forth. The colder her expressions and tones, the more fervently Karina's spirit seemed to burn within. This room was not intended for dining guests during the evening banquet, though the traditional European long table could still accommodate 20 individuals. Li Lin took his place beside the young lady, and a servant promptly approached to assist him with his napkin, subsequently arranging the cutlery and the still warm breakfast before him. You saved me last night. I shall refrain from excessive gratitude, for I have always believed that actions speak louder than words. While partaking of the meal, Madame Karina briefly mentioned the events of the previous night, yet it was evident that her displeasure deterred her from delving too deeply into her abduction. The Kiramman family had never shied away from offending others, especially since the thief had encroached upon their family's interests. They had merely followed the laws of Piltover in imprisoning him. His subsequent suicide was his own affair, unrelated to them. However, it was apparent that the true mastermind behind this incident was merely an ordinary citizen of Piltover, a fact that did not sit well with the other council members. I surmise they will likely shift the blame onto the recently restless Undercity, seeking to suppress them at this opportune moment. But mother, this matter has nothing to do with the Undercity. Caitlin's delicate brow furrowed as she recalled her promise to Silco and her desire to resolve the conflict between the two cities. Thus, I wish to remind you, during the upcoming meeting, to speak judiciously and to align with their inclinations as much as possible. Caitlin furrowed her brow more tightly, displaying an expression of discontent. However, I sense we should not. Her words remained unuttered as she suddenly felt something jabbing at her waist. Out of the corner of her eye, Caitlin caught a glimpse of Li Lin's subtle movements beside her and realized it was he who had instigated the jab. With her keen intellect, she quickly grasped Li Lin's intention and fell silent. The discord between the two cities had long been festering, particularly following the calamitous events of a few years prior, which had escalated to a nearly irreconcilable state. Even Lady Karina would not predominantly favor Zahn in most respects. Engaging her in debate at this juncture would serve no purpose and might provoke her already heightened ire. Do you have anything to say, Kate? Lady Karina's expression shifted slightly. Observant as ever, Caitlin discerned this as a precursor to her mother's anger and promptly shook her head, replying, No, nothing at all. The tension in the creases at the corners of Karina's eyes eased considerably. Very well. She then proceeded to discuss the matters that Li Lin and Caitlin should be mindful of during the upcoming meeting. As with the previous proceedings, they were to accompany Karina into the council chamber and wait briefly at the side. However, today's gathering would differ, as representatives from all the notable families of Piltover were to attend as observers. Li Lin and Jace would need to wait until the seated council members had concluded their discussions before stepping forward to regale the assembled observers with embellished tales of their experiences during the rescue of the Kiramman couple and Zahn. Subsequently, they needed to shift the blame onto Zahn, inciting the representatives of other families to harbor animosity towards Zahn, thereby securing sufficient familial support within the council to dispatch enforcers to suppress the Undercity. Apart from Heimerdinger, the council's mascot, every member was acutely aware of the underlying dynamics. As long as their proposals concerning significant matters between the two city-states garnered a majority consensus without infringing upon the interests of the Filrose family, the shadowy figure behind Piltover would remain uninvolved. Moreover, exploiting Zon aligned with the interests of all families, aside from those noble houses hailing from Zon and truly peace-loving families. Scarcely any citizens of Piltover would object. Thus, for many years, the upper city families had frequently utilized this strategy to oppress the undercity. The incident known as the Day of Ashes had erupted precisely because it surpassed the long-accumulated breaking point of the Zonites. The more Lin and Caitlin listened to Karina's demands, the more their expressions soured. Furthermore, she was among the more conservative factions, akin to Heimerdinger himself among the council members. Yet, even she had put forth a series of excessively outrageous hypotheticals. It was not difficult to envision the proposals that other council members might conceive to extract benefits from the Undercity. The politics of Piltover were shrouded in darkness. Chapter 53. Caitlin's man having swiftly concluded their breakfast and prepared everything, Lin, Caitlin, and the Kiramman couple boarded their carriage. Traveling unimpeded towards the council building perched atop Piltover. They arrived early. Inside the council chamber, only Heimerdinger, Mel, Polbach, and a few scattered representatives from other families were present, gathered in small clusters. Karina once again briefed Lin and Caitlin before taking her leave to sit at her designated spot. At that moment, Caitlin casually surveyed her surroundings before seizing Lin's wrist and leading him towards a relatively concealed pillar in the hall. With a slight crinkle of her nose, she expressed her discontent, lamenting how her mother could implicate innocent parties for the sake of her own interests. The legislators were already divided, with conflicting agendas, and had her mother not resorted to such tactics, she would inevitably find herself ostracized by her peers. Initially, Lin felt a surge of indignation upon hearing Karina's words. Yet as he journeyed from the Kiramman family estate to the parliamentary building, he began to grasp a different perspective. If one were to empathize and place oneself in Mrs. Karina's position, her motives to prioritize her family's interests over those of unrelated individuals could be deemed somewhat understandable, albeit only to a degree. The environment in Zuin was already severely polluted, plagued by incessant chemical accidents. Those who could merely afford the necessities of life were considered to be in a fortunate position. This was not the scenario Lin wished to witness while striving to resolve the discord between the two cities. While the sentiment was accurate, "Did you truly intend to speak as my mother instructed?" Caitlin pouted, glancing towards her mother's direction. "Yet, you present a valid point. Should we choose not to articulate it this way, my mother would find herself at a disadvantage. She had instilled in me the principle that everything must be done for the family, and if I were to speak candidly, resulting in my mother facing exclusion by the other legislators, that too would not be a sight I wished to behold." Caitlin's heart was a tempest of conflicting emotions. On one hand, after her initial descent into Zuin with Lin, where she witnessed the living conditions, standards, and environment of its people, Caitlin found herself yearning to transform Zuin and reshape the relationship between the two cities. On the other hand, instilled with the principle of preserving her family's legacy by her mother since childhood, she hesitated to jeopardize the years of dedication her mother had devoted to the family's affairs. Lin discerned Caitlin's inner turmoil and sighed softly, assuring her that this matter need not trouble her, as he would take care of it and would not let her down. Just as Lin and Caitlin concluded their conversation, the sound of approaching high heels grew more distinct. Caitlin shifted her gaze to see a young, elegantly dressed woman of African descent approaching them, Mel Medarda. "Good morning, Miss Helaman," Mel greeted, her smile warm as she nodded to Caitlin. Then, her attention turned to Lin. "Good morning, Mr. Lin. It is a pleasure to see you again. Unfortunately, we did not have the opportunity to properly acquaint ourselves last night due to unforeseen circumstances." With that, Mel extended her right hand in a gesture of greeting. Before Lin could respond, Caitlin stepped forward, seamlessly interjecting herself between them. Wearing a perfectly polite smile, she offered her hand to Mel for a brief handshake. "Good morning, Counselor Medarda." Lin tends to be quite reserved and is not accustomed to conversing with individuals of high status. Caitlin emphasized the phrase high status, lending her words a subtly charged undertone. "Miss Kiramman, what does this mean?" The smile on Mel's face froze momentarily, but her upbringing in a prestigious family allowed her to quickly regain her composure. Miss Kiramman is truly humorous," she remarked with a smile, seemingly oblivious to the implications of Caitlin's words. Mr. Lin, being such a prodigious craftsman, must engage with prominent families. It would be a grave loss to miss out on greater opportunities due to personal disposition. These matters are well understood by the Kiramman family, so there is no need for Counselor Meidel to fret. Caitlin, unwilling to concede, retorted. The two engaged in a subtle verbal sparring around Li Lin. Yet neither gained the upper hand in their exchange. An air of silence enveloped the surroundings for a brief moment. Sensing the tension, Li Lin stepped forward, gently wrapping his arm around Caitlyn's slender waist. Her cheeks flushed slightly, but she soon grasped his intention and did not resist, instead leaning closer into his embrace. According to the laws of Piltover, one may marry upon reaching the age of 18 after the completion ceremony. In the upper echelons of society, where most unions are arranged between families, it is rare for young individuals to wed at such an early age. However, if families do not object, it is not uncommon for young men and women to express mutual affection and explore their relationship. Furthermore, there is her surname, Meidel. Although she had been cast out of her home for lacking achievements, her name carries weight, making it unlikely for her to associate with nameless individuals. Moreover, with the imposing power armor from last night, Mel, who harbored some ulterior motives towards Li Lin, was certainly reluctant to relinquish such a tempting opportunity. Despite being a member of the Kiramman family, she possessed a considerable confidence in her allure. She firmly believed that if she took the initiative, a young man with minimal emotional experience would undoubtedly be ensnared by her charm. However, the scene before her shattered this notion entirely. Mel stared in astonishment at the seemingly intimate interaction between Li Lin and Caitlyn. For a moment, her mind went blank, and the carefully crafted words she had intended to utter vanished completely. The Kiramman family was indeed willing to invest heavily, even utilizing their only daughter as a bargaining chip. As an insignificant individual, I felt genuinely apprehensive about the attention from Counselor Medalda, but Caitlyn was correct. My humble origins made it rather challenging to engage in conversation with someone of your esteemed stature. Your demeanor hardly reflects that of someone who is out of their depth. Mel took a deep breath, finally grasping the underlying implication in Caitlyn's earlier remarks. She feared the prospect of losing her man to another. With a resigned smile, Mel realized that attempting to usurp the Kiramman family's position was likely futile. Instead, she would need to invest more effort into fostering a cooperative relationship with them in the future. With that thought, she decided not to intrude further upon the two and cast one last glance at Li Lin before turning away without hesitation. You should hurry and release me. After Mel had distanced herself, Caitlyn, her exquisite cheeks flushed with color, swiftly swatted away Li Lin's hand that had encircled her waist, breaking free from his embrace. Apologies, but this is an act of desperation. Li Lin raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and swiftly offered his apologies. Of course, I am aware. Do you think I would cooperate so readily otherwise? Caitlyn turned away, gently caressing her flushed cheeks with her left hand while her right hand discreetly pressed against her racing heart, casting a furtive glare at Mel in the distance. Now, let us see how you continue to flirt with Li Lin. She quickly regulated her breathing and huffed lightly. I shall forgive you this time, but let it not be repeated. Chapter 54. My wish is world peace. Minutes slipped by as other representatives and family-appointed observers gradually arrived. Li Lin, Caitlyn, and the newly arrived Jess stood alongside the other observers in the designated seating area. With the grinding sound of mechanical gears and chains, the metallic panels on the ceiling and walls of the assembly hall slowly parted. The early morning sun streamed through the thick glass embedded with bronze grills, refracting and scattering light throughout the expansive interior. Conversations among the attendees came to an abrupt halt, and the once noisy assembly hall began to settle into a serene hush. Senator Salo, Hoskarl, and Voslatin wore grim expressions. Black Merdinger glared with a furrowed brow. After the events of the previous night, he appeared equally discontent. Senator Polbach, having transformed himself into a mechanical being, displayed no visible emotions. Meanwhile, Mel, who was accustomed to perpetually wearing a smile, now restrained his expression, resting his chin on his right arm propped on the table, devoid of any discernible emotion as he sat silently in his chair. After a brief pause, Karina surveyed the assembly, her voice resonant and powerful as she began to speak. I trust that everyone is aware of the events that transpired last night. Or at the very least, a considerable number of you were direct witnesses. As the most immediate victim of last night's incident, she holds the most authority to address the matter, thus this meeting is presided over by her. Given that the law enforcement officials and legislators have yet to disclose that the true mastermind behind the chaos, Kalyana Variz, was actually targeting Kiramman, most families remain utterly in the dark regarding the realities of the case. Furthermore, several legislative families have deliberately disseminated erroneous information, leading many to mistakenly believe that last night's incident was a calculated assault by Zahn on the upper city families. The ramifications of this event are profoundly detrimental. Not only do the noble families of the upper city suffer, but all those who participated in the Evolution Day conference, including the citizens, have been ensnared in its fallout. Subsequently, Karina picked up the meticulously prepared list from the table before her and recited the names of all the affected families. Piltover stands as the city of evolution, a bastion of wealth and aspiration. Since the opening of the Gate of Day over 2 centuries ago, which marked the inception of Piltover's birthday, the Evolution Day, we have consistently engaged in a revolution of technology and innovation, boasting advancements that lead the world. Yet, just last night, suddenly, Karina shifted her tone, her words growing increasingly fervent. On the eve of our announcement regarding this year's most monumental, epic-defining invention, a band of Zonite marauders exploited the hypnotic bloom of Ionia to incapacitate us all and absconded with our research. Lin, standing in the audience, could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth, despite Lady Karina having briefed him in advance. Hearing it proclaimed so publicly made him unable to refrain from internally scoffing. This is utterly absurd. How could a handful of mercenaries possibly empty an entire warehouse of research achievements? Beside Lin, Caitlin appeared somewhat distracted, her thoughts clearly elsewhere. Paying little attention to her mother's speech, Jace maintained a stoic expression, well aware of the meeting's agenda as he had received a message from Lady Karina the previous night. Furthermore, he held little interest in politics and preferred not to dwell on matters unrelated to science. Today, he was merely tasked with fulfilling an assignment. Soon after, as Lady Karina successfully stirred the emotions of the representatives present, Senators Sorrow, Polbach, and Wasleton promptly enumerated the recent unrest in Zon and the various actions taken against the upper city. Instances of armed robbery by certain Zon ruffians, assaults on solitary enforcers by gang members, and even the examples of Zon's orphan gutter snipes smuggling themselves into the upper city to steal were cited. In truth, aside from the confiscation of Silco's potent shimmering agents capable of significantly enhancing combat prowess, such incidents occurred annually during the Day of Evolution. However, they did have a point. For Silco was indeed covertly preparing to lead Zon in a bid for parity with Piltover. Gradually, the emotions of the audience were incited by the senators' impassioned rhetoric, leading to hushed discussions among them. Sensing that the moment was ripe, Senators Sorrow, Polbach, and Wasleton gestured towards Karina. Ahem. Karina clenched her right fist against her mouth and cleared her throat. The room fell silent once more. Then, her gaze shifted towards the front row of the audience where Lin, Caitlin, and Jace were seated, and she announced, "Next, I would like to invite Miss Gillimanen, Mr. Lin, and Mr. Tallies to recount the events of last night when they rescued me from the clutches of the criminals in the Undercity." Amidst the varied emotions reflected in the eyes of the crowd, the three approached the central table of the assembly. These 3 individuals are my daughter and the 2 brilliant artisans of the Gillimanen family. As I previously mentioned, they are the very minds behind groundbreaking inventions. And it was they who assisted my daughter in our rescue last night. Karina briefly introduced the trio to the assembly. Immediately, a wave of astonishment swept through the audience. With some expressing admiration for their youthful accomplishments, others incredulous that the Gillimanen family members were saved by their own kin, and yet others eager to discover the nature of the inventions that had garnered such favor from the Gillimanen family. The clamor of conversation was short-lived, for they were all aware that this was not the time for idle chatter. Lin, you were the principal hero of last night. Please, share your account first. Lin nodded in acknowledgement to Karina, casting a sidelong glance at Jace, who stood nervously with his hands clasped behind his back, before turning his gaze to Caitlin, whose sapphire-like eyes met his. Within her gaze flickered a complex array of emotions, seemingly anxious about what he would say next. Lin cast her a reassuring glance before turning earnestly to face the audience. The gaze of over 100 individuals was fixed upon him, including members of affluent and influential families, though not necessarily at the forefront of society. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no anxiety. Taking a few slow, deep breaths, Lin endeavored to relax and mentally rehearse the well-prepared draft he had composed earlier. After a moment of preparation, he began to speak. I believe the remarks made by several council members are rather biased. The room erupted into chaos once more. Upon hearing this, the irritable Sorrow slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Do you even comprehend what you are saying?" Following suit, host Carl, who often enjoyed opposing Sorrow, furrowed his brow and could not help but question, in light of last night's events, how can you still speak on behalf of the people of the Undercity? Heimerdinger tilted his head, exhaling softly to disperse the wisps of his mustache. his gaze fixed curiously on Li Lin's back. Even Mel raised an eyebrow, her face betraying an unusual expression of discontent. The embarrassed Karina stood up, pressing her hands on the table, her eyes signaling while she deliberately intensified her tone, reprimanding him. Li Lin, you ought to convey the true circumstances of that moment to everyone. Yet, Li Lin appeared to disregard their remarks, continuing resolutely. I believe that. For Piltover and Zon, the fates of the two city-states are intrinsically intertwined, seamlessly connected. We are all acutely aware of this truth. The development of Zon is inextricably linked to Piltover. However, the industrial sector of Piltover is predominantly concentrated in Zon, and a significant portion of its inexpensive labor force comprises the people of Zon. If Zon were to be severed from Piltover, how could the latter thrive? Although I have not personally witnessed the harrowing events of the Day of Ashes years ago, I have heard tales of its brutality, rivers of blood and corpses strewn across the land, with the very air of Piltover thick with the sin of carnage. If we continue to exploit the people of Zon, we shall only incite graver repercussions, ushering in a second Day of Ashes. Li Lin paused momentarily, not affording others the opportunity to speak, and continued, what is the essence of our pursuit for progress and development? It is for peace. To enable a better life for the people. If technological advancement does not serve the welfare of the populace, then what purpose does it truly serve? The citizens of Piltover are human, yet so are the inhabitants of Zon. If we aim to benefit humanity, why should we exclude the people of Zon? Why must those born in Zon inherently be deemed inferior to those of Piltover? I find this notion utterly unreasonable and contrary to the very essence of our quest for progress. Furthermore, we must remember that at the inception of Piltover, when these two city-states were still united, it was known as Zon. In other words, without Zon, Piltover could not exist. Li Lin expressed all that he wished to convey in one breath. The countenances of the council members, including Karina, Salo, Hoskarl, and Vostratan, darkened like storm clouds. The representatives in the audience remained silent, none daring to emerge as a target of ire, for fear of incurring the displeasure of the council members. Absurd. It is utterly preposterous. Senator Sorrow's face flushed crimson as he abruptly slammed his hand on the table and shouted towards the door, Guard, where are you? Bring him to me. Wait a moment, Senator Sorrow. Just as Sorrow was about to summon the guards to expel Li Lin, he was interrupted by Mel. What is it, Mel? Do you wish to hear this fellow's ramblings? Given that the interlocutor was Mel, Sorrow's tone softened somewhat. After listening to Li Lin's discourse, Mel's furrowed brow relaxed, a hint of curiosity gracing her features. Ignoring Sorrow, she calmly directed her gaze towards Li Lin, scrutinizing him from head to toe. So, having said so much, what do you wish to convey? Li Lin met Mel's gaze, neither servile nor arrogant, and declared, my wish is world peace. Chapter 55, The 5-Year Pact. In truth, it took considerable courage for Li Lin to utter these words. Although Camille had mentioned that these senators were merely puppets put forth by the Philos family, they still held the title of senators, and their families remained among the most prominent in Piltover. Thus, even as puppets, the power they wielded was substantial, provided that Camille or the Philos family did not interfere. Li Lin's willingness to confront the senators and even slap Karina's face was rooted in his own convictions and confidence. Firstly, if he were to heed Karina's words, the Undercity would once again be subjected to exploitation. Vander may be the kingpin of the alleys, but according to Li Lin's investigations, his influence in Zon was the most formidable, even if he currently harbors no desire for bloodshed and prefers to remain within his modest domain. The alchemical barons of other districts are still inclined to regard him with a measure of respect. As it stands, Vander seeks a peaceful coexistence with Piltover, contingent upon both city-states maintaining the status quo. However, following this sensational incident that has captivated the entire city, the eager senators and prominent families, who have long sought justification to act against Zon, have found their opportunity. Should the fragile peace between the two cities be shattered, the Undercity will endure even greater oppression, and the plight of its citizens will become increasingly dire. Even if Vander wishes to remain uninvolved, his subordinates may well harbor different sentiments. In such a scenario, Vander may find it challenging to rein in his own followers, who might even join forces with Zon in rebellion, despite any animosity he may hold towards Silco. A coalition against Piltover's tyranny could very well emerge, reminiscent of the Ashen Day from years past. Moreover, should Li Lin encounter difficulty in persuading several senators, he could take a bold gamble by presenting Camille as his ally. While this may carry a hint of manipulation, based on their conversation from the previous night, Li Lin surmises she would likely be amenable to his leveraging her influence. After all, his intentions lie in preserving the stability and peace of both cities. Aside from his disloyalty to the Felrose family, his ideals align closely with Camille's. Naturally, it would be preferable to reserve this trump card for a time when it is absolutely necessary. Lastly, and perhaps of lesser importance, his recent innovations, including generators, Hextech energy crystals, and exoskeletal power armor, have yielded modest success. These accomplishments may serve as persuasive elements for the senators and representatives of other families, enhancing his standing in their eyes. Only by addressing the environmental pollution in Zuin can we subsequently focus on improving the living conditions of the populace. Enhancing their quality of life will pave the way for further progress. Alleviating conflicts is not an instantaneous process. It demands years of gradual adjustment. The singular challenge lies in the likelihood that the affluent families of the upper city will be disinclined to invest in the development of Zuin. To alter the current state of Zuin, one must engage with the alchemical barons who presently wield control over it. A visit to the back alleys to seek out Vander is inevitable. Li Lin sighed inwardly. World peace. Upon hearing this phrase, Mel couldn't help but chuckle. With Noxus currently invading Ionia, one must indeed have audacity to utter such words. She mentally added, yet refrained from voicing it. Her mother is the head of the Medarda family branch in Noxus. In a militaristic, expansionist nation, achievements in battle and military accolades hold immense significance. The Medarda branch of Noxus has significantly contributed to the ongoing war against Ionia over the past few years. Mel had investigated Li Lin and was aware that he was Ionian, having fled to Piltover due to the ravages of war. She would not be so callous as to rub salt in his wounds. After a brief pause, Mel composed her expression and remarked earnestly, a commendable aspiration. But do you possess the means to realize it? It is precisely because I have confidence that I speak thus, Li Lin replied, meeting Mel's gaze with unwavering fortitude. And I believe I possess the requisite abilities. From the side of the council roundtable, a low, mechanical voice interjected, words without proof are empty. Do you truly believe that by inventing that powered armor you can alter the long-standing tensions between the two cities? Not merely power armor, but also Hextech energy crystals, remarked Councilman Borpak, as Jace, standing beside Li Lin, could not contain his urge to remind him. Upon hearing his voice, the assembly hall erupted once more in astonishment. Hextech crystals? Did I hear correctly? Goodness, is that not the technology of the Firaz family? This lad must truly be mad. Energy crystals. Could it be that the epic-making invention the counselors speak of refers to this? Since the Kiramman family has unveiled two groundbreaking inventions, what might the other be? Due to the postponement of the Evolution Day conference last night, the generator and Hextech energy crystals were not presented to the public, apart from a few counselors. Other families remained unaware of the existence of Hextech energy crystals. At this moment, the revelation that Li Lin dared to delve into the most forbidden technologies of Piltover stirred a medley of emotions among the representatives of various families: curiosity, excitement, trepidation, and schadenfreude. Jace, Lady Karina exclaimed, unable to suppress her sharp reprimand at Jace for speaking on Li Lin's behalf in such a setting. My apologies, Counselor Kiramman. I merely spoke the truth. Jace replied, turning to Borpak and continuing. While Counselor Kiramman may have mentioned to you all that the Hextech energy crystals were developed collaboratively by Li Lin and myself, in reality, my contribution was minimal. The energy crystals were primarily the fruit of Li Lin's solitary endeavor. I merely provided conceptual guidance and benefited from his brilliance. I can assist you no further. The remainder is in your hands. Li Lin, perceiving the significance behind Jace's gaze, expressed his gratitude with a subtle nod before directing his attention back to Mel. Given the current circumstances, persuading Congressman Medarda, who subtly appeared to lead the others, would essentially secure the fate of the Twin Cities. Mel, resting her chin on her right hand, pondered for a moment before slowly inquiring, very well. Since you have raised such a point, I am indeed curious to hear your insights. How do you propose to address the issues plaguing Zaun? And how do you intend to ease the tensions between the two city-states without compromising our family's interests? She slightly emphasized her words. A glimmer of hope ignited in Li Lin's eyes as he discerned the underlying meaning in Mel's statement. As long as their interests as council members were preserved, he could manage the concerns of the other families on his own. My thoughts are as follows. Fortunately, with Caitlin and Jace assisting in the dialogue, the council members found themselves at a loss for words, unable to counter his arguments. After Li Lin felt parched and hoarse from the debate, it finally came to a halt. Mel surveyed the room and briefly glanced at the representatives of the other families before raising her voice, declaring robustly, I believe everyone is now aware of Mr. Leland's perspective. This matter is of great importance to both city-states. In the upcoming vote, I urge everyone to remain impartial and objective, free from external influences. If you support Mr. Leland, please raise your hand to cast your vote. The representatives in the audience exchanged glances, and after a considerable silence, none were willing to take the initiative. Just as Leland found himself engulfed in a heavy gloom, a young man clad in the attire of Piltover University, sporting slightly disheveled medium-length hair and leaning on a cane, slowly raised his hand. His expression bore a hint of hesitation, as if he had wrestled with an internal struggle before arriving at this decision. Ah, he is Victor, my teaching assistant. Heimerdinger chuckled, stroking his beard as he briefly introduced him to the audience, noting that he was representing Piltover University today. It was none other than Victor, who had yet to undergo mechanical ascension, which explained the system panel's ability to assemble 10 heroes yesterday. Leland recognized this young man. Last night, he had seemingly lain beside Heimerdinger in the grand hall of the Piltover auditorium. With the first hand raised, more hands began to emerge sporadically from the audience. Many of these individuals hailed from lower-tier families with origins in Zon, who had risen to prominence through the invention of practical patents. Aurora Mel gestured towards the crowd, softly calling out a name. A woman, dressed in attire similar in color and style to Mel's, and appearing to be of a similar age, stepped forward, jotting notes on a piece of paper and tallying the numbers. After a while, Aurora placed several sheets of paper before each of the council members, bowing slightly before retreating into the crowd. Upon examining the papers, Mel's face lit up with a subtle smile, revealing that the families in support and opposition were evenly matched. Subsequently, she set down the paper in her hands and cast a sweeping glance over the varied expressions of the representatives. Now, let us proceed to a show of hands. Those in favor of Mr. Leland's proposal, please raise your hands. It was a pivotal moment. Leland's heart raced, his anxiety palpable. Several representatives exchanged glances. And ultimately, it was Heimerdinger who first raised his diminutive hand. I am in favor. A beam from the hex deck spotlight above illuminated his position. I too support this. To Leland's astonishment, as well as that of Caitlin and Jace, Karina, who had recently been irate, also raised her hand. A contemplative glint flashed in Mel's eyes. I believe there is merit in Mr. Leland's proposal. I am in favor. What? Member Medalda, you as well. No way. The exclamations came from Vostraton, Hoskarl, and Polbach. Sorrow had remained silent until, under Mel's sidelong gaze, he sighed and raised his hand as well. I am also in favor. But I have conditions. Please, go ahead, Member Sorrow. Leland nodded. First, regarding sponsorship, the Sorrow family will not provide any support for you. As for the others, Sorrow swiftly surveyed the room before fixing his gaze back on Leland. It's up to your own capabilities. No problem. I never expected any financial assistance from your families, and in the end, it will be you who regrets it. Leland maintained a polite smile, while internally reflecting on his thoughts. Secondly, while you have articulated numerous thoughts, it is undeniable that they possess merit. However, you have not addressed the duration required to manifest tangible results. Senator Sorrow let out a soft scoff and proposed, let us do it this way. We shall grant you 3 years, within which you must present us with satisfactory outcomes. 3 years. That seems rather brief. Leland's brow furrowed slightly, and just as he was about to respond, the senator's counterpart, Heimerdinger, interjected. Senator Sorrow, 3 years may indeed be somewhat burdensome. Any scientist worth their salt understands that achieving scientific breakthroughs cannot be rushed. His tone was sharp, yet not grating. I believe this young man genuinely wishes to contribute to both city-states. Perhaps we should exhibit a bit more leniency and allow him a decade to fully realize his potential. A decade. Senators Sorrow, Hosgarl, and Vosleten exclaimed in unison. Rest assured. A decade will pass in the blink of an eye. Heimerdinger waved his hand, entirely oblivious to the fact that the Yordles have a vastly different perception of time than ordinary humans. How about this? Let us all make a concession. Mel interjected timely to mediate. Let us allocate Mr. Leland 5 years, neither too pressing nor too leisurely. What do you think? She cast a meaningful glance at Leland, taking a deep breath. Leland seized the opportunity to respond. In 5 years, I can deliver results that will meet your expectations. Very well, 5 years it shall be. I, an old man, can afford to wait. Though Senator Sorrow harbored grievances, he nonetheless waved his hand in acquiescence. observing Li Lin's seemingly confident demeanor. He hastily doused the enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. Yet, do not be hasty. There is still one more condition. Pray, proceed. Sorrow cast a frigid glance at Li Lin, inquiring what would transpire if he failed to deliver. This was a strategic maneuver, aiming to extract some advantage. A chill ran through Li Lin as he contemplated Mother, Madame Karina. At that moment, the other senators, along with Li Lin, Caitlin, Jess, and the observing representatives, were struck with utter astonishment. Wasleton gaped, Madame Helaman, what is this? Surely, you need not go to such lengths for a mere craftsman. Warbach also interjected. Li Lin noticed that Madame Karina did not spare him a glance. Her simmering ire still lingered. Yet, even so, she was willing to wager everything on him. Why? Li Lin's emotions were tumultuous and perplexing. I have made my decision, Madame Karina stated coldly. Li Lin is a craftsman of the Helaman household. Should he fail, the Helaman family will accept responsibility for his actions. At this juncture, Sorrow found himself at a loss for words, resignedly shaking his head with a sigh. Very well, I too concur. Excellent, since all have reached a consensus. Mel turned his gaze to Li Lin, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. Mr. Li Lin, according to the agreement, you are required to present satisfactory results within 5 years, guaranteed by the Gilliman family. All present here are witnesses to this agreement. Can you accept? Li Lin exhaled heavily. I can. A smile spread across Mel's face as he slowly rose from his chair, addressing everyone in the hall. The current voting stands at 4-3. I declare Mr. Li Lin's proposal valid. Chapter 56. The invitation from Heimerdinger. What was initially meant to be a discussion on how to suppress the Undercity culminated instead in the passage of Li Lin's proposal. The representatives from various families, under the guidance of the enforcers and staff, exited in an orderly manner. Sorrow, Hosgarl, Polbach, and Councillor Wasleton departed without uttering a word. Leaving through the councillor's passage, Lady Karina merely cast a brief glance at her daughter beside Li Lin before she too, surrounded by staff, exited through the main door. Li Lin, Caitlin, and Jace moved away from the central council table, finding an unoccupied spot in the hall to converse. Intending to wait for the crowd to disperse before leaving. Li Lin, you truly have astonished me, and frightened me, Caitlin remarked, before the meeting commenced. She had pondered how Li Lin would convince the councillors to refrain from taking action against the Undercity. However, when he boldly confronted the councillors during his speech, it genuinely astonished her. Even now, Caitlin's palms were still clammy with anxiety, haunted by the earlier events. Are you truly unafraid of death? Do you not fear their covert schemes? She cast a glance at the distant round table of parliamentarians and then noticed Mel conversing with Heimerdinger. Li Lin sighed softly. Expressing her initial concerns, I was somewhat apprehensive, but Lady Karina suddenly offered to vouch for me. I am uncertain of my mother's thoughts. Given her prioritization of family interests, she ought not to invest so heavily in supporting you. At that moment, Jace, standing nearby, inquired with curiosity, by the way, Li Lin, what would you do if Lady Karina did not support you? Li Lin curled her lips slightly, responding, what else could I do? Perhaps I would unveil a portion of my new inventions to silence those antiquated fools. Regardless, if it truly comes to that, I still possess my technological firearm. The Demon Blade and the Rocket Belt, among other designs that will emerge in Piltover, all of which require the utilization of Hextech energy crystals. Caitlin interjected with a hint of concern and dissatisfaction. But how will you explain this to your mother? Do you genuinely wish to be disowned? If Li Lin proceeded with such actions, even if Caitlin personally pleaded with her mother, she might not agree to keep him. Li Lin gently shook her head, clarifying. She would not, for these inventions necessitate stable Hextech crystals as their energy core. Collaboration with the Helaman family is essential. But we cannot produce Hextech energy crystals ourselves. Caitlin's voice dwindled, apprehensive about the implications. Fear not, everything will be fine. Li Lin glanced around cautiously before beckoning Caitlin and Jace closer. Come a little nearer. Mysteriously, Caitlin raised an eyebrow and leaned closer to Jace. In truth, I have reached an agreement with Lady Grey. She permits us to create Hex energy crystals, provided that the Phyros family receives 90% of the profits. Li Lin said in a hushed tone. Caitlin and Jace's expressions abruptly shifted. This is no laughing matter, Li Lin, Jace nearly exclaimed. After all, it is Lady Grey. Li Lin shrugged nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent, stating that in this day and age, no one believes the truth anymore. Caitlin narrowed her eyes, contemplating briefly before fixing her gaze intently upon his. Are you serious? Li Lin remained silent, his expression providing the answer. Caitlin inhaled sharply. Lady Grey has approached you. When? Why didn't you tell me about this? Caitlin lightly pounded her fist against his chest in mock anger, feeling a twinge of fear within. Suddenly, it dawned on her. They had discovered the still warm body of Kiramman last night, enough to confirm that Lady Grey had not gone far. Furthermore, Li Lin's power armor and Jace's hammer evidently relied on a potent energy core akin to hex crystals, which would undoubtedly prompt Lady Grey to investigate this matter. If Lady Grey came to confront Li Lin last night with the intent to kill him, Caitlin dared not contemplate further. What use is there in speaking of it? After all, the search has already been conducted. Li Lin made a concerted effort to appear nonchalant, not wishing to alarm either of them excessively. Moreover, it is not all bleak. We have secured a substantial advantage for the Kiramman family. Should we not find reason to rejoice? You truly are a fool. Caitlin's eyes glistened slightly, though she concealed it quite naturally, and neither Li Lin nor Jess noticed. Alas, I had long anticipated that the Grey Lady would eventually come knocking, yet I never imagined it would happen so swiftly. Jess sighed. But since she has tacitly permitted us to continue our research, it alleviates one of our lingering concerns rather early on. As he spoke, he seemed to suddenly recall something. There is another matter. Recently, I have been delving into the sporadic accounts of arcane magic, coupled with the stories of my childhood that I've shared with you. I have conceived an idea. Li Lin and Caitlin turned their attention to Jess, refraining from interrupting him. Since mages can utilize arcane magic to construct teleportation circles, enabling instantaneous travel from one location to another, could it be possible for us to harness technology to control arcane magic and achieve a similar effect, thus allowing us to execute long-distance teleportation? Caitlin shook her head, indicating her disinterest in matters of science, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Li Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this not akin to Ryze's ultimate ability, Realm Warp, in the game? The only difference being that the arcane runes would be replaced by hextech technology. If we could create energy crystals based on the arcane runes within the primordial crystal, we might just achieve that. This is spatial technology. What a splendid idea. What progress have you made in your research? I haven't begun yet. Jace shot him a glare, exasperated. If you hadn't seized the energy crystal that was meant for my research, I would have at least made some progress. Li Lin awkwardly scratched the back of his head. The energy crystal will soon be mass-produced. When that happens, you'll be able to obtain as many as you desire. In truth, he was eager to assist Jace in the research, as it would significantly expedite the process, but he had more pressing matters to attend to at the moment. Moreover, given Jace's intellect, he could undoubtedly manage the research independently. While the three conversed, a light yet brisk sound of footsteps approached them. They instinctively turned towards the source, and a familiar yordle came into view, Professor Heimerdinger. As one of Heimerdinger's pupils, Jace quickly greeted him. Following suit, Li Lin and Caitlin simultaneously offered their salutations. Counselor Heimerdinger. Oh, no need for formality, just call me Professor Heimerdinger, he replied, twirling the fluffy white ends of his mustache and extending his gloved right index finger to trace circles in the air. I came to find you primarily to discuss. His finger ultimately landed on Li Lin. You, my boy, shall we have a conversation? Li Lin pointed to himself, raising an eyebrow. Me? With a twinkle of amusement in his eyes, Heimerdinger affirmed, Indeed, I found your ideas from the recent meeting quite intriguing. Professor Heimerdinger, Li Lin interjected. I just realized I have several topics requiring my attention, so I must take my leave for now. Jace patted Li Lin's shoulder twice, his gaze subtly urging him to seize the opportunity before departing. Following closely behind, Caitlin hastily interjected, Oh, I just remembered I have matters to attend to as well, so I shall take my leave. Before she left, she leaned in close to Li Lin's ear and whispered, I will inquire about your mother's sentiments. But how you manage to placate her thereafter is entirely up to you. With that, Caitlin winked at him and signaled to Heimerdinger, hastening after the receding figure of Jace. As the two of them moved farther away, Heimerdinger turned to Li Lin, beckoning him to follow without hesitation. Chapter 57. Let us call it the Industrial Revolution. Heimerdinger ambled ahead, taking small, unsteady steps as he led the way. Li Lin endeavored to slow his pace, suppressing the impulse to lift him and hasten their journey, trailing behind. A journey that should have taken merely 10 minutes stretched into nearly half an hour as they finally emerged from the council building, arriving at the waiting carriage. A young man, leaning on a cane, descended from within. It was Victor, the first to raise his hand in support of Li Lin during the meeting. Upon noticing Li Lin, Victor's face broke into a faint smile, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Li Lin detected a hint of frailty in Victor's words and observed that his right leg seemed impaired, leading him to surmise the reasons for his future mechanical ascension. As Heimerdinger assisted Victor onto the carriage, a fluffy white poro, donning a monocle, unexpectedly emerged from somewhere, pouncing onto him. "Oh ho ho, you mischievous little creature." With a cheerful demeanor, he affectionately patted the poro's belly and retrieved a biscuit from his pocket to feed it. As soon as he settled into his seat, Heimerdinger suddenly recalled something and leaned his head out of the window, addressing Li Lin and Victor. "I nearly forgot to introduce you. Victor, my teaching assistant and also my research aide." He pointed at Victor while gazing at Li Lin, then continued with the introduction. "This is Li Lin. I believe you should be familiar with him, the one who spoke at the center of the council table." Victor switched his cane from his right hand to his left and extended a firm handshake to Li Lin, who had stepped forward. "Of course, I remember Mr. Victor. He was the very first to support me. Since Mr. Li Lin is willing to take such significant risks for the Undercity, as a resident of the Undercity myself, I shall not hesitate to offer my modest assistance." Li Lin and Victor exchanged knowing smiles, releasing their grip as they simultaneously remarked, "Just call me Li Lin. Feel free to call me Victor." A brief silence enveloped the air. "I find it perplexing how you young folks think, yet your approach certainly saves me some effort." Heimerdinger, hands behind his back, leapt down from the carriage, followed closely by a paro. Li Lin and the somewhat unsteady Victor followed suit, descending the carriage and trailing behind Heimerdinger toward his office. Due to Heimerdinger's short legs, he could not walk swiftly, which alleviated Victor's concerns about keeping pace. After winding through several corridors, they boarded the elevator, ascending to the top floor. Victor procured the key, and Heimerdinger unlocked the door at the bottom, inviting them inside. Li Lin proactively fetched 2 chairs from the adjacent room and placed them before Heimerdinger's diminutive desk. "Thank you. This task should have been my responsibility," he remarked. Noticing Li Lin had completed his own duties. "It's no trouble, just a simple gesture," Li Lin replied nonchalantly, then turned to Heimerdinger. "May I inquire about the purpose of my summons today?" "I primarily wish to discuss a particular issue regarding power generation," Heimerdinger contemplated. Li Lin straightened his posture, his expression turning earnest. "Please, go ahead. You mentioned in the meeting your intention to construct a power plant in Zon, utilizing your invented power generation apparatus, correct?" "Indeed. Currently, Zon relies on alchemical technology for chemical power generation, which not only inflicts severe environmental pollution but also poses a significant risk due to its inherently unstable nature. The development of modern technology in Zon is a matter I have considered deeply. Given Zon's current situation, the adoption of Hextech is financially unfeasible for them. Yet, to effectuate environmental change, the transition to modern technology remains the sole viable option. Power generation serves as the foundation. Replacing alchemical power generation is the foremost objective. However, such matters cannot be rushed. A gradual approach is essential. Victor, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, fully endorsing this perspective. As a child raised in the tumultuous city of Zon, he often found himself compelled to relocate alongside his parents, driven by the relentless onslaught of various chemical leaks, unexpected explosions, and the pervasive threat of alchemical toxins. Although he later devised an automated apparatus and a welcoming alchemical workshop that alleviated many of these challenges, his invitation to depart Zon for Piltover University marked the resurgence of alchemical mishaps at that esteemed institution. "Professor, the alchemical technology of Zon indeed requires significant enhancement, or even replacement with equally economical yet far safer and environmentally friendly alternatives." Victor's voice carried a hint of frailty. "I find Li Lin's design quite commendable. While coal-fired power generation does pose environmental concerns, its impact is minuscule compared to that of alchemical energy production. Furthermore, we possess other energy sources such as wind and hydroelectric power, which are exceptionally suited to Zon's geographical features." Heimerdinger lowered his gaze, contemplating Victor's words before nodding gently in agreement. Indeed, Victor's assertions held merit. Heimerdinger had witnessed the evolution of alchemical technology firsthand, over a decade ago. A colleague of his had fervently advocated for its advancement. However, due to the inherent risks and the emergence of more practical Hextech alternatives, the notion garnered scant support within the halls of Piltover University. Eventually, he was compelled to abandon his endeavors following the University Council's withdrawal of funding, leading him back to Zon, where the alchemical industry was only just beginning to flourish. If Li Lin could discern the thoughts of others, he would undoubtedly identify the mind behind them as that of Singed. According to Heimerdinger's philosophy, Any form of scientific technology that can be perpetually improved holds its own significance. Alchemical technology is no exception. However, at present, it appears that alchemical technology struggles to find a path that perfectly addresses its inherent issues. In light of this, temporarily replacing it may not be an unwise choice. As Heimerdinger's mind raced, a new question suddenly emerged. While having ideas is commendable, a scientist must first conceive an idea before putting it into practice. But have you considered the financial implications of replacing these already constructed industrial facilities? Heimerdinger stroked his beard thoughtfully and remarked, I can sponsor a portion of the funding in my capacity as the president of Piltover University. But I have heard that the rulers of Zon, those alchemical barons, can be rather difficult to persuade. Upon hearing this, both Li Lin and Victor were filled with joy. If you are willing to sponsor us, it would be immensely beneficial, Li Lin replied, suppressing his excitement. The alchemical barons pose no problem. I have my own channels. With Vander's presence, convincing those barons should not prove too challenging. If there are complications. Nevertheless, Li Lin considered himself to be quite placid. As long as those individuals were cooperative, he had no desire to disrupt the harmony. Since you've said so, I trust in your capability, Heimerdinger replied with a cheerful smile. Oh, and there is one more matter. He gestured towards Victor. My teaching assistant happens to be from Zon. He may be able to provide you with considerable assistance. Would you be amenable to this? Li Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to Victor. Of course, I am willing, but we cannot impose on the parties involved. I have no objections. As long as it contributes to Zon, I am ready to offer whatever is necessary. Victor's face radiated with genuine warmth. With a cheerful smile, Victor locked eyes with Li Lin and extended his right hand for a firm handshake. May our collaboration be fruitful. Indeed, time is of the essence. We have merely 5 years. You may begin discussing plans and preparations. As he spoke, Heimerdinger's eyes twinkled, and he inquired of Li Lin. Have you thought of a name for your plan? This is a long-term developmental project. It simply cannot be nameless. A name, you say? Li Lin mused, gently stroking his chin. After a brief pause, a smile curved at the corners of his mouth. Let us call it the Industrial Revolution. Chapter 58. Fully automated mechanized devices. Upon exiting Heimerdinger's office, Victor and Li Lin entered the elevator. With no one else present, they began discussing how to implement changes in the technology of the Undercity. To be honest, before arriving at Piltover University, I had also studied alchemical technology. How should I describe it? Victor pondered for a moment, then a word suddenly emerged in his mind. Chaos. Yes, chaos and uncertainty. Due to the inherent instability of alchemical technology, even the slightest deviation can lead to exceedingly grave consequences. However, such deviations often arise from various uncontrollable factors. Li Lin endeavored to expand upon Victor's understanding of alchemical technology by integrating his own insights and summarizing the essence of the matter. Victor cast a surprised glance in his direction, affirming the truth of his words. That expression of yours suggests you are curious as to why I have delved into alchemical technology, am I correct? Li Lin inquired with a smile. My thoughts may have been somewhat impolite, Victor replied, awkwardly averting his gaze. I had assumed that your research was solely focused on Hextech, with no involvement in alchemical pursuits. His words were delicately phrased, yet Li Lin grasped the underlying sentiment. The origins of alchemical technology can indeed be traced back several decades, but its genuine development has only spanned the last 20 years or so, in comparison to the centuries-long evolution of Hextech, which is characterized by its remarkable stability and minimal pollution. Alchemical technology appears trivial and lacking in merit. Hardly any esteemed artisan families from the upper city regard the alchemical practices of Zon with any respect. After all, the Hextech standards of Piltover are renowned worldwide, and it would not be an exaggeration to claim they reign supreme. As a craftsman of the Kiramman family, Li Lin naturally fell prey to Victor's preconceived notions, instinctively being perceived as one who looked down upon alchemical endeavors. As long as it pertains to the realms of machinery and science, I am generally open to all forms of literature. With the aid of data-driven thinking, Li Lin has always been receptive to knowledge in all its forms. Even in the realm of alchemical science, he has delved into a considerable amount. He has essentially perused everything found within the archives of the Kiramman family. Victor let out a quiet sigh of relief. Compared to the rather arrogant genius, Jace, whom he had encountered at last night's Evolution Day conference, Li Lin was far more amiable. As the lift came to a steady halt on the second floor, Victor and Li Lin stepped into the corridor. This level housed the offices of most of the faculty at Piltover University and the foot traffic had noticeably increased. However, in contrast to the typically bustling hallways overflowing with people, today's second floor felt relatively tranquil, due to the significant events of the previous night. Piltover had granted a temporary reprieve to ordinary teachers and students alike. Thus, only those engaged in significant research projects were required to attend the academy. Victor led Lin to the door at the end of the corridor, where a plaque inscribed with Office of the Dean's Assistant and Teaching Assistant, Victor, was displayed. "Please, come in," Victor said as he unlocked the door, inviting Lin to enter. The room's decor was quite austere, lacking any personal embellishments. "Would you care for something to drink? Tea or coffee?" "No, thank you." Lin began to decline. But he soon noticed Victor already pouring coffee grounds into a cup. "Make it coffee for me as well. I shall assist you," Lin replied, shaking his head with a quiet sigh. Victor instinctively glanced at his own legs, his expression slightly stiffened, pondering that this was not a task expected of a guest. "Are we not friends?" Lin smiled and remarked, "Isn't it customary for friends to lend each other a helping hand?" The mere mention of the word friend caused a flicker of distraction in Victor's expression. His prodigious intellect alone incited envy. And coupled with his origins from the Undercity and his occasional peculiar ideas, he found himself ostracized at Piltover University with scarcely any companions. The sole exception was a childhood friend hailing from Zon. "Victor?" Lin's call pulled Victor from his tumultuous thoughts. "Apologies, I was lost in reminiscence." A look of regret crossed his face as memories surged forth. Lin, sensing Victor's reluctance to delve deeper into that subject, shifted the conversation. "By the way, you mentioned your office. What is it that you wish to tell me?" Almost forgetting the matter at hand, Victor set down the coffee he had just picked up and gestured for Lin to follow him into a room that was unmistakably a laboratory. This space housed an array of advanced and intricate instruments, some of which were even beyond the reach of the Gilded Company. What captured Lin's attention most was the 4 mechanical arms mounted centrally on a platform. Could this be the nascent form of Victor's future mechanical ascension, complete with a third laser arm? A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Lin's eyes. Leaning on his cane, Victor ambled with a slight unsteadiness to the machine, his excitement palpable as he began to explain. "This is my previously invented fully automated mechanized apparatus. Allow me to demonstrate." He pressed a button, activating the hex deck generator powered by a hex crystal beneath the platform. As the entire machine flickered with arcs of electricity, it gradually became enveloped in a blue energy. Victor swiftly pressed several buttons on the machine's platform with his free left hand. Subsequently, 4 mechanical arms adeptly twisted, and 3 triangular mechanical claws oriented themselves towards Victor, occasionally rotating as if they possessed life. It is difficult to fathom that in a world where the overall technological level is merely that of the steam age, lacking even the first industrial revolution, such devices rivaling Earth's modern technology could emerge. I had input a few fixed commands for them. While speaking, Victor pressed a button on the machine's platform. The 4 mechanical arms received the command and promptly began to pick up components from the platform and assemble them. In no time, with only 1 claw arm remaining, the other 3 arms were replaced with multifunctional maintenance tools, including a hammer and welding torch. Victor pressed another button, and the 4 arms, each with different functions, gathered a heap of discarded metal and mechanical components from the platform. Amidst a flurry of clinking sounds and dazzling sparks, the mechanical arms successfully assembled a pair of waste parts into a miniature metal figurine resembling a black Merdinger. Even Lin, well aware of Victor's intellect, was astonished by the spectacle before him. He had not anticipated that Victor's fully automated mechanical apparatus could achieve such feats. "Did you invent this?" Lin exclaimed in surprise. Victor maintained his smile and nodded silently. "You can create such advanced technology that could be deemed high-end even in Piltover. So why are you merely an assistant?" "To reason. Such automated machinery enjoys extensive application in modern Earth, not to mention the technological prowess of a city-state like Piltover." Upon being questioned by Lin, Victor's expression bore a hint of bitterness. "This invention was birthed in an alchemical workshop in the Undercity a few years ago. At that time, I was still youthful and had yet to attend Piltover University, thus unaware of the intricacies of patents. Later, when I was invited to the academy by Professor Stanwyck, I discovered that this fully automated mechanical device had already been patented by an individual from the Zon Institute of Technology and Magic, who had also devised a robotic alchemical technology specifically for cleaning the alchemical waste from the sewers of the Undercity." Lin fell silent, his heart brimming with indignation over Victor's plight. He suddenly recalled the backstory in which Victor had experienced the theft of his patent for the steam robot Blitz by a shameless professor. Li Lin disapproved of Victor's submissive nature but did not wish for him to transform into a future pioneer of mechanization devoid of emotion, driven to extremes. As a scientist, one's inventions ought to bear one's name, rather than be pilfered by unscrupulous individuals. Such a notion is unacceptable. Li Lin sighed helplessly, his tone tinged with a sense of frustration. Ultimately, it matters little. After all, I have been researching an invention that surpasses fully automated machinery over these years. Victor halted the mechanical arm before him, his countenance glowing with excitement as he gazed at Li Lin. As we consider the possibility of introducing new elements into the waste-cleaning robots designed for the sewers to elevate them to unprecedented heights. Li Lin's heart raced with anticipation at the implications of such an idea. Are you suggesting the Hextech energy crystals? He inquired. Energy crystals? No. Blitz cannot be powered by mere energy crystals, Li Lin replied, shaking his head slightly. What, is my idea not feasible? Victor questioned, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. A mysterious smile crept across Li Lin's face as he responded, it's not that it is unfeasible. But have you considered the potential of utilizing the primordial crystals? In Chapter 59, you truly are my thoughtful little cotton jacket. Li Lin's thoughts regarding the steam-powered robot Blitz were ignited by Victor's mention of enhancing the alchemical technology within the sewer district. Blitz was no ordinary robot. After Victor implanted the invaluable primordial crystal unearthed from Kiramman, it gained a semblance of a soul. Blitz not only surpassed the efficiency of typical robots, but also awakened capacities for learning and innovation through its monotonous daily tasks. It could extrapolate and comprehend the routine commands it received, transcending its role within the alchemical refuse of the sewers, and even engaged in frequent communication with the citizens of Zon. Thus, under the influence of the primordial crystal, Blitz had unequivocally transformed into an independent entity, possessing a soul, rather than remaining merely an unfeeling metallic automaton. Although aware of the profound significance of the primordial crystal to the Shell people, Li Lin was not inclined to disrupt the natural timeline of this world by preventing the birth of Blitz. Firstly, Victor's primordial crystal was approved for research through the Academy. And even if it were not allocated to Blitz, other scientists would inevitably requisition it for different projects. For certain scientists who might jeopardize the integrity of the primordial crystal, its utilization as a Hextech core would be a preferable alternative. This was not a matter he could resolve merely by petitioning the Council to cease excavating primordial crystals, which he deemed a peril to another race. Moreover, his recent confrontation with the council members had already thrust him into the eye of the storm. Additionally, prohibiting research on primordial crystals would primarily infringe upon the interests of the Pharaoh's family. Li Lin had only just begun to establish himself in Piltover a month prior. He did not wish to jeopardize the support he had garnered from Lady Grey by inadvertently pushing her into opposition against him. Within Victor's office, upon hearing Li Lin's proposal, Victor eagerly began drafting an application to the Academy for a primordial crystal. Although his current position was merely that of a teaching assistant with Heimerdinger's assistance, securing a primordial crystal should not pose a significant challenge, provided he could deliver tangible results. To avoid disturbing him further, Li Lin took his leave from Piltover University. Time was of the essence, as he had a myriad of pressing matters awaiting his attention. The moment had arrived when one would incur the wrath of Madame Karina. After exchanging brief pleasantries with the servants, Li Lin stealthily slipped into the main residence, making his way to the drawing room. At that moment, the hall was deserted. The Grand Levier clock in the corner ticked away, its pendulum creating an illusion of a countdown to an impending storm. Was Madame Karina not at home? Li Lin raised an eyebrow, feeling a slight sense of relief, but then a thought struck him. Why do I always feel like a thief in this house? He treaded lightly up the staircase, still finding no one around, not even the maids who typically attended to the cleaning. Before he could ascend to the third floor, a small hand suddenly emerged from behind, tapping him gently on the shoulder. At the same time, a familiar, somewhat playful voice of a girl chimed in his ear. What are you up to? Sneaking around. Startled, Li Lin inhaled sharply and swiftly turned to grasp the warm little hand on his shoulder. Kate, are you trying to scare me to death? He exclaimed. You still don't know the reason? He released her hand with a hint of exasperation. How is your mother? Oh, she is quite angry, Kate replied, her expression and tone suggesting she was jesting. I'm serious, Kate, Li Lin insisted, gazing into her sparkling eyes, a flicker of doubt surfacing in his mind. Madam is not angry with me. Oh, come now. With me around, you have nothing to worry about. Caitlin crossed her arms, shifting her weight slightly forward as she leaned closer to Li Lin, lowering her voice. Mother is still quite upset, but her anger does not stem from your lack of cooperation at the council meeting. Rather, it is because you failed to communicate your thoughts to her in advance, leaving her unprepared. How could I possibly tell her that? Li Lin replied, his expression tinged with bitterness. Caitlin seemed to sense his inner turmoil. In truth, Mother is not as heartless as you imagine. Her actions are motivated by political considerations and the interest of our family. My disapproval of her methods remains unchanged, but, as you know, some things must be done in the realm of politics. Li Lin scratched his head. I recall you mentioned this morning that the lady was in the wrong. That was because Mother did not want us to overthink things. Hence, she withheld her original intentions from us. Caitlin sighed. Although conflicts with the lower city are inevitable, this is the best outcome she could achieve. I never expected you to openly oppose a council member during the meeting, she continued, that she still supported you. After all, you are a part of our family. Caitlin extended her slender, delicate fingers to poke Li Lin's cheek gently. Mother has great trust in you. You must not disappoint her. For the entire Kiramman family would suffer the consequences. Li Lin grasped her finger and sighed. I am well aware of that. As I stated during the meeting, if I dare to speak up, it is because I possess the confidence to follow through. Caitlin's eyes narrowed into crescent moons, and the corners of her soft pink lips curled slightly upward. I believe you. After a brief pause, she continued, however, while trust is one thing, it would be prudent for you to avoid appearing too frequently before my mother lately. She has expressed that your presence irritates her. Li Lin chuckled helplessly. I was intending to discuss the matter of the Hextech energy crystals with her. You needn't worry about that. I have already spoken to my mother. She mentioned that she would consult the Freljord family regarding this issue. You only need to focus on your own responsibilities. Li Lin's heart leapt with joy. Really? Of course, Caitlin replied, a hint of pride in her expression. It was through my request that she agreed to help you. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Perhaps for what you promised me last night. Before Caitlin could finish her sentence, Li Lin, in a moment of excitement, pulled her into his embrace. You truly are my dear little cotton-padded jacket, Kate. Caitlin, taken aback by his sudden action, stood frozen for several seconds, her delicate face flushing a deep crimson. Flustered, she quickly pushed Li Lin away, turned her back to him, and busied herself with adjusting her clothing while playfully scolding. Puffed. Who is your little cotton-padded jacket? You are truly shameless. Yet, despite her words, a different, tender sentiment began to blossom within Caitlin's heart. This feeling seemed rather delightful. Chapter 60. Zahn in need of reform, reflecting on the previous kidnapping incident and last night's targeted assaults on the Kiramman family. Caitlin was acutely aware that this was not the time for recklessness. To avoid adding to the troubles of Li Lin and her family, she resolved not to accompany him into the Undercity. Li Lin entered the workshop and began to install the Hextech energy crystal into the recess of his powered armor's chest. As the core energy was infused, the metallic seams of the armor were enveloped in radiant blue energy. He pressed a series of buttons on the armor's arm, gears whirred and engaged, and mechanical components on the back of the armor swiftly separated and expanded, revealing an entryway into the cockpit. The events of last night had sent shockwaves throughout the city. In Piltover, the orders from the council ensured that the enforcers were operating with strict diligence. The situation was somewhat manageable. However, in Zahn, where law was absent and only a loose alliance of alchemical barons maintained order, the circumstances could be precarious. If there were still remnants of Silco's shimmer potions, the emergence of several rogue alchemical augmentations in the streets would pose a threat that his unarmored form could hardly withstand. Although the Undercity currently had numerous enforcers investigating last night's incidents, relying on others was far less reassuring than relying on oneself. Even a group of professionally trained enforcers could not provide the tangible sense of security that this suit of armor afforded him. Once prepared, Li Lin activated his powered armor and set out towards Airdrop Street. Unlike previous years, the remnants of Evolution Day dissipated rapidly this time around. As of today, regardless of the street, citizens are making every effort to remain indoors, and the few figures visible on the streets are the patrolling law enforcement officers, clad in uniform and armed to the teeth. Given the rumors surrounding last night's events, the officers are largely aware that the power armor worn by Li Lin is from the Kiramman family. Thus, Li Lin navigates smoothly to Airdrop Street, pays for 2 fares, and descends to the mid-level of Zahn via the lift. On the surface, the atmosphere of the alley appears little different from his previous visits. The narrow streets and alleys remain bustling with activity, as if nothing has transpired, with people going about their business as usual. However, upon closer inspection, one might discern an inexplicable tension permeating the hazy air, a struggle, not a struggle directed towards the upper city, but rather an internal conflict within the lower city. It is the clash between Vander's Black Alley and the gangs led by Silco. Throughout his journey, Li Lin encounters a myriad of complex and intersecting gazes, ultimately arriving at Vander's Fugen Tavern. As it is still early, the tavern has yet to open. However, the cacophony of what resembles a quarrel emanating from within suggests that at least 20 individuals are present. The armed thugs stationed at the entrance, upon sighting the imposing power armor, widen their eyes in astonishment, their throats subtly moving as they swallow nervously. Their expressions do not reflect fear, but rather a sense of surprise at encountering something unusual for the second time. Clearly, they recognize the power armor. And the individual piloting it is none other than the ally who rescued their leader, Vander, the previous night. Is Vander here? I need to find him, came the mechanical, muffled voice of Li Lin through the mask. As he spoke, the young thug hurried into the room, seemingly hearing the angry shouts directed at him by several individuals. However, it was not long before Vander, leading a group, burst through the tavern's doors. Upon seeing the familiar yet astonishing power armor, his left eye swollen to a dark purple hue, and only his right eye visible, Vander's face lit up with joy. His subordinates, witnessing Li Lin, displayed a variety of expressions. They had witnessed the formidable power of this armor the previous night, capable of effortlessly vanquishing creatures that had clearly transcended human limits, instilling a sense of reverence in their hearts. Li Lin, you have finally arrived. I waited for you for quite a while last night, even considering sending someone to assist you. Vander appeared relatively unscathed, though a fleeting expression of pain occasionally crossed his face. Li Lin lifted the visor of his armor, gazing with concern at Vander's nearly shut left eye. How's your injury? Oh, just a minor wound. Vander waved his hand dismissively. In my youth, I often bore worse injuries than this. He gestured for his subordinates to make way, allowing Li Lin to enter the tavern. As they walked, he continued, last night, Ben arranged for a doctor to see me. He insisted I stay in bed for at least 2 weeks. At my age, if I don't move for a day, I feel utterly restless. 2 weeks of inactivity would leave me feeling rusted, and honestly, aside from a bit of a headache and nausea, I don't think it's too serious. Have you suffered a concussion? Li Lin inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity, as he was somewhat familiar with the symptoms. Concussion? Vander raised an eyebrow, clearly perplexed by this unfamiliar term. It refers to an injury caused by an external force impacting the head, resulting in damage to the brain, Li Lin explained, shaking his head. You should heed the doctor's advice and rest properly. Otherwise, you may suffer lingering effects. He moved behind the bar and poured a glass of fine beer for Li Lin, who politely declined, gesturing to his powered armor. Since there are no outsiders here, perhaps you should consider removing that cumbersome suit. It seems rather inconvenient to wear. Vander suggested. Li Lin offered a vague excuse, not out of distrust towards Vander, but rather due to having overheard a quarrel from outside. He feared that some individuals might harbor ill intentions and take advantage of his momentary vulnerability. Although he doubted any dweller of the lower city would be capable of operating the powered armor, he preferred to avoid unnecessary risks. Vander, not pondering too deeply on the matter, lifted his glass and downed the drink in one swift motion, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand and letting out a satisfied sigh. The patrons of the tavern remained silent. Over 20 pairs of eyes fixed intently on the bar, quietly listening to the exchange between the two. Recalling the earlier commotion, Li Lin interjected, by the way, when I entered, I seemed to overhear you engaged in a dispute. He clearly wished to avoid delving deeper into this topic, concerned that his subordinates might once again unleash their suppressed anger. After a brief mention, Vander lifted his gaze to meet Li Lin's eyes, deftly shifting the topic. I see you are fully equipped today. Surely you are preparing for something significant. Do you require my assistance? Upon broaching the matter at hand, Li Lin slightly adjusted his demeanor and nodded gently. Indeed, I have a request for your help. Vander patted his chest with assurance. Absolutely. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall exert my utmost effort. In truth, given your influence, it should not be overly challenging. Li Lin paused briefly, his expression turning grave as he stated, I believe Zwan is in dire need of reform. Reform? Not only Vander, but others in the tavern exchanged puzzled glances. After a moment, Vander surveyed the expressions of his subordinates, taking in their bewilderment. After a moment of contemplation, He continued, I find the Undercity to be quite satisfactory. What further reform is necessary? Li Lin sighed in resignation and recounted the decisions made by the council members earlier that morning. What nonsense are these so-called council members spouting? On what grounds do they act so? We have not provoked the Upper City in recent years, have we? Do these wretched denizens of the Upper City wish to eradicate us completely? This predicament is clearly the doing of Silco. Why must we bear the brunt of it? I propose we capture Silco and deliver him to the Upper City, thus. Are you a fool? No matter how much we quarrel internally, it remains a matter solely concerning our lower city. Do you truly wish to grovel before those wretched scoundrels of the Upper City? As the discordant voices within the tavern escalated in intensity, Vander silently retrieved a pipe from the drawer beside him, struck a match, and took a couple of puffs. Subsequently, he slammed a hand upon the table, raising his voice to quell the tumult. Enough, enough. Can you all allow Li Lin to finish speaking? Upon hearing the leader's command, the room gradually fell into silence, yet the restless hearts of the crowd would not easily be subdued. Sensing the burning gazes infused with a myriad of emotions directed at him, Li Lin turned to face them. You need not worry. I have persuaded the council members, and they have agreed to grant me 5 years to transform Zahn. Before he could complete his sentence, 3 visibly rebellious ruffians displayed disdainful expressions and provocatively interjected. You? A mere child yet to fully mature? Huh. How can I believe that a person from the Upper City would genuinely wish to assist us in the Lower City? Indeed. What of the council and its members plotting against us? Who can ascertain the truth of such claims? In my view, we might as well. Before Li Lin could respond, Vander, unable to tolerate their insolence any longer, interjected, That's enough. However, the trio, consistently discontent with Vander's ideals of comfort and peace, showed no signs of relenting, growing increasingly agitated as they continued. Vander, why do you speak on behalf of an Upper City dweller? Indeed, we, the denizens of the Lower City, must determine our course of action and the manner in which we shall proceed. When is it ever appropriate for an Upper City dweller to dictate our affairs? Let us not even mention Silco, should those Upper City scoundrels dare to disrupt our lives. We ought to show them the consequences of their actions. Do you not agree, comrades? Yes, absolutely. That is precisely how it should be. The fervor among the crowd was swiftly reignited by their 3 instigators. Vander's countenance darkened gradually. A portion of the onlookers, sensing his ire, discreetly urged one another to silence, and they quietly distanced themselves from the trio of troublemakers. At this juncture, the tavern was left with only those 3, brazenly shouting without restraint. Vander took a couple of puffs from his pipe and stepped away from the bar, advancing toward the 3. However, as he passed by Lin, a mechanical hand firmly grasped his shoulder, halting his progress. Allow me, Lin interjected. Vander nodded slightly, silently leaning against the bar and exhaling smoke rings, curious to observe how Lin would navigate the situation. Lin, re-engaging his armor and donning his mask, addressed the ringleader among the troublemakers. What is your name? Hey, you little brat from the Upper City, you want to know my. I ask again, what is your name? Lin's tone grew more pronounced as he stepped forward. Wow, what? You dare to threaten me? Let me tell you, I've been threatened since childhood. You are nothing to me. At this moment, Lin activated the power armor's overload charge. After a fleeting 3 seconds, the metallic shell of the armor was enveloped by pulsating blue arcs of electricity, exuding an even greater sense of intimidation. The 3 provocateurs swallowed hard, their eyes betraying a hint of panic as they glanced at their companions. Regrettably, their habitual arrogance had rendered them quite unpopular, and given Vander's indifference towards Li Lin's actions, the loyal subordinates of Vander had no inclination to defend these 3 fools, who were both ostentatious and loquacious, especially when confronted with such a colossal iron behemoth capable of effortlessly crushing even monsters. The leader of the provocateurs was nudged forward by his 2 companions, and in a bid to preserve his dignity, he forced himself to step forward. Humph. Uttering my name will startle you. My name is. Before he could finish, Li Lin disdainfully interjected with a scoff. Enough. I have no interest in your name. You bastard. The provocateurs's face flushed with rage. Are you mocking me? Oh, how clever of you to notice, Li Lin chuckled lightly, raising his armored hand in a gesture of international camaraderie. What? Yes, I am indeed toying with you. So what? Damn it. The provocateur, thoroughly rattled by Li Lin, began to curse vehemently, drawing a short blade from his waist and brandishing it through the air. If you have the guts, why don't you take off that hunk of metal? Let us have a fair fight. Li Lin continued to smile, his tone unperturbed. If you have the means, why not invest in armor like mine? I have all the time in the world to wait for you. Oh, I forgot. You're broke, so that's that. You scoundrel. Yet he never anticipated that his two close comrades had silently infiltrated the crowd, entirely disregarding his desperate gaze. So, wealth makes one exceptional, does it? Apologies, but indeed, wealth does confer a certain significance. Li Lin's tone grew increasingly frigid. He took several strides toward the provocateur. You. Please do not approach. At that moment, the provocateur was consumed by a singular sentiment: regret. Why had he been so foolish, so unable to restrain his tongue? Provoking this individual? Last night, the formidable prowess of this man was unmistakable. With each step Li Lin took closer, the provocateur retreated, until he collided with a table behind him, stumbling and collapsing to the ground. When he rose again, intending to distance himself from the imposing figure before him, Li Lin had already reached his side, crouching down and pinning his shoulder with a mechanical hand, the immense force rendering him immobile. Having exchanged enough words, "You have insulted me for quite some time. I perceive you are not a fool. Seeing me clad in power armor, yet still so audacious. You must possess considerable confidence in your abilities." Li Lin chuckled coldly, gripping the panic-stricken provocateur's arms and hoisting him up. However, as soon as the provocateur stood, his legs trembled with fear, causing him to falter and fall once more. Simultaneously, a foul stench suddenly permeated the air. The provocateur had, in his fright, soiled himself. Li Lin quickly stepped back, fearful of soiling his power armor with the mess created by this boastful individual. The remaining patrons of the tavern distanced themselves from the scene with disdain. However, under the recent intimidation exerted by Li Lin, none dared to voice their ridicule towards the troublemaker. At that moment, Vander, with a resigned sigh, tapped his pipe a few times and beckoned to the other two troublemakers who had melded into the crowd. "Come on, you two, hurry up and escort him out. And also, clean this place up." Reluctantly, the two emerged, helping the troublemaker, whose face was flushed with embarrassment and who was too mortified to lift his gaze. Out of the tavern, with an impassive expression, he surveyed the room with a cold glare and spoke. "Now, can we have a serious discussion?" Chapter 62. A single voice for Zahn is sufficient aside from the faint crackle of energy circulating through Li Lin's power armor and the sounds of collective breaths. The room was enveloped in silence. "Now, everyone, let us listen attentively as Li Lin shares his thoughts. He is not only my friend, but also my savior," Vander stated in a calm tone, slightly alleviating the tense atmosphere. "Although Li Lin was relatively young, I trust that none of you will show him any disrespect." Noticing that no one dared to contradict him openly, he exchanged a knowing glance with Li Lin. Li Lin nodded in acknowledgement, his tone softening slightly. "Where were we?" Yes, regarding the promise made by the counselors to transform Zahn within 5 years and to alleviate the discord between the two cities." He casually scanned the faces around him, noting that the majority still wore expressions of skepticism and distrust. It was merely due to Vander's presence and the intimidation he had just displayed that no one dared to question. Li Lin was not surprised by this. It would have been abnormal if these individuals believed everything he said. He took a moment to collect his thoughts before proceeding. "I understand that many of you do not trust me, as, according to your perspective, I am merely a lowly inhabitant of the Peaching. This is entirely reasonable. I do not expect to earn your trust overnight, for I believe time will reveal the truth. Nevertheless, every word I utter is genuine, and I hope you will listen to me attentively." Li Lin then recounted the events that transpired in the assembly that morning, up until Salo presented his conditions. Naturally, he deliberately omitted certain details, such as parts of Karina's dialogue, in order to prevent her from being cast in an unfavorable light. Once Li Lin concluded his account, a prolonged silence enveloped the room. After a considerable pause, someone finally posed a question. "So, if I understand correctly, for council members have agreed to allow you to alter the status quo of Zuin?" The speaker was a woman with somewhat dark skin and smoky eye makeup. She held a low-quality cigarette produced in Zuin between her fingers, her voice slightly husky, a clear indication of the effects of the city's smog. Li Lin recalled her name. He had heard someone refer to her as Sawaika the previous night before they stormed the old confactory. Indeed, there exists a Yordle named Heimerdinger, who presently serves as the esteemed president of Piltover University, a fervent advocate of scientific inquiry and the first to extend his support to me. Following him is Councillor Kiramman from the Kiramman family, my benefactor, a conservative figure among the legislators who seeks to maintain amicable relations with Zahn, thus offering her endorsement. Additionally, there is Councillor Mittard, who, despite her reservations about suppressing Zahn, has rallied behind my proposal a pragmatic approach aimed at ameliorating the discord between the two city-states. One that is indeed feasible. At this juncture, a robust man, towering almost as high as the Lee Sin-powered armor, interjected with skepticism. Middard? Is that not the most affluent family in the upper city? They control the Sun Gate Sea Lock. I once labored as a dock worker there. Those individuals are notorious for withholding our wages and are far from virtuous. It is worth noting that Councillor Middard has been disowned, and her ties to the Piltover Middard lineage are tenuous at best, as she hails from Noxus. Li Lin shook his head, revealing a fragment of the information Caitlin had previously imparted regarding Mel. Vander took a puff from his pipe, his thick brows furrowing in contemplation. You've only mentioned 3 counselors thus far. What of the 4th? The remaining counselor has offered her support out of respect for Councillor Middard. Li Lin sighed softly, stating that he had 3 conditions, one of which entails delivering tangible results within 5 years. Vander's brow furrowed even deeper, sensing that the situation was not as straightforward as Li Lin had portrayed. What are the other 2 conditions? One aspect pertains to funding. It is unlikely that those prominent families will offer us their sponsorship, which is of little consequence. Currently, at least Professor Heimerdinger can represent Piltover University to provide an investment. And the Grellman family is also willing to contribute financially. Li Lin paused momentarily. The final condition posed the real dilemma. If I fail to produce satisfactory results for the legislators within 5 years, my family, the Grellmans, must bear the consequences of my actions today. He refrained from elaborating on what exactly this responsibility entailed. Everyone present had fought tooth and nail to reach their current positions. They were not fools and understood the implications of his statement. Vander's face flickered with surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. You are indeed capable of such feats for the Undercity. Given that he had risen to become the leader of the Black Alley, coupled with the troublesome nature of his 4 subordinates, Vander had a keen sense for detecting deceit. However, Li Lin's words were overwhelmingly truthful. The remaining fractional untruth did not hold significance, merely omitting the original sentiments expressed by Karina and Mel. Moreover, after their previous encounters and last night's rescue, Vander had developed a level of trust in Li Lin that, while not quite akin to that of a brother forged in battle like Benzo, was nonetheless substantial. As a scientist, is not the ultimate purpose of technological development to benefit humanity? Li Lin chuckled softly, asserting that the denizens of Piltover are human, just as those from Zon are. All humans are born equal. Why then should there be a distinction in treatment? His final words evoked a peculiar sentiment within nearly everyone present. Indeed, the denizens of Piltover and Zon ought to exist in a state of equality, with many still holding on to the belief that Piltover originally belonged to Zon. Even the legendary goddess of the winds, Janna, is regarded as a guardian deity of Zon. If this is the case, what justifies the notion that the inhabitants of the Undercity are inherently inferior to those of the Upper City? The tavern fell into a profound silence. While it is commendable to harbor aspirations, the desire to supplant the alchemical technology of the Undercity should make one acutely aware of whose interests are at stake. Sevika shook her head, igniting a cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling a ring of smoke, clearly unconvinced by Li Lin's assertions. As it stands, she discerned that Li Lin was indeed considering the welfare of Zon, which led her to refrain from the usual animosity she held towards other citizens of Piltover. I fear that the alchemical barons of the other districts would not acquiesce. Even if your so-called physical electricity generation proves to be more stable and secure than alchemical methods, one must understand that the Undercity differs vastly from the Upper City here. Lives are deemed inconsequential, and the alchemical barons wield absolute power, embodying both deities and law. Any entity or individual that threatens their interests ultimately vanishes from this world. Sevika's warning was not without merit. Alchemical technology is indispensable to the barons of Zon. It is their means of profit and a tool for maintaining their dominion. Meanwhile, Li Lin's influx of Upper City capital, aimed at reconstructing the Undercity and replacing alchemical technology, poses a significant threat to the barons. For them, this endeavor symbolizes not merely the Upper City's attempt to win the hearts of the Undercity's populace, but also an encroachment upon their established interests. Hence, my visit to Vander today was prompted by the necessity for assistance. Li Lin's gaze shifted to the middle-aged man beside him, who was silently pondering while puffing on his pipe. I believe that Zwan only requires a spokesperson, he remarked. Chapter 63. There are still numerous matters to attend to. Under the watchful eyes of Li Lin, which shimmered with an unusual brilliance, Vandal appeared utterly bewildered. It was not only Li Lin. He noticed that even his subordinates, upon hearing Li Lin's words, instinctively turned their fervent gazes towards him. What are you all staring at me for? Vandal extinguished his pipe, and set it down on the table. I had no intention of. Vandal, a hoarse voice interrupted him. Do you not wish to see the bottom city flourish? Such words you speak. Our initial shared aspiration was precisely that. Vandal's gaze briefly met each of his subordinates, only to realize that they all seemed to concur with Li Lin's assertion. Before he could articulate further, the others eagerly interjected, each urging him. Vandal, you established the bottom city. Those alchemical barons ought to heed your command. Indeed, Vandal, the territories of the alchemical barons were granted by you. You should be the one leading the bottom city. I find this young man's perspective quite commendable. For the bottom city to improve, a leader is essential. Years ago, you led us, along with the alchemical barons, in our rebellion against the upper city. Although we faced defeat, I trust they will still obey your orders. I say, if it means altering the circumstances of the bottom city, what harm is there in opposing those alchemical barons? We outnumber them, and we are not to be trifled with. Due to Li Lin's recent earnest words, there remains a hope that Vander could once again assume command of the city, becoming its sole ruler. Apart from a faction still skeptical of him or harboring animosity towards the people of Peaching, the majority of his subordinates were willing to advocate on his behalf. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, Vander lowered his gaze and raised his arm, gesturing for silence. I understand the sentiment expressed by everyone, yet you are all aware that I have spent the past few years in the dark alleys, essentially severing ties with those alchemical barons. Now, they have established their own powers, boasting formidable forces. While they might grant me a modicum of respect, the likelihood of them heeding my commands again is slim. He sighed heavily, his expression revealing a sense of resignation. Then let them witness your prowess and prove that you are not past your prime, Vander. Sivika's expression remained impassive, but a hint of ruthlessness gleamed in her eyes as she discarded the cigarette but beneath her foot. If they refuse to cooperate, you should communicate as you did before when conquering the city, using your fists to speak. She glanced toward the upper right corner of the bar, indicating the iron gauntlets that had been rediscovered and rehung after being found last night. Vander furrowed his brow, realizing that reasoning with these somewhat obstinate subordinates was futile, and he turned his attention back to Li Lin. While it may not be the most opportune moment to mention this, your origins in Ionia have afforded you the experience of war. You should comprehend that where there is struggle, there will inevitably be sacrifice. I have witnessed too many familiar faces fall before my eyes, their souls claimed by the alchemical barons. Thus, I established this sanctuary, a refuge to unite every individual, to foster mutual assistance and protection. Should you require my aid, I genuinely wish to assist you. However, those alchemical barons are unlikely to heed my words. If you seek a more forceful approach, they will not remain passive either. Conflict and bloodshed are inevitable. Vander did not articulate his thoughts too bluntly, yet the implication was relatively clear. In essence, he was reluctant to expose his subordinates to such peril. Nevertheless, Li Lin held a differing perspective. You misunderstand me, Vander. Vander raised an eyebrow in confusion. What do you mean? I do not require your subordinates to take risks or shed blood. I only seek your stance, Li Lin elucidated. Your stance? Vander remained perplexed. If there is no bloodshed and no confrontation with the alchemical barons, how do you intend to persuade those individuals? Well, Vander stroked his chin, his dark gray beard, his tone uncertain. In the past, 5 individuals who labored alongside us in the mines have ascended to become alchemical barons. However, in recent years, new figures have emerged, climbing to the apex of power and becoming the new alchemical barons. Given my current influence, I believe that the 5 individuals I mentioned will likely attend. However, the remaining alchemical barons, whom I do not know, may extend me some courtesy, though I suspect that the vast majority will not heed my call. Enough of that. Let us summon as many as we can, and those unwilling to come may be disregarded. What are you preparing to summon them for? Vander questioned, perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, Li Lin slowly articulated a few words. The Alchemical Barons Conference. Pausing briefly, he added, I intend to persuade them in my own way. Once their agreement was reached, Li Lin and Vander settled upon a month's time frame. Since Vander was unlikely to provide substantial assistance, Li Lin recognized the necessity of preparing meticulously during this interval. He aimed to produce the initial batch of small generators, sufficient to showcase at the forthcoming Alchemical Barons Conference. According to Li Lin's vision, the transition to alternative power sources must be executed incrementally. The cessation and reconstruction of existing alchemical technology for energy generation cannot occur abruptly. Such a drastic measure would not only be met with resistance from the alchemical barons but would also displease the citizens of Zon. After all, it would severely disrupt their daily lives. potentially leading to significant unemployment. Therefore, the establishment of a substitute power plant must precede any dismantling. Given Zaun's geographical context, Li Lin considered it prudent to initially harness tidal energy, extracting power from the nearby tidal currents or the fluctuations of the tidal sea surface. In comparison to conventional hydropower stations, tidal energy power plants boast reduced construction costs and expedited development, thereby minimizing the time investment required before they become operational. As for the rationale behind not utilizing wind power, achieving stable wind energy generation necessitates the invocation of the guardian of Zaun, the wind goddess, Janna. However, time is of the essence, and Li Lin is currently uncertain about how to summon her. Even if he were able to call upon her, her willingness to assist remains uncertain. Regarding thermal power stations, he intends to consider rebuilding one as a substitute after dismantling the alchemical energy generation facilities. Furthermore, Li Lin previously learned from his studies that the sewers of Piltover lead to a certain area of Zaun's underbelly, where the wastewater is simply treated and discharged into the sea, a sheer waste of resources. He plans to carve out some time to survey the terrain of the sewage discharge area in the future. If feasible, constructing a biogas power plant within the sewers could prove to be a commendable option. There remains a multitude of tasks at hand. Chapter 64. A new concept for powered armor. In the ensuing days, Li Lin found himself perpetually occupied, rushing about with little respite. Nevertheless, most of his time was spent at Piltover University, engaging in discussions with Jess and Victor. Prior to being besieged by the pollen of the flower of the Evolution Day Festival, Jess and Victor had already forged an acquaintance, each holding a profound admiration for the other's exceptional intellect. Alas, Piltover University currently lacks any viable primordial crystals, necessitating a temporary halt in Victor's research on Blitz. Fortunately, the Kiramman family has reached an agreement with the Phyros family and has provided Li Lin and Jace with a batch of 2 standard containers of hextech crystals, totaling 24 pieces. With Victor's assistance, they successfully upgraded all the technology crystals into energy crystals, which were then divided into 3 equal portions. 8 energy crystals were taken by Jace to explore his new concept, the Hexgate, which utilizes technology to control magic, thereby achieving the effect of arcane teleportation. This invention is poised to be the 3rd groundbreaking creation in Piltover, following Li Lin's Hextech energy crystals and physical generators. In contrast to Li Lin's innovation, Jace's Hexgate seems to garner greater attention from the council members, various prominent families, and even Piltover University, having attracted an immeasurable amount of sponsorship and investment. Once the research is completed, it will significantly reduce the distances between nations, yielding effects that far surpass modern transportation technologies such as airplanes and high-speed trains on Earth. Another 8 energy crystals were entrusted to Victor, who, even without the original crystals, could at least develop a series of fully automated robots that are more practical than those created through alchemical technology. The final 8 energy crystals were retained by Li Lin himself. It is time to refine the current prototype of the power armor and integrate a weapons system, as it may prove useful in the upcoming Alchemical Barons meeting. The completion of the power armor is expected to take approximately 2 weeks, and coupled with the inspiration drawn from Victor's invention of fully automated mechanical devices, Li Lin has now conceived new ideas for the power armor. Initially, he intended to harness the principles of full automation to conceal all weaponry beneath the armor, deploying it only when necessary to prevent skilled adversaries from easily dismantling the weapon systems during combat. The vacant spaces atop the power armor were plentiful. Thus, Li Lin planned to install 2 energy cannons capable of firing energy orbs on the shoulders, reminiscent of the energy cannon wielded by Jace's Mercury. On the reverse side of his left forearm and within the palm, he aimed to incorporate a device that could emit laser beams and a manually aimed energy cannon, respectively. Equipped with an array of long-range weaponry, he was equally mindful of the necessity for close combat arms. The sight of a collapsible high-frequency vibration knife beside the corpse of Carvina had sparked inspiration within him. He envisioned modifying the high-frequency vibration knife and affixing it to the rear of his right arm, allowing it to remain concealed within the armor until the moment it was needed for melee combat. Powered by energy crystals, the vibration knife would oscillate at a high frequency, heating the blade to a temperature sufficient to slice through steel as if it were mere clay. This remarkable technology was invented by a prodigious young mechanist named Zevi at the tender age of 5 while attending Piltover University. Li Lin was astounded when he first learned of this from Victor, reflecting on the stark contrast between the accomplishments of others at such a young age and his own childhood, which had been spent watering dirt piles and playing in mud. In addition to these innovations, Li Lin also planned to equip the back of the armor with an electrostatic field device akin to blitzes. This mechanism would harness and disperse the energy from the crystals, generating a powerful energy shockwave akin to that produced by the Hextech revolver. Particularly useful in scenarios where he found himself besieged by numerous foes. Regarding the absence of intelligent chips, the manual operation is exceedingly cumbersome, and unforeseen incidents may arise during combat. How to effectively control these weapons? Li Lin possesses a skill known as neural network connection. By installing a neural interface within the helmet, linking the entire machine to his nervous system, this dilemma can be effortlessly resolved. Without hesitation, upon reaching level 8, Li Lin discovered that he could enhance his skills once more. Consequently, he invested 3 skill points to elevate Beginner Mechanic, Mechanical Affinity, and Mechanical Improvement to level 2, thereby augmenting certain attributes. Following this, he remained awake for 3 consecutive days and nights, immersed in his workshop, only stepping away for brief restroom breaks, even having his meals delivered by servants to his workspace. Finally, in the early hours of the second day, he completed the design blueprint for the advanced power mech. With the remaining day, he proceeded to create several other items. Knock, 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 he hoarsely inquired, "Who is it?" Though he uttered these words, he was well aware of who awaited him outside. Dragging his weary spirit and fatigued body, Li Lin opened the door. As anticipated, it was indeed Caitlin standing there. At this hour, the only person who would come to seek him out was this idly wandering young lady, often without engagements. Upon seeing Li Lin's disheveled appearance, with unkempt hair, stained clothing, and dark circles under his eyes that resembled a smoky makeup, Caitlin's eyes widened in astonishment. Li Lin stifled a yawn and asked, "What brings you here?" He was about to rub his eyes, stained with a vivid crimson hue, with hands marked by graphite smudges, when Caitlin seized his wrist. "Oh, just look at your hands. Aren't you bothered by the filth? Rubbing your eyes like that could provoke an ocular inflammation." Her expression and tone bore a hint of disdain, yet she did not shy away from physical contact with Li Lin. Subsequently, Caitlin's gaze drifted past him to the chaotic studio, her lips twitching slightly. "You mustn't tell me you've been engrossed in your power armor for the past 3 days. Neglecting sleep." As Caitlin's voice dwindled, she found herself momentarily at a loss. Observing Li Lin's disheveled appearance and recalling how seldom she had seen him in the last 3 days, it dawned on her that he might indeed have gone without sleep for 3 consecutive days. "Have you truly not slept for 3 days? Are you a fool? Do you think you are a machine? I need not elaborate on the toll that 3 days without sleep can take on one's body." Furthermore, the nagging tone she adopted was reminiscent of her mother's admonitions about her late-night habits. Li Lin gazed deeply into Caitlin's gem-like eyes, shimmering with concern, remaining silent. After a while, as Caitlin felt the heat of his intense gaze, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she turned her face away. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Caitlin stammered, her heart racing inexplicably at the intensity of his stare, leaving her feeling anxious and bewildered. Li Lin remained silent, instead turning his right hand to clasp her small hand. A fleeting look of surprise and shyness flickered in Caitlin's eyes. However, before she could react, Li Lin gently exerted force, drawing her into the room. "I have a gift for you." Chapter 65, Laser Sniper Rifle. Iron Blood, what are you doing? Don't you know there's a distinction between men and women? Yet, within the dimly lit confines of Li Lin's room, adorned with alchemical technology, his attention was not on Caitlin, and he failed to notice her flushed complexion. As he retrieved an item from the drawer of his workbench, Caitlin took a deep breath to steady her emotions, allowing her heated cheeks to return to a more normal hue. "What is this?" Caitlin inquired, her eyes catching sight of a finely crafted small box nestled in Li Lin's palm, her delicate brows arching in curiosity. A conjecture flitted through her mind, though she hesitated to voice it, her heart racing with uncontainable excitement. "A gift, is it not? Haven't you always wanted one?" A smile crept across Li Lin's lips as he slowly opened the box. Inside the compact, exquisite gift box lay a mechanical watch in a lovely shade of violet. Delicately crafted and intricately designed, Caitlin's favorite. Unlike Li Lin's own watch, this one appeared daintier and more petite, its strap fashioned not from metal, but from finely polished genuine leather. Caitlin's breath caught for a moment, her eyes wide with disbelief. After a brief pause, she could no longer contain her astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, is this for me?" Li Lin smiled and nodded, remaining silent, his expression suffused with affirmation. "You are truly wonderful, Li Lin," Caitlin exclaimed with joy. Yet her upbringing instilled in her a reserve that tempered her excitement. As she reached out her small hand to grasp the watch for a closer inspection, A fleeting thought caused her to freeze mid-motion. What's the matter? Don't you like it? Li Lin inquired, noting her reaction with a hint of concern. No, Caitlin replied, her lips parting slightly as she shook her head. I really adore it. Before Li Lin could convey his sentiments, she shyly lowered her gaze and extended her left hand towards him. Could you help me put it on? Seemingly anxious that Li Lin might misinterpret her request, Caitlin quickly added, don't get the wrong idea. I just don't quite know how to wear it. It was inconceivable that a brilliant detective like Caitlin, known for her meticulous reasoning and exceptional learning ability, would be unaware of how to wear a watch. Li Lin scratched his head, pondering why her recent behavior seemed so peculiar. Could it be that she has developed feelings for me? No. That must be one of life's great illusions. He hastily dismissed his tumultuous thoughts, placing the gift box on the table before unfastening the watch strap with a deep breath. Under the soft glow of the alchemical technology lights, Li Lin suddenly realized that Caitlin's exposed forearm appeared to have taken on an unusual blush. His gaze followed the line of her arm, gradually ascending until it rested on her bashful countenance, nearly hidden within her chest. Something feels amiss, very amiss. This does not resemble the three great illusions at all. Yet, we have only known each other for a little over a month. She has shown no inclination towards the equally handsome Jace, so how could she possibly harbor feelings for me? Although we are of similar age, and since my body has recovered from malnutrition, my appearance is not inferior to Jace's. Li Lin subtly shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. He had always admired Caitlin as a hero even before his transmigration, let alone now that he has seen her in person. Even if Li Lin's conjecture were true and Caitlin indeed harbored feelings for him, he would not wish to shatter this delicate relationship just yet. At the very least, he wanted to establish a career that would allow him to stand on equal footing with the Guilman family. It seemed that Li Lin had hesitated for too long. Caitlin could not help but urge him, hurry up, my arm is getting sore. Immediately, helping someone else wear a watch inevitably entails a touch of skin. Caitlin, who usually places great emphasis on her skincare, despite frequently venturing out for hunts, still possesses skin that is delicate and tender, not to mention warm. A subtle fragrance of lavender wafted from her, occasionally drifting into Li Lin's nostrils, tugging at his heartstrings. This effect was not limited to Li Lin. Caitlin felt it too. Only the ticking second hand continued to remind them that time flows steadily onward. Both remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the ambience that, to outsiders, seemed somewhat ambiguous. Cough, it's all better now. Under the soft glow of the dim light, the violet watch seemed to reflect a brilliance akin to the stars, causing Caitlin to momentarily lose herself in thought. How beautiful, she murmured. Immediately, her shimmering eyes turned towards Li Lin, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Thank you, Li Lin, I truly adore it. Caitlin was momentarily taken aback. Huh? Before she could gather her thoughts and express her discontent towards Li Lin for disrupting the ambience, she observed him moving towards a corner of the room where a white cloth draped over an object stood. You, really? Caitlin gasped in astonishment. She certainly remembered the gift she wished for that day, yet she never anticipated Li Lin would actually fulfill it so swiftly. Your sniper rifle. I spent nearly an entire day crafting it, he declared as he pulled away the white cloth. Revealed before Caitlin was a sniper rifle, approximately 1.2 meters in length, displaying a peculiar dark red hue. Its form was elongated, featuring a manually adjustable mechanical sight capable of magnification up to 8 times. In the middle of its body lay a spherical recess, housing a rounded, muted hextech energy crystal. Most remarkable, however, was the barrel, which diverged from conventional designs. It was constructed of 3 precisely fitting metal cones, seamlessly assembled together. At its apex, only the sharp tip of the conical structure was visible, devoid of any gun muzzle capable of firing bullets, which left Caitlin in a state of perplexity. Nevertheless, she refrained from voicing her questions. Since it was a rifle personally crafted by Li Lin for her, it surely possessed its unique attributes. Caitlin lifted the sniper rifle, taking a moment to appreciate its weight, which was only slightly heavier than the Bilgewater Mauser her father had gifted her. As she explored the surface of the firearm, she quickly located a knob situated just below the energy crystal recess, even in the absence of Li Lin's guidance. Casting a glance at Li Lin, she felt encouraged by the look in his eyes and gently rotated the knob. In an instant, the energy crystal within the recess was activated, emitting a dim blue glow. Subsequently, to Caitlin's astonishment, the 3 1/3 sections of the conical structure at the muzzle began to rapidly separate and rotate. One metallic cone remained above while the other two descended, forming a symmetrical triangular shape, revealing an aperture pulsating with blue light at the point of connection to the rifle. Simultaneously, blue arcs of electricity danced between the cones, and an energy sphere emerged from the aperture, hovering in place. It was evident that this was an energy weapon. Oh, gears in motion. Could this be the Hextech gun invented by Vistra? Have you improved upon it? The Hextech gun she referred to was developed over a decade ago, representing Piltover's initial attempts to utilize hex crystals as energy cores, specifically designed to provide energy weapons for the Enforcers. However, due to a subsequent series of grave security issues, the production of these energy rifles was halted, and all of them were duly sealed away. Such a rudimentary weapon was certainly within Li Lin's knowledge. The design schematics for this weapon lay gathering dust on the top shelf of the German family library. It is no wonder that Caitlin mistook it, for this sniper rifle bore a striking resemblance to the Hextech ether rifle. Yet, for Li Lin, there was no way he would resort to such a subpar weapon to deceive Caitlin. With the assistance of the skills, mechanics introduction, and data-driven thinking, Li Lin had devoted considerable time to research and ultimately design this rare-quality laser sniper rifle blueprint. However, due to a lack of time and energy crystals previously, he only had the opportunity to bring it to fruition in these past 3 days. No, to be precise, this firearm is of my own design, crafted specifically for you. Li Lin smiled. I named it Iron Blood. Chapter 66, Sniper Rifle. A personal strategic weapon. Iron Blood. Caitlin's eyes glazed over as she gently caressed the body of the rifle. Of course, if you dislike this name. I love it. She interrupted Li Lin. The name Iron Blood suits it perfectly. After a brief pause, Caitlin lifted her gaze to meet Li Lin's, her face alight with excitement and eagerness. May I try it? No? At this late hour? Won't it disturb others? Rest assured, there is a shooting range underground, with excellent soundproofing. You need not worry. Caitlin adjusted the weapon switch, deactivating the energy, and hoisted the sniper rifle onto her shoulder, urging Li Lin to follow her outside with a sense of urgency. Hurry. Li Lin, still dazed. The shooting range was connected to the secure explosion-proof room, separated by thick walls embedded with reinforced metal plates, featuring a designated safety passage leading to the upper levels. Thus, in the event of an explosion during an experiment in the secure room, the individual's next door would remain unaffected. Despite having been deprived of sleep for 3 consecutive days, Li Lin felt a surreal lightness in his steps, as if walking on clouds. However, he had yet to test the rifle, and to avert any unforeseen incidents. He followed Caitlin to the shooting range. The Kiramman family maintained stringent control over kinetic weaponry. Even Caitlin needed to register with the butler to obtain ammunition. The range was devoid of any firearms or ammunition left unattended, featuring only an empty preparation area and metallic targets frequently replaced by servants. At the shooting station, Caitlin attentively absorbed Li Lin's description of the sniper rifle's various functionalities. Laser sniper rifle. Iron Blood. Rare, a laser sniper rifle powered by a helix energy crystal at its core, capable of effortlessly penetrating reinforced alloy steel plates with its energy projectiles. Attributes: mechanical 500 health, 500 energy, 20 combat power. Ability effects: passive energy crystal core, provides an additional 1000 energy, significantly enhancing the power of energy projectiles. Passive recharging, restores 3 of maximum energy per second. Passive ability, stealth, significantly reduces the sound generated when firing shock rounds, energy rounds, and penetrating laser beams. Passive ability, precision shot, greatly diminishes the recoil produced by each bullet fired. Active ability, rapid assembly. The firearm structure is simple, allowing for quick assembly or disassembly into parts, facilitating ease of transport. Shock round, fires a non-lethal projectile that temporarily incapacitates the enemy through energy discharge. Energy round, fires an energy projectile that inflicts lethal damage on a single target, possessing limited penetration capability. Penetrating laser beam, after a charge time of 0 to 3 seconds, releases an energy laser beam, dealing fatal damage to targets within its ballistic range, exhibiting formidable penetration. The longer the charge time, the greater the range and destructive power, consuming 15-30 of total energy per shot. Charge compression cannon, after a charging time of 3 to 12 seconds, fires a high-compression energy sphere, delivering devastating strikes to the target and surrounding area within a radius of 10 to 45 meters. The longer the charge time, the more destructive the impact, consuming 30-90 of total energy per shot. with a cooldown period of 3 to 12 hours. This sniper rifle is of rare quality. Upon completion of its crafting, Li Lin advanced one level in his profession and received a reward of 2 skill points. To date, his level stands at 9, with 4 skill points remaining. In contrast, the power armor did not yield any initial crafting rewards, likely due to its status as a mere prototype, still in the process of completion. Li Lin swiftly articulated the attributes of the firearm in accordance with the system's prompts, relaying the information to Caitlin. Despite her preparation for the fact that this gun could not possibly be an ordinary item, she was nonetheless taken aback by Li Lin's description. Setting aside the advantages of not requiring a magazine change and its compatibility with various types of ammunition, the mere fact that it could achieve near silence and virtually no recoil was astonishing to Caitlin. Not to mention, this weapon boasted a final stage, large area lethality ammunition mode. A fully charged compression cannon could effortlessly demolish a small building. It was indeed more formidable than a grenade. Should the legislators or other families become aware of this sniper rifle's capabilities, they would either frantically dispatch spies to steal the blueprints or unanimously vote to have it sealed and permanently prohibited. This was far from an ordinary energy sniper rifle. It was, in essence, a weapon of strategic significance for individual soldiers. If it were to fall into the hands of a nefarious individual with expertise in firearms, it would undoubtedly incite chaos across the 2 city-states. Could I truly master this weapon? Caitlin pondered, biting her pale lips, as self-doubt crept in. Yet, her affection for the gun was undeniable. Li Lin. Caitlin gently caressed the firearm's body, her voice trembling slightly. After a moment of hesitation, she cradled the iron blood and presented it to Li Lin, stating, "I believe it is not quite suited for me." Li Lin stroked his chin, scrutinizing Caitlin's expression carefully. However, due to his less-than-ideal mental state and muddled thoughts, he seemed to have misunderstood the situation. There is no need to be afraid. Isn't the mace of Mercury invented by Jace also highly lethal? Li Lin sought to reassure Caitlin by invoking the example of Jace. Despite lacking combat training, Jace adeptly wielded a hammer capable of transforming into an energy cannon. "Your marksmanship is exceptional. I have full faith you can master it," he proclaimed. While there was truth in his words, Caitlin found herself in a quandary. The weapon was indeed formidable, and her usual pursuits involved merely hunting. "Aren't you aspiring to become a private detective?" Li Lin inquired, catching Caitlin off guard. Ambition and desire lurked beneath the polished facade of Piltover, akin to ferocious beasts cornered with no escape. Countless individuals faced hardships in the Twin City-states, and she possessed the means to assist them. Moreover, Caitlin harbored no intention of simply inheriting her family's business, nor did she wish to marry a man devoid of affection. Thus, she yearned for change. As Li Lin had previously articulated, Caitlin resolved to commence her journey as a private detective, honing her skills in the process. Yet, she pondered how he had gleaned her unspoken thoughts. Despite her bewilderment, she gently nodded in affirmation. Being a private detective was no trivial endeavor. It carried risks akin to those faced by law enforcement officers during investigations. "Accept it. You are its most fitting owner," he urged. After a lengthy moment of contemplation, Caitlin fixed her gaze upon the iron blood and decisively nodded. "Yes, I will treat it with the utmost care." Li Lin flashed a grin, turning to point at a distant target. "Would you not like to give it a try?" Chapter 67. The arrival of Silco. Li Lin accompanied the exuberant Caitlin for over an hour as she tested the iron blood. By the following evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, hunger stirred him from a restless slumber. He rose from his bed and ambled into the kitchen to hastily prepare a meager meal. In the blink of an eye, 10 hours had slipped away. The early morning sun cast its golden rays upon the earth, and the grand clock in the Zodiac basement chimed 8 times, heralding the dawn of another industrious day. Li Lin's fatigue dissipated, and he relished a refreshing shower before donning his attire. The materials necessary for upgrading his power armor were numerous and quite rare, with some even prohibited in the market. However, being associated with the Kiramman family made procuring anything remarkably convenient. Even acquiring illicit goods was not overly complicated, albeit it would require additional time. The steward anticipated that it would take at least 2 to 3 days to gather the materials Li Lin required. Should the exploration proceed swiftly and without hindrance, he might carve out some time to assist Jace and Victor at Piltover University with their ongoing projects. Both the Hextech gateways and the fully automated Hextech robotics would significantly bolster Li Lin's capabilities in the future. Caitlin and the Kiramman couple had ventured out early, leaving Li Lin in blissful solitude. After swiftly concluding his breakfast, he donned his power armor and set forth towards Airdrop Street. The early morning in Piltover was bustling with activity. Emerging from the shadows of a recent terror attack, the orderly rhythm of this progressive city was gradually returning to normal. The streets, not particularly wide, were teeming with hurried citizens, jostling and pushing their way to work. However, beneath the imposing presence of Li Lin, an aura of intimidation emanating from his formidable stature, a space of at least 5 meters always surrounded him. Ignoring the curious glances of the murmuring crowd, Li Lin arrived at the Airdrop Street, where he purchased a ticket to the mid-level plaza at double the price. Once the creaking hex pressure lift had docked and its passengers disembarked, he entered the elevator with a handful of others, ascending to the deserted top floor. Descending, the lift's operator today was a middle-aged woman who, while shouting into the microphone, rang a bell in her hand. Billowing steam erupted from the exhaust, coating the glass windows with a mist. The 3 vertical tracks of the spiral gear rotated as the elevator swayed gently downward, emitting a chorus of creaking metal. This scene prompted a sudden recollection in Li Lin's mind of the tale of Blitz. In some future day, this very elevator would encounter a malfunction. Yet, Blitz, clinging to its exterior with mechanical claws, would avert a catastrophic fall, thus saving dozens of lives. However, due to his own presence altering the current timeline, it remains uncertain whether this butterfly effect would cause Blitz to miss this pivotal moment. It seems prudent to schedule a maintenance for the elevator, Li Lin mused to himself. After half an hour, he arrived at the dark alley of the mid-level plaza. He had just descended from the elevator and walked a short distance from the diamond-shaped steel fence when he was encircled by 5 visibly emaciated youths, clad in the attire of street ruffians. Was this an attempt to rob me? Within the confines of his powered armor, Li Lin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, finding the situation somewhat amusing. Before he could utter a word, the apparent leader of the other 4, a robust boy sporting a mohawk, spoke up. You are Mr. Li Lin, correct? To Li Lin's surprise, this street thug recognized his name, and his tone was unexpectedly courteous. These individuals were not criminals intent on robbery. Indeed, what do you want? Li Lin replied, his tone lacking any semblance of politeness. Yet the mohawked boy remained unfazed. We have been awaiting your arrival for several days, Mr. Li Lin, he grinned, revealing a set of unsightly yellow teeth. A gentleman named Silco provided us with some funds to wait for a person clad in full steel armor, named Li Lin. Silco? Upon hearing this name, Li Lin's brow furrowed. He held no favorable impression of this individual, not only due to Silco's previous abduction of Vander, but also because he appeared to be a benefactor of Singed, who had developed the harmful substance known as the microdrug, which was designed to alter the human body while causing significant damage. After a brief pause, Li Lin's voice emanated through the metallic mask, carrying a distinctly mechanical tone. What does he seek from me? This is not something we are privy to. He did not disclose that information to us. The youth raked his fingers through his hair and continued. He merely mentioned that once he meets you, he would like us to escort you to an alchemical workshop on the outskirts of the alley. Li Lin curled his lip in disdain, waved his hand dismissively, and attempted to turn away, lacking any interest. Why would an unfamiliar individual, one who was antagonistic not only towards himself but also towards Vander and the entire alley, extend an invitation to him for a cordial reception? Moreover, the location was at the periphery of the alley, a territory beyond Vander's jurisdiction, and likely under the control of Silco. Such an overtly treacherous invitation was evidently designed to ensnare him, and it would be foolish of him to entertain such a notion. Please, Mr. Li Lin. Before he could take 2 steps, several youths once again obstructed his path, their faces bearing a semblance of pleading. We have already accepted payment. We must fulfill our task. Come with us, just this once. No, your financial dealings are of no concern to me. I did not receive any payment. Although he understood that many children raised in Zon, lacking formal education, often fell into a life of petty crime, Li Lin felt sympathy for their plight. Yet, that did not imply he was obligated to succumb to their moral coercion. Furthermore, they were dispatched by Silco, and he had pressing matters of his own to attend to. Li Lin's expression grew increasingly somber. Just as he prepared to push past these ruffians and leave, a rich, magnetic voice resonated from a distance, piercing his ears. Do not be angry. These children are uneducated and somewhat naive, their words lacking tact. Silco, Li Lin squinted, directing his gaze towards the source of the voice. A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed yet possessing a left eye that resembled a demon's gaze, emerged from a narrow alley. flanked by 2 burly bodyguards and a youth attired similarly to the 5 individuals before him. He gestured towards them, prompting a group of ruffian youths to hasten towards him, receiving a pouch of money before vanishing from Li Lin's sight alongside the young man. "Mr. Li Lin, I believe you should remember me, so I need not introduce myself," he stated, a hint of impatience lacing his tone as if he had been waiting for quite some time, the youths merely a diversion to facilitate his arrival. Upon seeing Silco, a chill flickered in Li Lin's eyes. "Silco, what do you intend to do? Do not forget, this is the territory of the Black Alley, and your subordinates cannot match my strength. You misunderstand. My purpose in seeking you is not to instigate a conflict," Silco replied, his fingers interlaced before his chest, his calm demeanor exuding an air of superiority. "Then what is it for?" Li Lin retorted with a scoff. "Spare me the pleasantries. My time is invaluable. I shall grant you only 10 seconds. No need for 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Before Silco could finish his sentence, Li Lin had swiftly counted down from 10 to 3. Silco's lips twitched involuntarily. Alas, by that time, Li Lin had completed the countdown. "Regrettably, you failed to seize the opportunity. I shall take my leave." Li Lin offered him not a moment to ponder, nor did he intend to entertain his prattle. With a dismissive remark, he turned to leave. "This fellow is utterly arrogant." Silco forcefully suppressed the ire bubbling within him. "Wait." Observing that Li Lin showed no inclination to slow his pace, he hastily interjected, "I have heard about your dealings with Vander. He seems rather reluctant to cooperate with you. But I am willing to ally with you." Li Lin halted momentarily, subsequently turning around, his voice tinged with astonishment and confusion. "What did you say?" Chapter 68. "All for Zahn, I believe you, and I can collaborate. Have you lost your senses?" An incredulous thought flickered through Li Lin's mind, leaving him uncertain of how to respond. Fortunately, the mask on his face concealed his expression, preventing Silco from discerning his thoughts. Li Lin slightly shook his head and turned to leave once more. "I do not comprehend what you are saying. We are all intelligent individuals here. I believe there is no need for us to feign ignorance." Silco emphasized his words. "To demonstrate my sincerity, I will be direct. I have placed informants within Vander's ranks. I have heard about recent events from a few days ago. Indeed, I suspected there was a traitor among Vander's followers." Li Lin furrowed his brow but did not turn away. However, he also refrained from advancing further. "So what is it that you wish to convey? That armor you wear, did you devise it yourself?" "I have never encountered, well, such wearable armor before. It is rather inconvenient here. I find this place quite suitable. No one around dares to approach." Upon hearing Li Lin's words, Silco momentarily hesitated before speaking. Judging by his tone and demeanor, he appeared to be earnest. Silco narrowed his eyes and gestured to the 2 burly men behind him, lowering his voice as he instructed, "Ensure that no one else comes near us." The 2 muscular figures nodded in agreement, crossing their arms to block the 2 entrances leading to this spot. As for Li Lin's vicinity, there was no need for guard. It was unlikely anyone would dare to come close. Silco moved a few steps closer to Li Lin, adopting a more conciliatory tone. "You are quite astute, more so than the majority of the upper city dwellers I have encountered, which leads me to believe you can discern the reality of the situation." Li Lin's brow furrowed deeper, an unsettling sensation emanating from Silco's words. Vander is a coward, having remained in the tranquil back alleys for years, living in his own world. Oblivious to the true nature of the Undercity, his edges have long been smoothed away. Just look at you. You faced pressure at the council and stood against the tide, while your young girlfriend. She is not my girlfriend. Temporarily, Li Lin added silently in his mind. All right, Miss Kiramman, her family still stands behind you as a guarantee, merely to ensure that Zahn becomes a better place. Silco took a deep breath, feeling his blood pressure rise whenever he conversed with Li Lin. But what of Vander? When you sought his assistance, what did he say? As the leader of the most formidable faction in the Undercity, he refrains from taking action against the alchemical barons out of fear of bloodshed and sacrifice. Silco's voice possesses a peculiar enchantment, compelling one to believe his words. While he professes that everything is for the sake of Zahn, in truth, he is merely a coward who has entirely forgotten the origins of Zahn. Then he shifted his tones, emphasizing his words. Blood and struggle, this is the very essence of Zahn's existence, and we embody it even more. Vander is no longer the valiant figure he once was. He is aged and is unfit to lead Zahn. Unfit. But you are? Upon hearing this, Li Lin felt no further need to listen. In essence, Silco's lengthy monologue was merely an attempt to instill in himself the notion that he is more suitable to be the leader of Zon. Li Lin did not possess a profound understanding of Silco. He only knew that he had once worked alongside Vander in the same mine, sharing a bond akin to brotherhood. Later, unwilling to endure relentless oppression, they led a rebellion against the upper city, which sparked the momentous Day of Ashes. Ideals may be beautiful, but reality is harsh. How could a group of unarmed, poorly trained, and malnourished miners, along with other oppressed individuals, possibly contend with the enforcers who wielded hextech and were extensively trained? This insurrection ultimately culminated in the slaughter of the rebels by the enforcers, followed by Vander's capitulation. It was during this time that the compromising Vander and the hopeful Silco regarding the resistance became irrevocably estranged. To speak candidly, Li Lin found himself deeply contemplative upon learning about that significant event from years past. As a child nurtured under the Crimson Banner, he had a profound understanding of such matters, having traversed through the compulsory education system from elementary school to university. Neither Vander nor Silco were truly in the right. The discord between Piltover and Zon was not a conflict born of a single moment. Moreover, due to the unique geographical positioning of the two city-states, resolving their differences was no simple task. For Vander and Silco to lead Zon towards independence, they would first need a guiding ideology, establish their own armed forces, and mobilize the masses, all while avoiding a direct confrontation with Piltover to have any chance of success. Of course, one could only speak of a possibility, as the odds remained rather slim. After all, hextech technology still surpassed the current technological capabilities of Earth in several aspects. But what of Vander and Silco? After enduring oppression, they impulsively rallied a larger crowd, employing inferior alchemical technology to forge a path, charging unarmed into the upper city to confront enforcers armed with hex weapons. If Li Lin were to evaluate their actions from that time, he could only describe them as foolish. Yet, it must be acknowledged that this world lacks great thinkers and revolutionaries. Aside from a few prodigious inventors, those in Zon who could access higher education were essentially non-existent. Which is understandable. Upon having his intentions so directly unveiled by Li Lin, Silco momentarily faltered before quickly regaining composure. If everything were truly for Zon, I would indeed be more suitable than Vander. Li Lin chuckled softly and shook his head, asserting, "I believe you utterly misunderstand." The expression on Silco's face shifted subtly, caught off guard by a brash young man, a decade his junior, daring to say he did not understand. After a brief pause, Silco let out a few hollow chuckles, yet his voice carried an undercurrent of profound indifference. Indeed, he did not comprehend the message being conveyed. Did he truly require it to be spelled out for him? Li Lin turned, his emotionless gaze piercing through the metallic mask, icy as it regarded Silco. You aspire to be the leader of Zon, to stand shoulder to shoulder with Piltover, yet we are acutely aware that, given your circumstances and the state of Zon, such ambitions are utterly unattainable. Hence, you seek to recruit me, to exploit my influence, or that of the forces behind me, to swiftly amplify Zon's power, allowing you to launch another Day of Ashes. Silco's hand, which had been stroking his chin, froze momentarily, a flicker of astonishment flashing through the clarity of his right eye. Spare me. I will not permit such endeavors. Li Lin's tone was frigid. Since you have stationed informants under Vander's command and are aware of our conversation from days past, you should be acutely cognizant of my intentions. I strive to secure opportunities for Zon's advancement before the Council, not to enable your continued animosity towards Piltover, but to ease the tensions between us. While you may be more inclined than Vander to support my cause, in my eyes, you are a ruthless figure. Your thoughts excessively radical, and you will never adhere to my vision of peaceful development. Therefore, in comparison to the peace-seeking Vander, you are not the most suitable partner for collaboration. Do you grasp my meaning? Silco stood there, expressionless and ensnared in silence for what felt like an eternity. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I am pressed for time. With that, Li Lin turned and made his way down the fog-laden path towards the Fugen Tavern. Everything was for the sake of Zon. Yet Piltover was once a part of Zon as well, was it not? Silco's pupils constricted slightly, his face a mask of astonishment as he gazed at the vanishing figure enveloped in the haze, the flickering blue of his powered armor lingering in his mind. He discerned a different implication in Li Lin's final words, an implication that only someone like him could grasp. Li Lin. Silco's right hand caressed his own face, whispering the name with a contemplative air. After a prolonged moment, a subtle smile curled at the corners of his mouth. You truly astonish me. Chapter 69. A Request for Embrace. The streets of the back alley remained as lively as ever. Passers-by frequently paused to glimpse the wares offered by the vendors lining the street, seeking something novel. In certain dimly lit alleys devoid of alchemical streetlights, one could spot small-time thugs, various yordles, and Vastaya peddling illicit goods. Leland even caught sight of vendors selling tiny stone beetles, tadpoles of the magical swamp frog, and even enormous mushrooms adorned with purple circles. Goodness, this must be where Timo procures his stock, Leland mused inwardly. Even though the recent turmoil surrounding the Evolution Day conference has yet to subside, the law enforcers frequently visit Zuin to gather evidence against the Wells distillery. Yet they remain unable to deter the mercenary black market traders who are solely driven by profit. Upon sighting Li Lin in his power armor, many mistook him for an enforcer, hastily concealing their goods and fleeing in disarray. However, Li Lin had grown accustomed to such occurrences. The last time he visited Zuin to seek out Vander, he encountered a similar situation. Navigating through the narrow main alleyway without hindrance, Li Lin arrived at the Fugen Tavern after a brief journey of over 10 minutes. It was still early morning, and the tavern was shrouded in darkness, devoid of patrons, as it typically commenced operations closer to dusk. Nevertheless, the tavern's door was unlocked, and Li Lin pushed it open. Not yet open for business, came a familiar, slightly impatient voice. Li Lin focused his gaze and spotted a blue-haired little girl perched on a wooden triangular stool, her arms propping her delicate face against the bar. She cradled a patched-up, somewhat grimy rabbit plush toy in her arms, while a cup with a straw, seemingly filled with juice, sat before her. It was the explosive companion he had missed during his previous visit. A smile crept onto Li Lin's face as he silently approached her. However, the mechanical whir of the power armor was unmistakably loud. Despite his efforts to tread lightly, the sound resonated clearly within the silent tavern. "I've told you. The tavern isn't open yet." She was all too familiar with the sound of his power armor. "Li Lin," exclaimed the girl in surprise. She quickly leaped down from her stool, her feet unable to touch the ground. During this time, Bao Bao nearly stumbled over a chair leg, prompting Li Lin to hurriedly take a couple of steps forward to find an appropriate position to crouch down, ensuring he could catch her should she fall. Sensing Li Lin's intentions, Bao Bao's sapphire blue eyes sparkled with mischief as she playfully lunged forward. The metallic shell of the powered armor lacked the warmth of Li Lin's embrace. Yet she continued to delightfully cling to him, nuzzling her small face against his chest. Li Lin first operated the armor to lift the visor, then gently ruffled Bao Bao's hair with his hand. "Aren't you cold in this frigid winter?" he asked. She shook her head, emitting an indiscernible nasal sound. Just as Li Lin intended to rise, he noticed Bao Bao blinking her bright, watery eyes, pouting her lips, and opening her arms, her intentions unmistakably clear. A hint of helplessness crossed his face as he wrapped one arm around her legs, effortlessly lifting her to rest upon his right arm. Wahahaha. Bao Bao erupted into a series of melodious, light-hearted giggles. With her left arm encircling Li Lin's neck for stability, her right hand extended with fingers together. Gliding over the top of Li Lin's head, her eyes crescent-shaped with glee, she declared, "I'm taller than you. Want to be higher?" Li Lin chuckled as he continued to raise her, lifting her above his head. Bao Bao's little heart raced as her small hands instinctively grasped the protruding surfaces of the powered armor, her laughter unabated and brimming with excitement. Once Bao Bao had giggled herself to exhaustion, Li Lin gently lowered his arm, bringing her little face level with his gaze. "You promised to visit me last time. Yet you never came," Bao Bao panted, slightly out of breath. Li Lin did arrive the following day, but at that moment, you had gone with Wei and the others to the Binsua shop to play with Ike, which prevented Binsua from attending the meeting to look after you. Following closely behind him were the dusty-faced Wei, Craig, and Marrow. The four had just been busy in the warehouse downstairs. The tavern remained unlocked throughout the day, as there was always a possibility that someone might come seeking Vander. Bao Bao, still quite young and in a growth phase, had been entrusted with the responsibility of watching the shop instead of joining them in their tasks. This was the reason for her impatience when Li Lin entered. Fortunately, he was not there to cause trouble. Upon seeing Li Lin, Craig and Marrow immediately rushed over, their faces alight with excitement as they reached out to touch the steel armor. The phrase "Mecha is a man's romance" holds true even in this alternate world. "Cool. I want to have one of those," Bao Bao exclaimed. "Wei, would you like to come up and play too?" She beckoned to Wei, only to see her shake her head in refusal. No, no. At that moment, Wei felt a deep inner conflict. On one hand, she had always believed that her parents' deaths were due to the upper city, which was the primary reason for her animosity towards the people of Piltover. Li Lin, being a resident of Piltover himself, also belonged to a family of counselors. On the other hand, Li Lin is a savior to Vander. While Wei hopes for her sister to have a better life than her own. However, Li Lin seems to have a rather favorable disposition towards Bao Bao. This conflicting sentiment leaves her uncertain on how to confront Li Lin, prompting her to find solace in the fact that he is not a native of the city. And she makes an effort to avoid him. Li Lin smiled, seemingly indifferent to the group of children, his gaze briefly shifting to meet Vander's. The swelling around his left eye had significantly diminished, allowing him to open his eyes wide enough to see clearly. And his complexion had improved considerably compared to the previous days. Vander casually wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel draped over his shoulder. A smile gracing his face. "Did you come to inquire about the alchemist Baron?" he asked, seemingly misunderstanding Li Lin's intentions. An awkward expression flickered across Li Lin's face. That was not the issue at hand. Even if they did not show up, it would not matter. He had already made preparations in advance and did not expect much cooperation from those alchemist barons. Ultimately, it would be up to him to persuade them in every sense of the word. "I came to see you primarily to ask for a recommendation for someone familiar with the Undercity, including the sewer areas." "Someone familiar with the Undercity? I have quite a few in my employ. What do you intend to do?" Vander inquired, puzzled. "To establish a tidal power station, a suitable location is required. And I wish to survey the terrain here." "Ah, I see." Vander stroked his beard, falling into contemplation. After a while, he recommended a suitable candidate to Li Lin. "Well, Park has grown up in the sewer district and is a businessman who frequently travels back and forth. So he is quite familiar with the Undercity. I believe he should be able to help." Before Vander could finish his sentence, Bao Bao immediately raised her small hand excitedly and exclaimed, "I know where Hark's house is. I can take Li Lin there." "Oh dear, Bao Bao is too young. Let me go instead, Vander. You know I run fast. I will definitely." My Luo interjected, pushing her aside, which made Bao Bao sulk and stick out her tongue at him, making a face. Even Craig joined in the fun, saying, "I think I should go. I am steadier than my Luo." After that, the three children widened their eyes, staring at each other defiantly. Li Lin's powered armor was incredibly cool to these young ones, and no one wanted to miss the chance to spend more time with him. Vander ultimately had to assign one of them to guide Li Lin. Thus, apart from Wei, the three began to compete for this opportunity. Sigh, the children's bickering gave Vander quite the headache. All right, stop arguing. You can all go together." "Really?" the three exclaimed in unison, though each with a different tone of surprise. "Vale." Vander cast a glance at the tavern's entrance. Oblivious to the hint of resistance etched on Vale's face, he reiterated, "Things have been rather tumultuous lately, with enforcers lurking everywhere. Please do not create any more troubles for me." Chapter 70. Guide Huck's abode was nestled in the lower half of the mid-tier square, adjacent to the upper levels of the Undercity. The pervasive smog pollution there was far more severe than in the dark alleys, and incidents of alchemical gas leaks or facility explosions were not uncommon, rendering it an unsuitable residence, perhaps due to his roots in the Undercity. Huck held modest expectations for his living environment, seeking merely a budget-friendly place to reside. On the way to Huck's home, Bobo was cradled in Li Lin's arms. Craig and Marrow followed closely, strutting with pride amidst the astonished and envious gazes of other children from Zwan, their eyes shimmering with a sense of triumph. Vale, however, wore a sullen expression, leading the way in silence. Even when Bobo called out to her several times, she merely offered half-hearted responses. Yet, Bobo, Craig, and Marrow were preoccupied with their thoughts on the powered armor and paid little attention to Vale's unusual demeanor. However, Li Lin, possessing a mature mental age, was quick to discern her disquiet. Vale seemed to harbor some resentment towards me, perhaps due to my status as an upper city dweller. Nonetheless, he did not dwell on this matter too heavily. With his involvement, Vander, as the guardian of the two sisters, had avoided being sent for reform last time, and it was unlikely he would ever become a Zwan beast again. Consequently, it is highly unlikely that Jinx will emerge from the chaos, and thus the bond between the two sisters will remain unbroken. In this scenario, it is equally probable that Vi will not become Caitlyn's partner. The fluttering of butterfly wings signifies that, due to a mere intervention by Li Lin, the fates of 4 champions have undergone a conspicuous transformation. This does not even account for others who have crossed paths with him, such as Jace, Victor, Echo, Heimerdinger, Oriana, and Camille. The gears of destiny for Piltover and Zon are in motion, propelling the futures of these two city-states toward an unknown horizon. Li Lin is uncertain whether this future is benevolent or malevolent, yet he is determined to strive for its betterment. After all, his vision extends beyond the confines of these twin cities. It encompasses the entirety of Runeterra. The twin cities serve as his starting point and, to some extent, his stronghold. If he cannot manage even the least challenging starting point of Runeterra, how could he possibly face the impending crises of the world? As his thoughts swirled chaotically, Vi halted her steps ahead, declaring, "We have arrived." They now stood upon a narrow bridge, approximately 10 meters above the ground, crafted from discarded metal. The bridge was so slender that it barely allowed two individuals to walk side by side. A layer of green, moss-like vegetation, likely catalyzed by the alchemical fumes emitted from the nearby workshops, enveloped the decaying metal railing. On the opposite side, a cylindrical hut adorned with dark green moss mirrored in Li Lin's gaze, reminiscent of the metallic water towers perched atop many of Piltover's edifices. Due to the alchemy workshop below, the rent here is quite affordable. Wei casually introduced the surroundings and then gestured for Li Lin and the others to follow him. However, as Li Lin stepped onto the bridge, the combined weight of himself, his power armor, and Bao Bao caused the structure to emit a jarring metallic creak, instilling a sense of unease within him. Would this bridge collapse under my weight halfway across? Instinctively, Li Lin tilted his head slightly to glance down. It was a drop of over 10 meters. My armor is too heavy. I fear the bridge may not withstand it. I shall wait for you here. He beckoned Craig and Mero to follow, while Bao Bao remained by Li Lin's side. With this thought in mind, Bao Bao opened his arms, prompting Li Lin to lift him once more. At the entrance of Huck's home, Wei seemed to notice that her sister, who usually clung to her, had not followed. She casually glanced back, feigning nonchalance, but was unfortunately obstructed by Craig's robust physique. "Craig, you really ought to lose some weight," she remarked with mild annoyance. Amid Craig's bewildered expression and Mero's suppressed laughter, Wei knocked on the abandoned blast door that had been inexplicably installed here. Who is it?" A somewhat sharp male voice echoed from within. "It's me, Wei." There was a brief silence, followed by the shrill sound of metal scraping as the door slowly opened. A middle-aged man, small in stature, wearing glasses and sporting a ponytail, yet with a receding hairline reminiscent of a programmer, peeked out from behind the door. "Wei, ha. What brings you here?" Huck possesses a peculiar habit of punctuating his speech with a few ha sounds, leaving an impression of a petty character. This quirk stems from his naturally slight frame, which made him a target for bullying, and in a bid to avoid physical confrontation, he cultivated the habit of endearing himself to others. "Vander sought my assistance for a particular matter. Haha. You must be acquainted with Li Lin, right?" Wei did not pay much attention to Huck's odd idiosyncrasy, merely gesturing with a thumbs up towards the back, though Huck could only see Craig. "Li Lin." He pondered for a moment before suddenly realizing, "Ha. Of course, the one clad in full iron armor at the tavern a few days ago. Ha. I was present as well." Wei nodded slightly, speaking in a calm tone. "Yes, he wishes to explore the Undercity and requires a guide. Vander believes you're suitable." "Naturally." "Haha, Vander's friends are my friends. Shall we depart now?" "Indeed, Li Lin is waiting over there." Wei paused for a moment, adding, "If you have the time." "Of course. Haha, I have no objections. Allow me a moment to prepare." Huck adjusted his glasses and turned to enter the room. After a brief 2 minutes, he re-emerged, donning a somewhat tattered overcoat. Huck followed behind Craig, Mero, and Wei as they traversed the bridge, greeting Li Lin. "Haha. Mr. Li Lin, may the haze never intrude upon your home. You may not recognize me. Haha, but I am Huck." Li Lin had a vague recollection of the stooped, timid old man. On that day, he sat beside the trio of rowdy troublemakers, sipping his drink. However, fearing the potential fallout from their altercation, he retreated to a corner alone. Soon after, she maneuvered past Li Lin and descended the staircase behind him. "What is wrong with Wei today?" It was only then that Craig noticed her unusual demeanor. "I don't know, but you know how it is with women. There are always a few days each month." Mero chuckled, covering his mouth. "Oh, Mero, how dare you speak ill of your sister?" Bao Bao leapt from Li Lin's embrace, made a face at Mero, and shouted, I only learned this from books." Mero retorted, his face flushed, insisting it wasn't slander. Yet, fearing that Bao Bao might actually relay something to Wei, he hurriedly circumvented Li Lin and caught up with her. Craig smirked, displaying a hint of helplessness, bid farewell to Li Lin, and followed suit. Only Bao Bao remained behind. "Will you still go to the tavern today?" She lifted her small face, her azure eyes sparkling with anticipation. Well, Li Lin couldn't make any promises, but he would try. Then it's settled. But you mustn't deceive me again. With that, She waved goodbye to Li Lin and hurried to catch up with the three who were about to walk away. That child. Li Lin smiled helplessly. He then redirected his attention to Hake, who stood nearby. Under the scrutiny of Li Lin, Hark lowered his head, rubbing his hands together, letting out a few light chuckles. Heh. Why do I always feel like a villain preying on the innocent? Observing his demeanor, an unexpected thought crossed Li Lin's mind. Clearing his throat, he dispelled his distractions. I seek a coastal area with significant tidal differences, a terrain capable of storing substantial amounts of seawater, where construction projects can be undertaken. Do you know of a suitable location? Chapter 71. The Drainage District. To Li Lin's surprise, fulfilling this request in Zuin proved to be quite challenging. However, after Hark provided a brief explanation, clarity dawned upon him. The presence of the Sun's Gate Sea Lock had resulted in a substantial amount of seawater being diverted to the Piltover Canal, creating a secure haven for trading vessels. Consequently, the coastal line of Zuin did not experience significant tidal fluctuations. This, however, was true only for the dock at the mid-level plaza. In the lower drainage district, there were indeed several areas with considerable tidal differences that had yet to be developed into docks. The disparity between the drainage district and the lower portion of the mid-level plaza was quite pronounced. Li Lin initially contemplated spending some money to take an elevator down with Hark, yet to his surprise, Hark declined and proposed an alternative route. They would descend via a steep path. Thus, Hark guided Li Lin down several ramps and staircases until they reached an abandoned colossal steel framework adorned with a glowing purple sign. Through the haze, looking down revealed only an abyss of impenetrable darkness. Li Lin, somewhat uncertain, inquired, Is this the path you mentioned? He scrutinized the structure of the abandoned framework, which seemed to have been intended for the construction of an elevator. However, for various reasons, the project had been halted midway. The incline was indeed steep, but where was the path? He chuckled softly, noting that even Hark had donned a subpar alchemical breathing filter, speaking in a muffled tone. With a light laugh, he gestured downward, saying, If we crawl along the framework, it's not that high. Only about 20 meters. 20 meters ISNT high. Li Lin's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to suppress his inner critique. If I had known you were referring to such a narrow path, I would have preferred to descend via the elevator. Not to be rude, but are you certain this rusty framework can support my powered armor? It should be fine, right? A hint of embarrassment flickered across Hark's face. To be honest, he had not given much thought to this concern before. Now, with noon approaching, Li Lin needed to swiftly ascertain a suitable location for establishing a tidal power station. The first batch of water wheel generators was already being manufactured under Madame Karina's arrangements, and workers needed to be found to commence construction on the dam. Time was of the essence. With only 5 years at his disposal, he had little time to plan the construction of the project. With a sigh, Li Lin turned to Hark, who awaited his instructions, and said, Let us proceed down this way. All right. How do you plan to descend? Hark merely rubbed his hands together, tucked his glasses into his jacket pocket, and began to perform a series of warm-up exercises, bouncing on the spot. Observing Hark, despite his fragile stature at such a tender age, Li Lin felt a twinge of hesitation. Suddenly, he bent his left leg forward and straightened his right leg back, fully preparing himself before darting ahead with fervor. However, as he paused for a moment, contemplating to intervene, it was too late. To Li Lin's astonishment, Hark's performance was nothing short of remarkable. Upon reaching the precipice, he forcefully propelled himself from the ground, soaring over 3 meters in a single leap. Grasping the nearest metal beam with an effortless grace, he waved at Li Lin, then began to descend along the iron frame. Before long, Hark's figure vanished into the hazy abyss, eluding Li Lin's sight. Furrowing his brow, Li Lin lingered at the edge of the cliff, deliberating for what felt like an eternity. Hey, Mr. Li Lin, come down quickly. Hark's voice echoed from below, indicating he had safely reached the ground. After all, my powered armor is equipped with shock absorption. A fall from 6 or 7 meters shouldn't pose a problem. At worst, I might lose a bit of health. Li Lin reassured himself internally. With cautious determination, he began to scale the relatively stable steel framework, finding little difficulty in the endeavor. Amidst the whirring of mechanical gears and the creaking sounds of the metal structure under his weight, Li Lin descended step by step. Only when his suspended feet made contact with the ground once more did his racing heart gradually find its calm. Phew! Thankfully, there were no unforeseen mishaps. Li Lin activated his light, surveying his surroundings to comprehend the nature of his environment. Here lies what appears to be an abandoned mining pit. surrounded by traces of, or extraction, with numerous discarded and unusable tools strewn about haphazardly. A dilapidated wooden cabin, its roof rotting away, clings to the base of the nearby cliff, its walls adorned with colorful crayon graffiti in disarray. This cabin, is a frequent haunt of Wei and Bao Bao, their secret hideaway, unknown even to Craig and Milo. At this moment, Huck stands beside the cabin, his voice somber as he introduces it to Li Lin. Li Lin casts a glance at the graffiti on the walls and nods in agreement, murmuring, "Indeed. It bears the mark of Bao Bao. But you must, under no circumstances, divulge this secret, for it was Bao Bao who discovered this place. And she wishes to keep it hidden from others. Mr. Li Lin, this way." Before arriving at the ditch, Li Lin believed he had adequately prepared himself mentally. Yet, the environment and the plight of the people here inflicted a profound emotional shock upon him. The ground is littered with bubbling green alchemical sludge pits, and emaciated vagrants, barely clothed in the biting winter chill, wander about. Even orphans engage in scuffles over the remnants of spoiled black bread unearthed from garbage heaps. There are scarcely any metal shelters akin to those found in the central square that offer refuge from the wind. Anyone possessing a tattered tent would be deemed fortunate. From the faces of these individuals, Li Lin sees not a glimmer of hope, nor even despair. What remains, aside from numbness, is merely more numbness. Even Li Lin, clad in powered armor, passed by these individuals, who merely raised their vacant eyes to glance at him before lowering their heads once more. Some raised a hand to shield their eyes from the blinding light emitted by the armor, which was a stark contrast to their accustomed darkness. Li Lin's heart was heavy with sorrow. The situation in the underbelly was far more dire than he had anticipated. Even Hark, who was guiding him, could sense the weight of Li Lin's oppressive emotions through the armor. "Is this your first time here?" he inquired, to which Li Lin merely nodded in silence. In truth, Hark chuckled nervously. "What we've just traversed can be considered the slums of the underbelly. Other areas are somewhat better." His confidence was lacking, as he intended to offer some comfort to Li Lin. As a native of the underbelly, had it not been for Vander and Silco leading their uprising, he might have long since met his end, starved in some forgotten corner, devoured by the various creatures that roamed the shadows. Although other regions were indeed slightly better, in comparison to the central square, they were merely less wretched. The inhabitants of the underbelly fall into 4 categories: miners, scavengers, vagabonds, and orphans of the underbelly. All these souls share a common plight, desperation, who would willingly descend into this sunless abyss, where the environment is so harsh that it barely permits survival. Once a person finds themselves reduced to eking out an existence in the underbelly, their life enters a countdown, devoid of food, water, and fresh air. They must also contend with the corrosive presence of various toxic alchemical substances. Except for the mines or certain shops, alchemical technology lighting is regarded as an absolute luxury in this desolate place. Darkness envelopes everything, to the extent that time has lost its significance. And nearly everyone suffers from both physical and mental strain. A physically weak vagrant, who has not undergone any enhancement through alchemical technology, can barely survive for half a year in this environment. Should the group of orphans remain in such conditions without seeking refuge in the upper echelons of Zuin at a welfare institution, they likely would not endure their childhood. There are, however, some less cruel alchemical barons who install a few low-power air filtration devices salvaged from refuse in the mines. Yet, most of the time, these serve merely as a balm for the miner spirits. After an indeterminate span of time, the two finally emerged from the slums. Li Lin took a deep breath. Even the respirator on his armor could not entirely dispel the acrid scent of haze he inhaled. He realized that the construction pace in Zuin must be accelerated. Chapter 72, Madame Galisk. Under Hark's guidance, Li Lin explored several coastal areas in the upper levels of the sewers, where he found numerous harbors specifically constructed for the export of raw ore. Ultimately, he identified a suitable location along the northeastern coastline of the sewers for establishing a tidal power station. In addition to this search, Li Lin stumbled upon an unexpected discovery, a refinery that appeared to be under construction by a certain alchemical baron. This revelation thrilled him immensely, as it indicated the existence of oil resources in the realm of runes. On Earth, oil and gas are undoubtedly prime sources of energy and chemical materials. The same holds true in a parallel world. In Piltover, Hextech is inextricably linked to the costly Hextech crystals. Even though these have been improved by Li Lin into stable and potent hex energy crystals, their prices remain steep. Moreover, it is crucial to note that the advancement of Hextech necessitates collaboration with the illustrious Freljord family. Consequently, The means of production in Piltover are monopolized by these elite families, severely constraining productivity. However, with access to oil resources combined with electricity, a transformative upheaval in industry, production methods, and transportation within the city of duality is entirely plausible. Ordinary individuals with entrepreneurial acumen can prosper and drive productivity forward, even if they are not exceptionally skilled technicians. In other words, elevating the technological standards of Piltover and Zon to match those of modern Earth is indeed feasible. The only impediment lies in the decaying upper echelons that control the economic lifeblood of Piltover. Such matters cannot be rushed. They require a gradual approach. Speaking of which, hack. Do you know which alchemical baron financed this newly established factory? Well, although I come from humble beginnings, I am not entirely clear on the power dynamics of the alchemical barons here. Hack appeared somewhat embarrassed, adding, for matters like this, you ought to consult Vander. As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to recall something suddenly and quickly added, however, I have heard from the locals that a certain Mrs. Golisk has provided them with employment. It is astonishing that one would still be willing to provide employment for the impoverished souls of the sewers. Is there truly a philanthropist in Zuin whose kindness reaches such depths? Or are there ulterior motives at play? Li Lin raised an eyebrow slightly. Is Madame Golisk the alchemical baroness? Hark shook his head. He was only familiar with the name. Anything beyond that transcended his realm of knowledge. Never mind. It would be best to inquire with Vander. Li Lin sighed softly. Even if Vander is unaware of this Madame Golisk, there must be someone under her employ who is informed. If an agreement could be forged with this Madame Golisk. No, that is not feasible. Such strategic resources must remain firmly in one's own grasp. The people of this world are oblivious to the significance of petroleum resources. Once new technologies emerge and more individuals recognize their importance, they will undoubtedly seek to partake in the spoils. If one lacks influence over such resources, future development will certainly encounter numerous obstacles. A sense of foreboding enveloped Li Lin. Even in the future, the situation remains far from optimistic. Subsequently, he proceeded to the Fugan Tavern to fulfill his commitment to Bao Bao, while also seeking information from Vander regarding Madame Golisk. From Vander, Li Lin learned that this Madame Golisk's full name is Renata Golisk, an entrepreneur who has suddenly risen to prominence in recent years. His knowledge on the matter was limited, with the remainder being supplemented by Saivika, who happened to be drinking at the Fugan Tavern at that moment. The Golisk family has established itself as a family enterprise based on alchemical technology, primarily relying on the development of alchemical potions to heal the ailing. In her childhood, Renata was selflessly rescued by the Gorals couple, leaving a profound impression on her. At that time, the Gorals couple extended their helping hand to any patient in distress, earning the admiration of the citizens of Bottom City, who regarded them as philanthropists, angels, and demigods of medicine. However, all of this was extinguished in the wake of a devastating fire 2 decades ago. The Goralsk couple perished in the flames along with their groundbreaking research, leaving behind their only daughter, Renata, who also lost an arm in the inferno. According to later rumors among the citizens of Bottom City, the fire was secretly set by law enforcers masquerading as Zonites under the cover of night. With her remarkable acumen for business, Renata swiftly acquired her first factory within a few years, ultimately transforming it into a vast network of Goralsk industries, primarily dedicated to the production of high-end chemical products. Beyond this, Renata expanded Goralsk enterprises into various sectors throughout Zon, even establishing dance halls in the back alleys. Her current influence far surpasses that of several alchemical barons. Had it not been for the conflicts of interest she encountered with a few monopolistic tycoons over the past 2 years, which demanded her attention for negotiations, she might have already ascended to the ranks of an alchemical baron. Upon learning this information, Li Lin remained silent for a considerable time, investing in the talents of impoverished individuals, providing assistance to the destitute, offering employment, and extending loans. Repayment was encouraged where possible. If not, loyalty was required as collateral. In summary, she used wealth to win hearts. If Renata truly harbored such deep-seated animosity towards the upper city, her motivations would undoubtedly be far more complex. As of now, she has not exhibited any overt hostility towards the upper city. However, Li Lin remains deeply troubled. His concern does not stem from a lack of faith in human nature, but rather from the realization that in an environment like Zwan, it is exceedingly rare to find a son of Zwan, like Echo, who can steadfastly maintain his original ideals. Moreover, Echo is fortunate enough to have both parents and has not directly confronted or fostered any animosity towards Piltover. Lineta's actions inevitably lead Li Lin to suspect that she is amassing her own strength, preparing to launch an assault on Piltover at some opportune moment. It is imperative for him to find a suitable occasion to pay a visit to Lady Golisk, to discern her sentiments towards Piltover. On the path of development and construction for the Twin Cities, there is no room for even the slightest misstep. As dusk settled, Li Lin bid farewell to Vander and Blubber before making a brief stop at Binsaw's general store to check on Echo. The recent events have placed an immense burden on Li Lin, prompting him to resolve the issue with the Baron of Alchemy and to plan for bringing Echo to Piltover once stability is restored in the Twin Cities. Fearing that this young boy might be snatched away by Lineta, Li Lin bestowed upon him a pouch of silver wheels, advising Binsaw to remain vigilant in light of the recent unrest. Today's endeavors progressed relatively smoothly, accomplishing in a single day what would typically take 2 or 3. In the time that follows, aside from assisting Jace and Victor at Piltover University, he is left with the anticipation of gathering the materials needed to upgrade the power armor. Chapter 73, The Source Project. Infinite, a week passed in the blink of an eye. In the workshop of the German family, Li Lin's newly crafted power armor was undergoing its final adjustments. The butler of the Kiramman family exhibited remarkable efficiency, managing to gather all the materials required for the power armor in just over a day, even amassing a surplus of additional components. Thanks to Li Lin's enhanced skills in mechanical fabrication, he completed the weapon system and its installation onto the power armor within a mere day and a half. However, while engaged in the creation of the weaponry, a realization struck him. The construction of a tidal power station would necessitate underwater operations. The most advanced diving equipment available in Shuangqing consisted of cumbersome armor crafted from brass and steel, primarily designed for salvaging alchemical waste and sunken vessels, rendering it exceedingly unwieldy for intricate tasks such as assembling a water turbine on the ocean floor. Yet, to send workers clad in standard diving suits into such perilous waters would be an egregious disregard for their safety. Many of the prominent families from Piltover or the alchemical barons of Zon might have opted for the latter approach, considering human life to be of little value. Additionally, several workers lacked families, allowing for the potential savings on compensation. Nevertheless, Li Lin's conscience could not align with such callousness. He meticulously dismantled the modules of adaptive defense, overload charge, and overload surge, along with the energy crystal from his own power armor. In an impressively brief span, he re-engineered them into a diving suit suitable for ordinary individuals. Beyond this, he crafted detailed blueprints for the armor and entrusted both the designs and the prototype to Madame Karina. He requested her to have the Hex Technology Workshop, affiliated with the Kiramman family, fabricate at least 10 identical sets of diving engineering armor. With 5 days remaining after completing all tasks, Li Lin devoted all his energy to revising the design schematics for the new armor and its production. After 2 days of labor, he managed to create a set of subpar, yet fully functional, new power armor. This armor incorporated all the capabilities of its predecessor while also featuring an array of weapon systems. However, the previous energy crystal was insufficient to power the additional weapon modules. Consequently, Li Lin added 2 secondary energy crystal loading recesses to the upper and lower sections of the armor's spine. These energy crystals were also integrated into the overall energy supply system, primarily designated to power the weapon systems. Moreover, due to his mechanical enhancement skill being only at level 2, the probability of upgrading from subpar to exquisite quality stood at 73, while the chance of advancing from exquisite to rare was 37, and the likelihood of achieving divine quality from rare was a mere 1. With his current mana at level 9 and 223 points, each activation of the skill for an upgrade required 100 mana points, and a full recovery would take half a day. Strangely, it seemed as though all of Li Lin's fortuitous luck had been expended during his previous successful upgrade of the power armor's quality. Just to elevate it from subpar to exquisite took 2 attempts and an entire day. The transition from exquisite to rare required a staggering 4 attempts before achieving success, and the prospect of attaining the 1 chance for divine quality was beyond contemplation. After completing all his tasks, Li Lin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This time, the creation of the new power armor system only rewarded him with 2 skill points and did not result in an upgrade, likely due to the insufficient experience granted by a subpar invention. Nevertheless, he found himself entirely unconcerned with the system at the moment. Li Lin washed his oil-stained hands and face, surveying his new armor with satisfaction. Its appearance bore little difference from the previous model, maintaining a predominantly black color scheme with a sleek, muscle-hugging design that exuded a strong mechanical essence. The sole distinction lay in its height and thickness. To enhance agility, Li Lin had eliminated several unnecessary mechanical components. The new armor's height was reduced to approximately 1.8 meters, slightly taller than himself. Additionally, several steel plates were removed from both the front and back, alleviating any excessive bulkiness. This modification came at the cost of 3,000 base health points and 500 armor functionality health points. Fortunately, 2 extra energy crystals provided an additional 1,000 health points, partially compensating for the loss. Thus, the new power armor exchanged 500 health points for a maximum speed surpassing that of the previous alchemical technology-enhanced individual, more than half of which was achieved without activating the overload charge function. Li Lin found this outcome rather pleasing. As he inserted the 3 energy crystals into the slots, a system panel flashed within his mind, revealing information about the power armor. Power armor unnamed, rare. Attributes, mechanical 13,000 health points, 500 energy. 48 combat power, ability effects, passive fully automated. When energy is depleted, the power armor becomes immobile, consuming 40 energy per second. Passive mechanical enhancement provides additional attributes to all skills, excluding energy core, elevating the mechanical device by 2 tiers. Passive alloy armor grants an additional 1,000 health points. Passive energy crystal core provides an additional 1,000 energy. Passive premium carrier grants an additional 500 energy. Passive recharging restores 11 of maximum energy per second, 533. Active adaptive defense, after a brief charge of 1 second, consumes 12 of maximum energy to gain an adaptive shield equal to 24 of maximum health, lasting for 10 seconds, cooldown 1 minute. Active overload charging consumes 15 of maximum energy for a 3-second overload charge, resulting in a 12-second speed boost upon completion, with the next attack delivering devastating damage to the target, while also causing an energy shockwave in a 5-meter arc behind the target. Active high-frequency vibration blade ejects a high-frequency vibrating particle heating blade from the right arm, consuming 120 energy per second. Active energy pulsar. After a charge time of 0 to 3 seconds, it unleashes an energy sphere from the palm of the left hand towards the front, inflicting lethal damage on a target or an area of 1 to 3 meters, consuming 80 to 120 energy per shot. The longer the charge time, the greater the affected area. Active energy shock dual shoulder cannon. The shoulder armor unfolds and fires 2 energy projectiles forward, delivering devastating strikes to a target area of 1.5 meters, with an energy shock affecting areas between 1.5 to 5 meters, consuming 200 energy per shot. Active high-energy laser beam. The left arm armor deploys a launching device that fires a high-energy laser beam forward, delivering catastrophic damage to enemies in its path, consuming 200 energy per second, with a maximum duration of 3 seconds, cooldown time of 15 seconds. Active energy force field oscillation. The energy oscillation device on the back activates, projecting a diminishing shockwave centered around the user within a 10-meter radius, rendering targets within a 3-meter range into a state of unconsciousness, consuming 500 energy. Active overload operation. 3 energy crystals are overloaded, temporarily granting the armor an additional 45 health, increasing the maximum energy recovery rate to 24 per second, and providing extra enhancements to weapon systems and movement speed, lasting for 10 seconds. The energy crystals will become inoperable after 3 uses. This new power armor boasts a total of 14,000 health points and 3,000 energy points. After accounting for a constant energy consumption of 40 points per second, it can self-recharge at a rate of 290 energy points per second. After optimization and enhancement, numerous functional parameters of the new armor have undergone varying degrees of transformation. For instance, the energy consumption per second during armor operation has diminished, while the durations of overload charging and overload operation have been extended. Notably, these advancements were conceptualized by Li Lin just days prior. When juxtaposed with the speed of energy recovery, the energy expenditure of the weapon system appears rather modest. Provided that skills are not recklessly deployed, the armor, utilizing 3 energy crystals, poses no concerns regarding energy depletion. Li Lin stroked his chin, nodding in satisfaction. However, he soon became aware of a new issue displayed on the panel, the unnamed power armor. Unlike the previous armor that could not be named, this time it could. And he pondered what it should be called. After a moment of contemplation, a familiar name flashed through his mind. Indeed, this series shall be designated as the Source Project. He smiled slightly, declaring that the codename for this set would be Infinity. Chapter 74, The Future of 4 Children in the Blink of an Eye. The time agreed upon with Vander had arrived. Since the inception of the Infinity Source Project armor, Li Lin continued to refine it. For example, the air circulation system within the armor can sustain itself for up to half an hour in an oxygen-deprived environment. He also integrated an electric energy oscillation hand cannon into the palm of his right hand, installed a backup, high-frequency vibrating blade on his right forearm, and equipped retractable, serrated wrist blades on both wrists. Should the first vibrating blade be damaged, there remains a spare, and if both are rendered inoperative, the serrated wrist blade may still possess formidable prowess. During the remaining hours, Li Lin frequently visited Piltover University, engaging with Jace, Victor, and even Heimerdinger in discussions concerning an innovative technology, the intelligent chip system. While the armor has been acquired, the neural network connection technology enables him to directly manipulate various modules through neural interfacing. However, Li Lin harbors doubts, feeling that his cognitive abilities cannot rival those of machines. Moreover, his current mask lacks even the functionality of holographic projection, relying solely on his naked eye to perceive the external environment, which proves quite inconvenient. Regrettably, while the concept is alluring, reality has dealt Li Lin a heavy blow. In a world devoid of computers, the internet, and even telephones, the pursuit of intelligent chips poses an immense challenge. Even Heimerdinger remains perplexed by it. Only Victor's fully automated mechanical devices developed years prior may hold some relevance. Yet these merely execute fixed commands inputted into the machines rather than enabling them to act independently through their own calculations and reasoning. Nevertheless, Li Lin remains undeterred. His mechanic system panel currently stands at level 9, having unlocked only a handful of skills. As he elevates the panel's level, there is a possibility that skills pertaining to intelligent AI may subsequently emerge. The sky is clear and bright. Today in Piltover is yet another splendid day, neither too cold nor too warm. Recently, the first batch of bicycles has been completed and is now available for sale. In the absence of a showcase at the Evolution Day Festival, Madame Karina has made extensive promotional efforts through the Piltover Daily and other channels. Traveling is convenient. The prices are affordable, and there is a year-long complimentary warranty. Additionally, Caitlin occasionally rides the bicycle specially crafted for her by Lin, which certainly draws attention. Nowadays, numerous postal couriers can be seen cycling through the streets of the Northern District. Lin, clad in the Infinite Source Program power armor, descended via the lift into the shadowy plaza, preparing to meet Vanden at the Fugan Tavern. As he approached the tavern's perimeter, he spotted Bao Bao, who was engaged in a sparring match with Craig and Merrow. Upon noticing him, she rushed over with open arms. "Lin," Bao Bao exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she leaped towards him. Understanding her intentions, Lin crouched down to greet her, lifting her into his arms and playfully admonishing, "Slow down. If you fall and hurt yourself, how will I explain it to your sister and Vanden?" With a giggle, Bao Bao brushed off his concern, her little face lighting up with surprise as she touched the infinite armor he wore. "Wow, how did you change your armor? It looks so cool. I repurposed my previous power armor into diving engineering gear. This is a new creation, an upgraded version." "Oh," Bao Bao said, biting her finger and nodding thoughtfully, though she had little understanding of his explanation. However, that did not diminish her admiration for it. Just then, Craig and Merrow abandoned their sparring with Wei, rushing over to Lin with astonished expressions. "Wow, this armor is way cooler than the last one," Merrow exclaimed. "When can I have a set like that? It would be so impressive to wear out." Immediately after, Craig gazed up and down with envy and interjected, "Indeed. I once discovered a book on Vander's shelf dedicated to armors and such, but it pales in comparison to this formidable suit. Can it render one invisible? I have heard tales of a spell that grants invisibility, which is simply magnificent. Why are you so fixated on your invisibility, Merrow? I feel flying would be far more impressive." Seeing both of them marveling at Li Lin's power armor, Bao Bao could not help but lift her chin slightly, a hint of pride gracing her features, as if their compliments were directed at her. "Heh, Craig and Merrow can only envy, while I can sit directly in Li Lin's embrace." However, before she could bask in her delight for too long, Wei, with a sullen expression, approached them and delivered a swift knock on Craig and Merrow's heads. Ouch, that hurts, the two exclaimed, clutching their heads in pain. I am trying to teach you martial arts, yet you two have the audacity to flee before completing a single set of punches. Wei, with a toothpick dangling from her mouth, crossed her arms and shot them an admonishing glare. Next time you find yourselves in a brawl, be prepared to take a beating. I shall not come to your aid. Please, no? Merrow chuckled sheepishly, understanding the gravity of the situation. When faced with Wei, who had a fiery temperament, it was wise to show deference. I will practice right away. Following closely behind Merrow, Craig hurriedly fled while still cradling his head. I will too. Only Bao Bao remained perched upon Li Lin's arm, unwilling to descend. However, her delicate little face drooped, lacking the courage to meet Wei's gaze. Bub. Wei called her name in an exceedingly calm tone. Being her sister, Bub could certainly grasp her intended meaning, and with a pout, she leapt down from Li Lin's arm. Oh, she responded dejectedly, making her way towards the open space where they had just practiced martial arts. Li Lin smiled helplessly, then exchanged silent glances with Wei. Vander is waiting for you inside. You should go, he urged. No sooner had he spoken than Wei turned and departed. After a moment's hesitation, Li Lin reached out to stop her, saying, Wait, He struggled to find the right words to express his thoughts. To be honest, under Vander's guidance, the four children, Wei, Jinx, Craig, and Merrow, had developed commendable characters even while growing up in Zon. Nevertheless, Zon is Zon, and their paths to advancement were limited to eventually taking over Vander's influence. This was particularly true for Wei and Jinx. A ruffian remains a ruffian. Even if they rise to leadership, it cannot alter their fundamental nature. Furthermore, in Li Lin's vision, the existence of gangs in the future was unacceptable. Thus, he wished for them to pursue studies in Piltover, much like Echo. Wei could attend the Piltover Enforcers Academy, and if she could become an enforcer, it would be quite commendable, akin to the normal timeline. Bub seemed to possess an innate talent for invention, making it a splendid choice for her to study mechanical knowledge alongside Echo. Consequently, she could later further her education at Piltover University, where they could also be guided by the likes of Jace, Victor, and even Heimerdinger. As for Craig and Merrow, Li Lin was not particularly acquainted with them. Perhaps they could serve as law enforcers alongside Wei, or perhaps they should be given the autonomy to make their own choices. Of course, the greatest challenge in implementing such ideas does not lie with Vander, who would undoubtedly agree to providing a brighter future for several children. The difficulty lies with Li Lin and Wei, who harbors resentment towards the city of Peaching. It is highly probable that she would refuse to go there. It would be necessary for Vander to engage in some persuasive discourse with her first. Various thoughts flitted rapidly through Li Lin's mind. After a brief contemplation, he shook his head, dismissing the notion. Wei, her expression far from pleasant, pouted slightly, indicating that if he had no desire to speak, he ought not to summon her, as it was a waste of time. Chapter 75, The Alchemical Baron S. Meeting Li Lin. You have finally arrived. The moment Li Lin stepped through the tavern's threshold, he heard Vander's somewhat anxious voice emanating from the bar. Today, the Fugan Tavern was not only occupied by Vander, Bensaw, Saivika, and a burly bald man he had encountered previously were also present, along with a host of others. Aside from Bensaw, who was seated at the bar with Vander, the rest were scattered in small groups throughout the tavern. What is the rush? It's still early, Li Lin mused, turning his head in confusion to glance at the clock on the wall, which indicated that it was not even 10 o'clock yet. Their appointed meeting time was 12, leaving them with over 2 hours to spare. Puzzled, Li Lin surveyed the bustling tavern, wondering why there were so many people gathered today. You see, my memory has been quite poor lately. I've been so busy that I completely forgot to send you a message via the sound tube. Having fully regained his health and vitality, Vandel slapped his forehead, appearing quite troubled. A week prior, the alchemical barons had seemingly conspired, initially agreeing to convene at a tavern, only to abruptly request a change of venue. Li Lin felt a flicker of unease, sensing an ominous premonition. Had they specified an alternative location? Shortly thereafter, Saivika added, that place is adjacent to the border market, the territory of that fool Finn, and it also houses a peculiar magical academy, protected by that ancient yodeler, Barrett. They may have formed an alliance. Li Lin's brow furrowed deeply, his gaze shifting back to Vandel in confusion. Alas, I previously mentioned that among the 5 alchemical barons who have fought alongside me until now, 3 of them are in cahoots. I suspect that Longfellow and Bonnie have also joined their ranks. Humph, what a pack of ingrates. Vandel, you should have abandoned these wretched scoundrels long ago, allowing them to fend for themselves, to perish in the streets. Bonsoir scoffed indignantly. Do not speak so harshly. We are all brothers and sisters who have journeyed together thus far. An indescribable emotion welled up within Vandel, constricting his chest with a heavy burden. Just a few years prior, they had sworn an oath for the sake of Zon, bound by brotherhood, ready to share life and death. Yet now, they were willing to exploit those once akin to them for their own gain, even uniting to conspire against him. People do change. Vandel was acutely aware of this truth, but he had not anticipated such a rapid transformation. The human heart, it seems, is remarkably fragile when subjected to the trials of time and the allure of greed. Li Lin observed the complexity of his expression, pausing momentarily in contemplation before inquiring, what of the other two newly appointed alchemical barons? Who are they? One is the formidable Lady Voss, who commands several mines in the sewer, and the other is Lady Lana, who amassed her fortune through patents on alchemical technology for robotics, primarily engaging in the manufacturing of automatons and has dealings with the upper city dwellers. It must be said that Civica possesses exceptional intelligence capabilities. While even Vandel and Benso remain unaware of these two alchemical barons, she is well versed in their particulars. Lady Voss is known for her sadistic tendencies, delighting in the torment of miners, with at least 5 workers perishing at her hands each month. In contrast, Lady Lana exhibits a more amiable disposition, though her health has been severely compromised due to the corrosive conditions of her early life in the sewer. Civica gestured for her subordinate to refill her beer and took a deep swig. To be candid, I cannot fathom why, given Lana's physical condition, she would consent to participate in this meeting. Li Lin dismissed Civica's final remark, for that was not the crux of the matter. The focus lies on how to contend with the alliance of Vandel's former subordinates and the unpredictable whims of a sadistic lunatic. Moreover, the possibility that Lana, who rose to prominence through her patents in alchemical robotics, might be the very individual who pilfered the inventions of the Na'vi young victor is quite troubling. Her intentions appear to be quite clear. She seeks to claim the power armor of her own invention. Yet, it is evident that such aspirations are destined to remain but a dream. After all, the power armor is fundamentally different from the modified diving suit entrusted to the Kiramman family. This technology is exceedingly perilous and must be firmly controlled in one's own hands. Of course, this is merely Li Lin's conjecture. It is entirely plausible that Lon Nair harbors ulterior motives. I sense that these ruffians are clearly up to no good. How do you intend to deal with them? Bin Sua's scathing remarks interrupted Li Lin's train of thought. It takes over 10 minutes to ascend to the upper levels of Zuin via the lift. And how long will it take to reach the plant cultivation center? Li Lin inquired of Vander. Well, he displayed a contemplative expression, calculating briefly, and estimated it would take about half an hour. Coupled with the time to reach the lift, we might have to wait a while. So it will likely take a little over an hour in total. Li Lin mused for a moment, suggesting, let us set off at 11 o'clock. This revelation left not only Vander, but also Ben Sua and Civica momentarily stunned. We agreed to meet at 12. Shouldn't we head out earlier? At the very least, we should arrive on time. Vander appeared perplexed by Li Lin's intentions, questioning, if we leave at 11, won't we be late? Li Lin chuckled lightly, as the leader. You should possess a certain gravitas. Gravitas? What does that mean? Vander scratched his head, evidently bewildered by this term unique to Earth. It is the subordinates who wait for the leader. How could the leader wait for the subordinates? Li Lin shook his head in exasperation and quickly clarified. They are clearly attempting to assert dominance. If you arrive, and they have not, would you not appear foolish waiting for them? Do you still possess any dignity? Perhaps you may not harbor many thoughts, yet in the eyes of your subordinates and those of the other alchemical barons of Zuin, this significance is magnified infinitely. Li Lin's words were blunt, yet not overly explicit. Were it not for the fear that these alchemical barons might grow impatient and depart, I would have displayed them for no less than half an hour. He added silently in his mind, since Vander could rise to become the chief of the Black Alley. Even if he has now washed his hands of violence and prefers not to engage in conflict, such an elementary principle ought to be comprehensible to him. As anticipated, Vander cast a glance at Ben Sua, Civica, and the other subordinates present in the establishment. Noticing the varied expressions on their faces, he soon bowed his head in contemplation. After a while, his brows slightly relaxed, and he raised his gaze to Li Lin, still unable to suppress his inquiry. Very well, we shall delay our departure. But what if they do not cooperate? What do you intend to do? This question, did you not pose it to me previously? Li Lin gestured towards his infinite source project armor. With a mere thought, he activated the armor's weapon module, revealing the shoulder cannon, hand cannon, ray emitter, wrist blade, and high-frequency vibration knife. The surrounding subordinates were startled by Li Lin's actions, nearly believing he intended to harm their leader. Fortunately, Li Lin had grown quite familiar with Vander, allowing them to suppress their unease without any further commotion. Vander's face contorted with a conflicted expression. Are you preparing to threaten them with force? I do not believe this is a prudent idea. Reflecting on past affections, Vander's sentiments do not extend to his subordinates, particularly not to those like Sivika, who harbor a palpable disdain for anyone other than Vander commanding the dominion of Zon. They yearn for Vander to emerge as the sole arbiter of Zon's affairs. Conversely, Li Lin, cognizant of the underlying dynamics, holds no favorable impressions of the alchemical barons. Should these barons refuse to cooperate, the most prudent course of action would be to eliminate them and allow Vander's followers to assume control of their factions, thereby significantly diminishing the resistance from nefarious elements during Zon's reconstruction. Li Lin paused momentarily, a soft chuckle escaping his lips as he continued. I shall respect the wishes of the alchemical barons. If they remain uncooperative, I will endeavor to persuade them. Chapter 76. Uninvited guests at 12:15 p.m. Li Lin, Vander, Bensua, and Sivika, accompanied by several robust henchmen, arrived at the Botanical Cultivation Center located in the upper echelons of Zon. The designated meeting place for the alchemical barons was a towering structure resembling a bell tower, predominantly adorned with a steel lattice framework, complemented by imposing emerald-hued floor-to-ceiling windows. The walls sporadically revealed several copper mechanical gears of varying sizes, perpetually turning in a ceaseless motion. The group ascended via an external lift, reaching the pinnacle of the edifice. Upon disembarking from the lift, they found themselves in a corridor flanked by floor-to-ceiling glass adorned with decorative Zon-style bronze patterns. At the corridor's terminus, a pair of mahogany-hued double doors stood before them, guarded by no fewer than 20 eclectic-looking street thugs, each sporting distinct styles. They congregated in small clusters, engaged in light-hearted banter, while a few socially awkward individuals secluded themselves in a distant corner, toying with weapons such as daggers and darts. Among them were several individuals enhanced by alchemical technology, their bodies partially replaced with mechanical augmentations. The moment they laid eyes on Li Lin, the group, led by Vander, consisting of over 20 individuals, fell silent, their gazes converging upon them, expressions varying widely. However, the majority of their attention lingered on Li Lin. Upon arriving at the entrance, Vander instructed Benzo, Sivika, and several other subordinates to remain outside and avoid any conflicts with these individuals. Subsequently, leading the way, Vander pushed open the grand door and stepped directly into the hall, followed closely by Li Lin, clad in the Infinite Source Project armor. Inside the room were 9 individuals, including 2 maidservants attending to a frail woman seated in a wheelchair. She was implanted with multiple canisters filled with alchemical potions, connected by conduits to an amplification device. Upon hearing the door creak, the previously animated discussion within the room ceased. As they recognized the newcomers, a man seated directly opposite the entrance, sporting a yin-yang punk hairstyle and clad in a yellow leather jacket adorned with metallic studs, opened his mouth. Vander, you are late. His voice bore a smoky timbre, hoarse yet resonant, as he toyed with a golden flip-top lighter. Li Lin squinted, scrutinizing the man, who seemed to be the unspoken leader of this eclectic assembly. His visage, with one half of his head cleanly shaved and adorned with a chest tattoo reminiscent of the dark artistry characteristic of the Bilgewater Bruisers, exuded an aura of intimidation. An implanted alchemical technology augmentation graced his chin, enhancing his formidable presence. Coupled with his eyes, though not large, there flickered a glimmer of ruthless intensity, leaving an impression that he was not to be trifled with. Vander provided a brief overview of 5 alchemical barons he was acquainted with during their journey. The speaker was Finn, the overseer of the border markets. It had scarcely been 20 minutes. After all these years, your impatience remains unchanged, Finn. Vander seemed oblivious to the discontent in Finn's tone, as he nonchalantly crossed to the opposite end of the long table and took a seat. Li Lin also found a chair beside Vander, provoking subtle shifts in the expressions of the gathered barons. As Vander and Finn engaged in their initial covert verbal sparring, Li Lin's gaze swept across the assembly. To Finn's right sat a brown-haired Yordle, adorned with a top hat and clad in a tailcoat, who presided over the Arcane Magic Academy, Barrett. Beside Barrett was a woman whose nose had been altered into an alchemical enhancement device, connected by two tubes delivering a verdant liquid, with a metallic plate affixed to her chin. She was the alchemical baroness of the plant cultivation center, Rennie. Next to Rennie sat a woman draped in a fur coat, her left arm transformed into a blade reminiscent of Edward Scissorhands, her face adorned with a chilling smile. The woman seated in the wheelchair opposite her does not conform to Vander's description. She must be the newly minted alchemical Baron Voss and Lady Lana. As for the woman to Finn's left, adorned with smoky makeup and numerous piercings, alongside her, a man with a sickly pallor, seemingly a victim of excess. They are none other than Bonnie, who monopolizes the Swan Dance Hall, and Longfellow, who oversees the Square of Bounty, apart from Voss and Lana. The other four of Vander's old acquaintances occasionally cast glances at Finn, as if he were the true orchestrator of this gathering. Let us address the matter at hand, Vander. What have you summoned us for? Ernie inquired, her expression betraying a hint of unease as she glanced at Lynn beside Vander. Following her, the Yodeler Barrett interjected, Indeed. We all have numerous affairs to attend to. Every wasted minute equates to lost revenue. Unlike you, who leisurely resides in the safe confines of the Black Alley. Receiving your monthly dues, we must fend for ourselves. Bonnie lit a cigarette, taking a puff and exhaling a ring of smoke. Despite her alluring demeanor, her voice was chillingly cold. The three seemed to have conspired in advance to direct their verbal onslaught at Vander. The warmth in Vander's heart began to dissipate as he observed their hostile demeanor. What is this? As comrades who have struggled together thus far, are we now unwilling to even share a moment? He intoned, his voice low and his expression far from pleasant. As the atmosphere in the venue began to spiral towards an uncontrollable state, Langfaro hastily intervened, exclaiming, Of course, we are willing. The matters of our leader are inherently our own. Finn, with a slight huff of impatience, inquired, So, Vander, what exactly has transpired that necessitates a meeting? He flicked his lighter closed, extinguishing the flickering flame, and lowered his legs from the table, leaning forward intently, fixated on Vander. Finn's earlier interrogation and recent demeanor had already bordered on the disrespectful. Vander, already simmering with anger, felt his temper flare at this provocation. For the advancement of Zuin. Was this not sufficient? He slammed his palm onto the table, his voice growing even more somber. The conference hall fell into an abrupt silence. A few claps echoed through the stillness, breaking the tense atmosphere. The clapper was Lanel, who had maintained her silence until now. Her waxen visage bore a faint, forced smile, as if this effort had exhausted her completely. For the progress of Zuin. I have not heard that phrase in years. Across from her, Mrs. Voss chuckled softly with a raspy voice. I had presumed that the leader of Zuin, known as the Black Hound, had been intimidated by the upper city. I am surprised you still remember your former aspirations. Her tone and words initially sounded like mockery, causing Vander's expression to darken instantly. Oh, do not take offense. I am simply accustomed to speaking this way and momentarily slipped into my old habits, Voss explained, noticing Vander's reaction. The woman approached with an ominous aura, a thought that resonated amongst the others present. However, Finn and Bonnie wore mocking smiles, seemingly delighted at the prospect of Vander experiencing a setback. In contrast, Rennie, Barrett, and Longfellow wore expressions of discontent. Despite their dissatisfaction with Vander's leadership, they would not permit an outsider to meddle in their internal affairs. Are you not children of Zuin? Before Vander's rising anger could erupt, Li Lin took the initiative to speak. The several alchemical barons momentarily froze, their gazes shifting to Li Lin, who sat beside Vander. Oh, this iron lump is not a robot after all. Finn deftly twirled a lit lighter. Is this your protege, Vander? His eyes then narrowed. The tone of his voice shifting ominously, it seems there is much he still needs to learn, such as not interrupting when adults are speaking. Humph. Finn, you. Vander's irritated words had barely escaped his lips when he felt a gentle hand pressing down on his shoulder. Allow me to speak. Li Lin's mechanical voice emanated from his mask. He then rose slowly, activating the infinites, overload charging mode. In an instant, blue light flickered from the power armor. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, the alchemical barons were taken aback, entering a state of heightened vigilance. What? Are you planning to make a move? Finn suddenly stood, drawing an alchemical pistol from his coat. Yet before either side could act, the door creaked open once more, and a lean man with a single, devilish eye strode confidently into the room. Outside the door behind him, a furious Bensoa, a coldly stern Sivika, and Vander's subordinates were thwarted by the brawny men accompanying the man. Oh, are we engaged in conversation? The man chuckled, greeting those present. Silko. I do not recall extending you an invitation, Vander interjected, rising abruptly from his seat, his demeanor cautious. He was acutely aware of the events from a month prior. Having quelled the anger of his subordinates, he had no intention of confronting Silco. However, it seemed that this individual had taken it upon himself to arrive unbidden. Or perhaps it was Finn and his companions who had summoned him. With a darkened expression, Vander turned to Finn, questioning, "Have you allied yourself with Silco? What nonsense are you speaking? Who would seek his favor?" Finn retorted, having set aside his pistol, his displeasure evident. Li Lin also regarded Silco's abrupt intrusion with surprise. It was apparent that Silco's unexpected appearance was not intended to incite chaos. Otherwise, he could have easily employed the luminescent potion to conjure several monsters to attack. Rather than risk facing Vander's men personally, potentially leading to a beating or even death. "Silco, you are not welcome here," Vander warned, adopting a defensive stance. Determined to confront this adversary before any unforeseen monsters could emerge to wreak havoc once more. Do not be so agitated. My presence here is not for your sake." "What?" Silco waved dismissively at Vander, disregarding him entirely as he did not approach. Instead, Silco circumnavigated around Voss, Innie, and Barrett, making his way to Finn. Positioned at the opposite end of the long table. "What are you up to, Silco?" Finn felt a prickling unease and instinctively tightened his grip on the gun, turning to face him, unwilling to turn his back. Silco was indeed a cunning serpent, capable of unpredictable actions. Old friends reunited after so long. "And you greet me with such hostility, it wounds me deeply." Silco's tone was measured, devoid of any discernible emotion. "We are engaged in serious matters." Finn's words were abruptly interrupted by Silco. "I am well aware that you are discussing important issues. I have come for precisely that reason." Beside him, Innie and Langford exchanged glances, their mouths agape, yet no words emerged. Barrett and Bonnie lowered their heads, refraining from uttering a sound. It was evident that, in contrast to the mild-mannered Vander, the four of them held a greater trepidation towards the more ruthless and cold-hearted Silco. "So, you are the infamous Silco," Mrs. Voss interjected. After all, he was a self-made alchemical baron, not comparable to the five who once followed Vander and Silco in their rebellion against the upper city. Mrs. Voss's attendance at the alchemical baron meeting was primarily to seize the opportunity to elevate her status and influence. Vander, having washed his hands of the struggle, lacked the fervor. Advocating for peace, a stark contradiction to her chaotic ideals. In the present day, Silco stood as the only one capable of rivaling him in the Undercity. It was merely because Silco had not received visitors that Voss had previously lacked the opportunity to pay him a visit. However, now that he was present, Voss was determined to seize this chance. Yet, Silco did not even spare her a glance, as if her words had dissipated into the ether. Mrs. Voss's complexion flushed crimson, resembling the hue of liver, but she dared not utter another word. Lannel, who had spoken only once, remained silent, merely smiling as he listened to their conversation. "Brothers and sisters, we once shared a common aspiration for the rise of Zon. Everything for Zon, do you not remember? What is your true intention?" Vander furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend what Silco was trying to convey. Silco continued, undeterred by Vander's inquiry. "We once rebelled against the upper city, only to meet with failure in the end. For years, I have reflected upon where we went awry. In these past 2 years, I believe I have identified the root of the problem, our lack of strength. Yet, his presence has caused me to reconsider this notion." Silco gestured towards Li Lin, who had remained silent since activating Overload Charge, his armor now dull and unresponsive. Finn scoffed, remarking, "Isn't he just a mere boy? What purpose does he serve in that clunky armor?" "Clunky armor?" Silco chuckled softly, shaking his head as he glanced at Li Lin. "By the way, did I disturb you when I entered? Perhaps you might demonstrate something to him? State your purpose plainly." Li Lin could not help but exclaim, "We do not have the luxury to squander our time here. What has come over Silco? He seems to have transformed completely compared to our previous encounters." In response to Li Lin's remark, Silco remained unfazed, still wearing a cheerful smile. "Do not misunderstand. I am here to support you, Vander, Finn, the other alchemical barons." Observing the bewildered expressions on the faces of the crowd, particularly those of the alchemical barons, Silco deliberately feigned a look of realization. I must have arrived too early. You are likely still unaware of his intentions, are you not? We aspire to elevate the Undercity, to grant it independence, to empower it to stand against the upper city. Yet, years have passed. Have we achieved this? Silco halted his steps, his keen right eye sweeping across the faces of the alchemical barons and Vander. No, including you, Vander, and myself, none of us have succeeded. As for the reasons, he lifted his gaze towards Vander. Vander, you have been so intimidated by the upper city that you have entirely lost your fighting spirit, resigning yourself to become their lapdog. At this, Vander clenched his fist, unable to suppress the urge to retort, but Silco raised a hand to silence him. As for me, I have been blinded by the allure of power, solely focused on developing strength capable of contending with the upper city, yet I have grossly underestimated the might of Hextech. Silco cast a sidelong glance at Li Lin and continued, as for all of you, I must say, you have utterly forgotten your origins. Oh, what nonsense are you spouting, Silco? Finn laughed heartily, yet his face betrayed no hint of mirth. What audacity you possess to lecture us. A wretched dog chased to the gutters by Vander. Silco inhaled deeply, seemingly unaffected by Finn's derision. He stepped back slowly, casting another glance at Li Lin, whose eyes glimmered with an enigmatic light. It appeared that someone was unwilling to cooperate in this meeting. Ah ha, Silco. How is it that you regress with each passing day? Do you truly wish for this little brat to, just as Finn's words trailed off, a sudden resonant hum pierced the air, and a blue-white orb of compressed energy hurtled towards him with alarming speed. In the next heartbeat, blood and flesh erupted, splattering Bonnie, who stood closest to Finn. Silco, Barrett, and Langfellow were also marked by droplets of blood. Meanwhile, the once vibrant and taunting Finn had lost half of his upper body. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, utterly silenced, never to rise again. For a moment, even with the buzzing overhead fan, the room was permeated by the nauseating scent of charred flesh. The silence in the room was shattered after a few seconds when Bonnie, her face a mask of terror, let out a piercing scream. Soon after, several alchemical barons, including Vander, gazed in shock, their eyes wide as they turned to Li Lin, who had just extinguished the blue light in his palm. He had actually taken a life. He was nothing short of a madman. With a mere lift of his hand, he had slain Finn, who stood 10 meters away. Such is the might of Hextech. What Silco had just stated was, astonishingly, accurate. Well done. Silco gingerly retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, delicately wiping the blood from his face. Li Lin let out a soft scoff, cautioning against overthinking, for his actions were not motivated by Silco. At this moment, Vander, now fully aware, wore a look of indignation. What on earth are you doing, Li Lin? He exclaimed. He had initially believed that Li Lin would merely intimidate these individuals. To his astonishment, Li Lin had the audacity to kill Finn right before the eyes of the other alchemists, a demonstration to deter others. It was merely a consequence of Finn's own disruptive behavior. Li Lin gradually lowered his arm, his gaze lingering for a brief moment on the alchemists, who still struggled to recover from their shock. A rare smile graced Silco's face as he slowly approached the chair that Finn had recently occupied, meticulously cleaning the bloodstains with his handkerchief before carelessly discarding it onto the dismembered corpse. He then seated himself at the table, leaning forward with his hands clasped before him. Now that there are no further disturbances, let us discuss the matters concerning the development of the Undercity. Chapter 78. Vander's attitude under Silco's intervention. The alchemist baron meeting proceeded with remarkable smoothness. Li Lin articulated his vision for the construction of the Undercity to the 6 alchemist barons, who remained visibly shaken. They all expressed their willingness to support him, yet whether this support was genuine or merely superficial remained uncertain. The construction project in Zon was set to commence imminently, and soon enough, the truth would reveal itself. Upon observing the expressions of his acquaintances, Li Lin surmised that at least Rennie, Barrett, and Langfellow, his old companions, would cooperate. As for Bonnie, he could detect the flickers of resentment and fury that occasionally flashed in her eyes. It appeared that this woman had a significant connection with Finn and might very well conspire against him in secret. However, Bonnie's dominion over the cabaret industry in Zuin rendered her relatively weak among the alchemists. Furthermore, with Leonata recently acquiring cabarets, her interests were in direct conflict, ensuring that this alchemist would not stir up considerable turmoil in the short term. Among the remaining 2 alchemists, Lady Voss was evidently feigning submission while harboring ulterior motives. Meanwhile, Lana maintained a serene smile, concealing her true intentions beneath layers of inscrutability. Yet, Li Lin was aware of her dealings with the prominent families of Piltover, and her enterprises were inextricably linked to the upper city. Unless compelled by external forces, it was unlikely she would engage in any conflicts concerning the development of Zuin. Moreover, since Finn's demise, The border market at the junction of Piltover and Zuin had lost its leader. Li Lin had discreetly prodded Vander several times, hoping he would seize the opportunity to claim the border market during the meeting. To his astonishment, however, the obstinate Vander remained sulky, completely disregarding him and choosing silence until the meeting's conclusion. Even when Silco proposed to take over the border market, Vander uttered not a single word. Li Lin had not intended for Silco to benefit from this situation, yet he found himself unable to voice his objections. As a member of the Kiramman family, should Vander attempt to claim the border market, the other alchemists would perceive it as the upper city families encroaching upon the affairs of the lower city. Although intervention is inevitable in the future, it should be a gradual process of assimilation. This is the essence of Li Lin's plan to slowly boil the frog, promoting his own reputation while developing the foundational city. As Zon flourishes, its citizens will ultimately remember that it was Li Lin who improved their lives, rather than the alchemist barons. At this nascent stage of Zon's development, unnecessary conflicts should be avoided whenever possible. After the alchemist baron meeting concluded, Silco was the first to depart, instructing his subordinates to incorporate the personnel brought by Finn. Perhaps Finn was not particularly kind to his subordinates, as the integration process was remarkably smooth. Even upon learning of their leader's demise, the group did not exhibit excessive surprise. Following closely, Voss left with an impassive expression and his own entourage. The four alchemist barons familiar with Vander exchanged brief greetings with him and hurriedly departed with their respective teams. To Li Lin's astonishment, Ranner made a point of approaching him before leaving to exchange polite pleasantries and inquire about several construction-related matters before being escorted out by a maid. In the ensuing silence, only Li Lin and Vander remained in the room, the latter seated in contemplative silence. Shortly thereafter, the grand double doors, adorned with silver filigree on a reddish-brown surface, swung open once more, revealing the grim-faced Bensik, the stern Sevika, and a burly bald man. Damn it! Had I known Silco would show up today, I should have brought that shotgun from the shop and blown his damn head off. There are too many of them, Bensik. If you did that, we probably wouldn't be able to leave here on our feet today. The bald, muscular man rubbed his gleaming forehead, speaking with a tone of resignation. You were simply cowardly, Cord. If you were to blow off Silco's dog-ass head with a single shot, would his minions still heed the command of a corpse? Bensua crossed his arms and snorted coldly, the excess flesh on his face and body jiggling slightly. Sevika paid no heed to Bensua's bravado. She pulled up a chair and sat before Li Lin and Vander. Observing the expressions of Silco and the alchemists earlier, she inquired, You must have reached an agreement, then? However, she soon noticed Vander's unusual demeanor, casting a puzzled glance at Li Lin. What is the matter? Did you not come to terms? We did. But Vander is not upset about that. Li Lin indicated towards the side of the hall where Finn's charred corpse lay unattended. Bensua leaned forward to glance in the direction indicated, his expression shifting to one of shock. What the hell? How did that fool Finn end up like this? Didn't T. Silco just say that this guy was dead? Cord explained, Of course I heard that. TSK. I just didn't expect his demise to be so gruesome. Bensua clicked his tongue, let him be. After all, that fool has done anything worthwhile in years. Did you kill him? Sevika raised an eyebrow, her expression one of surprise. Silco had not disclosed who was responsible for Finn's death earlier. Yet, judging by the gruesome and fragmented state of the body, it was evident that ordinary weapons could not inflict such devastation. Thus, only Li Lin could achieve this. Li Lin removed his mask, his calm gaze meeting hers. Are you mourning for him? Have you forgotten how he treated you before? In Finn's heart, you have long ceased to be his superior. While that may be the case, Vander's expression wavered slightly. After all, he had once fought alongside us. He was our brother. Ha ha ha. Li Lin could not suppress a laugh. His gaze swiftly flitted across the faces of Bensua, Sawaika, and Keed, absorbing their expressions. Brother? Do you see if your siblings acknowledge him? Vander paused momentarily before turning to the trio. Sawaika maintained her usual stoic demeanor, her expression a frigid mask, revealing nothing. However, Bensua and Keed wore expressions that seemed to revel in Finn's demise, devoid of any sorrow or regret. Do you truly believe that by sparing Finn's life, he would obediently heed your commands? Do not be foolish. Li Lin scoffed. I believe you are well aware of his nature. No sooner had he spoken than Bensua interjected, saying, Li Lin is right, Vander, you are unaware of the misdeeds Finn has committed in recent years. We understand your nostalgia. Yet this fellow is indeed deserving of his fate. His heart is wicked, and ridding him from existence could be seen as a service to the people. Even Bensua expressed such sentiments, causing Vander's resentment to dissipate somewhat. Sigh. Even if that is true, you should not have acted in such a manner during the meeting. His expression grew somber, and he sighed deeply. I had no intention of proceeding this way. But he was simply too unruly. Li Lin paused momentarily, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he continued. Those who have long stood atop the pinnacle of power are often like this, especially in an environment such as Zwan. One must exhibit a strength that surpasses others. Only then will they recognize that you are not to be trifled with and will afford you their respect. This is the survival principle of Zwan, Vander. While it may be somewhat inappropriate to describe it as the law of the jungle, I can think of no better term. You ought to be more aware of this than I am. To be honest, Li Lin perceived a certain resemblance between the circumstances in Zwan and the national ethos of Noxus. In a situation where one wields no influence and possesses no power, being oppressed by others becomes a commonplace occurrence. To avoid being bullied, one must either join a formidable gang or possess exceptional strength that deters others from provoking you. After this discourse, the gazes of Ben Shah, Sevika, and Cord towards Li Lin underwent a transformation. They were astonished that an individual from the upper city possessed such an understanding of the rules governing the lower city, as if he had grown up amidst its shadows. Vander hesitated, opening his mouth but finding himself at a loss for words, ultimately exhaling a resigned sigh. His words bore an uncanny resemblance to those of Silco. Li Lin was not inclined to let the matter rest. So, Vander, why do you not strive for control over the border markets? One dark alley is sufficient. I have grown weary of vying for power and profit. Vander shook his head, yet he assured, regardless. I will exert every effort to aid you in developing the lower city, as long as you find my assistance valuable. Li Lin wished to articulate further thoughts, but a mere glance from Sevika, seated across from him, silenced him. Chapter 79. Finding fault as he prepared to depart, he was halted by Sevika, who had been waiting outside, smoking. Sevika, is there something you need? I wish to discuss Vander. Sevika discarded the cigarette but from her mouth, extinguishing it with the sole of her foot. Li Lin suddenly recalled his earlier intention to persuade Vander, which Sevika had interrupted. Right. You didn't allow me to continue back then. Sevika lit another cigarette, her gaze discreetly indicating the tavern within. By now, you should be able to discern the truth. Peering through the murky glass window, Li Lin observed the soft expression in his eyes, which now bore only warmth and affection. It was hard to imagine that this middle-aged man, with a face adorned by a scruffy beard, was once a leader among the Ashen Day. Since Vander had taken in the sisters Wei and Bao, and later adopted Craig and Marrow, he had entirely lost the vigor of his earlier days. Your thoughts are commendable. I once held hope for him too. But the present Vander, alas. She sighed softly. He has set his sights on new ambitions and will no longer lead us as he once did. So your implication is? Within the confines of his infinite armor, Li Lin felt a flicker of his eyelid, conjecturing Sevika's intentions. Seek out Silco. Time flowed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, spring arrived the following year. Over the past 2 to 3 months, an increasing number of individuals in the southern and northern districts of Piltover embraced cycling. Even many affluent residents of Zon had acquired this novel mode of transportation. Although bicycles are categorized into several price tiers based on their manufacturing quality, even the most expensive ones cost merely a few silver wheels. This price is sufficient to purchase only 3 Hextech batteries. Conversely, the least expensive model is priced at just 2 silver wheels, allowing an average working-class individual to save diligently for 1 or 2 months to afford a bicycle. The affordability and convenience of this mode of transportation, coupled with its modern appeal, make it irresistible to many. The profit margins from bicycle sales have already brought substantial wealth to Li Lin, not to mention the first batch of mechanical watches, which had recently entered production and been publicly sold to the extended family, was snatched up in less than half a day. This income has been securely deposited by Karina in the most secure bank vault in Piltover, under Li Lin's name, with a password known only to him. Furthermore, spearheaded by the Kiramman family, a consortium of families including Midarda, Phyros, Sorrow, and Kueld has commenced the construction of Piltover's first thermal power station on the outskirts of the city. Given that Zuin is rich in coal resources, coal-fired power generation is currently the most viable option. However, the control of the Sun's Gate lies with the head of the Midarda family, Yago, meaning that any plans for hydroelectric power development must receive his approval. The Kiramman family is presently negotiating with the Midarda family over this matter. In his spare time, aside from overseeing the construction of the tidal power station in the Zuin sewers, he has been researching auxiliary electronic chips for use within armor. Before that, he had successfully developed the invention of wired telephones from Earth. Through a seemingly unremarkable metallic device and a single wire, one can engage in conversation with another person separated by several rooms. This initial version left Karina and Elro astounded by Li Lin's inventive genius for quite some time. After Li Lin explained the telephone's functionality and his vision for its widespread adoption across the Twin Cities, Karina promptly dispatched a message to investors from other families. Upon learning that this remarkable invention was once again attributed to Li Lin, particularly the Midalda and Phyros families, they eagerly agreed to invest without a moment's hesitation. Soon, the first telephone exchange commenced construction, and the initial batch of wired telephones entered production. Not only did Li Lin achieve remarkable success, but Jess and Victor also made groundbreaking advancements in their research. Firstly, Jess, who had been tirelessly working on the Hextech teleportation technology, had developed the capability to transport small objects over short distances using several hex energy crystals. Although the range was limited to just over 10 meters, and the transported items were restricted to the size of one's palm, this was sufficient to validate the feasibility of his concept. As a result, the Kiramman family and Piltover University increased their investments in his work. He even garnered the attention of a distinguished investor from the Phyros family, Yabuz Phyros. On Victor's end, through his enhancements to fully automated mechanical devices and the incorporation of hex energy crystals, he successfully created Hextech robots that surpassed the intelligence of those produced by alchemical technology. However, there remained a significant disparity compared to the intelligent robots that Li Lin had envisioned. However, for a place like Piltover, which is characterized by a technological level akin to the Steam Age and lacks intelligent chips, this can be considered a groundbreaking invention. As a result, Victor was officially recognized by the Academy, shedding his identity as a teaching assistant and becoming a formal lecturer at Piltover University. His inventions could have easily elevated him to the status of a professor, but due to his age and insufficient qualifications, that accolade would have to wait. Nevertheless, Victor was content with his achievements. As the clock in the Zodiac district chimed for the second time, marking the arrival of 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the midday respite in Piltover came to an end. Li Lin donned the Infinite Source Project's powered armor and descended into the sewers via a hextech pressure transport. His reputation had become well known among the prominent families, and in a bid to curry favor with him, the family responsible for constructing the lift had decreed that he would not be charged a single coin. After approximately an hour, the lift came to a halt at the upper level of the sewers, which was also its final destination. The lower and mid-levels of the sewers were predominantly occupied by mining sites, refuse heaps, and waste disposal areas. Those who ventured there were typically miners and scavengers, individuals who could hardly afford the lift fare, and thus, the family responsible for the lift would not squander their resources. Li Lin stepped out of the lift alone, making his way directly toward the tidal power station under construction in the northeast. He had invested a sum to hire Hark as a supervisor, along with several robust enforcers augmented by alchemical technology to safeguard the construction site. Of course, Hark was unfamiliar with blueprints and had little understanding of what a power station was or how it should be built. Li Lin's choice in hiring him was merely due to Hark's connection to Vander and his relative familiarity with the sewers. His role was simply to oversee the construction site, ensuring that materials were not pilfered by audacious scavengers or the orphans of the sewers. Regarding the construction issues, Li Lin took the reins of guidance throughout the process. Before long, he arrived at the site, but the scene before him caused his brow to furrow involuntarily. A throng of at least 50 individuals wielding swords and firearms had encircled his construction site, hurling profanities and curses. Among them were several augmented individuals enhanced by alchemical technology. Had Li Lin not emulated the construction practices on Earth by erecting reinforced walls and iron gates around the perimeter, these evidently nefarious intruders would have likely breached the site by now. The frail and hunched figure of Huck, along with a few hired muscle, were utterly incapable of managing such a tumultuous situation. Which alchemical baron had initiated this attack? A sense of foreboding washed over Li Lin as his gaze turned cold, prompting him to hasten toward the iron gate of the site. Recognizing his powered armor, the group of ruffians immediately directed their firearms at him, their expressions menacing. Before Li Lin could utter a word, Huck's anxious and terrified voice emanated from within. "Mr. Li Lin, you've finally arrived. Don't worry, I'll leave the rest to you." Li Lin offered a brief reassurance to Huck, then turned his attention to the hostile assembly before him, ultimately locking his gaze on a particularly imposing figure who appeared to be their leader. The man bore numerous signs of alchemical enhancements, with emerald green elixirs coursing through conduits into his body, and he wielded a specially modified katana in his right hand. I am Zongshan Gantai. You are the one who has invested in this construction city, Li Lin? Zongshan Gantai stepped forward, pointing his custom katana at Li Lin with an air of arrogance. This is the domain of the alchemical Baron Takeda. Should one wish to undertake construction here, a protection fee of 100 gold Cs must first be rendered. Chapter 80. Who granted you such audacity? Was it Liang Jingru? Over the past 2 to 3 months, Li Lin frequently visited the Fugan Tavern to check on Bao Bao, while also seeking intelligence about the underbelly from Vander. Although Vander had little desire to contemplate matters beyond the Black Alley, he assured Li Lin of his unwavering support. A promise he indeed fulfilled. Whether it be manpower or information, Vander offered his assistance to Li Lin without expectation of recompense, as long as it was within his capacity. This included insights regarding Takeda, who had previously been absent from the Alchemical Baron meeting. Takeda, whose full name is Takeda Saito, is a notoriously volatile alchemical baron, infamous for his bloody gang conflicts. He hails from a samurai lineage in Ionia, having been exiled to Zon due to his father's misdeeds. Growing up in the lower tiers of the central square of Zon, Takeda garnered the loyalty of many through his ruthless disposition and the martial prowess inherited from his family. Following the sensational Ashinde incident that shook the Twin Cities years ago, Takeda seized the opportunity to commandeer several mines in the sewers, thereby ascending to one of the apex alchemical barons of Zon. However, due to his family's inherited arrogance, Takeda looks down upon the other alchemical barons and constantly plots to usurp their territories. Consequently, he is the least favored among them, possessing virtually no allies. As Li Lin rapidly reviewed the information on Takeda in his mind, he could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Well, you haven't even allied with the other alchemists. What gives you the audacity to provoke me? Or is it that one of your subordinates seeks to make a bit of coin without your consent? Li Lin pondered, finding the latter scenario rather unlikely. Zongshan Gantai mistakenly believed that Li Lin had been rendered speechless, as his expression of disdain deepened. Hurry up, you wretched leech. My time is money. And now you owe me 150 gold Cs. The term leech is a derogatory reference to a disgusting creature in Ionia, often used to insult someone's foolishness. Li Lin, well versed in the Ionia language, understood its implications. Are you certain you wish to demand a protection fee from me? Li Lin retorted in Ionia. Oh, so you are from Ionia? You should have mentioned it earlier. Zongshan Gantai chuckled, but soon his demeanor turned icy. Then it shall be 300 gold Cs. Have you lost your mind? Li Lin could not help but burst into laughter. What gives you the courage to ask for a protection fee? Is it Liang Jingru? At this point, Li Lin truly found Zongshan Gantai either exceptionally foolish or under some delusion, thinking that sheer numbers could intimidate him. Did he not notice the power armor adorning his own form? Even if he had never encountered it before, surely word of it would have spread by now. Li Lin was baffled. Zongshan Gantai paused, puzzled. Liang Jingru? Who is that? Truly lacking in wit, Li Lin sighed. Deciding to cease further discourse with this individual and promptly activated the overload charging of his unlimited armor. The energy crystal's power was siphoned by the armor. Flickering arcs of electricity dancing as an ethereal blue luminescence spread like a web from his chest and back to various parts of his body. Thinking of taking action? Zongshan Gantai, sensing the imminent danger, reacted with remarkable swiftness. Before Li Lin could fully charge his armor, he gripped the specially modified alchemical katana tightly. Positioning it at the right side of his face, the blade pointed forward, adopting a stance that seamlessly blended offense and defense. A heart-piercing thrust. Following that, Zongshan Gantai let out a mighty roar, his right foot forcefully pushing off the ground as he lunged towards Li Lin, utilizing the momentum of his forward motion to thrust the blade ahead. Enhanced by alchemical augmentation, his speed and strength far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. As the blade sliced through the air with a sharp whistling sound, he was nearly within striking range in less than a second. However, Li Lin remained unperturbed, calmly raising his right hand. A blue-white energy sphere, unfocused and uncharged, coalesced in his palm and shot forth at an astonishing speed towards the advancing warrior. The brilliance of the energy sphere illuminated the dim trench, and although Zongshan Gantai had begun to react, the speed of his augmented body could not match that of the energy weapon. His pupils dilated, the energy sphere reflecting increasingly larger in his eyes. Terror etched across his face. In the next moment, with a soft pop, the energy sphere pierced through his chest, exploding within him, sending flesh and blood scattering. The air fell into a profound silence. The faces of the more than 50 ruffians brought by Zhongshan Gangta were all enveloped in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at the charred remnants of flesh and the pool of blood before them. Where was the man? Such a vibrant life had vanished so abruptly. What on earth had this individual done? After a moment, one of the thugs in the crowd broke the silence with a gasp. Damn it. He has killed Zhongshan-san. Immediately, the crowd erupted in agitation. What in the world is this monster? This is disastrous. Zhongshan-san was the most trusted confidant of our leader. With his demise, we are all doomed. Damn it. If we can deliver this guy to the boss, we might redeem ourselves. Yes, yes. Open fire, everyone. Focus your fire on him. I refuse to believe we can't take down this iron lump. As the ruffians regained their composure, they spread out in a fan formation, raising a myriad of firearms and unleashing a barrage of bullets at Li Lin. The semi-enclosed space was engulfed in an orange-yellow blaze, the air thick with choking smoke, infused with a potent scent of gunpowder. Li Lin sighed, wondering why it had to come to this. Before the thugs could pull the triggers, he had activated his adaptive defense shield. Following a brief charging period, a vast amount of blue energy coalesced and manifested on the surface of his infinite armor, forming a pale blue barrier. Thanks to the support of 3 energy crystals, the armor's energy recovery was exceptionally swift. Rather than risk damage to the armor, deploying the energy shield to deflect the bullets was the more prudent choice. After the initial barrage of fire from his side, the thugs suddenly realized that they had inflicted no discernible harm upon Li Lin. A sense of trepidation began to creep into the hearts of many. As they hurriedly lowered their heads to reload their weapons, Li Lin deftly swung his arm, causing the high-frequency vibrating blade to spring forth from his right arm. Empowered by the overload charge, he swiftly maneuvered to an advantageous angle, deploying the electric surge shoulder cannons to target the densely packed crowd, unleashing 2 energy projectiles. The energy projectiles hurtled towards a cluster of thugs who had yet to disperse. Upon striking the first individual, a tilted blue-white energy wave erupted violently, annihilating several within a radius of 1.5 meters. Following this, the shockwave generated by the 2 projectiles sent several more tumbling backward within a 5-meter range, crashing heavily to the ground. Ouch! It hurts, it hurts. My leg is broken, they cried. What is this monster? It's utterly terrifying. If there had been any lingering hope among the crowd, believing that the seemingly less formidable iron figure lacked true menace, it was now dispelled. Having witnessed Li Lin's speed, which was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, and the tragic fates of their comrades, the remaining 20 or so individuals found their resolve completely shattered. However, intent on eradicating the alchemist Baron Takeda Sato's forces without leaving any potential threats, Li Lin had no intention of allowing the remaining enemies to escape and bolster their ranks. With only 6 seconds remaining on the overload charge, he could not reactivate this ability to extend its duration during the armor overload period. Li Lin quickly inhaled deeply, utilizing the fleeting moments to control the armored pursuit of those attempting to flee. 2 shots from the shoulder-mounted cannons, for blast from the uncharged hand cannons. 1 from the charged hand cannon, a 2-second burst of high-energy laser beams, a powerful punch, followed by a series of slashes. As his right arm wielded the blade with precision, the last of the thugs lay on the ground, wailing in desperation as his soul departed from the realm of the living. At that moment, the duration of overload charge came to a fitting conclusion. Li Lin stood before the headless corpse, its neck severed by the searing blade, taking a series of deep breaths to calm his racing heart. Although he had taken lives before, this was his first experience of such a brutal massacre. The sensation of killing was rather unsettling. Oh, this must indicate that I am not a bloodthirsty killer by nature. Just as he began to regain his composure, a series of alert sounds resonated in his mind from the system. You have killed Jin Jaima K-Ta, Elite, 55 thugs. Congratulations! Your level has risen to 11, granting you 3 skill points. Remaining skill points, 9. Your level has ascended to level 10, unlocking the shop module. Chapter 81, the Essence Shop, a system shop feature. Li Lin could not help but feel a surge of joy. Indeed, the blue essence and orange essence displayed in his personal information panel must possess some significance. As a thought crossed his mind, he promptly opened his personal panel to examine the information. Name, Li Lin. Occupation, mechanic. Level, 11. Health, 1169. Mana, 295. Combat power, 16. Skill points, 9. Wealth, 0 blue essence, 0 orange essence. Mastered skills, advanced manufacturing, data-driven thinking, firearm proficiency, basic combat, Mechanic Fundamentals Level 2, Mechanical Affinity Level 2, Mechanical Enhancement Level 2. Neural Network Connectivity. Additional features. Skill Panel, Essence Shop, Level Insufficient, Feature Unlocked. After creating numerous high-tech inventions, his original, Proficient Manufacturing, had advanced to Advanced Manufacturing. Due to level restrictions, his occupational skills could only be enhanced to Level 2, leaving most of his skill points unused. Now that he had ascended beyond Level 10, surely new skills had been unlocked in the skill panel. However, Li Lin restrained his excitement. Skills could wait. They paled in comparison to the allure of the system shop. He swiftly accessed the Essence Shop. A backdrop of black and gray materialized in his mind, presenting a panel that exuded an air of antiquity and simplicity. If one were to draw a comparison, its appearance bore a resemblance to the shop in the game's Summoner's Rift. This was his initial impression of the new features design. Li Lin perused the store with astonishment, discovering a plethora of remarkably familiar items. Behold, is this not the very shop from the game? Health potions, crystal vials, corrupt elixirs, sunfire, and black cleaver. Aside from the absence of recommended equipment and build suggestions, the category page for purchasing gear had vanished, leaving only items that closely resembled those in the game. All the goods were meticulously arranged in ascending order of price, with payment required in blue essence, devoid of any items purchasable with orange essence. Moreover, the shop was filled with an assortment of miscellaneous items, and some gear categorized as mythical in the game was available here at surprisingly low prices, albeit with significantly diminished ability effects. For instance, the Kraken Slayer was priced at a mere 50 blue essences, boasting lethal damage against colossal sea beasts and an inability to be escaped, usable solely aboard a ship. Meanwhile, most warrior equipment was astonishingly affordable, falling far short compared to the exorbitantly priced mage gear, which boasted outrageous attributes worth hundreds or thousands of essences. This. Li Lin stood in a daze for quite some time, his heart stirred by an indescribable sensation. While joy was not to be found, disappointment was equally absent. Most items in the store offered little assistance to his mechanic class, despite their alluring attributes. The only items of utility were the astonishingly expensive technological gadgets. Essential modern household appliances. A mere washing machine commanded a staggering price of 500 blue essences, even surpassing the cost of an unconscious fragment of primordial crystal. Not only that, the astonished Li Lin also spotted the source plan, infinite power armor available for 200 blue essences in the store. There was even the laser sniper rifle, Iron Blood, specially crafted for Caitlin, priced at 100 blue essences. Coupling this with several inventions of his own, which were offered at significantly lower prices than similar technological devices, Li Lin began to form a hypothesis. Items whose blueprints had been unlocked were considerably less expensive in the shop, while those he had never researched were exorbitantly priced. However, if there were technologies that Li Lin could not develop on his own, he could still purchase items to disassemble and study, ultimately reverse engineering their blueprints. Yet, he remained uncertain about how to acquire the essences. With a sense of resignation, Li Lin closed the store and prepared to open the skill panel for a closer look. Just then, a distant shout from Hack interrupted his thoughts. "Mr. Li Lin, are you all right?" After a fierce exchange of gunfire, safety had returned outside the construction site's walls. Hack sprinted over with a few henchmen, his tone laced with a hint of concern. "Mr. Li Lin, these fellows haven't been here long, and we're all fine." Hack rubbed his hands together, his expression slightly melancholic. "But those people, they are all subordinates of the alchemist Baron, Takeda Saito." The henchmen behind him chimed in, their chatter filled with trepidation towards Takeda. Their profession is inherently mercenary, living a life on the razor's edge, compounded by enhancements from alchemical technology, rendering their minds somewhat unorthodox compared to the average person. However, as long as the remuneration is sufficient, they are willing to undertake even the most perilous tasks, showing no inclination to retreat in the face of danger. Li Lin lowered his head in contemplation for a moment, then raised his hand to signal his subordinates to quiet down. "Hark, please inform the workers that they need not come for the next few days." He paused briefly before adding, "You too. Once I resolve this matter, I will reach out to you again." You? Are you preparing to take action against Takeda?" Hark discerned Li Lin's intentions, and his expression shifted dramatically. "This, is quite inadvisable." His tone was tinged with urgency. Takeda's current influence is among the top 3 within the ranks of the alchemical barons. You need not worry excessively. I have already devised a plan. Li Lin shook his head, and then turned his gaze towards his subordinates. "As for you lot, Your task is merely to patrol the vicinity. Just ensure that scavengers and the gutter orphans do not approach. Should Takeda's men come looking for trouble, simply retreat. Do not risk your lives. He had already dealt with those who sought to cause trouble. Moreover, this location is relatively isolated, with no outsiders witnessing the recent skirmish, ensuring that news would not spread swiftly. If you wish to catch Takeda off guard, action must be taken today. Although he possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to penetrate Takeda's stronghold with the aid of his powered armor, such an approach would likely allow many to escape, leaving future complications in its wake. Li Lin sought an audience with Madame Karina, hoping to enlist her assistance in dispatching some law enforcement officers to aid him. He required not their direct involvement in combat against Takeda's men, but rather their presence on the periphery to apprehend any elusive fugitives attempting to escape. Upon encountering Li Lin, Caitlin's expression brightened momentarily, only to be replaced by a flicker of surprise. An unexpected turn of events. I need to speak with your mother, she remarked. Li Lin removed his mask, walking alongside Caitlin toward the courtyard. And what about you? She inquired. I noticed you ventured out early this morning, accompanied by Iron Blood. I recently established a detective agency, he replied. As you suggested, I must be armed for self-defense. Yet registering firearms with the law enforcement department in Peaching proved to be quite a hassle. Thankfully, Sheriff Grayson lent me a hand. Otherwise, I would have had to make several trips to the police station. Her tone carried a hint of melancholy. But enough of that, she continued, blinking her gem-like eyes and glancing at Li Lin. What troubles have you encountered? Perhaps I can assist you. My agency has just opened, and I am in dire need of a significant case to establish my reputation. Li Lin hesitated, uncertain about how to articulate his thoughts to her. If he confided in Caitlin, her fierce sense of justice would undoubtedly compel her to accompany him to the Undercity. However, engaging in conflict with the alchemist Baroness forces was perilous. Not only would Madame Karina disapprove, but he also wished to shield Caitlin from harm. Noticing the slight hesitance etched upon Li Lin's face, Caitlin leaped forward, positioning herself directly in his path. She wrinkled her delicate nose and declared, I scent the aroma of a major case. You must not keep secrets from me. Chapter 82. Progressing smoothly in the parlor of the Kiramman residence. Lin and Caitlin, having shed their power armor, reclined on the sofa, awaiting the servant's summons for Lady Karina. After a few moments, the door to the parlor creaked open. Upon entering, Lady Karina's sapphire eyes, mirroring Caitlin's, sparkled with intrigue as her gaze briefly lingered on the two engaged in conversation. A subtle arch of her brow betrayed her curiosity, yet she swiftly regained her composure. Mother! Exclaimed both Lin and Caitlin in unison upon hearing the sound at the entrance. Rising to greet Lady Karina. Yes, Karina replied softly. She gracefully made her way to the seat opposite them and gestured for them to sit. Soon after, her attention shifted to Lin. You seemed eager to summon me. Pray tell, is there a new invention at hand? No, Lin interjected, as Caitlin, slightly agitated, hastily responded. Lin has other matters to discuss. Ultimately, Lin found himself unable to withstand Caitlin's relentless inquiries. As anticipated, her first reaction was, I wish to join as well. However, Caitlin surmised that her mother would likely disapprove of such a perilous and seemingly unprofitable endeavor. The eradication of an alchemical baron's influence was no trivial task, demanding an immense allocation of manpower, resources, and finances. This was, in fact, one of the primary reasons why Piltover had long allowed the local tyrants of Zon to flourish unchecked. Another layer of complexity arose after the Day of Ashes event. The rulers of Piltover deemed Zon to be no threat at all, completely disregarding the alchemists. However, Caitlin assured that she would assist Li Lin in gaining her mother's consent. As for the method, meeting Karina's astonished gaze, Caitlin rose and sat beside her, wrapping her arms around Karina in an affectionate embrace. Mother! Karina's lips twitched slightly before her brows furrowed, revealing an expression of exasperation. Kate, did I not teach you to maintain decorum in front of others? But Li Lin is not just anyone. Caitlin responded sweetly, a smile gracing her lips as she playfully winked at the somewhat bewildered Li Lin across from them. Clearing his throat, Li Lin composed himself and addressed Karina with sincerity. Madam Karina, I once expressed my aspirations. Do you recall? Of course, you wish for world peace. Karina retorted, casting him a sharp glance and raising her voice. Do you dare to mention the matters discussed at the council? Thinking my recent leniency towards you gives you the audacity to overstep? I wouldn't dream of it. I merely wish to convey that one must be realistic and take things step by step. Li Lin's indirect approach, coupled with Caitlin's playful demeanor, rendered Karina somewhat overwhelmed. Just tell me what you wish to accomplish, and I shall do my utmost to assist you. She withdrew her arm from Caitlyn's embrace, her tone tinged with impatience. And Caitlyn, if you keep this up, I will get angry. Honestly, how old are we? Yet you still act like a little girl. Humph, I haven't even held my coming-of-age ceremony yet. Karina shook her head helplessly, her gaze meeting that of the young man before her. Back to the point. What reckless endeavor are you planning this time? He slowly inhaled, speaking in a measured tone. This afternoon, while I was supervising at the Zon sewer, some incidents occurred. In just 2 or 3 minutes, Leland swiftly recounted to Karina the confrontation instigated by the alchemical Baron Takeda, detailing the provocative remarks exchanged between them. Notably, he emphasized the taunts directed at him, embellishing the narrative slightly according to Caitlyn's suggestions, particularly highlighting Baron Takeda's disdain for the Kiramman family. As anticipated, the mere mention of the Kiramman family ignited Karina's temper. This is utterly outrageous. A mere alchemical baron dares to covet our family's interests. Li Lin, being part of the Kiramman family, recognized that the construction of the tidal energy power station was financed by their family, thus categorizing it as their asset. In truth, even if Li Lin had refrained from embellishing the tale as Caitlyn advised, Karina would not condone any actions that jeopardize the interests of the Kiramman family. What do you intend to do? Should I dispatch the enforcers to seize? Who is it again? Takeda? Yes. Let the enforcers confiscate his assets and issue a warning? Madame Karina took several deep breaths to suppress her rising anger and, in an attempt to maintain a calm demeanor, inquired gently. Li Lin was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the situation to unfold so smoothly. Suddenly, he felt a jab at his waist, prompting him to hastily continue. To be precise, I intend to completely eradicate his influence. In a secluded dojo, reminiscent of Ionian warrior traditions, located in the lower tier of the mid-level plaza of Zuin, a robust middle-aged man clad in a traditional black samurai uniform knelt in meditation at the center of the dojo, enveloped by incense imported from Ionia that swirled in ethereal smoke. Before him stood a table upon which rested a katana, its scabbard intricately engraved with esoteric symbols, offered in reverence to the spirits. This katana exuded an inexplicable aura. At first glance, it seemed to reveal countless sorrowful souls wailing and struggling in a sea of blood. As the middle-aged man faced the katana, his every breath appeared to synchronize with the environment, creating a profound connection. However, unlike the transcendent aura typical of traditional Ionian sword masters, he emanated a palpable intensity, exuding a fierce and ruthless demeanor. He was Takeda Saito, one of the alchemical barons of Zuin, who controlled several mines in the underbelly and discreetly invested in multiple large-scale alchemical workshops. At that moment, the tranquility of the dojo was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Takeda's thick yellow eyebrows furrowed deeply as he slowly opened his eyes, a flash of crimson flickering deep within his pupils. Moments later, a man clad in a traditional gray samurai uniform rushed in, kneeling on one knee and bowing his head. He was one of the samurai serving the Takeda clan. What is it? Takeda inquired in Ionian. My lord, the tablet of Lord Suzan has shattered. What? Takeda's round eyes widened in shock, his entire body visibly trembling. His subordinate's throat quivered slightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead and temples, his head bowing even lower. You sent him today to the sewers to investigate a group of strangers constructing a sea gate on our territory. The subordinate's words faltered as Takeda raised his right hand, gesturing to interrupt him. I understand. You may leave. Yes. The subordinate exhaled a sigh of relief. Just as he reached the door, Takeda added, by the way, summon Mr. Chikubo. Inform him that I have urgent matters requiring his divination. Chapter 83. The hunt begins. The hands of the celestial clock pointed to 11. The crescent moon hung in the sky, casting a silvery glow that mingled with the haze of the deep canyon, shrouding the late-night Piltover in a delicate veil. 3 fully armed elite enforcers, led by Sheriff Grayson, descended from a private hextech pressure transport of a certain family to the lower tier of the central plaza. In the stillness of the night, the weary denizens of Zon had mostly succumbed to slumber after a long day's toil. The streets and alleys were nearly deserted, which, in turn, facilitated the enforcers' movements. Clad in an infinite power armor, Li Lin was closely followed by Caitlyn, who donned a form-fitting suit and bulletproof vest as they joined the elite law enforcement squad. Before long, under Grayson's guidance, the group arrived at a distant Ionia-style building, concealed in the shadows far from the urban sprawl. Grayson employed a hextech monocular to survey the situation ahead. The courtyard of Takeda's estate was ablaze with the lights of alchemical technology, except for a few rooms. Most windows were shrouded in darkness, suggesting that the majority of its inhabitants had retired for the night. Everything appeared rather ordinary. This must be the residence of Baron Takeda. The alchemist, Grayson, inquired of his assistant, Marcus. What do our 2 agents, whom we dispatched today, report? He instructed his deputy, Marcus, to withdraw, then turned to Li Lin, asking once more, are you truly prepared to enter alone? Since hearing of Li Lin's plans earlier that afternoon, Grayson had maintained a stance of opposition. It was not that she doubted Li Lin's capabilities or inventions. Those had been demonstrated during the night of evolution months prior. However, as a seasoned veteran of over 20 years in law enforcement, Grayson was acutely aware that the dangerous individuals lurking in the underbelly of the city were far from ordinary. It was customary to leave oneself an escape route. As a rising figure of the Kiramman family, Li Lin's reputation had spread across all the noble houses. Should anything go awry, Grayson could not bear the weight of responsibility. Although Li Lin's methods could potentially minimize casualties, the lives of several, or even a dozen enforcers, paled in comparison to that of an exceptional genius craftsman. This was an unspoken rule in Piltover, as it had always been. Trust me, nothing will go wrong, Li Lin reassured. Li Lin asserted with conviction that his Infinite Source Project power armor could be deemed the pinnacle of contemporary hex tech. Furthermore, with the addition of the Infinite Armor, his system panel's combat power had surged to an impressive 64. In this diminutive city of Bilgewater, aside from the nearly faithless Janna, he doubted anyone could rival his combat prowess. Sighing in resignation, Grayson glanced at Caitlin, who stood nearby with her Iron Blood sniper rifle. And what of you? She inquired. Although Counselor Helaman had reluctantly permitted your participation in this operation, she has set forth numerous regulations. I am well aware, Caitlin retorted with a huff. Expressing her dissatisfaction with her mother, she gestured toward a distant mound of scrap metal, where the view was unobstructed. I will provide long-range support from there. Very well. I shall have Marcus accompany you with 2 officers for protection. This was a non-negotiable stipulation from Karina, to which Caitlin could only acquiesce with reluctance. As Li Lin watched their departing figures, an idea suddenly flickered in his mind. It seemed that the current Piltover lacked any form of radio communication. How had he overlooked this detail? However, he chose not to dwell on this matter, as it was not the appropriate time for such considerations. Are you prepared? Grayson inquired with a serious expression. There is still time for regret. I can have the enforcers charge in with you. That will not be necessary. I am fully aware of what lies ahead. Li Lin firmly declined once more. Very well, Grayson conceded with a sigh, rising to issue orders to the enforcers. Move swiftly. Encircle this location, and ensure that not a single fish slips through the net. She paused for a moment, pondering, and added, if anything unexpected occurs inside, provide immediate support. This was Grayson's final stipulation. Li Lin refrained from further comment, rising to nod in acknowledgement. Noticing that time was of the essence, he squinted into the distance, where a figure emerged atop a heap of abandoned steel, flickering with a somber blue light. Caitlin was also nearing readiness. Taking a deep breath, Li Lin chose a path away from the main entrance, swiftly approaching Takeda's residence until he reached the wall. As several faint blue beams streaked across the high ground in the distance, the subtle sound of air being sliced reached Li Lin's ears. He understood that Caitlin had made her move. Without hesitation, he bent his knees slightly and leaped upward, boldly grasping the top of the wall, which was adorned with steel spikes and thorny iron vines. With a modest exertion of his arms, he effortlessly vaulted over the barrier and landed silently, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. In the courtyard, several young ruffians lay with gaping wounds upon their heads, their bodies sprawled in conspicuous positions. This was Caitlin's handiwork. After all, he was here to create chaos, not to conduct an assassination. There was no need for such discretion. He then surveyed the residence before him. The architectural style of this estate resembled that of Ionia, a design he recalled having encountered in his memories of the land. However, Li Lin could not help but unconsciously associate this style with a certain island nation from his previous life on Earth. It could only be said that Ionia was vast and rich, a tapestry of cultural elements interwoven. Li Lin proceeded along the corridor of the courtyard, pushing open several sliding doors, only to find them empty within. As he turned the corner at the end of the corridor, he encountered 2 samurai clad in traditional armor, wielding katana, patrolling the area. Upon seeing this creature, entirely encased in steel, with a shimmering blue light flickering between the metallic seams, the 2 warriors momentarily froze, before swiftly drawing their weapons. You are Ah. One of the samurai barely uttered the words when Li Lin, without holding back, struck decisively, shattering his facial bones. The samurai was sent flying, crashing to the ground, his breath shallow and labored. The other samurai, eyes wide with disbelief at the overwhelming disparity in combat prowess, found himself unable to grip his weapon, which clattered to the floor. May the spirits protect us. What manner of creature is this? In terror, he knelt, his forehead striking the ground in a plea for mercy. Li Lin was taken aback by the samurai's sudden display of submission, his eyes reflecting disdain. He had initially intended to spare this man's life temporarily, to have him lead him to Takeda. Yet, he did not anticipate such cowardice. Grabbing the samurai by the collar, Li Lin pulled him up and demanded in Ionian, "Do you know where Takeda is?" The samurai, stunned, had not expected this being to speak, and with such a youthful voice, revealing himself to be in Ionian. "If I lead you to the master, will you spare my life?" "You have no right to bargain," Li Lin retorted, tossing the samurai forward. "Now, lead the way." Chapter 84. Traps and resolutions. As Li Lin traversed the path, he had stirred considerable commotion, alarming numerous thugs and warriors guarding the estate. However, the majority of them met their end by his hand, while only a scant few within Caitlyn's line of sight were dispatched through a ranged support. Under the guidance of this cowardly warrior, Li Lin meandered through the opulent mansion, ultimately arriving at the innermost recesses, outside a dojo designated for the warrior's daily training. It was here. The warrior wiped the cold sweat from his brow and, with a sycophantic demeanor, pleaded, "I have brought you here. You can spare me." Before his words could fully escape his lips, a resonating sound of energy coalescing erupted as a surging energy sphere obliterated his skull. "I have made it abundantly clear. You possess no bargaining power," Li Lin remarked coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the lifeless body sprawled beside him, before striding through the arched doorway into the dojo's courtyard. Yet, the moment he stepped through the archway, a pungent metallic odor assaulted his senses. Before he could comprehend the situation, a searing pain tore through his mind, akin to a steel rod mercilessly stirring within his brain. Li Lin staggered a few steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. An inexplicable dizziness, nausea, and weakness enveloped him entirely. As he attempted to retreat from the area, he discovered that the archway behind him and the air above had been ensnared by a translucent, membrane-like barrier, rendering anything incapable of penetrating its confines. Li Lin's eyes widened in horror. Could it be that Takeda had mages under his command? Moreover, he had foreseen the imminent arrival of those sent to eliminate him, prompting him to set traps in advance. Li Lin, enduring various physical discomforts, momentarily set aside his concerns and hastily examined his status on the system panel. Personal status, confusion, effects, 1. Induces various adverse physical reactions. The severity is related to physical constitution. 2. Causes mental disarray, reducing cognitive response speed by 40. 3. Loses 98 life points per minute. Over the past few months, Li Lin had dedicated himself to physical training, resulting in a commendable constitution that allowed him to withstand the first negative effect. However, the repercussions of the second and third effects were indeed significant. Damn it, was this the work of a mage wielding mental magic? The magical arts in the realm of runes are diverse, with the most formidable powers stemming from celestial star magic. Notable figures such as the Dragon King Aurelian Soul, Bard, the Celestial Behemoth, and the Star Spirits all employ such spells. The vast majority of mortals cannot endure the full brunt of magic derived from the cosmic expanse. Consequently, most mages resort to employing the elemental magic most prevalent on this planet, or a blend of elemental and a modicum of celestial star magic within their mental arts. In the secluded nation of Ishul Oken, even those devoid of magical talent can wield simple elemental spells through established axioms. Above elemental magic lies rune magic, also known as arcane magic. This form of magic possesses an extraordinary purity of energy, accessible only to those mages endowed with exceptional gifts. In more accessible terms, arcane magic resembles an attribute-less form of sorcery that can be transformed into other elemental properties through various means. Its power emanates from the world's runes, exhibiting formidable destructive potential and a plethora of intricate abilities. For instance, Jace's Hextech Gate technology harnesses technology to manipulate arcane magic. In his childhood memories, Li Lin had witnessed Vastia wielding psychic magic, thus he was acutely aware that he was currently facing a manifestation of psychic sorcery. Fortunately, this was not Ionia. where the barrier between the psychic realm and the material world is substantial, making it challenging to invoke the forces of the psychic domain. Otherwise, he would be in a blind spot of Caitlyn's vision, unable to receive any remote assistance. In such a state of isolation, he could very well meet his demise here. Damn it, how foolish of me. Lin chastised himself in his thoughts. He suddenly realized that since he had crafted the power armor, which had led to a significant increase in the displayed combat power on the system panel, his mindset had become somewhat inflated. In his pursuit to eradicate Takeda's influence and assert his power as a warning to other uncooperative alchemical barons, he had unwittingly placed himself in such a precarious situation. The combat power displayed by the system merely reflects the absolute disparity in strength between the parties involved. It does not imply that, akin to a game, heightened combat power can obliterate all opposition. Every battle necessitates a comprehensive consideration of various factors. His combat experience was still woefully inadequate. Learning from this misstep, he vowed never to repeat such an error in the future. Lin clenched his teeth, silently reminding himself. As the discomfort in his body intensified, Lin swiftly deployed his shoulder cannon, complementing it with the handheld cannons in both palms, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the surrounding structures. However, it seemed that Takeda and his sorceress minions were fully aware of the terrifying might of his armor, as they were conspicuously absent from the courtyard. Watching the life points on his system panel plummet rapidly, Lin took a deep breath, striving to calm his agitated mind. Even if a magical circle had been prearranged, the caster would still need to be nearby to maintain its magical energy, making it improbable for them to be far away. The pressing question was how to locate this elusive spellcaster. It appeared that there was a crucial ability he had overlooked. Lin furrowed his brow, realizing that his chaos state severely hindered his thought processes, making it arduous for him to concentrate. Fortunately, he could review his skills on the system panel. Gritting his teeth against the throbbing headache, he perused the skills he had mastered. Advanced manufacturing, data thinking, firearm mastery. Wait. Data thinking could convert the world before him into data, allowing him to discern the target's location through the display of attributes. To be prudent, he invested 2 additional skill points, elevating the skill to the maximum level of LV3. Closing his eyes, he reopened them to reveal a swift cascade of numbers flashing in his gaze. At full capacity, data thinking no longer consumed mana. All specific data regarding the target would be displayed, akin to viewing his personal panel. However, continuous usage without a break would still lead to mental fatigue. Lin swiftly surveyed the ruins of the courtyard, yet found not a single soul. However, the notion of data-driven thinking resonated in his mind, suggesting that no less than 100 living beings lurked nearby. He exhaled heavily, a chuckle escaping his lips. They were all concealed beneath the ground, biding their time until he was rendered defenseless. Dragging his weary body, he hastened towards the dilapidated dojo, his gaze sweeping across the ground, determined to begin a search here. Before long, Lin discerned an anomaly in the earth, hidden tunnel entrance. A button can be pressed to open this door, leading to the subterranean area. Fortune seemed to favor him. He raised his right hand, channeling the energy from the crystal, which coalesced in his palm, the radiance intensifying with each passing moment. After a brief second of accumulation, a blue-white energy sphere shot forth with great velocity, striking the tunnel entrance as seen through the lens of data-driven thinking. With a cacophony of splintering wood, a square hole approximately 3 meters wide emerged before him. Peering into the opening, he noted that the ground descended about 5 meters below. A stone staircase led directly to the bottom, while the walls on either side were adorned with alchemical wall lamps connected by conduits, casting a faint, yellowish glow. Sensing the commotion, a few panicked warriors rushed towards him from below. Damn it, this wretched creature has discovered us. Don't just stand there. Open fire. Fire. They brandished their alchemical energy rifles, unleashing a barrage of gunfire aimed directly at Lin. However, even Hextech is unable to penetrate the alloy armor that has been enhanced through mechanical modification. Mere alchemical firearms merely generate a few sparks upon contact with its surface. Lin slowly charged his right palm with the energy of the electric oscillation hand cannon for 3 seconds. In the next moment, a significantly larger energy orb was propelled forward at an astonishing speed, striking the ground before several individuals. Instantly, dust was stirred, and a torrent of blue and white energy surged forth. Several armed warriors emitted brief cries of agony as the energy wave pierced through their bodies, sending them hurtling backward, lifeless in an instant. With a stern expression, Lin swung his right arm downward, launching the high-frequency vibrating blade that had been folded along his forearm. Chapter 85. Unfazed by the threat of harshness, the underground space of Takeda Sato's mansion was considerable, yet its design mirrored the labyrinthine style of Zon, endlessly winding and convoluted. Unlike the Ionian architectural elegance above ground, the subterranean walls were predominantly constructed of metallic grills, dividing the vast expanse into a series of narrow compartments. Aside from a few areas designated for habitation, the majority of these cramped rooms were filled with an array of glass vessels and devices dedicated to the research of alchemical technology. After all, being a baron of Zon, even Takeda, hailing from a family of Ionian warriors, would not neglect the pursuit of alchemical advancements. As he traversed this domain, Li Lin relied on the advantages of his armor and weaponry to charge through. He systematically dismantled the visible alchemical apparatuses while fending off the relentless warriors and those significantly augmented individuals enhanced through extensive alchemical modifications. Regrettably, it seems that both the samurai and the alchemical enhanced individuals are unwavering loyalists of the Takeda clan. Li Lin managed to capture several individuals. Yet, even offering clemency in exchange for information about the whereabouts of the Takeda met with stubborn silence. Left with no other recourse, he found himself wandering aimlessly like a headless fly. Should he inadvertently venture into a dead end, he would resort to employing his vibrating blade or energy shock cannon to shatter the metallic walls, thus forging a new path for himself. Ultimately, as the life points displayed on his system panel dwindled to a mere 300, he reached the terminus of the narrow subterranean passage. With ease, he sliced through the iron gate before him with his searing blade, and as he stepped through, he was greeted by the expansive openness of a grand chamber. This hall, adorned in the aesthetic of Ionia, was resplendent in hues of gold, with 4 stone pillars gracefully positioned in each corner, each intricately carved with statues representing the myriad spirits of Ionia. Dominating the wall directly opposite the grand entrance was an immense portrait depicting an elder and a youth engaged in a duel with katana. Beneath this portrait, a grandiose seat, reminiscent of a throne and crafted from an indeterminate ancient wood, was placed upon a dais. The ambience of this hall, from its overall color scheme to its decorative elements, was in stark contrast to the labyrinthine tunnels Li Lin had previously traversed. Narrowing his eyes, Li Lin focused his gaze upon the center of the hall, where a figure clad in a black traditional Ionian robe sat, ensconced within an expansive magical circle inscribed with myriad arcane symbols, pulsating with an eerie black-green luminescence. Name: Chi-Foam. Race: Ionian. Occupation: Junior Mage, Mental Magic. Health: 1065-1065. Mana: 583-1954. Combat Power: 34. Acquired Skills: Chaos, inflicts chaotic negative effects. Divination, foretells future fortunes and misfortunes. Mental Storm, causes psychic shock, reducing a percentage of health and mana. It is indeed remarkable that he possesses the skill of divination. No wonder Takeda set up an ambush in advance. A chill ran through Li Lin's heart. Under the paradigm of data-driven thinking, through the recent encounters with numerous samurai and alchemically enhanced combatants, he discerned that the combat power of most individuals fluctuated between 20 and 30, with a few enhanced beings nearing 40. Consequently, he surmised a rough classification of combat power within the system. A combat power ranging from 1 to 20 generally reflects the capacity of an ordinary person, with 20 serving as an average benchmark. Beyond this threshold, only well-trained, formidable individuals or enhanced beings could attain such levels. For instance, his invention of the infinite power armor boasts an impressive combat power of 48. However, concerning the upper limit of combat power within the realm of humanity, how formidable beings like the Weapon Master Jax or the Grandmaster he could potentially reach remains a mystery to Li Lin, who has only just upgraded his skills to perceive combat power and has yet to encounter such extraordinary entities. Perhaps in the future, he may discover the combat power of the Steel Shadow Camille. Nevertheless, the individual before him, named Chi-Foam, a mage wielding mental magic, astonishingly achieves a combat power of 34 with merely 3 skills. He certainly does not rely on the first 2 skills. The percentage damage caused by Psychic Storm. This must be his ultimate move. Li Lin was determined not to grant this individual the opportunity to unleash his power, and the old serpent, Takeda, was lurking somewhere unknown. Leaving no time to squander, after a moment of brief contemplation, he swiftly activated his shoulder cannon. Just then, Li Lin keenly detected a sharp sound of slicing air accompanied by a furious shout. Ah! The windbreaker slash. He did not evade, allowing this ambusher to strike him directly. You have suffered a heavy blow from Alchemical Baron Takeda Saito. Infinite power armor minus 496 health points. Li Lin quickly regained his composure, swinging his high-frequency vibrating blade with his right arm towards the side. Sensing danger, Takeda promptly pushed off with his front foot, executing a backflip to escape Li Lin's melee range. Following that, Li Lin unleashed several energy orbs, but they were all deftly dodged by his agile opponent. This fellow is even more troublesome than the alchemical cyborgs. Li Lin's expression turned grim as he promptly examined his status panel. Name: Takeda Saito. Race: Ionian. Class: Alchemical Baron, Samurai. Master of Swordsmanship. Health: 2,936, 2,936, 2437. Mana: 203, 234. Combat power: 43. Skills mastered: Void/Swordsmanship. Greatly enhances proficiency with the katana, increasing damage of all sword techniques. Alchemical technology augmentation significantly boosts health, strength, and agility. Alchemy potion enhancement temporarily boosts health, strength, and agility. Swift dash, a rapid advance forward. Meditation accelerates mana recovery and enhances swordsmanship proficiency. Phantom sprint continuously consumes mana, significantly increases agility. Void thought, ultimate void slash, a series of swift slashes with a greatsword, inflicting devastating damage on a single target. Phantom sprint. Upon seeing this skill, Li Lin was momentarily taken aback. Such a significant boost to agility. No wonder he was able to evade my electric shockwave. Truly, the people of Ionia possess some degree of magical affinity. Li Lin decided against further entangling with Takeda and swiftly raised his hand, aiming at Chi Feng, who had ceased casting the chaos mental spell and was preparing to slip away unnoticed. Chi Feng, be cautious. Noticing this, Takeda immediately lunged towards Li Lin's side, aiming a strike at his left arm to cover Chi Feng's retreat. However, in the next instant, a ghostly blue glow emanated from Li Lin as the fully charged overload charge activated, significantly enhancing his speed. You truly are relentless. He swiftly maneuvered, the blue afterimage surging from the energy crystal flickering momentarily. Takeda's katana sliced through empty air, and his body involuntarily pitched forward, his expression shifting dramatically. Why has this pest's speed suddenly exceeded mine? Before he could regain his balance upon landing, Li Lin darted behind him, swiftly thrusting his right arm. The high-frequency vibrating blade effortlessly penetrated the cylindrical alchemical enhancement device on Takeda's back, piercing through to his chest. With wide eyes, Takeda let out an incomprehensible whimper. How dare you remain so arrogant after such a fate? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? Li Lin unsheathed his blade with a disdainful sneer, casually discarding Takeda's lifeless form to the side. His gaze then shifted towards Chi Feng, who was preparing to flee through the hidden passage. In a swift motion, Li Lin darted behind him, denying him any chance to react, and plunged his sword through his chest. Simultaneously, the system panel delivered notifications. You have slain Baron Takeda Saito, earning 1 skill point. You have slain Chi Feng, Elite, earning 1 skill point. Congratulations. Your level has risen to 12, earning 1 skill point. Remaining skill points, 10.